Chapter 1. Eternal Life begins. Eternal life is indeed as lonely as snow. A young boy lay on a small hillside, a blade of dogtail grass clenched between his teeth, gazing into the distance as a gentle breeze swept through the trees. However, his tone betrayed not a sigh of lament, but rather a deep-seated joy. Beside him sat a hornless black cow, not standing but rather sitting upright on its hind legs, its black back held tall. The boy's name was Chen Xiong, who had traversed this realm a year prior. This world was vast and boundless, populated by countless cultivators who could move mountains and seas, towering above the mortal realm. Yet, upon his arrival, he was inexplicably endowed with a system. At that moment, Chen Xiong felt immense gratitude, as stories of numerous protagonists flashed through his mind. However, his system was not one that granted him an invincible physique or unparalleled techniques. He had achieved eternal life. The laws of heaven and earth could no longer constrain his lifespan, yet he could only enhance his attributes by a mere increment each year. Strength, speed, defense, magical power, and the essence of all things. While he could grasp the concepts of strength, speed, defense, and magical power, the essence of all things eluded him for a long time, and he eventually cast it aside, prioritizing survival above all else. Fortunately, this system was quite considerate, gifting him a companion in the form of a long-lived spirit beast. Though it could not speak, it understood his words and could also receive enhancements annually without consuming his own longevity points. Though we are immortal, we can still be killed, so let's tread carefully, Chen Xiong sighed. Half a year ago, he and the black cow had cultivated a patch of rice in a small village and raised several chicks, only to have them stolen one moonless night by old Wang from the neighboring village and his band of ruffians. Upon learning of this, Chen Xiong was consumed by rage. Did this world have no law? Was there no justice? With resolve, he armed himself with an axe and, accompanied by the black cow, ventured to the neighboring village to seek retribution. To his dismay, he found himself outnumbered and was thoroughly beaten, leaving the black cow hornless. They fled, nursing their wounds for several days. The black cow snorted heavily, resentment glimmering in its eyes. Those ruffians were indeed detestable. This incident left a profound psychological scar on Chen Xiong, casting a long shadow over his spirit. Ding! The host is now able to allocate points. Chen Xiong grinned. The year had come to an end. It was time to enhance his abilities. Without hesitation, he allocated his points to strength. The reason he had been overpowered during that encounter was due to his lack of strength, unable to push away those who had restrained him. By heavens! Chen Xiong's face flushed a deep crimson as a surge of power coursed through him, veins bulging in his arms. He struck the ground with a fist, startling the black cow, which leapt into the air. My fate is mine to command. With the reciprocal nature of force, Chen Xiong fractured his hand, spending several days recuperating alongside the black cow. He also granted the cow a point of strength, though outwardly it showed no change. Upon witnessing Chen Xiong's predicament, the cow casually tested its own strength, which proved quite impressive. They resided in a thatched cottage in a small village, leading a life of peace, yet the laws of this world seemed ingrained in the very bones of its inhabitants. Mortals were expected to pay respects to cultivators, showing deference and never causing offense. Even the villagers knew this. Sungir called a young boy from outside the cottage, known as Little Hay due to his dark complexion at birth. What is it, Little Hay? Chen Xiong replied, as his wounds had healed, and he opened the door leisurely. The village chief asked me to bring you some rice, Little Hay said, grinning as he hugged a bag of rice, his eyes innocent and pure. Please thank the village chief for me. Chen Xiong accepted the rice, feeling deeply moved. He and the black cow had survived on wild vegetables for several days. The notion that an immortal could nearly starve to death was a great absurdity. Anger welled within him, and he thought, a nobleman seeks revenge 100 years is but a trifle. Your ancestral graves await our visit. Sungir, I must leave now. My mother calls me home for dinner. All right, hurry home. Chen Xiong smiled, watching as tears of gratitude trickled down his cheeks. There are still many good people in this world. Moo! The black cow, impatient within the cottage, allowed a call it preferred rice over grass. Amidst swirling smoke, the fragrant rice was ready, and one man and one cow sat on the ground, devouring their meal with visions of a hopeful future. Old cow, we must persevere and refrain from impulsive actions. Chen Xiong chewed thoughtfully, swallowing hard. This world is vast once we prosper. I shall find you some fine female cows. Moo, gurgle. The old cow regarded him with a look of disdain, as if to say, didn't you charge into the neighboring village with an axe? Against such a multitude, we must employ strategy, Chen Xiong replied mysteriously. The black cow's eyes sparkled with delight, inching closer to Chen Xiong. Once they grow old and feeble, we shall shatter their teeth and unearth their ancestral graves. How dare they provoke an immortal? Chen Xiong spoke with fervor, a fierce glint in his eyes. Moo, moo. The black cow's eyes gleamed with enthusiasm, nodding in agreement. This was indeed commendable. Why does it smell like something is burning? Chen Xiong sniffed the air, suddenly turning to the kitchen with alarm. Our thatched cottage. Moo the black cow also snorted in alarm. It's on fire. Chen Xiong's house is ablaze. Hurry, put it out. An hour later, the flames subsided, yet the cottage was nearly reduced to ashes. One man and one cow sat outside, devoid of hope, kneeling as they mourned their loss. Chen Xiong, an orphan in the village, had suffered misfortune upon misfortune, drawing sympathy from the villagers, who offered a few comforting words before dispersing. It's over, my home is gone. Chen Xiong lamented, for he had no skill in building houses. Life seemed to conspire against him, reminiscent of a rainstorm on a leaky roof. Yet, fortune had not entirely abandoned him. The black cow had managed to preserve some rice through its rumination, enough to sustain them for a few more days. Old cow, I noticed some caves at the base of the eastern hillside. Let's take refuge there, Chen Xiong said, shaking his head in despair. He realized he ought to learn a craft in the village he had come to farm, but now knew nothing. Moo. The black cow was indifferent wherever Chen Xiong went. That was home. Outside the small village, the black cow was laden with dried grass, while Chen Xiong gathered firewood to bring to the cave, where they would temporarily reside. In the following year, Chen Xiong apprenticed with the village carpenter, while the black cow assisted in carrying supplies. The villagers remarked on its intelligence, advising Chen Xiong not to take it for meat. Chen Xiong scoffed at this. He would rather starve than betray a friend. Delicious, Chen Xiong chuckled, savoring the beef. At year's end, to celebrate, the villagers slaughtered several cows, hosting a feast for everyone. Naturally, he would not miss such a joyous occasion, though the black cow watched with narrowed eyes, unable to swallow the pieces of beef Chen Xiong offered. After the feast, they ensured not to waste any food. Whatever the others discarded, they packed for their own use, as life required careful budgeting. Within the cave, the black cow feasted contentedly, while Chen Xiong polished off the remaining beef it had refused. Chapter 2. The arrival of the cultivator. Chen Xiong was frothing at the mouth when a voice resonated in his mind, announcing that he could now allocate points. He increased his strength, as well as that of the black bull. Chen Xiong soon discovered that enhancing his power had significant benefits. His legs felt invigorated, his gaze sharpened, and he could accomplish tasks with remarkable efficiency. The village's unmarried woman, Tsuhua, who was well into her 40s, often cast flirtatious glances his way. Perhaps this was the essence of being a man. Chen Xiong gazed at his muscles, letting out a deep sigh, unaware of how his undeniable charm had captivated many young maidens in the village. Hey, old bull, slow down, Chen Xiong exclaimed in disbelief as the black bull devoured his late-night snack while he was lost in thought. The bull reacted swiftly, swallowing the food whole, leaving Chen Xiong speechless. In the following year, Chen Xiong and the black bull apprenticed under a blacksmith, whose admiration for Chen Xiong's strength was evident as he praised him for possessing the makings of a great smith. Chen Xiong did not ask for wages. He only requested meals for himself and the bull, to which the blacksmith readily agreed. However, one fateful day, as Chen Xiong stepped into the forge with his left foot first, a grave taboo, they were promptly ejected. Chen Xiong sighed, acknowledging that this was the burden of the strong. They then sought out fertile land to cultivate rice, with the black bull plowing the fields. Their teamwork was seamless, and they toiled diligently towards prosperity. This is our kingdom, Chen Xiong declared, surveying the lush green fields before him, a gleam of joy in his eyes as he gripped the mountain axe tightly, with two more tucked at his waist. The black bull shared in his delight, adorned with blades strapped to its hooves and an axe tied to its horns, ready to fend off any thieves. A cold glint flickered in Chen Xiong's eyes as he glanced at the black bull, which nodded in agreement. We shall flee if trouble arises. We will not confront anyone head-on. With this gear, I doubt anyone would dare pursue us. This year proved relatively smooth. Rumors of significant events in the neighboring village drew all attention away from Chen Xiong's rice fields. He added a bit more strength to himself and the bull, happily gathering the harvest. The black bull excavated a pit in their cave, and Chen Xiong understood its intent, filling it with countless bags of pristine rice, while saving some to present to the village chief, an amount several times greater than what he owed. Suddenly, the sound of gongs echoed through the village, reverberating even into the cave, a summons for a significant gathering. Chen Xiong squinted, rushing out of the cave, hoping it wasn't a village brawl. With his newfound strength, he felt confident he could take down a burly man with ease. They stealthily observed from a small hillside, only to find the village exuding a festive atmosphere, with crowds gathered around the village chief's house. "Come on, old bull, let's take a look," Chen Xiong urged. In the village, thousands of hopeful and excited faces held offerings of poultry and fish, bowing respectfully to two figures at the center. The disciples of the Yin Tian sect had come to recruit, offering a chance for those with spiritual roots to embark on the path of immortality. One of the figures, clad in a Daoist robe, stood atop the village chief's roof, looking down with an air of authority. How can one ascertain if they possess spiritual roots? A villager inquired. My little Heisey has always been strong. A fortune teller claimed he is a reincarnated immortal. The villagers erupted with excitement, bombarding the two cultivators with questions, causing them to frown in exasperation. Silence. One of the cultivators, seemingly enraged, activated a talisman, igniting a conflagration in midair, sending waves of heat through the atmosphere. Instantly, the villagers fell silent, their eyes wide with terror, realizing the true power of an immortal. Chen Xiong, standing at the edge of the crowd with the black bull, felt a mix of awe and disbelief. Indeed, there were cultivators in this world. However, the black bull, confused, wondered when it had ever walked a dog in the village. Spiritual roots can be classified into 5 categories: mixed roots, low-grade roots, mid-grade roots, high-grade roots, and heavenly roots, the cultivator explained, activating a token. Do not feel anxious. Those under 20 years of age may now test their spiritual roots. A radiant beam of light erupted from the ground, dazzling in its brilliance, prompting a surge of chatter among the villagers. Children and young adults eagerly stepped forward, but none elicited a response from the light. This cannot be. I had a dream where I was an immortal. One villager muttered in disbelief, before suddenly kneeling and shouting, "Immortal, please take me as your disciple. Leave in 3 breaths." Came the cold reply. "Immortal, I beg you." The villager cried, remaining steadfast within the light. "I dream of this." A swift flash of sword light severed the air. Blood splattered as the villager collapsed, eyes wide with disbelief. The sound of kneeling echoed as fear enveloped the villagers. Chen Xiong's pupils dilated, and he crouched low, cold sweat beading on his forehead. These cultivators were unrestrained. The black bull, too, lay flat on the ground, their shared gaze shattering the idyllic fantasies they had harbored. "Continue," the cultivator commanded, his gaze as indifferent as one would regard livestock. Thereafter, the villagers proceeded in an orderly fashion through the beam of light, their eyes still glimmering with hope. Chen Xiong hesitantly stepped forward to test his own roots, but only achieved mixed roots, garnering no interest from the cultivators. "Quite impressive. We have a mid-grade root here," the cultivator remarked with a faint smile, gesturing to a young girl. "Say your goodbyes to your family." "Yes, immortal," she replied, torn between reluctance and joy as she bid farewell, receiving a handful of silver coins from the cultivator. Those with mixed roots may serve in the sect. Still having a chance to embark on the path of immortality, the cultivator announced. Upon hearing this, several mixed-root villagers gleefully knelt in gratitude. The cultivator cast a glance at Chen Xiong, who was now frothing at the mouth, drenched in sweat, while the black bull beside him appeared on the verge of collapse, visibly shaken by the earlier events. Those without mental fortitude have no hope of immortality. "Depart," the cultivator said, shaking his head as he summoned a celestial sword from his storage pouch, taking the villagers away on their ethereal journey. The villagers stood in a daze, their gazes lingering on the fading figures of the immortals, envy welling in their hearts. Damn it. Old bull, I told you to play dead casually. Were you trying to kill me? Chen Xiong lay on the ground, injured and gasping for breath, nearly meeting his long-lost parents in the afterlife due to the bull's reckless antics. The black bull nudged him gently, equally surprised at its own strength. It carried Chen Xiong back to their cave, where he recuperated for several days, gradually regaining his vitality. We cannot venture near those sects, Chen Xiong explained, observing the black bull's puzzled expression. The sects are perilous. They kill without remorse, and one could end up as beef or worse. The black bull's eyes widened, shaking its head vigorously. It understood the latter, but was baffled by the former, rather than instilling a sense of aspiration. The encounter with the cultivators left Chen Xiong with a profound sense of insecurity. Their enmity with the neighboring Wang family was merely a matter of brawling. These cultivators, however, could kill at a whim. Chen Xiong vividly recalled the chilling gaze of the cultivator, reminiscent of the moment he had slaughtered a chicken. Chapter 3. The seasons change. 20 years of time, let us live our lives well and refrain from engaging in violence. Chen Xiong remarked earnestly as he patted the great black ox, which nodded in agreement, both reveling in their tranquil existence. Old ox, let's venture into the village to seek some work. In this world, one cannot navigate without a multitude of skills, Chen Xiong said with a smile, fastening the mountain axe to his waist. Now that they had rice, there was no need for others to provide for them. Mu the man and his ox began to roam the village, learning various trades, from funeral services to playing the suona, thriving in their endeavors. The black ox's skill in carrying coffins surpassed even Chen Xiong's, earning him many accolades from the villagers. Nowadays, during festive occasions, villagers personally sought Chen Xiong's services, and he was regarded as a true professional. Being inherently optimistic, Chen Xiong believed that possessing diverse skills was advantageous. Due to his longevity, he was filled with hope for the future, living each day to the fullest. A decade swiftly passed, leaving traces of time in Chen Xiong's eyes, and the village welcomed many new births. Loneliness accompanies invincibility. Chen Xiong stood in the cave, grinning widely, preparing to strike a massive stone before him. With a resounding thud, he punched the stone, which shattered into countless fragments, his hand unscathed. The great black ox watched in awe, astonished that its companion remained uninjured. Old ox, what do you think? Moo! Ha ha! Chen Xiong laughed heartily, his eyes gleaming with pride. This is merely a fraction of my strength. The black ox, convinced, gazed at him with admiration, which delighted Chen Xiong immensely. Over the past decade, Chen Xiong had devoted all his longevity points to enhancing his strength, now easily surpassing that of ordinary beings. Even when arm wrestling with the village's young blacksmith, he could effortlessly dominate with just 3 fingers. Chen Xiong! Chen Xiong! Urgent shouts echoed from outside the cave, causing the black ox to perk up. Work awaited them. It quickly prepared its gear, lifting its head slightly. Now, it was revered as the village's divine ox. Even the local hounds greeted it with respect, though this was merely its own fanciful thought. What troubles you, fellow villagers? Chen Xiong inquired as he emerged from the cave to find dozens gathered. It's a joyous occasion or a sorrowful one. I must prepare my attire, he said. The old village chief has passed, several villagers said somberly. What? Chen Xiong gasped, feeling a sudden emptiness. The old chief had always been kind to him and the ox. Let's go. The village hall was filled with mourners, and as Chen Xiong played the suona, the autumn wind blew softly, scattering leaves. He sighed, reflecting on the inevitability of mortality. In the brief span of a century, life slips away. The black ox, adorned with bells, resonated alongside Chen Xiong's music, creating a mournful elegy that guided the old chief into the beyond. On the village path, Chen Xiong's expression remained stoic as he personally carried the coffin, a long procession following behind amidst a flurry of yellow paper offerings. As they laid the chief to rest, Chen Xiong stood aside, observing the villagers bidding farewell. Some sought blessings, others wealth, and some aspired to transcend mortality. After the crowd dispersed, he bowed thrice in silence, murmuring with a smile, "Old chief, thank you for your kindness. May your journey be peaceful." Mu the black ox, feeling the weight of sorrow, mimicked Chen Xiong's gestures, bowing its head 3 times. Upon returning to the village, the now adult young blacksmith approached Chen Xiong, grinning, "Brother Sun, you appear as youthful as ever, showing no signs of aging. It's all about maintaining a positive mindset." Chen Xiong replied with a chuckle, patting the young man on the back. "You've grown strong, akin to a bull, possessing a fraction of my former prowess." The young blacksmith smiled bashfully. "My father once ventured into the mountains and brought back treasures to nourish me. Be cautious while hunting in the mountains. Your parents are aging," Chen Xiong advised. "I understand, brother Sun. Why not come to my home for a meal?" "No, thank you. I have matters to attend to." Chen Xiong quickly declined, fearing his appetite might overwhelm the young man's household. "All right then, I shall take my leave," the young blacksmith said, carrying a wild chicken as he bid farewell. "Take care," Chen Xiong smiled, observing the rising smoke from the chimneys of the village homes, signaling that preparations for meals were underway. Man and ox traversed the vibrant village, their silhouettes fading into the mountains as they returned to their cave, leaving behind only their solitary figures and the glint of the axe at Chen Xiong's side. As spring turned to autumn, another decade passed swiftly. The young blacksmith now had 2 children, one son named Dahe, who often amused himself by making the black ox laugh heartily. Chen Xiong had gained considerable prestige in the village, yet he showed no signs of aging. However, whispers began to circulate among villagers, casting him in a peculiar light due to his bachelor status, leading to unfounded rumors of impotence. Enraged, Chen Xiong confronted Aunt Wang, engaging in a heated debate, nearly revealing his prowess to prove his virility, but ultimately lost the argument due to the black ox's inability to articulate. In the cave, Chen Xiong seethed with frustration, lamenting the ox's silence during the confrontation. "It's futile. They're too numerous and united." With a deep sigh, he reflected on the humiliation he had endured, unjustly accused. "Old ox, do not bear the blame. It is our longevity that draws such attention." "Moo." The black ox nodded vigorously, recalling its own indignity during the encounter. "Why has my strength plateaued at 20 points? Chen Xiong pondered, feeling as if he had hit a ceiling, sentiment echoed by the black ox. "There is no discernible difference between 20 and 21 points, he lamented, and begrudgingly allocated his longevity points to enhance his speed, granting some to the ox as well. Their current longevity points stood at strength 21, speed 1. Instantly, they felt their pace double, their feet barely touching the ground. "Old ox, it is time for us to depart," Chen Xiong declared with a heavy heart. "This village can no longer accommodate us." Aside from the young blacksmith's family, many familiar faces were gradually fading away. To mortals, their unaging appearances seemed unsettling, for there were no skincare products or hormone treatments to sustain them. The extraordinary presence of the black ox had also attracted unwanted attention, as villagers eyed it with intentions of capture, hoping to provide nourishment for their children. Chapter 4. A Nobleman's Revenge. 20 years is not too late. Chen Xiong had acquired a considerable array of wilderness survival skills, though not mastered. He was proficient enough in them all. Mu the big black bull anxiously gazed towards the farmland, a plot it had toiled over with great effort. "Fear not. We shall find a piece of fertile land far grander than this." "Mu, Mu." The big black bull nodded fervently, as Chen Xiong began to paint a vivid picture, mesmerizing the bull into a daze. However, a great vendetta remained unavenged, which was unbecoming of a noble spirit. Chen Xiong rose abruptly, spinning his mountain axe a few times. "Surely, those people had aged significantly. Old bull, while he is frail, let us seize the opportunity and reclaim our rice." "Moo." The ground trembled, stones flew. The big black bull was furious. Its horns had only just begun to grow, and it was uncertain when they would fully return. The village's young heifers hardly paid attention to it. Inside the cave, they busily gathered their belongings. The swona, an indispensable instrument for their ventures, was strapped to the black bull. Their current strength allowed them to handle pots and pans with ease, leaving behind what they could not carry for little Haizi's family, including the fertile land. The next day, outside little Haizi's home, as well as the blacksmiths and carpenters' houses of those who had aided Chen Xiong, bags of rice appeared at their doors. Joy radiated from their faces, marveling at the benevolence of the heavens. Little Haizi's wife was busy counting the grains, her smile blossoming with delight at such fortune. Inside, little Haizi, now in his middle age, bore a newfound maturity. He held a letter. Having been taught by Chen Xiong to read, he could comprehend its contents. Little Haizi, the piece of fertile land outside the cave is entrusted to your family. Take good care of the big black bull. With this departure, it was likely they would never meet again. The world is vast and splendid. One must venture forth. Remember to maintain an optimistic mindset. Your ever-dashing brother Sun bids farewell. As little Haizi read each word, tears glistened in his eyes. He had followed Brother Sun since childhood, considering him a true elder brother. Memories flooded back. The stolen rice, the burned thatched cottage, the times he was shooed away while working in the village. All painful, yet Brother Sun always seemed to embrace life with fervor. Safe travels, Brother Sun, little Haizi said warmly, gazing out the window at the clear blue sky. A perfect day for a journey. 3 months later, outside a neighboring village, in a pit of earth, a man and a bull, weathered and dusty, stood. Chen Xiong bit into a large pancake, taking a hearty bite before offering some to the black bull. As expected, they had thoroughly investigated the neighboring village, starting with old Wang's family. Chen Xiong's eyes gleamed with determination. He lacked neither patience nor time. He meticulously gathered information on Wang's ancestral grave, their fields, and those who had wronged them. Old bull, let us act. Chen Xiong donned a bandit-esque mask, revealing only his eyes, nose, and mouth, and equipped the big black bull with a similar disguise. Under the darkened sky, they stood atop a dirt mound, unyielding against the gusts of wind, exuding the essence of banditry. As they ascended the mountain, the moonlight cast eerie shadows over the numerous graves, which paled in comparison to the grievances they had endured. At the grave of Wang Defa, Chen Xiong's eyes sparkled with intensity. This is it, he growled, old bull, dig. Moo. The big black bull, filled with excitement, let out a roar, kicking up dirt with fervor. Chen Xiong shattered the gravestone with a kick, relishing the rush as piles of earth were unearthed, revealing a coffin. They swiftly uncovered it, exposing a skeletal remains, and in an instant, man and bull vanished like smoke. In Wang's fields, the big black bull furiously plowed, dirt flying as it vented its wrath. Chen Xiong watched wide-eyed. This old bull bore a grudge more than he did. The field lay in utter disarray, and both Chen Xiong and the big black bull admired their handiwork, feeling immensely satisfied. The following day, Chen Xiong, accompanied by the black bull, stormed into old Wang's house. Who goes there? An elderly man, over 50, shouted, leaning on his cane, shocked at the sight of the masked figure. I am your long-lost father, Chen Xiong bellowed. Instantly recognizing the man, Wang Tianming, who had once beaten him mercilessly. With a swift kick, he shattered the cane. As he lunged forward, he delivered a powerful slap to Wang Tianming's face, knocking out several of his remaining teeth. Spare me, good sir, spare me. Wang Tianming coughed blood, realizing he had encountered a bandit. 20 years ago, you led men to steal our rice. Today, I have come to reclaim it. What? Wang Tianming gasped, nearly forgetting the incident from 2 decades past. As he glanced towards the black bull outside, a sudden realization struck him. Moo! A large yellow dog happened to pass by, and the black bull charged. The dog was sent flying, crashing to the ground with a yelp before scampering away. Chen Xiong was relentless, shaking the very eggs from the Wang family's hens and chopping earthworms into segments with his mountain axe. Wang Tianming sat on the ground, wailing, calling for help. Father, where do these ruffians come from? At that moment, a cacophony of voices erupted outside as numerous able-bodied men, armed with hoes and knives, rushed in. Old bull, retreat. Chen Xiong shouted, and together, they vaulted over the wall, with Chen giving the bull a push. Thieving scoundrel, don't run. Have the courage to face me one-on-one. If we catch you, you shall pay dearly. The village was in an uproar, hundreds chasing them, with dust clouding the air, weapons in hand. Ha ha ha, they cannot keep up. Chen Xiong laughed heartily, fleeing with the black bull, glancing back at the swirling dust, scoffing at their efforts. Is this all they can muster? Roars of indignation echoed behind them as the men quickened their pace, but no matter how hard they tried, they could not catch up, watching helplessly as Chen Xiong and the black bull distanced themselves. The most absurd part was that even the black bull outpaced them. Moo! Moo! A thunderous sound erupted as the big black bull released a noxious fart, a stench so overwhelming it felt suffocating. Chen Xiong grimaced, his face contorting in disgust. Ah! The stench! How vile! The pursuing villagers faltered, dropping to their knees, retching in disbelief at the foul odor that assailed them. Wang Tianming, arriving from behind, was infuriated. If he were 20 years younger, he would make Chen Xiong pay dearly. Old Wang, your ancestral grave has been desecrated. The coffin has been overturned. What? Quick! Check your fields. They look as if they have been ravaged by pigs. Upon hearing these words, Wang Tianming felt the world spinning and fainted on the spot. Meanwhile, the man and bull had already vanished from sight, leaving behind a legendary tale of banditry in the village. Chapter 5. Safety first when venturing outdoors a fortnight later. Amidst a rugged mountain forest, the undulating peaks and vast expanse of trees echoed with the distant roars of wild beasts. With a swift swing of the mountain cleaver, crimson splatters erupted as a brown bear fell lifeless before them. Sparks flew as a large pot was set over the flame, water quickly brought to a boil, and a feast was underway. Old bull, what do you think of my unparalleled axe technique? Chen Xiong inquired, glancing at the imposing black bull beside him. Moo! The black bull replied nonchalantly, busying itself with the ground to cover the bloodstains. When one is outdoors, safety is paramount. Such inhuman strength, Chen Xiong exclaimed, his fist clenched in awe, recalling how he had single-handedly knocked the bear unconscious, breaking several of its ribs in the process. As man and beast savored their meal by the pot, the wild game was indeed delicious, invigorating to the senses. Old bull, even though we possess extraordinary power, we must remain vigilant. There are cultivators out there, he remarked, gnawing on a bare paw. Never act impulsively. Those who appear unremarkable may well be ancient fiends in disguise. Moo! The black bull responded, understanding the gravity of the situation as it continued feasting. Even if we hunt a mere chicken in the wild, we must leave no trace behind. Moo? The bull questioned, puzzled, because there may be a flock of chickens trailing behind, who could easily sniff us out. Moo? The black bull still didn't comprehend, dropping a piece of meat which it hurriedly picked up with its mouth. Do you think a flock of chickens poses no threat? Just slay them? Chen Xiong scoffed, his mouth smeared with grease. Moo! The bull nodded. What if these chickens are raised by cultivators? Chen Xiong mused, his tone becoming enigmatic. Would they not seek vengeance upon us? Moo! And if we were to defeat those cultivators, would their masters not come after us? Moo! Moo! The black bull was left in utter disbelief, grasping the profound implications of Chen Xiong's words. A trivial matter involving a single chicken could escalate into a sectarian war. How many foes could we possibly contend with? Chen Xiong furrowed his brow, tearing at the bear meat. If we were to carelessly lose our lives, how many young heifers would be lost? Moo! The black bull finally understood, its eyes bright with admiration for Chen Xiong, mirroring the relentless flow of a mighty river. A promising student indeed, Chen Xiong praised, enjoying the bull's expression. Henceforth, caution must prevail. Even the slightest carelessness cannot be tolerated. Moo! The bull agreed. Now a question arises. Chen Xiong's demeanor turned serious. If a young heifer were to confront a cultivator over a precious herb, with conflict imminent, how should we proceed? Option 1. The hero saves the fair maiden, a duty one cannot shirk. Option 2. Align with the stronger party, preying on the weak for self-preservation. Option 3. Pretend nothing is amiss and quietly pass by, avoiding entanglement. Option 4. Proclaim oneself invincible, declaring that all must perish. The herb is mine. Please respond. Chen Xiong intently gazed into the bull's eyes, which glistened with apprehension. The black bull sweated profusely, struggling to make a decision. How could it stand idly by while the young heifer was ensnared? Moo! Answer 1. Wrong. Chen Xiong chuckled coldly. How could a mere heifer contend with a cultivator? Charging forward would only result in a corpse. Moo moo. Option 2. A grave error. Chen Xiong narrowed his eyes. You already know it concerns the herb. The more who know, the greater the risk. Once the cultivator eliminates their foe, they will not spare you. The black bull's pupils constricted, cold sweat trickling down. It had already faced death twice. Moo moo moo. Ha ha. Option 3. Even more misguided. Chen Xiong laughed wickedly, his eyes glinting with frost. In this world, there is no law. Without strength, you can never be certain of remaining undetected. They will strike you down, believing you are merely a scavenging bull. The black bull trembled, intimidated by Chen Xiong's words, exhaling heavily onto the ground. Moo 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 moo. To think you would choose option 4. Chen Xiong slowly rose, his shadow enveloping his face. The black bull felt insignificantly small, paralyzed by fear. Had it indeed met its demise once more? Congratulations. Moo. The black bull felt a surge of strength returning, lifting its limbs gradually, hope igniting in its eyes. Could it be that it had finally chosen correctly and would be resurrected? Chen Xiong's pupils widened as he looked down upon the black bull, laughing heartily. You have selected the most brutal path to death, old bull. Perish. Moo. The black bull's eyes glazed over as it collapsed, a cloud of dust rising. It had been utterly wrong. After a moment, the black bull pondered, wait, how could all the answers be wrong? The more it thought, the more discontented it became, glancing at Chen Xiong, who was still savoring the bear paw, realizing it had fallen for a trick. Moo! In a sudden burst, Chen Xiong was hurled into the air, still clutching the bear paw, feeling the rush of the wind and witnessing a distant scuffle. His gaze sharpened, his feet landed solidly, creating 2 deep impressions in the earth, while the black bull devoured the bear meat and slurped the soup, seemingly unwilling to leave any for Chen Xiong. Old bull, we must hurry. There are people fighting in the distance, Chen Xiong urged earnestly, patting the bull. Moo, the black bull replied, recognizing the seriousness in Chen Xiong's expression. They swiftly packed up the meat, dug a pit, and expertly concealed their traces. Leading the black bull, Chen Xiong moved silently, resembling a young farmer. As they treaded in the opposite direction without uttering a word, from above, 3 figures flitted through the trees, rustling the foliage, while Chen Xiong and the black bull ambled below, appearing inconspicuous and devoid of focus. One figure abruptly halted, dark hair billowing behind him, narrowing his eyes at the young man. Hold on. A voice rang out from the trees, causing Chen Xiong to tense, while the black bull's breathing slowed. Its hooves were poised to spring. The man leaped down from the tree, scrutinizing Chen Xiong. Have you seen what transpired ahead? Chen Xiong was taken aback, cold sweat breaking out as he clasped his hands. Greetings, senior, what is the matter? He could not discern whether this individual was a cultivator or a martial arts expert, nor did he know how many others were nearby. Discretion was the better part of valor. The man glanced at Chen Xiong's hands, noting the absence of calluses, indicating he was no martial artist. He then remarked, understood, leave the bull behind. This robust black bull would be a valuable asset for any martial practitioner. Senior, we only have 1 bull, Chen Xiong replied, his face paling as he trembled. You clearly possess martial prowess. Is it necessary to steal our bull? The man drew his sword, his gaze piercing and coldly chuckling. The esteem by Xian sect would not fall so low. I have no desire for further conversation. Very well. Chen Xiong reluctantly relinquished the rope, glancing at the black bull with a despondent expression, inwardly affirming that this was indeed not a cultivator. The man took the rope, then suddenly smiled. Surely you see, this is no place for grazing cattle. Your suspicious behavior is simply unfortunate. With his back to the black bull, he addressed Chen Xiong. Having seen through all of it, this young man was likely a spy. Chapter 6. Pan Ning City. A new life beckons. A murderous glint flashed in his eyes. His hand rising. Thump! The great black ox unexpectedly rose, its hooves striking his back with the force of a boulder. The sound of fracturing bones echoed. The man was aghast, a mouthful of blood spewing forth, his mind reeling from the impact, his body lurching forward. Chen's chest heaved, adrenaline coursing through him. Yet he remained chillingly composed. Drawing his broad axe, he brought it down on the man's neck with brutal force. Though he restrained his strength, the blow cut deep. The axe lodged in the bone, blood splattering Chen's face. He gasped for breath. "Old ox, let's work." Chen's pupils dilated as he produced a fire starter. Drywood was abundant. The great black ox, without hesitation, began digging a pit. A roaring fire consumed the scene, incinerating the body and scattering the ashes. Man and beast swiftly obliterated all traces, meticulously staging the scene. They dared not touch a single item from the deceased. They fled, their pace quickening. Chen swore he had never run so fast in his life, the great black ox even outstripping him. 2 hours later, a group arrived at the scene of the crime. Their brows furrowed. "Master," Liu Tian stopped here. "Why?" "A youth with a great black ox." It seems senior brother Liu intended to purchase the ox to nourish the new disciples. "Humph." The master stood on a branch, hands clasped behind his back, surveying the scene. He noted the scorch marks on the ground, the chaotic footprints obscuring the direction of travel. "Master, could Liu Tian have met his end?" One of them voiced, astonished. Liu Tian was a master of the 100 Profound sect. Surely his demise would not go unnoticed. The perpetrator was meticulous, leaving few traces. The youth is key. The master frowned. Did anyone take note of his appearance? Reporting to master, no. The man bowed. Who would remember the face of a cowherd, especially during a mission? Useless. "Master, please forgive us." The others bowed, the death of Liu Tian indeed perplexing. "Let's depart. There is nothing more to glean here. See to his family. Without a body, we cannot be certain he is dead." The master sighed softly. Despite the scorch marks, he doubted anyone could commit murder and dispose of a body so swiftly. "Yes, master." They moved with the agility of swallows, vanishing into the trees. At a riverbank, Chen lay submerged, washing away the blood. He gazed at the sky, lost in thought. The great black ox splashed in the water, playfully dousing Chen, jolting him back to reality. "Old ox, well done. Remember, when ambushing, dispense with words." Chen said coldly, "Those who kill shall be killed. We are not saints. We seek no trouble, but those who seek our demise shall be reduced to ashes." "Moo! Moo!" The great black ox snorted, vowing to trample anyone who dared to harm Chen. They burned their clothes by the river, and Chen donned new attire. They spent the night by the water. The night passed uneventfully, and they resumed their journey towards a great city, rumored to be safer than the wilderness, with a sizable population of cultivators. Over half a year later, as dusk fell, a youth leading a black ox appeared on the horizon. In the distance, a colossal city loomed, a predator watching the comings and goings of people. Pan Ning City, steeped in history, its gates bustling with activity. Fighting was forbidden within its walls. A city of order and prosperity, nestled near the Ningyun Mountains. Its citizens often ventured into the mountains to gather spiritual herbs for the cultivators. The Ningyun Mountains stretched endlessly, shrouded in mist, home to immortal sects hidden from the world. "I have never seen such magnificent walls," Chen exclaimed, a smile playing on his lips. "Old ox, our new life begins now." "Moo!" The great black ox bellowed, equally awed by the city. To witness such a grand world, to traverse mountains and rivers, to experience the world's splendor, this is the essence of longevity. Chen's eyes shone with anticipation. "Old ox, let's go." "Moo!" Man and beast trotted forward, kicking up dust. Chen laughed, the great black ox bellowing in response. Passers-by smiled, envying their youth. The gates of Panning City were vast, teeming with carts and people leading livestock. Chen gazed in wonder, returning the smiles of those who glanced his way. He admired the city guards, impressed by their martial prowess. The city guard frowned, noticing the youth's gaze. The youth gave him a thumbs up, and the city guard smiled, understanding. Stepping into the city, they were greeted by a scene of prosperity. The streets were wide, vendors hawking their wares, street performers entertaining crowds. The streets were filled with people in silk garments, their movements exuding an ancient elegance. Towers and pavilions lined the streets, lanterns hung high, and scholars composed poetry. Chen and the great black ox were mesmerized. "Excellent. Moo!" Chen and the great black ox watched the street performers, adding to the atmosphere. Chen hesitated, then tossed a copper coin into the gong. The performer responded with a dazzling display of fire breathing. "Excellent." Chen cheered, clapping. The great black ox, surprised, thought the performer was a cultivator putting on a show. They left the crowd and bought 2 candied haws, sharing them. Such exquisite craftsmanship. Chen marveled at the handmade goods lining the streets. Care to take a look, young man? A vendor greeted. Just looking. I'll buy when I have money. Chen replied sheepishly. Here, take this damaged wood carving if you like. The vendor offered a tiger carving. Lifelike except for a broken tail. We'll trade you some rice for it. Done. The vendor handed over the carving, and Chen gave him some rice. Back on the street, Chen admired the carving, while the great black ox looked on enviously. Chapter 7. I am innately strong. I possess an extraordinary strength and a cherished ancestral black cow. Fear not, old cow. When we accumulate wealth, I shall procure for you a finely crafted wooden sculpture of a young heifer. Moo Moo the black cow, filled with understanding, joyfully responded with a couple of calls. It was the end of the year, and along the riverbank, lanterns resembling Kongming lanterns ascended into the sky, carrying the hopes and wishes of the people for the coming year, illuminating the entire Panning city. This was a local custom known as the wish lanterns. Chen Xiong gazed up at the sky, a faint smile gracing his lips. Old cow, shall we let loose for once? Moo, moo. The black cow's eyes sparkled with eagerness. Who would refuse such an opportunity? It had many wishes of its own. The riverbank was bustling with people, possibly even cultivators among them. In a secluded corner, Chen Xiong purchased 2 wish lanterns, opting to avoid the crowded areas. Old cow, what wishes shall we inscribe? I've heard that writing them down brings good fortune. Chen Xiong held a piece of charcoal, looking at the black cow. You can hold it and write. Have I not taught you how to write? Moo. The black cow eagerly snatched the charcoal, its eyes reflecting deep contemplation as it began to inscribe on the wish lantern. It's not something about a young heifer, is it? Chen Xiong grinned mischievously, envisioning the sight of a young heifer perched atop the wish lantern. What a sight that would be, forever and always. Chen Xiong frowned as he noticed the black cow's scrawled handwriting, which was rather crooked, followed by the character Chen. He was momentarily taken aback and cast a deep look at the black cow. The 2 wish lanterns were gently released, merging into the sea of countless others, gradually fading from sight. Moo, the black cow nudged Chen Xiong. If we speak the wish aloud, it loses its potency, you understand? Chen Xiong replied mysteriously. The black cow's eyes widened in realization. It ceased its nudging. The duo resumed their nocturnal exploration of Panning City, while Chen Xiong took the opportunity to survey potential work, for he was proficient in a multitude of skills. After reaping the benefits of speed, Chen Xiong continued to enhance his longevity points, also granting a boost to the black cow. The following day, Chen Xiong visited a blacksmith shop, entering with an air of confidence that left the owner momentarily stunned, suspecting he was there to cause trouble. Young man, we do not accept cows here. I am innately strong. I believe your blacksmith shop lacks something without me. What do you mean? The owner questioned. Do blacksmith shops still hire people? Chen Xiong suddenly beamed, revealing his muscular arms. One of me is worth 2. With my ancestral black cow's assistance, your business will flourish. Bang! Chen Xiong was unceremoniously ejected from the shop, the owner spitting in disdain. Do you think I would employ someone of dubious background? Moo. The black cow, incensed, returned the insult. Chen Xiong quickly restrained the black cow, his tone cold. If they do not welcome us here, there are others who will. The owner crossed his arms, and several blacksmiths emerged from behind him, their stance indicating that further conversation could lead to conflict. Silently, Chen Xiong grasped the cow's lead and made a swift exit. TCH. The onlookers shook their heads and returned to their work. On the way, the black cow nudged Chen Xiong, urging him not to be upset. It's all right. I've inquired, and there is another blacksmith shop down the street that is said to be struggling. Let us give it a try. Moo. The black cow nodded in agreement. Upon reaching the next blacksmith shop, Chen Xiong was astonished to find it on the brink of closure, with an elderly man dozing in a chair. Old man, Chen Xiong called as he led the black cow inside, noting the absence of any customers. The old man jolted awake, his eyes clouded. What do you wish to purchase? I am innately strong. Do you still hire at this blacksmith shop? Chen Xiong replied with a smile. Haha, indeed. All the smiths have fled, and there is hardly any pay to distribute. "That's fine. Just provide us a place to stay." "That's agreeable," the old man declared cheerfully. "You may stay in the back courtyard of the shop." The two quickly came to an agreement. Chen Xiong and the black cow organized their pots and pans, while the black cow searched for a place to stash rice. "This world is vast," Chen Xiong mused. "Such a large establishment, and even the black cow moves about freely." An hour later, they began their blacksmithing work. The sounds of clanging metal echoing through the shop, causing the old man to perk up. "What tremendous strength! Young man, your technique. Have you forged metal before?" the old man inquired, his eyes gleaming with interest. "Your method is a bit rough, though." "Of course, old man. To be honest, I have 5 years of experience. Whoever hires me will undoubtedly benefit," Chen Xiong boasted, relishing the mastery of ironwork, though he had yet to achieve the level of finesse. "You cannot forge in such a manner. It wastes too much energy. Allow me to demonstrate," the old man exclaimed. "Ah, master." Chen Xiong observed the old man's technique, which was markedly different from that of the village blacksmiths. Yet, it wasn't too long before the old man was panting heavily. "I am old. Young man, you take over." He waved his hand, glancing at the black cow, which displayed remarkable intelligence. "All right." Chen Xiong mimicked the old man's technique and, to his surprise, found it effective. His control over his strength seemed to strengthen. Over the following year, Chen Xiong and the black cow forged iron daily, with the old man providing guidance, even offering tips for the black cow. Whether cultivators or commoners, each possessed their own unique brilliance and wisdom, and Chen Xiong gleaned much knowledge from the blacksmith shop. "Old son, our business is flourishing," Chen Xiong exclaimed, beaming with pride as they began to turn profit. He and the black cow had accumulated a bit of savings, which the cow had hidden in the backyard soil. The old man, named Sun Kale, once had a son who tragically perished while seeking enlightenment in the Ningyan Mountains. He had been living alone for many years. "Ah, splendid." Sun Kale smiled, his demeanor brightening since Chen Xiong's arrival at the shop. Chen Xiong's speed and quality of work surpassed that of other blacksmiths, leading to an influx of customers who left satisfied with their orders. "Chen Xiong," a loud voice boomed from the street as a burly man approached with 2 companions, wielding a long knife. "Brother Zhang has arrived." Chen Xiong greeted with a smile. "What can I craft for you today?" Zhang Jiang, the eldest disciple of a martial arts sect, was known for his generosity, often bringing his fellow disciples to the shop. Zhang Jiang stepped forward, his voice booming. 100 large blades. "Can you take the order?" "What a sizable order." Chen Xiong's eyes lit up as he continued forging. "When do you need them?" "Within 2 months. If completed within a month, I'll pay more." Zhang Jiang grinned widely. "No need for extra payment. We are brothers. I'll have everything ready for you within a month." Chen Xiong shot a reproachful glance at Zhang Jiang. "When the time comes next month, just come to collect." "Splendid. You see, my brother Chen Xiong truly knows how to conduct business," Zhang Jiang roared, turning to his companions, who nodded in agreement, appreciating Chen Xiong's straightforwardness. "Dear brother Chen Xiong, do refrain from bringing that magnificent black bull home for consumption. Such a soulful creature is a rarity indeed. This bull has been a treasured heirloom in my family, and I cannot bear to see it harmed." Chen Xiong promptly waved his hand in refusal. "Very well. I shall take my leave now. Should anyone dare to cause a commotion at the blacksmith shop, do inform Brother Zhang." Zhang Jiang chuckled heartily, casting a glance at the majestic black bull. "Come, black bull, bid farewell to Brother Zhang." The bull turned its head and let out a resounding moo. "Ha ha ha!" Zhang Jiang departed with the 2 companions, while Chen Xiong's farewell echoed behind them. He raised a hand in farewell, his figure fading into the streets. Chapter 8. The Immortal's Last Stand. Chen Xiong. The duration of forging should not be excessive. Sun Kale frowned slightly, noting that Chen Xiong possessed not only great strength but also remarkable stamina, which could be detrimental to his health in the long run, potentially leading to a condition similar to his own in old age. "Old son, it's of no consequence. I possess innate strength, exceedingly robust." Chen Xiong remained unconcerned, as he was not exerting his full power during this task, experiencing minimal fatigue. He was continuously modulating his strength, ensuring that his strikes, while forceful, would not damage the metal. His mastery over power and technique allowed him to achieve the effect of several blows with a single hammer, without compromising the workpiece. To onlookers, He appeared to be merely forging iron, but in reality, Chen Xiong was engaged in continuous self-cultivation, believing that proficiency in various skills would always be advantageous, especially given his abundance of time. Very well. Sun Kao responded with a shake of his head and a smile, seemingly influenced by Chen Xiong's optimistic disposition, which had made him feel rejuvenated over the past year. As night fell, Chen Xiong and the Great Black Ox returned to their courtyard. Chen Xiong discreetly allocated his accumulated longevity points to speed, and the pair huddled together in a clandestine manner. Old Ox dig. Moo. Soil fragments scattered as a clay pot was unearthed, filled with copper coins and a piece of silver. Chen Xiong sighed with emotion, lamenting and rejoicing over their newfound wealth. Moo. Moo. The Great Black Ox nudged Chen Xiong, its eyes filled with anticipation. Once we complete Zhang Ji's order, we'll purchase the wood carving. Rest assured, I remember. Moo the Great Black Ox responded with a joyful leap, its happiness found in simple pleasures. Chen Xiong relocated the clay pot, burying it in a different spot, maintaining vigilance even in familiar surroundings. The following month, Chen Xiong did not appear as expected. Chen Xiong was puzzled, as Zhang Ge had never been one to break his word. Perhaps something has delayed him. Chen Xiong mused, refraining from excessive speculation, and continued his forging, striving for a more refined control over his strength, acknowledging that diligence could compensate for any shortcomings. The subsequent month, someone finally arrived to collect the swords, though it was not Zhang Xiong. Excuse me, young lady, where is Zhang Ge? He mentioned he would be here last month to pick up the swords. Chen Xiong inquired casually, as the Great Black Ox carried the long sword from behind. Senior brother Zhang perished in a skirmish with the Baixin sect. The woman replied softly, her spirits low. Chen Xiong exclaimed in surprise, before quickly changing the subject. My apologies for being intrusive. I shall retrieve the swords for you. Very well. The woman nodded. Shortly after, the woman and her fellow disciples paid for and collected all 100 long swords. Chen Xiong sat back down, sighing quietly, and said to the Great Black Ox, Zhang Ge is dead. Moo. The Great Black Ox nudged Chen Xiong with a look of surprise. Zhang Ge was still so young. I heard he died in combat, such as the life of someone in Jianghu, where fighting and killing are commonplace. Chen Xiong lamented, shaking his head. Even cultivators who engage in conflict will meet their end. The Great Black Ox nodded emphatically, appreciating the safety they enjoyed. Our path to immortality is inherently invincible. We must avoid offense and involvement, and help our friends within our means. Chen Xiong stated calmly, his gaze distant. Nothing in this world can stir our emotions any longer. We must maintain a tranquil state of mind. Moo. The Great Black Ox looked at Chen Xiong with admiration, impressed by his eloquence, which it could not articulate itself. Chen Xiong, the iron vendor has heard that our business is thriving and has raised prices, Sun Kao said, rushing in from outside, as he was responsible for procuring the iron ore for the shop. What? Chen Xiong exclaimed as he stood up abruptly, his anger ignited. We've only just started making money. Are they taking advantage of honest people? Old Ox, grab the gear, damn it. Chen Xiong drew his 2 cleaving axes from his waist in an instant, his torso bare, revealing his 16 abdominal muscles. We're going to reason with them. Moo. Moo. The Great Black Ox bellowed in fury, donning its custom-made bandit attire, ready to face anyone, dedicated to imparting reason to others. The iron ore vendor's place was several streets away, and Chen Xiong, accompanied by the Great Black Ox, hurried over with great momentum, creating a gust of wind with their speed. The iron ore vendor, upon seeing them, exclaimed in alarm, Good sirs, what is your intention? Nothing much. We're just here to reason with you. Why have you raised the price of iron ore for us? Chen Xiong roared, brandishing his axes. This is unfair. Do you understand? Moo. Moo. The Great Black Ox echoed from behind, its voice full of vigor. What the? The iron ore vendor began to sweat, realizing that this man, with his fierce countenance, 16 abdominal muscles, and a Great Black Ox covered in blades, was claiming to be there to reason with him. Hey, good sir, please do not be agitated. Are you from Sun Kao's shop? Indeed. Owner, give us an explanation. That blacksmith shop is also under the protection of Zhang Jiang, Zhang Ge. Chen Xiong stated, word by word, knowing that if they did not assert themselves, they would be taken advantage of, as was the case in any world. Very well. Please wait a moment and take a seat. The ironer vendor cupped his fist in greeting, smiling faintly. All right, we are reasonable people, not here to cause trouble, Chen Xiong said in a softened tone, taking a seat and placing his cleaving axes on the table, trying to remain calm. Before long, the ironer vendor stepped out, cupping his fist in greeting with a smile. It's this man and ox who are causing trouble in the official's territory. Arrest them. A group of soldiers rushed in, immediately apprehending Chen Xiong and the great black ox. We're here to reason. We've been wronged, Chen Xiong shouted, struggling slightly. I truly came to reason. Enough nonsense. You are causing trouble here, disrupting the peace of Panning City, trying to intimidate us. A soldier replied coldly, taking the two criminals away, as Chen Xiong continued to shout about being wronged. 5 days later, Chen Xiong and the great black ox emerged from the prison, seeing the light of day once more. However, their cleaving axes and blades had been confiscated, forcing them to return and reforge them. Back at the blacksmith shop, Sun Kale prepared a brazier, and the man and ox jumped over it repeatedly, laughing and joking as if nothing had happened. However, after Chen Xiong's disruption, the ironer vendor did not raise prices after all, resulting in a small victory. Time passed, another 5 years. The blacksmith shop's business boomed, even stealing much of the business from the neighboring blacksmith shop. When that owner realized it was Chen Xiong, he lamented with grief, exclaiming how he had failed to recognize a hero. He even invited Chen Xiong to a meal at a restaurant, where their past grievances dissolved. However, Chen Xiong's appetite shocked him, as he not only ate a large amount, but also took leftovers to go, causing the blacksmith shop owner to suffer a considerable financial loss. The two now addressed each other as brothers, as Chen Xiong excelled at interpersonal relationships. However, on this day, Chen Xiong sped through the streets, his speed creating a great wind, his eyes filled with anxiety. Over the past 5 years, his control over strength had become masterful, and he had allocated 5 longevity points to speed. Currently, Chen Xiong and the great black ox's longevity points were strength, 21 speed. Chen Xiong held several bags of herbs in his hands, as Sun Kale's health was failing, relying on herbs to sustain his life for the past year, which had depleted all of their savings. But what did that matter? In Chen Xiong's eyes, wealth was fleeting, while the people around him were the most important, cherishing the present and living life to the fullest. Moreover, as humans, how could they be without emotions? He had reached the ultimate goal of all cultivators, immortality, and had no need to abandon emotions to pursue the so-called supreme path, which was the last stand of an immortal like him. Chen Xiong always adhered to one principle. Within his means, he would help those around him. Beyond his means, he would never overextend himself. Chapter 9. Women only affect my blacksmithing pace. Please make way, Chen Xiong shouted, his brow furrowed as he sped past, eliciting gasps of astonishment from bystanders at the swiftness of the young lad. In the backyard of the blacksmith shop, the large black bull stirred the fire and brewed medicine. Unwilling to see old Sun pass away, low mooing emanating from its mouth as it hung its head in sorrow. Beside the bed, Sun Kale appeared to be in a state of decline, oscillating between moments of lucidity and forgetfulness. However, today his complexion was notably rosy. He beckoned Chen Xiong and the black bull into the room, slowly rising to lean against the wall, the bull's head peering in with concern. Hith. I'm fine, Sun Kale said, patting the black bull with a gentle smile. Everyone has their day. Old Sun, it's nothing to worry about. I inquired with the city doctor, and with consistent medication, you could live for at least another decade. Chen Xiong replied nonchalantly, I am quite strong, and with business thriving, we are not short of silver. I still remember when you first came to the blacksmith shop, Sun Kale chuckled, his face wrinkled in a smile as he looked at Chen Xiong. You were just a country bumpkin, so loud and boisterous. Chen Xiong managed a weak smile, offering no reply. I have nothing more to teach you. You have already learned it all. From now on, this shop is yours, Sun Kale said with a slight smile, grasping Chen Xiong's hand. Save more silver. Find yourself a wife, and stop spending it on medicine. Old Sun, you underestimate me. How much could herbs possibly cost? Chen Xiong waved his hand dismissively. Chen Xiong, you need not comfort me. I am well aware of my own condition. Sun Kale interrupted Chen Xiong with a cough. I have something to give you. He produced a tome from behind his pillow. Smiling weakly, my son once sought immortality after reading this. Old son, I have no interest in pursuing immortality, Chen Xiong replied, uninterested in the book. Living well is of utmost importance. If my son had your disposition, it would have been different, Sun Kale murmured, his eyes slightly vacant as he sighed. I have nothing else to leave you, so just accept it. All right, Chen Xiong nodded. Good, Black Bull, follow Chen Xiong well. Sun Kale said affectionately, gazing at the bull. Among the many beasts I have encountered, you possess the most spirit. Heaven has a benevolent nature. It will protect you both. Moo, moo. The black bull nodded its head. Old son, do not speak such gloomy words. The doctor said that a good mindset leads to a longer life. Chen Xiong tightened his grip on Sun Kale's hand, feeling an icy chill seep into his heart. Chen Xiong, I am here, old Sunday. Thank you both. Sun Kale smiled warmly, deeply gazing at Chen Xiong and the black bull, as if imprinting their faces in his memory for eternity. Now let me rest for a while. All right, old bull, let us prepare the medicine. Moo. Chen Xiong and the black bull hurried outside, clumsily following the formula for the medicine. The next day, a chilling wind blew, and the plum tree outside shed countless yellow leaves. Sun Kale peacefully departed this world, leaving behind an aura of tranquility. On the street, the black bull pulled a cart bearing a coffin, while Chen Xiong pushed from behind, his face devoid of emotion. Passers-by frowned, feeling a sense of misfortune, keeping their distance. The pair paid no heed to the gazes of onlookers, slowly making their way out of the city, cautious not to jostle the cart. Chen Xiong found a suitable resting place, laying Sun Kale to rest, the gravestone inscribed with grave of my mentor, Sun Kale. As a cold wind blew, yellow paper fluttered in the air, a sense of desolation enveloping the surroundings. Chen Xiong bowed and lit incense before walking slowly back toward the city, the bull following, their figures gradually disappearing. They lingered in the blacksmith shop for a long while, the chairs standing empty, as if the old man would never again doze off there. It's all right, old bull, we should be happy. Moo, if it weren't for us, what would old son do? He would have no one to handle his affairs. Moo, we have managed the blacksmith shop well these past few years, and old son lived quite happily, did he not? Moo, exactly. We have done a great service. Now, cheer up. Ha ha ha. Moo, moo. Moo the pair laughed, their mirth tinged with sorrow, as the shop gradually fell into silence. Chen Xiong's words served as a comfort, though it was unclear whether he was soothing the black bull or himself. Oh, Chen Xiong suddenly slapped his forehead, increasingly feeling that something was amiss. Moo? The bull looked at him with a puzzled expression. What's wrong? Old bull, we've been duped. Chen Xiong declared emphatically, his eyes resolute. That doctor surely took advantage of our anxiety and misquoted the prices of the herbs. He lamented, how could I have not properly learned my medical skills? In a small mountain village, there are no real doctors, just folk remedies for wounds. I never anticipated a day like this. We miscalculated. The black bull was startled. Nudging Chen Xiong, why didn't you study medicine? First, we need to focus on blacksmithing and earning money. We still owe quite a bit to our neighbors. Chen Xiong's eyes ignited with fervor. The medical profession is highly lucrative, and as we navigate this world, injuries are inevitable. Acquiring medical knowledge is essential. Moo. The black bull's eyes sparkled with understanding, contemplating, if Chen Xiong learns medicine, he can treat himself, and those people won't have to die from illness anymore. Chen Xiong met the bull's approving gaze with a slight smile, the earlier gloom dissipating. Life is filled with uncertainties and challenges, which makes it all the more thrilling. Old bull, let's get to work. Moo. The sounds of clanging hammers resumed in the blacksmith shop, as Chen Xiong expertly controlled his strength, able to strike down with precision, causing no harm to an ant, while aiming directly for its head. The ant colony within the shop suffered greatly, as they began to migrate en masse, leaving behind numerous headless bodies. Now, the reputation of Chen Xiong's blacksmith shop spread across several nearby streets, known for fair prices, superior quality, and amiable relations. Many matchmakers approached, eager to introduce suitors, as the sight of his 16-pack abs left them breathless, their eyes shimmering with admiration. Chen Xiong merely chuckled coldly, replying to the matchmakers. After years of blacksmithing, my heart has become as cold as the hammer in my hand. Women will only hinder my pace in forging. Upon hearing this, countless young women sighed in disappointment, secretly acknowledging the valor of the man they admired, noting that even his manner of speaking was undeniably gallant. A year later, Chen Xiong finally settled all debts and even saved some money, continuing to enhance his skills and speed. As dawn broke, the streets were sparsely populated, with only a few souls wandering by. They tidied the blacksmith shop, preparing to leave with all their belongings, pots and pans hanging from either side of the black bull. Old bull, we're ready to go. Moo. They carefully sealed the shop, retaining the deed, knowing they could return to visit as long as it remained unsold. Let us go. Chen Xiong took one last look at the surrounding streets, smiling with carefree abandon. Moo, moo. The black bull called joyfully, as Chen Xiong promised to take it to buy wooden carvings and release wish lanterns, for a sense of ritual in life is essential. Otherwise, it would be unbearably dull. Clink, clink, the sound of gentle clanging resonated from the black bull, as the two figures gradually receded into the distance. As the sun rose, a passerby chanced upon Chen Xiong's blacksmith shop, only to find it inexplicably closed, with its proprietor nowhere to be seen. A sigh of regret escaped the lips of many, lamenting that had they foreseen this, they would have taken the opportunity to forge a few more iron tools for their homes. The closure of Chen Xiong's establishment brought unbridled joy to the blacksmiths of the nearby streets, who rejoiced in unison, proclaiming a collective celebration and a necessity to raise their prices. Let us see who dares to refrain from increasing their rates. Chapter 10. Everyone heard that this person is unreasonable. Once again, it is the end of the year, and the night in Panning City remains as lively as when they first arrived. With a sparkle of curiosity in his eyes, Chen Xiong leisurely strolls down the street, leading the large black cow, pausing frequently to admire the surroundings, indulging in an array of delectable foods. Now that they have money, it is only natural to indulge in some consumption. Laughter erupts around them as they share bites, with onlookers amused by the antics of this spirited youth. However, an unexpected incident occurs when Chen Xiong is unable to budge the large black cow from its spot while watching a street performance. It remains transfixed until satisfied. The large black cow is convinced that it is witnessing a display by cultivators, utterly mesmerized and mooing incessantly. Boss, do you remember us? Chen Xiong approaches a vendor with a slight smile. We come to purchase some wood carvings. This time, a child is seated beside the vendor, playing with the wood carvings, and the vendor has shifted his stall, though not far from its original location. Ah, young man, it's you. The vendor, momentarily stunned, suddenly recognizes the boy who exchanged rice for his carvings, unchanged over time. Do you have any carvings of a cow? We'd like to buy two. Absolutely. The vendor beams, rummaging through his stock until he produces two lifelike wooden cows, flawless in detail, which he hands to Chen Xiong. After making the payment, Chen Xiong playfully waves the carvings in front of the large black cow, eliciting a frantic response from it, causing Chen Xiong to burst into laughter. They proceed to the riverbank to release a wishing lantern, but the large black cow stubbornly blocks Chen Xiong's view of its wish, standing resolutely in front of him. Chen Xiong leads the large black cow towards the southern part of Panning City, known for its abundance of medical clinics, while the blacksmith shops are located in the north, far enough to require several days of travel on foot. 2 days later, they arrive at a shop with a sign reading Ping Time Medical Clinic, adorned with couplets on either side. The first line reads, "May all people in the world be safe," and the second, "What worry is there for dust to settle on the medicine shelf?" The horizontal inscription states, "Peace under heaven." The clinic bustles with people, each face marked by concern. The doctors at Ping Time Medical Clinic have an excellent reputation, regarded by the local populace as benevolent healers. Inside, the assistants are busy preparing medicine for the steady stream of visitors, while several doctors attend to the ailing, the air filled with cries of pain. "Old cow, I'm going in to see the situation. I'll tie you outside. You're big enough now to learn to protect yourself," Chen Xiong says earnestly. "If a stranger tries to lead you away, just shout and give them a kick. But don't use too much force." Moo. The large black cow nods, giving Chen Xiong a reassuring glance, signaling that it understands. Are you here for treatment or to collect medicine? An assistant casually inquires. I'm looking for Ning Si, Dr. Ning. Chen Xiong bows. Having learned that Ning Si is the owner of the clinic, known for his gentle demeanor and compassionate heart, well-liked by the community. Little brother, are you looking for me? Ning Si emerges from another hall, his thick, dark hair tied back, sporting a mustache and a melancholic gaze, indicating he is in midlife. However, to Chen Xiong, he appears well-preserved, likely older than he seems. Dr. Ning, I seek to learn medicine. Chen Xiong bows deeply, inadvertently revealing his well-defined muscles, causing Ning Si's eyelids to twitch at the sight of such a robust physique. Haha, I'm not taking apprentices at the moment. It would be best for you to look elsewhere. Ning Si replies calmly, indicating he has no intention of taking on a disciple at this time. Dr. Ning, I genuinely wish to learn the art of healing and am willing to endure hardship. Chen Xiong implores, his eyes filled with hope. I can help with chores if it means I can learn something. Alas, a flicker of struggle passes through Ning Si's eyes when suddenly a loud mooing interrupts, startling everyone. A gust of wind sweeps past, and Chen Xiong rushes outside. What agile skills! Ning Si thinks, momentarily impressed as he hurries out to see what is happening. My black cow is so stubborn. It's simply one T budge. A ruffian chuckles, explaining to the onlookers, his expression darkening as he experiences the true meaning of strength. Moo! Moo! The large black cow bellows in anger, ready to charge, but upon seeing Chen Xiong emerge, it calls out eagerly. What's going on? This is my cow. Chen Xiong's eyes widen, his voice raised in anger. Let go. Just because you say it's yours, it is? The ruffian sneers, sizing up Chen Xiong. Just a naive young lad. So, you're saying you refuse to reason? Chen Xiong retorts, incredulous. This is indeed my large black cow. Do you wish to fight? The ruffian spits disdainfully, loosening his grip on the lead rope as he rolls up his sleeves and brandishes a knife. Having roamed these streets for years, he feels confident in dealing with a mere youth. Everyone hear this. This person refuses to reason, Chen Xiong declares, furrowing his brow as he addresses the surrounding crowd, inadvertently revealing the 3 mountain axes at his waist. The ruffian pauses, eyes widening in fear. What is going on? With a firm step, Chen Xiong slowly unfastens his clothing, revealing a chiseled torso, his 16-pack abs visible, his physique reminiscent of someone tempered through rigorous training. Gasps of astonishment ripple through the crowd. This seemingly ordinary youth is, in fact, a formidable fighter. Wait, little brother, I suddenly realize I was mistaken. This is not my cow. Haha. The ruffian's resolve falters, retreating slowly, realizing he has encountered a formidable opponent. I'll just leave now. Get lost. Chen Xiong bellows, charging forward with incredible speed, leaving only an afterimage in his wake. His fist, as large as a sandbag, looms before the ruffian's eyes. Please don't hit me, Grandpa. The street echoes with the ruffian's cries as he rolls on the ground, begging for mercy, while the large black cow stands nearby, spitting in disdain, eventually nudging him away. The ruffian lies on the ground, defeated and bloodied, his body reeking of humiliation and foul odor. With a physique like this youth's, possessing 16 abs and an ironclad body, even summoning a few henchmen would be futile. He could only endure the beating and avoid crossing paths with him in the future. Well done. That ruffian deserved it. A day without learning is a day wasted, and he has been a nuisance for too long. Cheers erupt from the crowd, celebrating Chen Xiong as a hero who dares to do what they could not. Chen Xiong snorts, if they dare to retaliate, I will not hold back. Moo! Moo! The large black cow nudges Chen Xiong, finding comfort in his presence. It's all right, old cow. I am here, Chen Xiong reassures, embracing the large black cow as head, his gaze coldly fixed on the direction of the ruffian's escape. He suddenly turns to Ning Si, who feels a shiver run down his spine. This youth, carrying 3 mountain axes and boasting a formidable physique, truly claims to be here to learn medicine? I implore you, Dr. Ning, accept me as your apprentice. Allow us to assist with chores at Ping Tai Medical Clinic. My ancestral black cow can also lend a hand. Chen Xiong bows deeply, his words imbued with sincerity. Moo! Moo! The large black cow also pleads to Ning Si. Dr. Ning, please take him. Such a righteous young man is rare to find. Indeed, Dr. Ning, this young brother seems to have a difficult background, bringing his cow to the city to seek a living. The crowd rallies in support of Chen Xiong, recognizing his plight. Very well, I shall accept you. Ning Si nodded in agreement. This youth indeed appeared pitiable. If left to wander the streets, he might fall prey to the vengeance of the local ruffians. At least within the confines of the clinic, none would dare to harm him. Thank you, Dr. Xie, Chen Xiong exclaimed with uncontainable joy, bowing to the surrounding townsfolk in gratitude for their support. Let's proceed, Ning Si smiled, his hands clasped behind his back as he led them into the rear courtyard of the clinic. Chapter 11. Chen Xiong becomes a disciple. The art of medicine is profound and intricate, requiring utmost diligence from the very beginning, starting with the identification of medicinal herbs. Ning Si provided Chen Xiong with a book on medicinal materials, instructing him to meticulously recognize and memorize each herb in the backyard. Otherwise, he would not even be worthy of performing menial tasks at the clinic. However, Chen Xiong considered himself quite astute, teaching the great black bull to identify the herbs while simultaneously reinforcing his own knowledge. Yet, the harsh reality imparted a stark lesson to him. With thousands of herbs to distinguish, precise identification could not merely rely on rote memorization. As night fell, candles were lit in the backyard, and one man and one bull studied diligently under their flickering light. Old bull, I never realized your intellect was somewhat lacking. Chen Xiong laughed heartily, feeling a sense of balance as they appeared evenly matched. For him, the most bitter truth was not the inability to learn, but rather the thought that the old bull had mastered it while he remained in the dark. Moo, moo. The great black bull, indignant, widened its eyes and nudged Chen Xiong, struggling with some obscure characters it could not comprehend and still needing Chen Xiong's interpretation. Yet, it had already devised a plan to overtake Chen Xiong during his absence, hoping to dampen his arrogant spirit. Time quietly slipped away as they immersed themselves in the study of medicinal herbs. A year passed, and Chen Xiong officially donned the uniform of an assistant at Ping Tai Medical Clinic. He walked with a newfound confidence, a smile of pride gracing his lips. Throughout the year, he had familiarized himself with most of the herbs, but Dr. Ning did not commend him for his talents. Instead, he merely remarked on his diligence and ability to endure solitude. Chen Xiong also added a touch of speed to his longevity point, believing that swiftness in martial arts was invincible. If one could run fast enough, calamity would always lag behind. Assistant, 1 chien of wintergreen, 2 chien of hundredflower, 3 chien of autumn stone. Understood, Chen Xiong replied, swiftly retrieving the herbs from various cabinets and packaging them for the customer. After a night of rest, Chen Xiong cracked sunflower seeds alongside the black bull, continuing his studies of the medicinal book. However, a hint of suspicion gradually crept into his gaze as he scrutinized the great black bull. Old bull, moo. The black bull trembled, its eyes betraying its secrets. Have you been secretly studying? I've been observing you for several days. Chen Xiong raised an eyebrow, realizing the bull had crossed the line, laughing and fooling around with him at night, while stealthily learning during the day. How bold! Moo! Moo! The black bull broke into a cold sweat, desperately denying the accusation, though its eyes had already given it away. I shall punish you by forbidding you from reading tonight. Chen Xiong turned away, continuing to snack on seeds. Only when you understand the folly of your actions will I allow you to read with me. Moo moo. The black bull, flustered, circled Chen Xiong, accidentally knocking him over. With no other choice, Chen Xiong resorted to emotional appeal, explaining the dangers of clandestine learning. Do you understand? If I am not around and you misidentify something, what then? You still cannot recognize all the characters. These are medicinal herbs, and a single mistake could cost lives. Moo, moo. The black bull nodded repeatedly, comprehending the gravity of the situation, vowing never to learn in secret again. Now let us continue. I will tell you about the properties of this herb. Chen Xiong pointed to the book, and the black bull leaned in, eager to learn, their hearts ablaze with passion. The following year, Chen Xiong had memorized all the commonly used herbs in the clinic. Every night, he and the black bull quizzed one another, naming different herbs. Doctor, Ning continued to offer only brief praise, without excessive reaction. Whenever he found himself without tasks, Chen Xiong would stealthily approach the various physicians, watching them consult with patients, seizing every opportunity to learn, for he had time aplenty. Upon returning to the courtyard each night, Dr. Ning gifted Chen Xiong a pharmacology book, detailing the ailments that various herbal combinations could treat, as well as potential herb interactions. Truly profound, Chen Xiong exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with wonder. This opens a new world for us, old bull. We are merely at the threshold. Moo moo. The black bull gazed wide-eyed, utterly captivated. Chen Xiong continued to enhance his speed with the longevity point, diving deeper into his studies. Seasons changed, and 5 years swiftly passed. Chen Xiong had now donned the attire of a senior assistant, and they had been at Pingtai Medical Clinic for 7 years. He had witnessed much suffering, helplessness, and wails of despair. However, his optimistic demeanor provided solace to many of the townsfolk who came seeking help. The clinic's staff underwent changes each year, but everyone remembered this perpetually smiling youth and his trusty axe, which he never left behind. In a grand hall of the clinic, Ning Si sat with a serious demeanor. If one could misjudge a person at first glance, one would certainly not err after 7 years. Chen Xiong, clad in formal attire, was paying his respects to his master, then offering tea to Ning Si and his wife. Master, mistress. Chen Xiong bowed his head respectfully, his eyes reflecting reverence. Chen Xiong, what does it mean to be a physician? To treat illness and save lives is my duty, but virtue holds greater significance. Ning Si narrowed his eyes slightly, observing Chen Xiong. If you were to encounter a mountain bandit, who, despite his heinous deeds, was gravely injured and sought your assistance, what would you do? Chen Xiong paused, slightly taken aback before responding earnestly. Then, Master Ning, I shall speak candidly. Given his severe injuries, I would surely notice him first, but I would not offer aid. He hesitated, his expression conflicted. I would pass by with a headscarf to avoid future retaliation. Ning Si and his wife were momentarily stunned. He had even contemplated an escape route. Very well, very well. Ning Si smiled as he sipped his tea. A physician should not act maliciously. Simply adhere to your principles. I merely wish to hear your honest thoughts. This child is indeed commendable, possessing integrity and a noble spirit. His wife chimed in, smiling. Had Chen Xiong said he would rescue the bandit merely to please us, we would have regarded him with disdain for his insincerity. Good, you are now officially a disciple. I have only accepted 2 disciples in my lifetime, and you shall be the 3rd. Ning Si's expression turned serious. He had observed Chen Xiong for a long time. Though you may not possess the most extraordinary intellect, I believe you shall become the most skilled physician. His wife's eyes widened in astonishment. It was the first time she had heard Ning Si praise anyone in such a manner. Not even their daughter had received such accolades. Master Ning, you flatter me. Chen Xiong, calm in demeanor, bowed his head yet felt a smile creeping at the corners of his mouth. After the discipleship ceremony, Chen Xiong returned to the clinic's courtyard, cracking sunflower seeds as he recounted the day's events to the black bull, his eyes radiating a single emotion, pride. My master praised me as possessing the demeanor of a medical emperor, with auspicious energy spreading 30,000 miles. A celestial being has descended to celebrate the return of Emperor Chen. Moo moo moo. The black bull, wide-eyed with belief, darted about in excitement, nudging Chen Xiong in sheer joy for his accomplishments. Laughter echoed through the courtyard, mingling with the black bull's jubilant mooing. As Chen Xiong continued to channel all his longevity points into enhancing his speed. Chapter 12. May your future be bright and promising in the ensuing 3 years. Chen Xiong began to accompany Ning Si on medical visits, traversing the countryside to resolve various ailments. Occasionally, when faced with minor troubles, he would inadvertently reveal his chiseled abs. Carrying a small booklet filled with numerous inquiries, Chen Xiong exhibited an insatiable thirst for knowledge, to which the patient Ning Si diligently responded. Such an eager disciple is indeed a rarity. However, during one home visit to a local gentleman, Chen Xiong accidentally exposed a large axe strapped at his waist, leaving everyone in shock. Is this fellow truly a physician? Chen Xiong merely smiled sheepishly, reasoning that it was quite normal to carry an axe while traveling. He calmly adjusted his robe to cover the axe, only to inadvertently display 2 more, sending the household servants into a defensive stance, brandishing their staffs as if preparing for battle. With a gentle smile, Chen Xiong attempted to explain that it was reasonable to carry additional weapons while wandering the world, and had it not been for Ning Si's presence, a conflict might have erupted. As Ning Si conducted his examination, the family members of the gentleman began to perspire nervously. They feared that should they encounter an incurable ailment, the youth might resort to using his axe to resolve the issue altogether. Observing their apprehensive expressions, Chen Xiong smiled and nodded reassuringly, signaling them to remain calm. In response, they returned anxious smiles, their heads bobbing like chicks pecking at grains, as beads of cold sweat trickled down their brows. At the Ping Tai Medical Hall, the sun shone brightly, heralding the arrival of spring. Chen Xiong had donned the attire of a physician, earning the respectful address of Dr. Chen for passersby. Suddenly, a distressed citizen rushed in, supporting a pallid individual whose complexion was ominously dark. Chen Xiong's eyes narrowed as he assessed the situation. The man's blood was tainted with poison, and had he arrived any later, it would have been too late. Yet, had he been bitten by a snake? Placing the man on a nearby bed, Chen Xiong observed 2 tiny wounds on his hand, clearly inflicted by venomous fangs. "No, Dr. Chen," the citizen interjected. "He consumed toxic mushrooms." Chen Xiong was taken aback and promptly began to check the man's pulse, his expression shifting as he realized the gravity of the situation. After consuming poisonous mushrooms, he had also been bitten by a snake. Bang! The citizen collapsed to his knees, weeping and pleading. "Doctor, I implore you, save him. I shall write you a prescription. Hurry and gather the necessary herbs. There is still a chance for salvation." Chen Xiong replied as he scribbled on a piece of paper and handed it to the citizen. Upon seeing the prescription, the citizen's expression faltered. He lacked the funds to procure the medicine. "Fear not. I shall advance the cost for you. Repay me when you are able," Chen Xiong said calmly, believing that every little bit of help counted, especially since he had earned a fair sum from treating wealthy clients over the past year. "Thank you, doctor. Thank you," the citizen exclaimed, tears streaming down his face. Chen Xiong nodded. In this world, when a man falters, his family often crumbles as well. So offering assistance within his means was but a small act of kindness. However, gradually, he realized his initial perception was misguided. The reputation of Chen Xiong's benevolence spread far and wide, and the physicians at the medical hall, all with families to support, could not afford to emulate his selfless acts. He had become a figure of adoration, with whispers proclaiming him a miraculous healer who charged no fees and even allowed prescriptions to be settled later. It was only a matter of time before someone would present him with a banner of accolades. A throng of impoverished individuals flocked to him, and soon Chen Xiong found his finances dwindling. He refused to burden others with the moral obligation to follow his example. Meanwhile, those indebted to him seldom returned to repay their dues, leaving him genuinely impoverished. The tides turned, and some citizens began to accuse him of being a negligent savior. Feigning compassion, those he had once aided now regarded him with disdain. Some who had come seeking his care, upon learning he no longer offered credit, spat in contempt, feeling their time wasted for traveling such a distance. Good deeds seldom travel far, yet misdeeds spread like wildfire, they said, branding the Ping Tai Medical Hall as the abode of a morally dubious physician who perpetually bore 3 axes, an unmistakable sign of ill intent. In the rear courtyard of the medical hall, Chen Xiong no longer dared to consult patients in the main hall. "Goodness, the fool is none other than myself." Chen Xiong laughed, a sound tinged with melancholy, as he noticed the altered gazes of the staff and fellow physicians towards him. Did you not enjoy playing the role? Do you still wish to maintain a facade? Many within the hall secretly mocked him, as he had once overshadowed them with his brilliance. Moo! Moo! The large black cow pressed its head against Chen Xiong's face, aware of the rumors circulating about him. "Old cow," Chen Xiong sighed. "I did mention we should assist only our friends. Do you now comprehend my intent?" Moo! The black cow gazed at Chen Xiong with concern, having never before witnessed such despondency in him. In its eyes, Chen Xiong was always a beacon of optimism and joy. "You underestimate me." This outcome was entirely within my expectations. I merely wished to demonstrate the truth of my statement. Chen Xiong forced a smile, embracing the cow's head, their faces close together. Mu the black cow nuzzled Chen Xiong affectionately, its emotion subdued, yet seething with anger beneath the surface. Old cow, we must take our leave. This place is no longer suitable for us. I shall bid farewell to Master Ning. Chen Xiong patted the black cow, recognizing that his presence had begun to adversely affect the medical hall's operations, and he wished to inconvenience no one further. Moo! The black cow leaped up, eager to depart, and hurried to gather their pots and pans. Chen Xiong watched its busy figure with warmth in his heart, a faint smile gracing his lips. At Ning Si's residence, Chen Xiong had changed into his former attire, forsaking the long robe of the medical hall. I am aware of the situation and understand your plight, Ning Si said. Seated in the main position, his eyes reflecting years of wisdom. Human nature is inherently flawed. This is a lesson I have gleaned from years of practice. I hope it aids you on your future path. Master Ning's teachings shall not be forgotten, Chen Xiong replied solemnly, bowing deeply. Over the past decade, he had acquired an abundance of knowledge. Ning Si retrieved a nameless tome from the table, explaining, "This compendium contains my experiences over the years. I gift it to you." Ah, Chen Xiong gasped, stepping forward to catch the book. Master Ning, this is too generous. Ning Si tugged gently, but the book seemed stubbornly stuck, as if gripped by an iron vice. It is of no consequence. Take it. Thank you, Master Ning. Chen Xiong swiftly secured the book at his waist. His speed astonished Ning Si, whose pupils widened in surprise. Go, and do return when you have the time. Master, I am grateful for your kindness. Should the Ning family require assistance, I will hasten back, no matter the distance. Chen Xiong's expression turned serious as he offered a final bow. Ning Si nodded thoughtfully, saying, "In the years I have observed you, I have seen that wisdom often masquerades as foolishness. You are no ordinary individual. Remain steadfast in your principles." Chen Xiong slowly lifted his gaze, casting one last glance at Ning Si before turning to depart. As he walked away, Ning Si smiled softly to himself. Ah, young Xiong, may your path be illuminated and your future promising. Chapter 13. Stepping into the Ningyun mountain range and the first encounter with a monster the next day, before dawn, Chen Xiong and the great black bull set forth, journeying westward, gradually disappearing into the depths of the street. As the townsfolk awoke and ventured out, word spread that Chen Xiong had departed from the clinic. Some inexplicably rejoiced, feeling as if they had banished a malevolent presence, while others felt a pang of loss, recognizing Chen Xiong as a genuinely good doctor who had committed no wrongdoing. Yet, after a few days, the matter faded from their minds. Whether Chen Xiong remained or left would not enrich their own coffers, for in this world, few possess the inclination to concern themselves with a stranger. The Ningyun mountain range stood majestically between heaven and earth, a timeless beacon of inspiration for all living things, having endured for countless ages. The dark, sheer cliffs loomed like blades of stone, and the undulating ridges coiled like a colossal dragon in slumber. Gazing downwards, one beheld a sea of white clouds encircling the peaks. Shrouded in mist, on a narrow mountain path, a youth was busily gathering herbs in a bamboo basket, accompanied by the great black bull. Over the past 3 years, Chen Xiong had continued to invest his points in speed, eager to discover if he would be unable to enhance further upon reaching 20 points. Their current statistics were as follows: strength, 21, speed, 18. With extraordinary swiftness, should Chen Xiong sprint, he would become a mere blur to the naked eye. An impressive feat indeed. Old bull, let us search meticulously, Chen Xiong urged. My basket is filled with medicinal herbs. Perhaps we might uncover the legendary elixir that cures all ailments. It was known that the Ningyun mountain range often yielded rare herbs some hundreds of years old, which could be sold in the city for a handsome profit. Moo, the great black bull frolicked about, recognizing many of the herbs, a testament to the power of knowledge. Its mind had become considerably clearer. Yet, they must not venture too deep, for it was said that monsters lurked in these woods, far more perilous than ordinary beasts. Chen Xiong spoke nervously. What if we encounter a cultivator who takes a disliking to us and decides to eliminate us? Moo, the great black bull replied. understanding the gravity of the situation. Suddenly, a chilling scream echoed through the forest, startling countless birds into flight. Instinctively, Chen Xiong donned a bandit's headscarf, while the great black bull halted, their eyes locking in mutual alarm. They're monsters. Several townsfolk rushed towards them, shouting in panic. Upon seeing Chen Xiong's scarf, they paused in surprise, then cried out, "Run! Monsters! Old bull, we must flee!" Chen Xiong exclaimed, a wave of fear washing over him as he and the great black bull dashed forward. Behind them, a monstrous creature resembling a cross between a wolf and a tiger pursued them with wild ferocity, its body larger than that of a tiger, its eyes a menacing crimson. What a terrifying sight! Chen Xiong gasped. The duo ran without hesitation, snapping countless dry branches beneath their feet, transforming into twin gusts of wind, while the townsfolk watched in horror, exclaiming, "They're running so fast." The monster, enraged, its eyes glowing ever redder, drooled with anticipation, relishing the chase of its swift prey. "Ah, it's coming!" The townsfolk shrieked, one fainting from sheer terror. Yet, astonishingly, the monster leapt over them, fixating solely on the boy and the bull. "What are you doing? Are you insane?" Chen Xiong's eyes widened in disbelief as the creature bore down upon them, its speed far surpassing that of any ordinary beast. "Moo! Moo!" The great black bull charged forward, sweat beading on its brow, overwhelmed by the terror of the monstrous beast. Suddenly, a thunderous crash erupted. The great black bull, in its panic, collided with a massive tree, causing it to splinter and lean precariously, nearly uprooted. "Old bull!" Chen Xiong shouted in distress, rushing to examine its head. Moo, the great black bull, swayed slightly, but it was merely dazed with a few scrapes, nuzzling Chen Xiong in reassurance. The monster, now closing in, displayed an eager glint in its eyes, thrilled to encounter prey that could run so swiftly. Chen Xiong and the great black bull stood together, terror etched on their faces, for the monster's appearance was truly horrifying. "This is the end, old bull." Chen Xiong trembled, clutching the bull's head, while the great black bull's pupils quivered, its hooves trembling. Would their journey toward immortality end here? The monster drooled incessantly, circling them, its too timid prey igniting no wariness within it. Suddenly, it lunged forward, bloodlust evident in its gaze, as it charged at Chen Xiong with ferocious intent. At that moment, just as the monster was upon them, Chen Xiong's demeanor shifted, the fear dissipated, replaced by a chilling calm. A fierce whirlwind erupted from the ground as he transformed into a mere shadow, his speed so extraordinary that the monster's eyes struggled to keep pace. "Though you are formidable, you are not yet worthy of me wielding my second axe of destruction," Chen Xiong declared, having now positioned himself behind the beast, holding a bloodied axe, the bandit's scarf only revealing his icy gaze. A sudden, searing pain coursed through the monster's abdomen, causing it to collapse and howl in agony, blood spilling forth uncontrollably. The great black bull sprang into action, its powerful weight crashing down, creating a deep crater in the earth, forcing the monster's innards to burst forth, sealing its fate. Chen Xiong struck with brutal precision, blood splattering across the ground. "Is this all you've got? Oh, is this it?" Chen Xiong taunted, the adrenaline still coursing through his veins. "Moo! Moo!" The boy and the bull raged against the lifeless creature, venting their fear and shock, spittle flying wildly. With a large pot set over a fire, Chen Xiong exclaimed, "By the heavens, let us feast! Old bull, we were fortunate this time. This monster was capable of sorcery, ice and fire, and all that." Chen Xiong recalled tales he had heard in the city, legends of beasts only cultivators could slay. Yet the meat was undeniably delicious. "Moo moo!" The great black bull bellowed happily, savoring the exquisite flavor of the flesh, relishing this unprecedented feast. Once they had consumed their fill, the duo hastily buried the evidence, packing away the leftover meat and filling the pit. Chen Xiong meticulously arranged the scene, ensuring that the remnants of the monster were scattered, making it appear as though nothing had transpired. They fled to a distant thicket where wild beasts were scarce. "Old bull, even a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. We must not be outdone by mere rabbits. Let us dig. Moo. With strength on their side, Chen Xiong expertly employed various outdoor excavation techniques, determined to avoid sleeping on the ground. Finally, with great care, he placed a massive stone atop their hideaway, leaving a small gap, then covered it with grass and leaves, rendering the entrance invisible. As the light of a candle flickered in the underground chamber, the world outside felt secure once more. Comfortable, Chen Xiong sighed, leaning against the great black bull, lost in thought. This world was undeniably fraught with peril, particularly today's encounter with a monster that nearly overwhelmed them with fear. After much contemplation, he finally retrieved the tome given to him by Old Sun, the breathing technique. Chapter 14. Immortal Cultivation Manual. United in mediocrity, spiritual energy permeates the universe. Sensing this energy allows one to connect with heaven and earth, drawing it into the body. As Chen continued reading, his astonishment grew. An exclamation caught in his throat, each subsequent sentence elevating the sensation to even greater heights. He swallowed hard, his eyes wide with shock, exclaiming, "Incredible!" Moo, startled. The great black ox rose, its gaze fixed on the Qi refining manual, perplexed by its contents. "Old ox, it's an immortal cultivation manual," Chen declared excitedly, reveling in the joy of obtaining it freely. Immortal cultivation, the kind that allows one to fly, without having to become a menial laborer in an immortal sect. Moo. The great black ox was equally thrilled, recalling the awe-inspiring sight of immortal cultivators soaring through the heavens on their swords, a sight they had long envied. The Qi refining stage is divided into 10 levels, the 10th of which allows one to establish a foundation, breaking through the limitations of lifespan, extending it to 400 years. Upon reading this, both Chen and the great black ox exchanged furtive glances, a subtly mischievous grin spreading across their faces. However, the manual only covered up to the foundation establishment stage. They remained ignorant of realms beyond that. "Old ox, let's try it together. Follow its instructions, and try to sense the spiritual energy of the universe." Chen sat in a meditative posture, even instructing the great black ox on how to do so, chuckling to himself. All beings with spiritual roots, he knew, were capable of sensing spiritual energy. "Moo, don't worry, you definitely have it. You're a spiritual beast, after all." Moo the great black ox grinned, reassured. "Come, spiritual energy of the universe, heed my call. Enter my body. Moo 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 moo." Following the manual's instructions, the man and the ox began to seek out the aura of heaven and earth, their eyes gently closed, their minds stilled. An hour passed. 2 hours passed. 3 hours passed. "Impossible, absolutely impossible," Chen exclaimed, abruptly opening his eyes and turning to the great black ox. "Is it a fake?" "Moo moo." The great black ox hesitated, then nodded, seemingly confirming the lack of any sensation. "Damn it," Chen groaned, his face contorted in pain, his hands supporting him on the ground. So, the son of that old son was indeed harmed by a fake. It seems his son realized something was wrong after cultivating, which is why he left it behind. "Moo moo." The great black ox nodded in agreement, impressed by Chen's astute deduction. However, Chen paused, frowning slightly. "After cultivating, I did feel something in my abdomen." "Moo? Probably just too much demonic beast meat. I'm going out for a moment to relieve myself." The great black ox. After venturing outside, Chen found a secluded spot, dug a pit, and squatted down, lost in thought. Could it be that my spiritual roots are too weak? Chen tensed his facial muscles, then slowly relaxed them. No way. The great black ox is a spiritual beast. Could it be that it's just as inept as I am? The thought amused Chen, causing him to chuckle inwardly, his movements growing more pronounced. Suddenly, his expression changed as he glanced down at his feet. "Ouch, damn it." Upon returning to the earth cave, Chen declared, "Old ox, actually there's another possibility. Our spiritual roots might just be too weak." The great black ox did not respond. Instead, its nose twitched, detecting an unpleasant odor emanating from Chen. "Old ox." Chen frowned, puzzled by its behavior. The great black ox's nose was now almost touching Chen's feet, with strength to uproot mountains and spirit to cover the world. "Moo." The great black ox was instantly lifted into the air by Chen, who roared, "Old ox, I'm talking to you." "Moo, Mu the great black ox relented, leaning against the dirt wall, keeping a safe distance from Chen, its bovine eyes filled with veiled mockery. Let's continue to cultivate for an hour each day. If it doesn't work, then so be it. Mu. The great black ox nodded, noticing Chen approaching. It quickly shifted its position, but Chen was relentless. The great black ox was on the verge of tears. They were forced to huddle together for the night. The next morning, the chirping of birds filled the earth cave as a ray of sunlight pierced through. Let's go, old ox. Time to gather herbs. Chen slowly opened his eyes, stretching languidly, still half asleep. And then, I'll apply some medicine to your head. Mu the great black ox also awoke, its head still throbbing. Time slipped away like sand through their fingers. 3 years had passed since they had arrived in the Ningyan Mountains, but they had not encountered any more dangerous demonic beasts venturing out of the mountains. However, they had come across countless skeletal remains of commoners. Whenever they had the opportunity, Chen and the great black ox would revert to their old profession. The mournful sound of the Swana horn and the tinkling of bells echoed through the mountains, guiding the souls of the departed back to their homeland. Chen, clad in animal hide, carried a bamboo basket on his back, wielding a mountain-splitting axe. 2 blades were wrapped around his waist, and his face was adorned with several painted stripes. With a bow and arrows slung across his back, he resembled a wild man. The great black ox's horns had finally grown back this year. It too was draped in animal hide, its bovine head painted with several large stripes. If one did not look closely, it would be difficult to recognize it as a great black ox. A wild boar fled frantically, its eyes filled with terror. It remembered how, just a few days ago, its father had been brutally killed by the wild man with his bare hands, and its mother had been crushed to death by the wild ox. Oink, snort. The wild boar suddenly stopped, whimpering. It looked ahead and behind, spotting the wild man and the wild ox. Hee hee. Chen grinned, revealing a bloodthirsty smile, blocking its path. Moo moo. The great black ox sealed off its retreat. Little pig, become a part of our bodies. We will grow stronger together with you. Chen cackled maniacally. In a flash, he appeared above the wild boar, while the great black ox charged forward, their coordination seamless. Squeal! A flash of blood, and the wild boar collapsed, lifeless. The entire family had been neatly dispatched by Chen and the great black ox. Let's go, old ox. Moo! Chen hoisted the wild boar's carcass onto his shoulder, while the great black ox dug a pit to bury the bloodstains. They headed back to their earth cave. Old ox, I never thought that manual would actually be real, Chen said, devouring the wild boar meat, his mouth greasy. My hearing has improved. These immortal cultivators are indeed different from us mortals. Moo moo moo. The great black ox nodded vigorously, splattering broth everywhere. In the dead of night, it could see things more clearly than before. This sensation is completely different from that brought about by longevity points. Longevity points seem to strengthen the physical body, while immortal cultivation elevates the senses. It's a kind of life progression. But our progress has stalled again, Chen said, shaking his head slightly. He stubbornly added longevity points to his speed, reaching 21. And he didn't spare the great black ox either. However, just like with strength, they seem to have encountered a bottleneck, unable to further improve the physical capabilities. It's quite strange. Moo moo? The great black ox was also puzzled. Could it be that they could only achieve longevity in the mortal realm? After all, no one among the current commoners could defeat them in a one-on-one fight. How about we try mana next year? Chen suggested tentatively, interpreting it as a blue bar, but they didn't have any skills. Moo. Moo the great black ox shook its head, nudging Chen. Essence of all things? Moo. The great black ox nodded enthusiastically. Eager to try it. Mana was too mysterious. Its black ox charge was already quite formidable. All right, we'll listen to you. Chen smiled, patting the great black ox with his greasy hand, unnoticed by the ox. Chapter 15. With one step, 10 years of virtue are lost in the following year. They continued to forage for medicinal herbs, discern their properties, and diligently practice medicine while cultivating the qi refinement technique in the mountains. Chen Xiong often found himself marveling at the simple joy of existence. He had once envisioned what immortality would be like, watching the world's tumultuous rise and fall. With countless tombstones behind him, leaving only a solitary figure in this realm. Yet now, Chen Xiong would dismiss such profound thoughts, declaring that the joy of an immortal wild man was beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. In a cave, Chen Xiong and the great black bull had relocated once again. Continuous heavy rains had washed away their earthen shelters, but fortunately, their pots and utensils were securely protected by the bull. "Oh bull, ha!" Chen Xiong laughed heartily, drenched from head to toe, unconcerned about their lost home. He playfully punched the great black bull, exclaiming, "You've truly impressed me. I've known your capabilities since childhood." "Moo moo moo." The great black bull joyfully leaped about. Chen Xiong was clearing the cave entrance, grateful that their belongings had been safeguarded. "Let us see what this essence of all things is about," he said with a grin as he began to kindle a fire. Gazing at the torrential rain outside, he felt an inexplicable sense of delight, finding the sound of the rain truly melodious. "Moo," replied the great black bull, who began to assist by occasionally dashing outside to revel in the rain, splattering Chen Xiong with droplets. Enraged, Chen Xiong summoned his strength, drenched the bull thoroughly, and they both settled by the fire for warmth. Chen Xiong infused the essence of all things into the substance he had gathered, and in an instant, his expression altered dramatically as a green light surged through his body. "Moo moo moo." The great black bull, alarmed, began to pace anxiously around Chen Xiong. "Old bull, I'm fine," Chen Xiong reassured, taking a deep breath and embracing the great black bull, recognizing it was merely the essence of all things. "Moo," the great black bull murmured, trembling with fear, for it could not fathom what would happen if Chen Xiong were to come to harm. "Let me try," Chen Xiong said, his expression turning serious as he opened his palm. A flickering green light emerged, gradually coalescing into a droplet of green liquid, sparkling like a gem. Suddenly, he felt weak, drenched in cold sweat, and exclaimed, "Is this substance draining my essence?" "Moo?" the old bull questioned. "You try it." "Moo." In a short while, a droplet of green liquid formed on the bull's hoof as well, and they both collapsed, gasping for breath. The great black bull finally comprehended Chen Xiong's words, seemingly envisioning several young cows giggling in the distance. "It's a trap." Chen Xiong trembled, realizing that despite being a man celebrated for his endurance, he was on the verge of collapse. Moo, the great black bull, with vacant eyes, felt despondent, having believed itself invincible among the bovine, only to be bested in a single encounter. After an hour, they finally regained their strength, and Chen Xiong felt a surge of dread. Had they encountered a wild beast at that moment, they would have been in grave danger. "Old bull, we must not use the essence of all things recklessly. We should at least use it separately." Chen Xiong assessed his body, feeling no sense of depletion, but as a physician, he resolved to brew some medicinal soup the following day for replenishment. "Moo moo." The great black bull nodded enthusiastically, appreciating the benefits of studying medicine. "What use is it?" "It resembles a green gem," Chen Xiong mused, scrutinizing the droplet in his palm, which was indeed peculiar, not dissipating like a mere drop of water. He placed it upon his axe, yet there was no reaction. He set it upon their pots and pans. No reaction. He even tried a stone, still nothing finally. In exasperation, he placed it on a bandana of a notorious bandit, yet again no response. "Moo!" the great black bull suddenly exclaimed, causing Chen Xiong to turn in surprise. The bull had prostrated itself, examining a wild grass, studying its patterns. "Remarkable!" Chen Xiong gasped, turning to the great black bull, placing the green droplet atop the wild grass, which instantly merged with it, undergoing a noticeable transformation. "Moo?" the old bull questioned. "This is a groundbreaking discovery. This green liquid can accelerate growth," Chen Xiong exclaimed, spitting out a mouthful of dirt as he spoke. "But we must observe further. If this is indeed the case, we shall soar to great heights." "Moo moo moo." The great black bull grinned, cautiously protecting the wild grass. Chen Xiong, with determination, declared, "I am a pharmacist. What harm can it do to drain me?" Silence enveloped them, as still as the dead of night, with only the sound of the rain outside the cave. Chen Xiong found himself at a loss. His palm yielded no reaction, and he could no longer condense any green liquid. He coughed lightly. "Old bull, you try now." "Moo." The great black bull extended its hoof, exerting itself, yet still no reaction. It's fine, we'll take our time. We're not short on it. As time flowed like a reverse journey, a year passed swiftly. Whispers of wild men began to circulate around the outskirts of the Ningyun mountain range, evoking terror. These wild men were said to roam the deep forests, accompanied by a wild bull that feasted upon human bones, leaving behind the remains of the unfortunate. By night, the eerie sound of a swona echoed through the woods, accompanied by an unsettling jingling of bells, akin to the harbingers of death. Should one encounter these wild men, it was advised not to engage, but to find a pit to bury oneself. Countless villagers trembled at the thought, deterred from entering the depths of Ningyun Mountain, fearing the emergence of these wild men. Those who dared to venture into the mountains now traveled in groups, armed and vigilant against potential ambushes. If they succeeded in slaying the wild men, they could claim rewards from the authorities, prompting many bounty hunters to join the fray. At the foot of a mountain peak, Chen Xiong and the great black bull scavenged for bones. Old bull, although we do not know them, our profession has its own code, does it not? Chen Xiong remarked as he picked up a bone from the grass, intending to erect a makeshift grave for the deceased, accumulating virtue in these trying times. Moo moo. The great black bull nodded earnestly. They had amassed a considerable amount of virtue. As the old man's son had said, the heavens would protect them. Look at you. With one misstep, 10 years of virtue gone. Moo moo moo. The great black bull suddenly raised its leg, exclaiming as it had inadvertently stepped on a bone, pleading with Chen Xiong, "Let us do this. Today I'll eat meat, and you'll drink soup. The Buddha will forgive you." Moo. The great black bull hesitated, but for the sake of virtue, it ultimately nodded, reasoning that missing one meal would lead to starvation. They soon located a nearby pit to bury the bones and commence their rites. The great black bull worked diligently, the bells clanging as it sought to atone for stepping on the remains. Over the year, they finally discerned the essence of all things. They learned that they could condense only one droplet daily with a value of 1, which could accelerate a plant's growth by 1 month. Now, having reached a point of 2, as Chen Xiong had predicted, a single droplet could hasten growth by 2 months. This brought them immense joy, for it meant they could cultivate precious medicinal herbs. Their mastery of the qi refinement technique had also yielded results. With both advancing to the second level, their senses clearer. Chen Xiong began to perceive the so-called magical essence within him, albeit without any practical skills. "All right, let us go, old bull." With a smile, Chen Xiong engaged in such activities without a hint of fear, feeling utterly at ease. It was merely a leisurely stroll they indulged in after their daily meals. Mooing softly, the large black cow nudged Chen Xiong, seeking to share in his merits. "Ha ha!" Chen Xiong walked alongside the cow, affectionately holding its head, as they made their way toward their cave. Along the path, as they passed through a thicket, both Chen Xiong and the black cow instinctively flinched, darting sideways in unison. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 sharp arrows whizzed by, embedding themselves in the earth, their formidable power so great that had they not evaded, their bodies would have been pierced through. Chapter 16. Incinerating corpses and scattering ashes. These savages and wild oxen possess remarkable agility. A refined man in scholarly attire remarked from a tree, gently discarding his bow and unsheathing the sword at his waist. "Senior brother Su, allow this junior sister to deal with such uncouth individuals," a woman chirped, her eyes gleaming with a frigid light. "Junior sister Wan, you handle the wild ox. Leave the savage to me, and be careful not to get hurt." A scarred man grinned fiendishly. "I thank you, senior brother Tian." Junior sister Wan flashed a captivating smile, igniting a fervent desire in the scarred man. Senior brother Su remained silent with a smile. Hunting these savages was an excellent opportunity to enhance the reputation of the 100 Mysteries sect. It would not only rid the populace of a menace, but also attract generous donations from wealthy city dwellers. This would elevate their standing in the martial world and entice new talents to join their ranks. Launching a deadly strike right away? Aren't you afraid of killing the wrong person? A frigid voice emanated from beneath the trees, the emotion in it seemingly suppressed to the extreme. Senior brother Su gazed at Chun, a sneer forming on his face. face obscured, clad in animal hides, accompanied by a wild ox. You must be the savage who feasts on human bones. It seems we haven't made a mistake. We have never consumed human bones. Those were burial mounds we erected for them. You are welcome to investigate and verify. Chen articulated each word with force and conviction. Neither I nor the old ox have provoked any of you. Ha! The three of them erupted in laughter, as if they had heard the most amusing joke in the world. Senior brother, Su, shook his head in amusement. Indeed, a savage. Do you think you have any say in the matter? The old ox and I are willing to confront anyone to clarify the matter. However, I repeat, we have not offended any of you. Chen's gaze swept coldly over the three figures in the tree. You have misunderstood. Savage, I believe it is you who misunderstands. The truth is irrelevant. The scarred man brandished his blade with a menacing grin, descending from the tree and landing firmly on the ground, displaying his profound skill. Only with your death will the people find peace, and only then can the 100 Mysteries sect advance further. As his words faded, the scarred man lunged forward with explosive force, his veins bulging. The blade sang as it hurtled towards Chen's head. Too slow. Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, sidestepping the swift and heavy attack. He drew his cleaver from his back, meeting the blade's force head-on. Clang! A shower of sparks erupted. The scarred man's hand trembled, and he was taken aback. The savage possessed immense strength, but his attacks lacked any discernible technique, revealing his lack of martial arts training. Chen exchanged a silent glance with the old black ox. The two of them swiftly engaged in combat, the sound of clashing metal reverberating through the air, a testament to their fierce struggle. Just as the old black ox was about to assist, junior sister one darted out from behind, slashing with her sword. However, the old black ox skillfully evaded each attack, preventing her blade from even grazing its hide. You beast! Junior sister one's pupils dilated. It was the first time she had encountered such an agile black ox. She relentlessly pursued it with her sword, forcing the old black ox to flee in all directions. Senior brother Su frowned. The savage possessed immense strength, and junior brother Tian might not be able to hold out for long. He bellowed, Junior brother Tian, I'll assist you. Senior brother Su, quickly slay this fiend. The scarred man's eyes widened in desperation, sweat pouring down his face. His hands were covered in blood, his knuckles cracked. Each collision with the cleaver sent tremors through his body. Senior brother Su soared into the air. The savage's entire body was riddled with openings. He brandished his long sword, bringing it down on Chen's flank with lethal intent. So, you finally arrived. A faint smile touched Chen's lips. His left hand instantly retrieved another cleaver from his waist, blocking the surprise attack with lightning speed. Clang! A piercing sound reverberated. Senior brother Su was shocked to discover that the savage wielded two axes. Chen's feet suddenly accelerated, and he vanished from his spot. Junior brother Tian, be careful. Senior brother Su exclaimed in horror. The savage had not been using his full strength earlier, but it was too late. Two flashes of the axe swept past, and the scarred man's blood splattered as his head soared into the air. His body collapsed to the ground with a thud. The afterimage of the attack had not yet dissipated. Senior brother Su stared in disbelief, his eyes darting back and forth, his grip tightening on his longsword. Boom! Chun stomped down with immense force, leaping from the side and bringing both axes down with devastating force. Senior brother Su reacted quickly, raising his sword to block the attack. However, he had underestimated the sheer power behind it. Senior brother Su roared in agony. His sword was cracking, and the sound of bones breaking echoed throughout his body. His sword was shattered, and the two axes continued their descent, cleaving into Senior brother Su's body. A torrent of crimson blood erupted. Senior brother Su's eyes were filled with resentment. He couldn't believe that he was about to die. I haven't mastered the art of lightness. It would be a shame if you escaped. Chun sneered, slowly withdrawing the axes from his body. The moment you harbored murderous intent, your fate was sealed. Otherwise, I wouldn't have wasted my breath on you. Senior brother Su collapsed, his eyes still filled with disbelief. Screams erupted from junior sister Wan's location. The old black ox had witnessed Chen's attack and joined the fray, kicking her into a crippled state with a single hoof. The black ox's rampage ensured her demise. Old ox, let's get to work. Moo! The man and the ox were seething with rage. They incinerated the corpses, scattered the ashes, and meticulously staged the scene. Even the most skilled investigator would have to concede that nothing had occurred there. The two figures gradually disappeared, their expressions reflecting their displeasure. What a bizarre event. It was also inexplicable. However, it served as a valuable lesson for Chen. The human heart is treacherous. They changed their attire and prepared to descend the mountain to gather information, as they had done nothing wrong. The following day, Chen carried a bamboo basket. Having thoroughly cleaned the old black ox and himself, he carried the medicinal herbs they had cultivated and began his descent, his eyes radiating innocence. At the foot of the mountain, he encountered not only civilians but also soldiers and martial artists, all with their chests puffed out and their eyes gleaming with arrogance. They were constantly discussing how to encircle and annihilate the savage. "Brother, what's going on in the mountains? Why such a commotion?" Chen asked, leading the old black ox. The people around him merely glanced at him before turning their attention elsewhere, dismissing him as a mere cowherd. "Young brother, have you not heard? A savage has appeared in the mountains." A middle-aged man exclaimed loudly. "I heard he killed people and ate their bones. You must not venture into the mountains." Ah, Chen was taken aback. Could they be talking about him? Apart from yesterday, he hadn't killed anyone in the mountains for years. Hee, so you see, your life is precious. It will be difficult to find a savage in such a vast mountain range. The middle-aged man seemed pleased by Chen's shocked expression and elaborated further. "Thank you, brother. Then I shall not go into the mountains." Chen bowed, leading the old black ox towards the city, his eyes growing increasingly incredulous. He felt as if he had grasped something, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. He had a feeling that a minor incident had been blown out of proportion by certain individuals. "Old ox, forget it. Let's not get involved in these disputes," Chen said, patting the old black ox. "It might be something orchestrated by some influential figures." Moo? The old black ox didn't understand, but it didn't matter. They were running anyway. Chen returned to the city and visited the Ning family. Everything was well. Ningxi's hair had turned much whiter. Chen presented her with several precious medicinal herbs. Ningxi expressed her gratitude, saying that she had taken on a good disciple, but that he was too kind-hearted and might suffer in the future. She held Chen's hand and talked to him throughout the night. Chapter 17. The Secret to Longevity. Never meddle in others' affairs the next day. Chen bid farewell to Ningxi with a respectful bow, as they were returning to the blacksmith shop, which had become their true home in Panning City. After a few days, Chen, wearing a smile, pushed open the door, only to be met with a cloud of dust that made him cough. He gazed at the empty space and softly said, "Old son, we're back." "Moo," Black Ox echoed, joining in. "Old Ox, let's get to work and clean up a bit." "Moo." The two began their task, diligently cleaning and scrubbing until the blacksmith shop was transformed, spotless, and refreshed. Passers-by were astonished to see the blacksmith shop's door open. "Chen Sun is back," one exclaimed. "It's your Auntie Li." "Auntie Li, it's me." Chen Sun's booming voice responded from within, delighting Auntie Li, who quickly spread the news to the neighborhood. The news of Chen Sun's return after more than a decade spread like wildfire. He was known as a master blacksmith, his creation still in use by the locals, testifying to his skill. Neighbors flocked to the shop, some familiar faces, others new, all lamenting the poor quality and high prices of the local blacksmiths, and insisting that Chen Sun was the only one for the job. "Chen Sun, you haven't aged a day," Auntie Li remarked, scrutinizing him. "You look even younger than before." She marveled at how much she had aged in comparison. "Hee. I studied medicine and learned the art of health preservation," Chen Sun explained, noting that an optimistic outlook was key to staying youthful. "Really, Chen Sun?" "Indeed," he replied, eliciting laughter from the crowd. Auntie Li blushed and retorted, "Such impropriety," before hurrying away. "All right, everyone, please come back tomorrow," Chen Sun said. "I need to prepare." "Of course." "Chen Sun, best of luck with the reopening. We'll be sure to come and support you." The neighbors were incredibly enthusiastic. Chen Sun, smiling and bowing, felt a profound shift in his mindset. Upon hearing of Chen Sun's return, the blacksmith shop owners on the surrounding streets erupted in curses, ordering their staff to slash prices. However, Chen Sun's blacksmith shop was only open for half a day, and he soon stopped taking orders, content with making enough to live on. He was engrossed in tinkering with medicinal herbs in the backyard, using the myriad essence to enhance their age an incredible phenomenon. Old Ox, Chen Xiong began. I've realized a fundamental problem. He had been contemplating this issue for a long time. Moo, Black Ox responded inquisitively. Don't you feel like we've hit a bottleneck at the second level of qi refining? We can't seem to absorb the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth effectively, and we have to grind through it. Moo, do you think that with enough time, we can keep increasing our cultivation, slowly but surely? Moo, hee Old Ox. You're so naive, Chen Xiong chuckled. Spiritual roots are our natural talent. We might be able to grind our way through the qi refining stage, but the foundation establishment stage is another story. Moo, without external assistance or a stroke of luck, we might get stuck at a certain level, unable to break through in our lifetime. That's the reality of talent, something that time alone can't overcome. Moo, Moo, Black Ox exclaimed, realizing the truth in his words. Chen Xiong thought of the world's greatest figures from his past life. Some achievements were simply beyond the reach of time. Ordinary people could accumulate knowledge and experience, but they could never reach the heights of genius. This was talent, a harsh reality. Unfortunately, Chen Xiong and Black Ox were ordinary people with longevity. They exchanged a knowing glance before embracing each other. Behind their affectionate embrace, they smirked. So, you're a mediocre talent too. But we need to be careful, Chen Xiong cautioned. We didn't do anything in the mountains, yet we still offended someone. There were too many unanswered questions, and the situation felt wrong. Don't be curious, stay out of it. Just like we're doing now. Moo Moo. Black Ox looked at Chen Xiong with admiration. Back in the village, when a villagers asked Old Man Li about his secret to longevity, he always answered, I never meddle in others' affairs. Black Ox hadn't understood it then, but now had experienced it firsthand. This was invaluable experience. Following you, Brother Sun, is definitely the right choice, Black Ox thought. Everything is so well planned. Moo. Black Ox was completely convinced. Chen Xiong was a genius. We're not going to the Ningyun Mountains, even if there are 10,000-year-old spiritual herbs there. Don't risk your life for opportunities. Keep a steady mindset. Moo Moo. Black Ox nudged Chen Xiong. Chen Xiong smiled and patted its head. We have myriad essence, so we can slowly increase our strength. We don't need to seek revenge on anyone. Let's not ruin our happy days. Black Ox nodded emphatically, realizing that it had become somewhat impetuous after cultivating the qi refining skill. Old Ox, don't put the cart before the horse, Chen Xiong cautioned, having sensed Black Ox's restlessness. Even if we reach the highest level of cultivation, immortality, and the power to destroy the heavens and earth with a thought, we still have to live our lives. The journey is what matters, not some damn level. If we're unlucky and kick the bucket, so be it. Moo 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 Moo. Black Ox nodded furiously, finally understanding. Maybe some powerful figure will take a dislike to us and wipe us out with a wave of their hand. We'll die together and be together in the next life. Chen Xiong was nonchalant. That was his attitude. Death was inevitable, and immortality was just a free bonus. Black Ox, as if struck by a thunderbolt of enlightenment, rushed to Chen Xiong's side, determined to die with him in case some powerful figure appeared. Ha ha ha. Chen Xiong laughed, pushing Black Ox away, but it kept crowding him. Half a year later, a tremendous explosion in the Ningyun Mountains shattered the tranquility of Panning City. Countless cultivators stood in the sky, visible even from the city like a UFO. Holy crap, Old Ox, come see the flying people, Chen Xiong shouted, grabbing a handful of melon seeds from the table and pulling up a stool. Moo Moo. Black Ox bounded out, also munching on melon seeds, its bovine eyes watching the distant sky. It was indeed impressive. The streets were filled with people, neighbors rushing out to see the immortals, some kneeling on the ground, murmuring prayers. Chen Xiong and Black Ox had much better eyesight than the common folk, like built-in binoculars. Old Ox, what do you think? Are they fighting? Chen Xiong asked, sitting on the stool, leisurely cracking melon seeds. Why are they all standing together? Shouldn't they form a formation or something? Moo? Black Ox couldn't make sense of it either. So it continued eating melon seeds on the ground. A rainbow of light flashed across the sky, followed by a deafening explosion that sent countless people prostrate on the ground, chanting prayers. Amazing. That must be at least the foundation establishment stage, Chen Xiong exclaimed, savoring the melon seeds. Old Ox, if we can fly in the future. Will it be called flying like a cow? Moo Moo. Black Ox was furious, finally understanding the insult. It immediately snatched Chen Xiong's melon seeds. But Chen Xiong pride opened its mouth and retrieved them. The battle in the distance suddenly intensified, with spells and rainbows of light flashing incessantly, and even cultivators falling from the sky. It was a spectacular sight. Elated, Chen Xiong and the great black ox spontaneously applauded. This spectacle was far more gratifying than any mundane vaudeville. Good heavens, Chen Xiong exclaimed, agape, they're each like a walking arsenal. It was truly an eye-opening experience. No matter how skilled a mortal martial artist might be, they were simply outmatched by the laser-like precision of mystical arts. Moo! The great black ox concurred, its mouth agape, finding it utterly preposterous. The townsfolk watched with reverence. Understanding this was the power of immortals, an ultimate height unattainable by mere mortals. The immortals' battle was as fleeting as it was intense, various streaks of light appearing in the sky, gradually vanishing after half a day of combat. Has it ended so soon? I haven't had my fill yet. Chen Xiong sighed, feeling a sense of anticlimax. The spectacle had left Chen Xiong and the great black ox wanting more. They could have watched for at least a month. It was far more captivating than any drama. Old ox, let's get to work. Life had to go on. This battle of immortals was irrelevant to them. However, Chen Xiong began to fantasize about entering the world of cultivation in the future, where he could watch others engage in such battles every day. Chapter 18. The Departed and the Living in the Backyard. Chen Xiong and the great black bull gazed wide-eyed at the century-old wild ginseng. All those nights spent extracting its essence now seemed trivial in comparison. Old bull, we've struck gold, Chen Xiong exclaimed, his eyes fixated on the ginseng they had nurtured with utmost care, using green liquid. A true treasure indeed. The great black bull responded, excitement evident in its voice, as it had never seen gold before. Given its age, this ginseng was undoubtedly a coveted item among the affluent in the city, a life-sustaining treasure. Chen Xiong swallowed hard. The herb was well documented in medicinal texts, regarded as a divine entity on earth. Old bull, should we sell it? The bull hesitated, shaking its head. They were not in need of wealth. Their daily expenses were sufficiently covered. This was their prized possession. Very well, we shall keep it for a rainy day. Chen Xiong nodded, agreeing that selling it would be a pity, a disservice to the countless days and nights it took to cultivate. Let us cultivate other herbs. A few decades will suffice. Otherwise, it may attract unwanted attention, leading to trouble one day. The bull nodded thoughtfully, having heard many tales of the perils that accompany great treasures. During their years in the Ningyan mountain range, they had only gathered common herbs and had yet to encounter the fabled spiritual medicines. Such fortune was rare for any mortal. However, following the recent clash of cultivators in the sky, the citizens and nobles of Panning City became restless, fervently seeking immortality, leading to a surge of people flocking to the Ningyan mountain range. Among them were numerous swindlers, tricking others into ruin, while bandits resorted to violence and theft. The business of selling coffins began to thrive. Various sects, no longer content with idleness, began to claim disciples abandoned by the immortal sex, and thus, tales of heroism and chivalry began to circulate, while the wild inhabitants of Ningyan Mountain were gradually forgotten. Time, it seemed, could absolve all. 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Chen Xiong had invested all his efforts into cultivating the essence of all things, and he and the great black bull had finally reached the third layer of the qi refining stage. The neighbors who once called him brother had aged considerably. Some had passed away, and Chen Xiong and the great black bull found themselves attending many funerals, offering their assistance to grieving families. On an autumn night, with the sky high and the dew heavy, the cold moonlight bathed the earth in a somber glow, illuminating countless mourning halls. This year, it seemed that more lives had departed. As the night lengthened, a chilling breeze swept through, carrying a sense of desolation. Outside a mourning hall, Chen Xiong played the suona, its mournful notes mingling with the silent falling leaves, filling his heart with sorrow as he sighed quietly. Familiar faces were fading one by one, and with time, those cherished smiles would grow faint in his memory. Inside the hall, soft murmurs of grief filled the air. Chen Xiong walked slowly, offering his help wherever needed. What more could he do now but partake in the feasts? Thank you, Brother Chen, they whispered, their eyes brimming with tears of gratitude. May you find peace. Chen Xiong stood, softly reassuring them, forcing a smile. We have performed the rites. No malevolent spirits shall hinder their journey. The bereaved nodded solemnly, grasping Chen Xiong's hand tightly. Their eyes filled with thankful tears. Moo. The great black bull called softly from outside the hall, its bells jingling, offering blessings to the departed souls. The departed are gone, yet the living continue. It seemed that this street could no longer hold them. Chen Xiong and the great black bull had become too extraordinary, drawing more and more people to seek them as the blacksmith shop faded from focus. The next day dawned clear and quiet, the wind biting with a chill, and the old trees lining the street were tinged with yellow. The door closed softly as Chen Xiong and the great black bull departed. He cast one last glance at the street, his gaze inadvertently folding time into layered memories. They were like travelers through time, hastily passing by, with no one knowing their destination. The blacksmith shop would never open again, and neighbors would later recall only the tales of a blacksmith who forged with vigor. A month later, on a night in the west city of Panning, the most prosperous area of the city, where only the wealthy could afford land prices beyond imagination, a group strolled down the lively streets. The men exuded an air of confidence, while the women possessed an ethereal beauty, their eyes sparkling with wonder, yet maintaining a sense of detachment. Ah, the mortal realm is indeed vibrant, one of the girls exclaimed, her voice as refreshing as a mountain spring. Spending all my time in the sect, I've only played with the spirit beasts in the mountains. Junior Sister Yi, you are mistaken, a stern-faced man interjected, shaking his head slightly. You have yet to witness the cities of cultivators. Panning City is but a speck in the vastness of a universe, far beyond your imagination. Really, Brother Yu? Junior Sister Yi's excitement was palpable, her cheeks flushed. Have you been there? Brother Yu's expression hardened, his serious demeanor intensifying as he replied, I have not. The group exchanged glances, bewildered. Look, what is that? Junior Sister Yi suddenly exclaimed, rushing off as the others followed, curious. They soon found themselves surprised by a small structure with 4 iron wheels, adorned with a sign that read Sunway Snacks. It resembled a shop, yet had the charm of a street vendor, occupying a large space surrounded by a bustling crowd, alive with energy and excitement. The proprietor, dripping with sweat, expertly managed a large pot over roaring flames, tossing in unexpected spices that delighted the patrons. A window opened, revealing a bull's head extending out to collect copper coins, complete with change. The enticing aroma of skewers wafted through the air, making their stomachs growl in response. Such a thriving stall naturally incited jealousy among competitors. Yet the proprietor, with his impressive physique and casual demeanor, had garnered the respect of all. Boss, I want to eat this. Junior Sister Yi chimed in eagerly, her eyes sparkling with delight. Little girl, it's first come, first served. You should pay first. The boss replied straightforwardly, and those waiting felt a wave of relief wash over them. Dining here was a pleasure. Brother, you come pay. Junior Sister Yi urged, bouncing on her toes, intoxicated by the enticing aroma. Brother Yu, feeling uneasy, pushed through the crowd to the window, producing a silver coin and locking eyes with a great black bull. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. Brother Yu was taken aback, his mouth slightly agape. How was it a bull? The great black bull, equally bewildered, exhaled deeply, pondering the unexpected amount it had to calculate. Chapter 19. The thieves must perish. Moo. The great black bull called out to Chen Xiong. I'm coming, Chen Xiong replied, turning around and his eyes brightening at the sight of silver. A wealthy patron has arrived. He smiled at his senior. My old cow has never seen silver before. Please don't mind. Not at all. His senior blinked and took the silver, though he still appeared somewhat dazed, standing outside the crowd. While his junior and junior sisters were busy eating, he furrowed his brow slightly, casting a glance at the great black bull, his eyes shimmering with a glint. A mortal body, no issues at all, he murmured, then looked toward the vendor, also immortal. It seems I was overly concerned. Chen Xiong paused momentarily in his cooking, sensing someone probing him, an unusual fluctuation of energy coursing through him, masked by the essence of all things. There are cultivators among them, he thought warily, continuing to prepare the food, wearing a smile as he called out, "It's ready," while sweeping his gaze over the crowd. A little girl shouted, "Senior you." This group is likely to be trouble. Chen Xiong silently contemplated, maintaining his cheerful demeanor as he worked. Approaching midnight, the nearby citizens gradually returned home, the streets becoming sparse. Chen Xiong prepared to close up shop. "Esteemed gentlemen and ladies, we too must pack up and rest. Perhaps it's time to stop eating." Chen Xiong exclaimed in astonishment, realizing this group had been feasting all night. His supplies were running low, yet he had made a decent profit. "Sister," he huffed, "Boss, keep going. We have plenty of silver." "Boss, your flavors are truly remarkable," Senior you remarked unexpectedly, seeing the admiration from his juniors. He couldn't help but try a bite himself, now unable to stop. "Indeed, boss, we are not stingy with our silver," the others chimed in, their eyes filled with appreciation. "We're out of ingredients, everyone." Chen Xiong's pupils dilated. "Can these cultivators eat so much? It must be due to the spices I added. Infused with some rare herbs they cultivate. Ordinary folks lack this capability." "Boss, do you come here every night?" Sister Yi asked joyfully. "I haven't tasted anything this delightful in ages." "Not necessarily. My stall is mobile," he explained. "Mobile? So you go wherever you please?" "Exactly. If I stay in one place for too long, it wouldn't be ideal. Why not come work as a chef at our sect?" "Qingling," Senior you barked. "We should be leaving. If you speak more, I shall send you back." Upon hearing this, Sister Ye's hair stood on end, and the surrounding juniors were taken aback. Senior Yu was truly angry. "Safe travels, everyone," Chen Xiong said, smiling and bowing as he finally bid farewell to this group of formidable patrons. He exhaled softly, "Old cow, let us go." "Moo!" The great black bull emerged from the small hut, and they began to work together effortlessly, eventually stopping in a patch of unoccupied grass. "Old cow, how much did we earn today?" Chen Xiong wiped the sweat from his brow, grinning. "You've worked hard." Moo Moo, the great black bull, nudged Chen Xiong affectionately, feeling quite at home. "Let's save up some money. We've spent all we've earned over the years on our friends' arrangements," he remarked. Moo, the great black bull, nodded. Life was good now. There was no need to socialize with anyone, lest they vanish. It had many friends. The neighbors often came to chat, sharing their troubles. They believed the great black bull was oblivious, unaware that it understood them and cherished their stories. "Old cow." Chen Xiong suddenly slapped the bull's head, causing it to moo in surprise, eyes wide with confusion. "Cheer up. Why the long face?" Chen Xiong feigned anger, having rarely seen the old cow smile this month. Moo, the great black bull, called softly, lying in the small hut, licking its feet, sadness evident in its gaze. It hadn't recovered. "All these deeds we perform are virtuous. If you silently wish for our friends, they shall undoubtedly be prosperous in their next lives, living in comfort every day." Chen Xiong scolded, wielding his trump card. Heaven and the Buddha would surely bless them. Moo, the great black bull's eyes sparkled. It thrived on the notion of virtue, fervently believing in it. "Moo moo moo. Indeed, I've already given it, or do I seem like you?" Chen Xiong replied earnestly, his words convincing. Moo 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 moo, the great black bull immediately sat up, legs crossed, producing a series of mooing sounds, oblivious to its mumbling. Chen Xiong shook his head with a smile, letting out a slight sigh. His mindset was gradually transforming. This mobile abode was his first step. The longer they stayed in one location, the more entangled they seemed. After all, they were not heartless beings, ultimately unfit for the mortal realm. "Moo, are we finished?" Moo, the great black bull, leaned against Chen Xiong, grinning widely. It had bestowed all its virtues upon its friends, and now had to start accumulating again. "Ha ha!" Chen Xiong patted the great black bull, leaning against it as they gradually fell asleep. In the days that followed, they wandered freely in Panning City, exploring the surroundings, selling snacks at night, and shopping together during the day, purchasing anything they fancied. A year later, Chen Xiong's mobile abode gained considerable fame in Panning City, attracting numerous visitors who praised its delicious offerings. Finally, on a sunny morning, as they went to stock up, their mobile abode was stolen. At that moment, Chen Xiong was carrying 2 bags of meat, staring at the empty grassland. The bags slowly slipped from his shoulders, crashing heavily onto the ground, mirroring the weight in their hearts. "Where's our home?" "Moo moo, moo." The great black bull bellowed anxiously, running around the grassland, unable to locate their abode. Both man and bull knelt on the grass, their eyes hollow, devoid of hope. Their home was gone once more. Damn it! Damn it all! Chen Xiong's face was twisted with fury, veins bulging on his forehead. How could such a large house be stolen? The great black bull trembled with rage, snorting forcefully at the ground, the grass flying about. "This is utterly despicable, beyond contempt. It must be a gang, absolutely a gang." Chen Xiong spat, observing the tracks on the grass. "Damn it, today we shall unleash a massacre. All our pots and pans are inside. They've been with us for many years." "Moo!" The great black bull rose, muscles bulging, glaring in the direction of the departing cart. It couldn't have moved too quickly. Even they had to exert considerable effort. Chen Xiong retrieved a long-lost bandit mask from his clothing, unfastening his coat to reveal a chiseled torso, then slowly drawing 2 axes from his waist. The great black bull silently stood beside him, their gazes focused on a single direction, Chen Xiong's chest heaving. "Old cow, let us pursue." "Moo!" The 2 figures transformed into whirlwinds, their eyes bloodshot, relentlessly chasing after their target. "Today, if we do not turn the heavens upside down, if the sun and moon do not dim, none shall escape. These must perish." They crossed the grassland and the bridge, and there it was, their little abode. Chen Xiong roared in fury, leaping high into the air, soaring far and wide. Thud! He landed firmly atop the mobile abode, exuding an air of superiority, and coldly declared, in broad daylight, under the clear skies, "What is your intent?" He slowly turned around, his gaze fixed upon the ground, his pupils constricting in disbelief at the sight of numerous officials. How unjust! "Moo!" Chen Xiong and the great black bull were once again confined within the prison walls. The reason for their incarceration was the excessive size of his stall, which encroached upon the space that belonged to the common folk. Others, too, had to make a living, and the prime locations were limited. Countless vendors had reported him to the authorities, claiming that Chen Xiong's modest establishment was indeed quite inappropriate, making it difficult for them to survive. 10 days later, Chen Xiong and the great black bull emerged from the prison, their spirits diminished by the inhumane conditions they had endured. They raised their heads to the sky, a smile breaking through their desolation. Freedom was truly a blessing. However, the government also adhered to reason, returning their pots and pans, yet insisting that their little abode be dismantled and forbidding them from repeating such actions. Chen Xiong expressed profound gratitude, weeping profusely as he called out to the heavens, vowing never again to encroach upon others, acknowledging that their actions had indeed been misguided. Chapter 20. The Ascension Conference this year. The longevity points were again added to the essence of all things. A single drop of green liquid could accelerate growth by 8 months. Presently, their longevity points stood at Strength 21, Speed 21, Essence of all things 8. Chen Xiong's hair was somewhat disheveled, and his clothing was in disarray. He had begun a life of wandering alongside Daoist, often playing with stray dogs by the roadside, their laughter echoing in the air. 2 months later, they gradually made their way to South City, where Chen Xiong heard rumors that Dr. Ning was nearing his end. He personally visited, handing over the century-old mountain ginseng to his master's wife before departing. A month later, Ning Si departed from this world, leaving countless citizens in mourning. The Pingtai Medical Hall had benefited countless souls. The Ning family was large, with many members donning white headscarves. Chen Xiong quietly stood at the edge of the crowd, feeling like an inconsequential presence among them. The cold wind howled, brushing against the edges of Chen Xiong's memories, leaving behind only the gradually fading fragrance in the air, never to be reclaimed. Throughout his life, 3 individuals had been paramount to him. The first was the old village chief, who remembered them during their most trying times and offered them a meal. The second was Old Sun, who provided them with their first home upon their arrival in Panning City. The third was Master Ning, who imparted wisdom and teachings, revealing countless truths about navigating the world, making the art of medicine seem secondary. It seemed they had all departed. Chen Xiong felt he could no longer hold back. His lips quivered as he struggled to muster the courage to catch a final glimpse of Master Ning. Daoist nudged him gently, and Chen Xiong grasped his head tightly. They followed the crowd, as if by slowing their steps. Ningxi might linger a little longer. The setting sun bled red, its afterglow illuminating South City. From beyond the mountains came cries reminiscent of returning geese, their fleeting silhouettes the only remnants against the vast sky. The Ning family bore the coffin further and further away, gradually vanishing beyond the city gates. Chen Xiong stood there for a long time, tears streaming down his face. Countless citizens followed suit, their figures brushing past, sorrow evident in their eyes. Chen Xiong, leading Lao Niu, walked towards them with heavy, slow steps, his eyes devoid of emotion. They had departed, leaving Panning City behind. Another year passed swiftly, and in Panning City, countless prayer lanterns soared into the sky. As the mountain winds blew, Chen Xiong and Lao Niu sat atop the mountain, gazing into the distance, silently making wishes. This year's longevity points were again added to the essence of all things, which was of utmost importance to them. "Old Niu, let us go," Chen Xiong said with a gentle smile, having matured significantly, exuding an air of sophistication. "Fat brother is still waiting for us." Mood, Lao Niu nodded, reluctantly gazing at the distant prayer lanterns, which they had released every year in the city. Even during their time in the Ningyun mountain range, they would return once at the year's end. Two figures descended the mountain slowly, their eyes filled with unspoken meaning. At the foot of the mountain, a chubby boy with a shrewd glint in his eyes, adorned in a luxurious brocade robe, seemed to be waiting for someone. "Fat brother," came a shout from afar. It was Chen Xiong leading Lao Niu. The chubby boy smiled, appearing harmless and amiable. "Sun brother," the chubby boy clasped his hands in greeting, a tone of mock gravity in his voice. "The path of cultivation is long. One should not become too attached to the mortal realm." This chubby boy, at the third level of Qi refinement, was a renowned intermediary among the scattered cultivators of the Ningyun mountain range, specializing in guiding them to the annual Ascension Conference, profiting handsomely and enjoying great popularity. "Fat brother speaks wisely," Chen Xiong nodded with a grin, though internally he scoffed, questioning how one could remain unattached while being tempted by rare medicinal herbs, as evident from his demeanor. Yet he understood, if intermediaries did not speak in such a manner, who would still attend the Ascension Conference? "Sun brother, are you really bringing a cow along?" The chubby boy furrowed his brow slightly, for this entailed an additional cost. And if one were to enter the Immortal Gate, it would be better to handle the black cow in advance. "Fat brother, Daoist, with my qualifications, how could I simply aspire to enter? I merely seek to broaden my horizons," Chen Xiong replied nonchalantly, appearing as an innocent youth. "Sun brother, your temperament is commendable. No wonder you could cultivate to the second level of Qi refinement at such a young age." The chubby boy seemed to realize something, acknowledging Chen Xiong's sincerity. "Does fat brother not see that I am merely a gatherer of medicinal herbs? A few years ago, I stumbled upon a spiritual herb and accidentally consumed it," Chen Xiong said boldly, exuding an air of naivety. Now, they had mastered the art of concealing their internal power using the essence of all things, rendering them undetectable to outsiders, a true method for ensuring one's survival and prosperity. "Ah, I see." The chubby boy's eyes sparkled with understanding, dispelling some of his doubts. "Do you know why the major sects hold the Ascension Conference?" As they continued deeper into the mountains, they encountered a few scattered cultivators, startling Chen Xiong momentarily. However, those individuals appeared indifferent, merely sizing up Chen Xiong before continuing on their way. "I hope fat brother can enlighten me," Chen Xiong said humbly, eliciting a pleased response from the chubby boy. In addition to disciples sent by various sects to recruit talent, there are many scattered cultivators who have fallen to the wayside. They have embarked on the path of cultivation for various unforeseen reasons, and among them are many gifted individuals. Fat brother speaks the truth. If such talents were to be overlooked, it would be a loss for the great sections. Indeed, in my years in this line of work, the number of scattered cultivators is like fish crossing the river each year, the chubby boy exclaimed, expressing his admiration for the opportunities available for the sex to expand their power. Who wouldn't wish to advance further? Ultimately, it requires individuals like Fat Brother. Otherwise, how would we scattered cultivators seize our opportunities? Chen Xiong's words were sincere, resonating deeply within him. Suddenly, the chubby boy patted Chen Xiong's shoulder, his eyes glinting with appreciation. Initially, he had considered asking for more money, but he let it go. Having witnessed too many scattered cultivators meet untimely ends, he had a broader outlook on the matter. If one had no hope of establishing a foundation, it was better to enjoy the world of mortals. Sun Brother, allow me to offer another piece of advice. Please do enlighten me, Fat Brother. The major sects have exceedingly high requirements for cultivation aptitude. If there is no opportunity, it is wise to maintain a clear mind and not be disturbed by inner demons. The chubby boy spoke earnestly, having never encountered such a grounded, scattered cultivator before. Previously, those scattered cultivators were often boastful, claiming to be immortal. Upon entering the Ascension Conference, they would often face the harsh reality, sometimes leading to madness and unpredictable actions. Your word shall be remembered. Fat Brother, Chen Xiong paused, bowing solemnly. All right, let us proceed, the chubby boy smiled, leading the way. Gradually, they approached a misty valley where the fog enveloped them, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. This is it, Sun Brother, the 9-star valley. The chubby boy stood with hands clasped behind his back, gazing into the dense fog. This is a formation established by the various sects. If a mortal mistakenly wanders in, they will become lost and eventually be expelled. Can we simply enter? Chen Xiong asked instinctively, astonished that such fog constituted a formation capable of altering the heavens. Of course, the formation can discern the internal power of the cultivators, the chubby boy chuckled. Well then, Sun Brother, we part ways here. I must attend to other scattered cultivators. Thank you, Fat Brother. Chen Xiong clasped his hands, joy evident in his eyes. The chubby boy nodded, turning to leave with an air of nonchalance. Onyo, we have arrived in the realm of cultivators. Chen Xiong and the great black ox stood outside, resembling the day they first arrived at Panding City. Their bodies trembled, and their hearts were even more stirred than before. Chapter 21. My goodness, even bandits cultivate immortality. However, Chen Xiong did not enter the venue. Instead, he led the great black bull to a secluded area, for the Immortal Ascension Conference would not officially commence for several days. And it was currently the time for scattered cultivators to enter. He quietly observed this eclectic group of wanderers, clad in various attire. Some donned conical hats, while others wore masks, exuding an air of mystery. They stepped into the mist and subsequently vanished from sight. A sudden realization struck Chen Xiong. Moo, the great black bull, seemed somewhat impatient, wondering why they had yet to enter. Let us go, Chen Xiong exclaimed, pulling a bandit scarf from his pocket and donning it over his head, leading the great black bull into the fog. A low hum resonated as the mist gradually dispersed, revealing a brand new world before their eyes. 9-Star Valley was far grander than he had anticipated, stretching endlessly before him, teeming with countless scattered cultivators engaged in hushed conversations. Surrounding them were makeshift stalls. Yet not a single vendor-esque call could be heard. The items on display were entirely unfamiliar to Chen Xiong, so much so that he could not even name them. In the distance stood a few pavilions, the residences of smaller sects, which annually came to procure goods from scattered cultivators. Impressive, Chen Xiong mused. Mu the great black bull ambled alongside him, keeping a respectful distance from the stalls, as Chen Xiong stood still to observe. The transactions taking place were not of gold or silver, but rather a hexagonal crystal known as a spirit stone. Many scattered cultivators were exchanging pills for goods, leaving Chen Xiong's throat parched and his eyes wide with astonishment. The great black bull looked bewildered, questioning the nature of these items and pondering how such things existed in a world it had never encountered before. Old bull, we are indeed country bumpkins, Chen Xiong remarked, swallowing hard as his heart raced, feeling like an outsider in a grand garden of wonders. The great black bull nodded repeatedly, its bell-like eyes widening further, nudging Chen Xiong in the direction of a particular stall. Ah, could that be a spirit herb? Chen Xiong followed the bull's gaze and approached the stall of a beautiful young maiden, who was arranging 3 vibrant spirit herbs, glistening with an ethereal aura. These were unlike any ordinary herbs, possessing intricate patterns and a fragrance that spoke of their extraordinary nature. The maiden, engrossed in her task, suddenly noticed 2 legs and 4 hooves before her. "Do you require assistance, fellow cultivator?" she inquired, lifting her gaze to reveal a startled expression. "What is this appearance? What do you intend to do?" "Fear not, young lady, we mean no harm," Chen Xiong assured her with a friendly smile. "We are merely here to observe." The maiden, sweating profusely, felt an overwhelming dread at the sight of his smile hidden beneath the scarf, perceiving him as a potential brigand. "All right, you may look," she said, stepping back cautiously, her demeanor tense under the pressure of his presence. "How does one discern the age of these spirit herbs?" "I once studied. Are you purchasing?" "Not at the moment. I lack spirit stones. Do you have any medicinal pills to exchange?" "Not currently." "Then why inquire?" she replied curtly, clearly flustered and feeling toyed with. "My apologies," Chen Xiong said sheepishly, leading the great black bull away. He realized that the business dealings of cultivators differed vastly from those of ordinary folk, and he needed to adapt his mindset. They observed from a distance, listening intently as others explained the names and uses of various items. This careful listening yielded valuable insights into talismans, brushes, alchemical powders, and medicinal pills, enriching Chen Xiong's knowledge. "Old bull, I have noted all of this. I will be able to boast a bit in the future," he declared, his spirits lifted as he had learned much. "Come, let us explore that stall." Moo the great black bull cheered, having also retained the information. At a neighboring stall, an elderly man with a white beard spoke passionately, surrounded by eager, scattered cultivators. "This is a qi-enhancing pill. Prolonged use can elevate your cultivation level. It took me 49 days to refine this batch. Effective even for those at the 5th level of qi refinement. Only 3 low-grade spirit stones, I assure you." He then opened a bottle, releasing a wave of spiritual energy and fragrant aroma that captivated those nearby, compelling several scattered cultivators to reach for their spirit stones. That old swindler is at it again, deceiving people during the Immortal Ascension Conference. Suddenly, a series of authoritative shouts echoed from afar. "Friends, I have just had an epiphany that may enhance my cultivation further. I shall return tomorrow." The old man's expression shifted, and with a swift motion, he vanished into the crowd, his familiarity with such escapades evident. Beware of this man, fellow cultivators. All his pills are fraudulent, and consuming them yields no results. The newcomers warned, their eyes fierce with the knowledge of having been deceived. Surrounding scattered cultivators expressed their gratitude, relief flooding their hearts as they narrowly escaped the con. After the crowd dispersed, Chen Xiong remarked, "Old bull, look, the world of cultivation has its fair share of tricksters, much like us mortals." Moo, the great black bull, nodded solemnly, having almost fallen for the old man's deceitful words. Continuing their exploration, Chen Xiong eavesdropped on conversations, gathering information with a subtlety that he remained unaware of. With only 3 days until the Immortal Ascension Conference commenced, the 10 major sects of the Qian Kingdom would be gathering. If they could gain entry, it would be akin to a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate. We should not hold our hopes too high. Just being accepted into an ordinary sect would be a blessing. The 10 major sects are no place for those of our mediocre talent. True, yet it is hard to quell the desire to take a chance, another replied. Each of the 10 major sects has 5 formidable trials set at the valley center. Unless one possesses great wisdom and tenacity, it is best to refrain from attempting. It is said that each year there are many casualties. Those below the 7th level of qi refinement should steer clear. Alas, several scattered cultivators sighed as they passed by Chen Xiong, lamenting the treacherous path to ascension. Unlike those prodigies whisked away at birth, at the valley's center, the 10 major sects and their 5 trials lingered in Chen Xiong's mind. He exchanged a knowing smile with the great black bull, feeling as though they had gained something valuable. "Old bull, let's head over there. It appears they are selling weapons." Chen Xiong exclaimed excitedly, for he was quite the expert in blacksmithing. He led the great black bull towards the gathering crowd. However, to his disappointment, what lay before him were not weapons, but magical artifacts, which could not be fashioned through mere smithing. Numerous flying swords and peculiar items were displayed, all requiring magical prowess for their operation. Truly remarkable, Chen Xiong thought, tears of envy welling in his eyes. If only I could forge my mountain-cleaving axe into a magical artifact, I could indeed cleave mountains with a single strike. Mu, the great black bull, drooled at the prospect of honing its horns into a magical artifact, envisioning itself charging through anyone who dared to oppose it. The two seemed to share a telepathic bond, each lost in their own fantasies as drool dripped from their mouths, drawing puzzled expressions from the scattered cultivators around them. Where did these bumpkins come from? Even the bull is of the same ilk. Unperturbed by the stares, they moved on to another stall. Old bull, look at all these skills. No spells, Chen Xiong blurted, reapproaching with the great black bull, startling a nearby burly cultivator. My goodness, even bandits cultivate immortality. Spells such as object manipulation, fireball, breath concealment, and binding technique were laid out before them like treasures waiting to be discovered. Chen Xiong and the imposing figure of the black bull were incessantly swallowing their saliva, each yearning for the precious spirit stones, acutely aware for the first time of their financial inadequacy. Do you possess any items of interest? One inquired. Elder brother, where did you acquire such an extensive repertoire of spells? The burly man furrowed his brow, suspecting that this individual intended to revert to his former profession here. Stealthily, he withdrew a talisman, preparing to summon assistance. Elder brother, please do not misunderstand. I assure you, I shall return a purchase when I have spirit stones, Chen Xiong implored, hastily waving his hands, his composure faltering as he seized the black bull and fled, his heart racing with exhilaration. What is this? The burly man muttered, returning the talisman to its place, casting a fierce glare in the direction from which Chen Xiong had departed. Chapter 22. The Kingdom of Qian and the 10 Great Sects. Mu, the large black cow, continuously nudged Chen Xiong, its eyes brimming with excitement. Is this truly the world of cultivators? How splendid it is! Old cow, old cow. Chen Xiong cradled the cow's head in one hand, his lips trembling slightly. After all this time, it seems we have lived in vain. Mu. The large black cow pushed Chen Xiong gently, as if to agree. Chen Xiong repeatedly muttered incredible, as if entranced. Just one stall could hold them captivated for an entire day. And this was merely the tip of the iceberg in the realm of cultivation. As night fell, they found a secluded spot, using the sky as their blanket and the earth as their bed, gradually drifting into sleep, though cautious not to fall into a deep slumber. Within the valley, disciples from various sects maintained order, preventing chaos. Any grievances were resolved outside the valley. 3 days later, countless rogue cultivators gathered within the valley, jostling for space. Their eyes aflame with ambition, their magical artifacts shimmering in their hands, all determined to ascend to immortality. What a lively scene! Chen Xiong led the large black cow to the edge of the crowd, gazing toward the valley's center. 10 towering platforms stood proudly, adorned with intricate patterns, crafted from materials far beyond mere iron. Moo moo. The large black cow raised its head high, sensing a formidable aura emanating from these structures, something they had never encountered in the mortal realm. Boom, boom, boom. A thunderous sound echoed through the skies as a colossal vessel slowly approached, upon which stood several ethereal figures, a banner billowing in the fierce wind. The Qingyang sect has arrived, one of the 10 great sects of the Kingdom of Qian. A flying ship, heavens! The valley erupted with gasps of admiration. These experienced rogue cultivators instantly recognized the vessel, while Chen Xiong and the large black cow could only exclaim in disbelief. Coo, 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 coo. For enormous crimson spirit beasts soared across the sky, emitting powerful cries, figures standing atop them, surveying the Jiuxing Valley. One of the 10 great sects of the Kingdom of Qian, the Ziyun sect. It is said that within the sect dwell countless stunning fairies. To catch a glimpse of their grace, the Honglin Yuan can only be nurtured by such esteemed sections. Another wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Even spirit beasts have been summoned, truly a display of wealth and power, intensifying the longing among the rogue cultivators. The smaller sects felt a pang of envy, longing to shine like the 10 great sects, perpetually left to scavenge for scraps. One after another, the 10 great sects showcased themselves, the valley resonating with boisterous sounds, each more extravagant than the last. It was as if they were competing against one another to flaunt their might before the rogue cultivators. The onlookers were left breathless, their faces flushed with excitement. The chance to ascend to the heavens was nigh. Chen Xiong and the large black cow knelt, drenched in sweat. Their reaction even more exaggerated than the rogue cultivators. Their murmurs of disbelief never ceased. This was far more impressive than that initial recruitment of disciples in the mountain village. This was the true essence of cultivation. If given another chance, with an invitation from a cultivator of the 10 great sects to assist them, Chen Xiong gazed longingly at the high platforms, dreamily declaring that he would gladly accept, wishing for a time frame of a millennium. Moo, the large black cow, nodded vigorously, eager to assist, ready to toil and plow. On the 10 high platforms, disciples from various sects stood at the forefront, both men and women, hands behind their backs, their gazes penetrating, their foundational cultivation exuding a suppressive aura towards the rogue cultivators. The expressions of everyone shifted, their hearts cooling as they turned their attention to the high platforms. The rules remained unchanged. Those under 40 years of age would have the chance to pass 5 trials and enter the sections. An elder stood at the forefront, channeling his energy, bellowing, "Those interested, step forward. The valley will close in 7 days." Roar, roar, low growls echoed. The rogue cultivators' eyes gleaming with determination as they moved toward their desired sects, stepping forth. Some sects had arenas, others tests for spiritual roots. Each had its own methods, all aimed at selecting the CR, me de la CR, me among the rogue cultivators. Every year, countless rogue cultivators faced injuries or even death, yet none gave up. In the kingdom of Qian, foundation establishment pills were rare. Only within the great sects could one hope to obtain them. Elders from various smaller sects roamed, discreetly observing the unsuccessful rogue cultivators, ready to extend personal invitations to those they favored. This was an unspoken agreement among the 10 great sects, to leave some opportunities for others. Old cow, perhaps we should refrain from participating. Moo, there's no chance. We wouldn't even pass the spiritual root test, and our strength is even less to speak of. Chen Xiong shot a glance at the large black cow. It would be foolish to march towards certain death. I've suddenly realized a way to make some profit. Moo, the large black cow perked up. They were in dire need of spiritual stones. Chen Xiong discreetly pulled out a small notebook, glancing around as he spoke. Let us memorize the trials of each sect, then analyze their pros and cons. Moo? Didn't he say the rules wouldn't change? If we understand the general strength of these trials and compile it into a booklet, we can sell it to the new rogue cultivators. Chen Xiong patted the large black cow, exclaiming how much time and lives they could save. Do you understand? Moo. The large black cow nudged Chen Xiong, its eyes sparkling with excitement, realizing the brilliance of the plan. Let us go. Chen Xiong grinned slyly. They headed to the arenas, diligently recording the strengths of various rogue cultivators, determining which strengths were most likely to succeed. He categorized and analyzed the trials of each major sect, identifying the most suitable candidates. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye, leaving Chen Xiong and the large black cow bewildered. How could time have flown so swiftly? They hadn't even completed their analysis. The 10 great sects departed with 12 rogue cultivators each, while the elders of smaller sects returned contentedly, leaving countless rogue cultivators despondent. Those who perished in the trials were dealt with by the smaller sects, who took responsibility for maintaining order within the valley. I shouldn't have gone to the Ziyun sect's trial. I wasted so much time and energy, it simply wasn't suited for me. One rogue cultivator lamented, pounding his chest in frustration. Another year wasted. How many years do we have? Once you pass 40, there's no second chance. Yet the Ziyun sect's trials are the safest, aren't they? Cheer up. Daoist Zhou didn't even survive. If next year doesn't work out, I'll just enjoy the splendors of the mortal world. It seems so. Rogue cultivators passed by Chen Xiong, their eyes clouded with despair and self-doubt. Some had even descended into madness, slain by the sect's cultivators within the valley. Others found peace, realizing that the path of cultivation was not meant for them. Returning to the mundane world, never to return. The struggles, however, seemed only to be beginning. Some seasoned rogue cultivators, past the age of 40, attended the Ascension Conference merely to scout for prey. Outside the valley, fierce battles erupted, and Chen Xiong, alongside the large black cow, fled in haste, relieved that their poverty rendered them unnoticed. "Old cow, let us head to the outskirts of the mountains." "Moo!" Chen Xiong and the large black cow dashed away, fleeing from all pursuits, while the darker side of the cultivation world was only just beginning to unfold. Chapter 23. The first bucket of gold in the immortal cultivation realm. Another year has swiftly passed, and they now lead a life of hardship on the outskirts of the Ningyun mountain range, no longer daring to scavenge for human bones. Their cultivation has progressed slightly, yet they remain stuck at the third level of qi refinement, having invested their longevity points into the essence of all things, and have even cultivated a century-old medicinal herb. Each day, they search for spiritual herbs at the mountain-s periphery, but have yet to catch even a glimpse of one, and they dare not venture deeper into the mountains, when not only fierce beasts lurk, but also small sects, making it exceptionally perilous. As the annual Ascension Conference approaches, Chen Xiong and the Great Black Bull arrive as promised, exuding a newfound confidence, able to critique the wares at the stalls. They attempt to sell their century-old medicinal herb, only to be met with harsh ridicule, being told that if they lack sense, they should refrain from pursuing immortality. What audacity! Do you look down on us? Is your family devoid of mortals? Have they all perished? The Great Black Bull spat in disdain, as Chen Xiong and the Great Black Bull strolled through the valley. They continued their banter, retaining their original demeanor and flavor. 3 days passed in a flash, and the time for the 10 great sects to flaunt their prowess arrived once again. Chen Xiong and the Great Black Bull stood in the valley, filled with anticipation, marveling at how convincingly the others put on their airs. A cacophony of gasps and cheers erupted, and Chen Xiong joined in, at least managing to shout the names of other sections. During those 7 days, Chen Xiong and the Great Black Bull busily scribbled notes in their little booklets, with the Great Black Bull providing additional commentary. When the time for closure arrived, they were the first to dash out, even quicker than the 10 great sects, so fast that no one noticed their departure. In the face of absolute speed, it seemed that even schemes and plots fell behind. Time in the mountains is indifferent, and 5 years slipped by. The beasts of the Ningyun mountain range suffered a calamity, and Chen Xiong and the Great Black Bull, referring to each other as little friends, witnessed the downfall of numerous beasts daily. They finally advanced to the 4th layer of qi refinement, channeling all their longevity points into the essence of all things, hoping that one day, when the time comes, they might stumble upon a spiritual herb. This year's Ascension Conference saw Chen Xiong and the Great Black Bull return once again, brimming with vitality as if they had returned home. However, aside from the pots and pans dangling from the sides of the Great Black Bull, they had also printed numerous booklets in the city. Chen Xiong's reputation began to soar as he earned the moniker the Immortal Cultivation Nail House, known for being utterly impoverished, with only the Great Black Bull by his side. No one knew his face or name. He remained shrouded in mystery. Yet, it was said that he lacked common sense, perpetually donning a black headscarf, entertaining dreams of becoming a bandit in the realm of immortal cultivation. Rumors spread among the vendors to be wary of him, as he often lingered around their stalls without producing a single spiritual stone, presumably scouting for something. However, these were merely trivial tales shared among wandering cultivators during their leisure, and no one paid Chen Xiong any mind, treating him as a simpleton. Each year, new faces appeared while old ones departed, all fervently seeking immortality. In the 9-star valley, Chen Xiong bent his body, smiling as he eagerly marketed his creation, a culmination of years of labor, containing the challenges and precautions of various sections, I assure you. This will significantly increase your success rate of entering a sect. Oh, several wandering cultivators halted, their interest piqued. May we take a look? However, upon seeing the fierce demeanor of Chen Xiong, they were taken aback, sensing that he was no ordinary individual. Of course, if you find it satisfactory, compensation would be appreciated. Chen Xiong smiled, recognizing that these individuals were newcomers to the Ascension Conference, thus increasing his chances of selling. Brother Xiong, this seems quite exceptional, one wandering cultivator exclaimed, showing it to his companions, even detailing the types of disciples the 10 major sects sought. Indeed, they pondered the authenticity of the information. Rest assured, I am here every year. If there are any questions, seek me directly, Chen Xiong assured, patting his chest earnestly. Just one low-grade spiritual stone, and you'll not suffer any loss. Even if it merely increases your odds by 10%, ISNT that again. Very well, a man shouted, his gaze still fixed on the booklet. This fellow is clearly a straightforward person. I'll buy it. Brother, your insight is commendable. This year, you will surely enter a sect smoothly, Chen Xiong flattered, joyfully accepting the low-grade spiritual stone, overwhelmed with happiness. Then I shall borrow your auspicious words. The man replied with a smile, clearly appreciating Chen Xiong's eloquence. Safe travels, gentlemen. Mu. Chen Xiong and the great black bull called out from behind, their faces beaming with joy. They had finally earned their first bucket of gold. Old bull, let us go. Mumu. Chen Xiong was ambitious, feeling exhilarated that they had earned the spiritual stone honestly, without theft or deceit. The great black bull was nearly in tears, nuzzling Chen Xiong, for they had truly succeeded, though no one knew the extent of their efforts. That brother appeared impressive, possessing extraordinary talent, and if he was not mistaken, he was likely there to participate in the recruitment of disciples by the 10 major sections. What brings you here, friend? A young man paused, surprise etched on his face, realizing how evident his excellence had become. Chen Xiong squinted slightly, sizing him up. However, brother, you may be lacking something crucial. The young man scrutinized Chen Xiong in return. Despite the headscarf, his wise eyes betrayed him, coupled with the great black bull by his side, adorned with pots and pans. It added an air of wisdom to him. This person was formidable. Please, speak plainly, the young man responded courteously. Chen Xiong retrieved 3 booklets from behind, opening one with a single hand, and said solemnly, if you wish to become an immortal, first peruse this booklet. What? The young man gasped, hastily accepting it. Could it be the legendary? All the challenges of the 10 major sects are within this booklet. It's up to you to discern its value. Chen Xiong said enigmatically, standing with his hands behind his back. Over the years, his eye for discerning who possessed spiritual stones had become keen. The young man wiped the cold sweat from his brow. The contents of the booklet were invaluable, far superior to hearsay. My friend, this must be quite costly. Just one low-grade spiritual stone. No, that is far too little. The young man abruptly shook his head, causing Chen Xiong's expression to shift as he realized he had misjudged. I believe it's worth at least 2. The young man insisted, pulling out the spiritual stones from his storage bag. Brother, that is unnecessary. It's a fixed price. Chen Xiong frowned, disliking the idea of raising prices arbitrarily. Just 1. 2. 1. Are you refusing to show me respect? The young man's expression suddenly turned sharp, as if he had transformed into a different person. Chen Xiong was taken aback, quickly backtracking. All right, 2 it is. You truly are no ordinary person. Upon hearing this, the young man instantly brightened, a smile playing on his lips. You are also no ordinary individual, my friend. I quite like this booklet. I shall take it. Safe travels, brother. Chen Xiong called after him, shaken by the encounter. In that fleeting moment, the depth of the young man's power was several times greater than his own. Moreover, he possessed a legendary storage bag, hinting at a significant background. It would be wise to keep a distance from such a person. Mu the great black bull nudged Chen Xiong. Why are you standing still? It's nothing, old bull. Let us continue selling the booklets. Mu. One person and one cow continuously bent over, smiling as they promoted the manual, while others dismissed it as counterfeit, scoffing before departing. Chen Xiong remained unperturbed. Such reactions were quite commonplace. Nevertheless, the day's harvest was rather gratifying, as they managed to sell 50 copies, thus acquiring 51 low-grade spirit stones. Chapter 24. The Essence of All Things Once a Month, a century-old spiritual herb. However, he had heard of mid-grade spirit stones, which are conventionally exchanged at a ratio of 1 to 100. Yet, in reality, a mid-grade spirit stone could easily be traded for 120 low-grade spirit stones. He and the great black bull concealed themselves in a secluded corner, their eyes scanning the surroundings, one hand tightly gripping the mountain-splitting axe. "Old bull, we are about to strike it rich," Chen Xiong whispered gleefully. Mu, the great black bull, responded softly, its head resting in Chen Xiong's embrace, its eyes brimming with joy. The primary function of low-grade spirit stones is for cultivation, as their pure spiritual energy far surpasses that of the natural spiritual aura. Cultivators must continuously refine the impurities within the spiritual energy. However, such practices are typically reserved for the affluent in the cultivation world. Ordinary cultivators merely utilize them for trade, as the effects of medicinal pills are superior, albeit with potential resistance. To develop resistance to medicinal pills indicates one is indeed a formidable figure, a notion far beyond the consideration of ordinary cultivators. The following day, they resumed selling pamphlets, finally amassing 100 low-grade spirit stones. Chen Xiong trembled with excitement, while the great black bull mooed incessantly, circling around him. "Old bull, we must act discreetly," Chen Xiong urged, feeling as if someone might come to snatch their spirit stones away. "Moo, moo," the great black bull replied, understanding the sentiment. On the third day, instead of selling pamphlets, they perused various stalls. Suddenly, Chen Xiong's eyes lit up upon spotting a familiar face. "Young lady, is that you?" The young girl's appearance had changed little, still resembling her former self, with several spiritual herbs and bottles of medicinal pills displayed before her. She was momentarily taken aback, recognizing those familiar legs and the 4 sturdy hooves of the black bull. In her mind, she couldn't help but think, why is this bandit here with a bull again? Hee, it's you. She forced a smile, the memory of their last encounter lingering vividly. "We're here to make a purchase. We have spirit stones." "Great. What do you wish to buy?" Her eyes brightened, her enthusiasm rekindled, as long as they weren't here to mock her. "Could you introduce me to these 3 spiritual herbs?" Chen Xiong crouched down, offering an awkward smile. Although he had studied medicine, he could discern some details. Amidst the girl's astonished gaze, Chen Xiong retrieved several spirit stones from his waistband to prove his sincerity. "All right." The girl hesitated, her gaze dropping as she pointed to one herb. "This is water cloud grass, 20 years old, a material for gathering chi pills. This is frost maple grass, only 10 years old, used for heavy feather pills. And this is divine meeting grass, 30 years old, also for heavy feather pills." Despite the relatively low ages of the herbs, for a free cultivator to gather such a variety was no small feat. If they had been older, many beasts would surely compete to seize them. "How many spirit stones for all of them?" "I'll take them all." Chen Xiong licked his lips, his eyes fixated on the herbs, which seemed to align perfectly with his expectations. 20, the girl declared after a moment's thought. "What?" Chen Xiong exclaimed, rising in shock. The sudden outburst caused the girl to frown. "Then how much will you offer?" she asked sweetly. 8 stones. "What?" Now it was the girl's turn to react in disbelief. "Is this how you bargain? Why don't you just rob me?" Chen Xiong's face revealed his difficulty as he reached into his waistband, slowly producing a few spirit stones. "How about 10 spirit stones? That's all I have." The girl's chest rose and fell slightly as she scrutinized Chen Xiong's expression, but could glean nothing. Only his exposed nose, eyes, and mouth were visible. "Fine, it's a deal," she nodded firmly. "Could you also throw in 3 boxes? I have nothing to store them in." Chen Xiong eyed the boxes behind her longingly. She was indeed a professional in selling herbs. The girl widened her eyes, realizing he was indeed a bandit at heart, but she complied, ultimately offering him a sweet smile. "Old bull, we must save where we can, yet spend when necessary, understand?" "Moo moo." The great black bull nudged Chen Xiong discontentedly. Having spent considerable time in the mortal realm, they had learned this principle well. "Brother, how much for this fireball technique?" Chen Xiong approached a stall selling spells, his expression calm and unperturbed. A middle-aged man glanced at Chen Xiong, his pupils slightly widening. "For low-grade spirit stones." Chen Xiong hesitated, his expression conflicted. while the great black bull tugged at him, urging him to leave. "Wait a moment, friend." The middle-aged man looked at Chen Xiong, then at the great black bull. "Are you genuinely interested?" "Yes, I have a slight interest," Chen Xiong nodded. "2 spirit stones, then." "Brother, you're straightforward," Chen Xiong praised, retrieving 2 spirit stones from his waistband and swiftly taking the spell. The middle-aged man shook his head slightly, pulling out a copy of Fireball Technique, a common spell he could reproduce endlessly. Chen Xiong and the great black bull purchased a spell each from various stalls, ensuring not to overindulge. They acquired object manipulation, basic pill refinement, complete guide to spiritual herbs and spiritual clarity, among others, and splurged on a bag of herb seeds, quickly depleting their stock of spirit stones. As they walked through the valley, their hearts raced with excitement, feeling their abundance of resources, acutely aware that numerous free cultivators might attempt to rob them. Old Bull. Moo the pair exchanged a knowing glance, quickening their pace as they bolted from the valley, disappearing from sight before the 10 great sects made their appearance. On the outskirts of an Indian mountain range, they occupied a beast den, a massive rock sealing the entrance, immovable by ordinary people. The stone was covered in dense vines, making it nearly impossible to spot the cave unless one knew it was there. Crack! A fire ignited, illuminating the cave as Chen Xiong's face flushed with excitement, while the great black bull pranced about joyfully. "Old Bull, we must keep our wealth concealed and maintain our composure." Chen Xiong chuckled softly. "At this rate, when will you ever be like me?" Moo the great black bull nuzzled against Chen Xiong, overjoyed. "Moo moo, our essence of all things totals 15 points, equating to 30. We can accelerate the growth of spiritual herbs by over 2 years in just 1 day." Chen Xiong grew increasingly animated, his words spilling forth. "Old Bull, can you do the math? How many years is 1 month?" "Moo moo," the great black bull called out, scratching the ground with a stone to calculate. 75 years. Chen Xiong exclaimed, looking at the great black bull in astonishment. 1 month yields a century-old spiritual herb. My heavens. Moo, moo moo. The great black bull gasped, dropping the stone, recalling that a century-old spiritual herb typically costs between 100 to 200 low-grade spirit stones. With their herb seeds in hand, they could sell them and buy more, creating an endless cycle. Who in the cultivation world could rival their wealth? Don't get ahead of yourself. We lack the strength to guarantee large-scale sales. Chen Xiong observed the great black bull's expression, aware of its thoughts. We must remain inconspicuous. Besides, we need to refine our own pills. Moo moo. The great black bull nodded vigorously, its eyes wide with astonishment, nearly floating away in excitement. Let us cultivate the 3 herbs in the boxes to 100 years first, and then we'll take the herb seeds one at a time. Chen Xiong spoke calmly, aware that the unique fragrance of a century-old spiritual herb could attract many beasts and spiritual creatures. This medicine box not only preserves the efficacy of the medicine, but also conceals its fragrance. Chen Xiong thought to himself that he would need to acquire more of them in the future. Chapter 25. The Laws of Wealth and Companionship Indeed. The ancients do not deceive me. The grand black bull solemnly responded with a low moo. Old Bull, let's get to work. Chen Xiong chuckled. We still need to refine our magical skills. The grand black bull's eyes sparkled with anticipation. It had long awaited the Fireball Technique, a skill that those street performers often showcased. Thus, they commenced their daily cultivation of spiritual herbs, honing their spells and breathing techniques. Hunting in the mountains whenever hunger or thirst arose, living life in blissful contentment. Months passed, and a tense atmosphere engulfed the cave, with the winds whispering ominously. Shimenhenyo, who would have thought that in such a short span you have cultivated to the 4th level of qi refinement? It seems today you cannot remain. Chen Xiong's gaze was cold and resolute as he unleashed his powers. Behold my telekinesis. The grand black bull stood alert, its eyes widening as a stone suddenly stirred behind it, intending to launch a surprise attack. Moo moo moo. It reared up on its hind legs, unleashing a small fireball propelled by its mystical energy towards the stone. With a sizzling sound, the entire cave was enveloped in a wave of heat. As the stone was reduced to ashes, the grand black bull grinned, exclaiming, "Such power is extraordinary. Bravo. Chen Xiong laughed heartily, lifting the grand black bull above his head. A gesture that never failed to amuse. After their playful antics, they settled on the ground, the bull brimming with confidence, now endowed with magical prowess. However, the grand black bull astonished Chen Xiong. Their years at the Immortal Ascension Conference had revealed that spiritual beasts were fundamentally different from humans. Generally, they could not cultivate human techniques or spells, yet the grand black bull had surpassed all expectations. Regardless of its true nature, it would forever be family to Chen Xiong. He smiled warmly, patting the still mooing grand black bull. Another year passed, and the time for the Immortal Ascension Conference had arrived once more. Chen Xiong led the grand black bull, their solitary journey infused with profound tranquility. Many wandering cultivators glanced at them, shaking their heads in silence. They embodied the most tragic figures of the cultivation world, lacking talent and unable to see beyond their predicament, destined to wither away in desolate corners. Yet, the mockery was absent. Such individuals commanded respect, a poignant reflection of many lives, a testament to profound sorrow. Some seasoned practitioners squinted, for in comparison, they found themselves lacking. The absence of this individual would leave an emptiness in their hearts. Chen Xiong had never been a target for their ruthless ambitions. His poverty and pure intentions rendered him almost foolish. Deep within a valley, inside a sex pavilion, Chen Xiong's expression shifted from calm to desperate as he exclaimed, "Elder, please. Just a little more. After a lifetime, I have only managed to acquire this one." The elder furrowed his brow, eyeing the rare 100-year-old divine herb in contemplation. "Elder, behold its quality. This herb retains all its medicinal properties. I discovered it just moments ago." Chen Xiong's eyes welled with joyful tears. "Just a little more, and it shall be yours." "Then add 10 more," the elder conceded, recognizing the herb's exceptional quality. "Very well." Chen Xiong's demeanor turned somber. He would not relent. The elder, perceiving the shift in Chen Xiong's expression, felt a pang of annoyance. "Elder, I shall purchase a few more herb boxes. My old bull is quite fond of them." Chen Xiong grinned, presenting 120 spirit stones. "Should I find more, I will gladly bring them to you." "Huh. 5 for a single low-grade spirit stone. Retrieve them yourself," the elder replied with a smile, glancing at the grand black bull outside. Such luck in acquiring a 100-year-old herb was rare indeed. To the elder's astonishment, Chen Xiong swiftly purchased 30 boxes, placing them in the grand black bull's pockets, which vanished from sight. Truly, a boy unfamiliar with the world, the elder muttered, reclaiming the herb box in his hands. Deep within the Ningyun mountain range, the crane spirit tree was abundant. Crafting these boxes required little effort. Years later, Chen Xiong learned of this event, lamenting his ignorance, feeling as though ants were crawling over him. Upon seeing the crane spirit tree, he would swing his axe. Now, they arrived at the entrance of an alchemy pavilion, where the elixirs were far more expensive than those sold by wandering cultivators, yet their quality was assured. "Greetings, esteemed friend. Is there anything to your liking?" A disciple approached Chen Xiong, who was unimpressed by the array of items. Alchemy furnaces, spiritual herbs, elixirs, and comprehensive alchemical techniques. He had encountered many peculiar individuals among the wandering cultivators, and the man in a black mask failed to stir any intrigue within him. "How much for this alchemy furnace?" Chen Xiong inquired, feigning expertise. "This is a low-grade yellow-tier alchemy furnace, priced at 20 low-grade spirit stones," the disciple replied, gesturing to a small furnace. "This larger one is also." "I'll take this one," Chen Xiong interrupted, his heart racing at the high price. "Esteemed friend, I've seen those wandering cultivators selling furnaces for only 10 low-grade spirit stones. Most of those are subpar or significantly damaged," the disciple patiently explained. "This will greatly affect the success rate of refining elixirs and the quality thereof." "Professional," Chen Xiong commended, realizing the necessity of purchasing such items from reputable merchants. Before parting with his spirit stones, in the cultivation world, items were categorized into 4 tiers: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow, with even higher levels beyond the reach of ordinary cultivators. Mu the Grand Black Bull took a liking to the small furnace, persistently urging Chen Xiong to show it. In matters of wealth, companionship, and the laws of the universe. The ancients have never deceived me. Chen Xiong mused inwardly, acknowledging that even immortality could not escape this truth. To remain in one place, cultivating endlessly, was but a dream. One's progression would stagnate. They resumed selling their pamphlets, which had garnered remarkable success the previous year, selling out within a day. In a dim corner, Chen Xiong's eyes glimmered with determination, devoid of any glee. Old bull, this year, let us refrain from further sales. Moo? The Grand Black Bull appeared confused. Are we doing well? These pamphlets are easily imitated and draw too much attention. We only seek our initial fortune, Chen Xiong explained. Moo. The Grand Black Bull comprehended, its mind sharpening as it grasped Chen Xiong's intentions with a mere glance. However, the intentions of others remained a mystery to it. Ah, fellow friend, I have found you at last. An elder in white robes approached with a smile, as if he had been searching for them. What is it? Chen Xiong's expression hardened, recognizing him as the alchemist who had deceived him before. I possess a fortune related to your pamphlet. I wonder if you would be interested. The elder said with a knowing smile, having observed Chen Xiong for some time, waiting for an opportunity to ensnare him. Chen Xiong silently shook his head, offering no response as he led the Grand Black Bull away, his eyes betraying no interest. The elder stood bewildered, muttering, truly, a fool with a stubborn mind. On the street, Chen Xiong advised, Old bull, remember this. We shall never harm others or covet any advantage. But we must not believe that good fortune will simply fall upon us. His gaze was profound as he spoke each word deliberately. We may miss many opportunities in doing so, but we shall never suffer loss. Moo moo. The Grand Black Bull nudged Chen Xiong, committing the lesson to memory. Chapter 26. The auspicious hour has arrived. I shall begin alchemy. They resumed their quest for medicinal herb seeds. While such herbs were rare, seeds were abundant. Chen Xiong purchased several bags, only to discover that over half contained dead seeds, a veritable mix of genuine and false. Chen Xiong was immediately incensed. Having reached the 4th level of qi refinement and mastered the fireball technique, he was not to be trifled with. I clearly paid for a full bag of spirit stones. Yet you offer me only half a bag of seeds? Chen Xiong's brow furrowed, though no one witnessed his displeasure. Moo. The Great Black Bull also let out a furious bellow at the stall. What is the matter? Aren't medicinal herb seeds typically like this? Are you trying to pick a fight, friend? The man sneered, a yellow talisman hovering in the air as he waved his fingers, unleashing a burst of light that vanished instantaneously. He looked at Chen Xiong with a taunting expression. This fool, leading a bull while wearing a black scarf, was clearly unaware that anyone who had conducted business here for a few years would know he was merely at the 3rd level of qi refinement, utterly helpless. However, a glimmer of insight flashed in Chen Xiong's eyes. This man was indeed at the 4th level of qi refinement and appeared quite affluent. Brother Liao, who dares to cause trouble here? A few individuals rushed forth from the crowd, clad in similar attire, likely members of a particular cultivation family. All were at the 4th level of qi refinement, with one even at the 5th level. Numerous scattered cultivators gathered around, watching Chen Xiong with mocking indifference. What? Does the majority bully the minority? Chen Xiong chuckled coldly, displaying no fear. Business is not conducted in this manner. I wondered who it was. Turns out to be this bandit fool. A round-faced man scoffed. Leave this to me, brother. Very well. The man nodded slightly. Do not use force within the valley. Exercise caution. Fool! Kneel and apologize to my brother. If you do, we shall consider this matter resolved. The round-faced man gazed down at Chen Xiong with disdain. I do not wish to see you at the next Ascension Conference. These individuals were evidently intent on mocking him. Those who were most discontent in life often found joy in bullying the weaker. If Chen Xiong did not assert himself, these scattered cultivators would believe they could manipulate him at will. What are you? You look like a rotten watermelon, Chen Xiong calmly retorted, standing his ground. And you dare bark at me? Furious, the round-faced man stepped forward, his hand emanating a faint glow as he unleashed a powerful fist aimed directly at Chen Xiong. Bang! Chen Xiong took a step back and delivered an unremarkable punch that collided with the round-faced man's blow. The latter's expression shifted dramatically. pain flickering across his face as he cried out, "Ah!" The sound of cracking bones echoed, and the round-faced man was sent flying back, staring in fear at Chen Xiong. What monstrous strength is this? The Liao family's golden fist had been shattered. This person was indeed formidable. Ha! Who would have thought this fool? Friend possesses such strength. A commotion erupted around them as the onlookers' gazes shifted towards Chen Xiong, realizing he was not the simpleton they had presumed. Ah, the Liao family, is it? Chen Xiong nodded slightly, turning to the furious group. Remember, you still owe me half a bag of herb seeds. Be careful outside the 9-Star Valley, friend, the man who supported the round-faced individual said darkly. Knowing some martial arts does not determine your fate. Oh, Chen Xiong smiled, his expression darkening further beneath his hood, instilling fear in the Liao family members. The onlookers gasped, realizing the oppressive aura of his hood was formidable. Leading the great black bull, Chen Xiong walked away, with a member of the Liao family trailing behind, though their pace quickened as they tried to keep up. After a series of sharp turns, they dashed out of the 9-Star Valley, vanishing from sight, leaving the Liao family member bewildered. Where did they go? On the road, Chen Xiong reflected, "Old bull, I was impulsive this time. Had I not cared about that half bag of herb seeds, we wouldn't have made enemies." He felt remorseful. Over the years, they had certainly heard plenty of gossip, but they had chosen to ignore it. Moo! The great black bull seemed unconcerned, asserting they were clearly bullying us. Life is not about yielding to everything. Let us refrain from attending the Ascension Conference for now. That member of the Liao family will surely seek us out, Chen Xiong said pensively. We must enhance our strength. We are vulnerable here, and the world of cultivation is far more ruthless than that of mortals. Moo! The black bull agreed, sensing the intent to kill from the Liao family. Upon returning to their cave at the mountain's edge, Chen Xiong continuously reflected on his actions, realizing he had lingered too long in the mortal realm. Coming here, he should not have allowed fleeting pride to cloud his judgment, which could lead to dire consequences. Old bull, if we encounter such situations again, we must endure. Once we possess sufficient strength, we can reclaim what we have lost. Chen Xiong muttered a curse that the black bull could not comprehend. Damn it, those little brats. Moo moo moo, the great black bull nudged Chen Xiong, aware that their mindset had yet to reach a point where they could dismiss everything. Some experiences were necessary. Old bull, it's all right. Chen Xiong embraced the great black bull. You go gather some medicinal herbs while I study alchemy. Moo! The black bull obediently hurried off, eager to lift Chen Xiong's spirits. Chen Xiong perused the basic alchemy techniques, learning that he must first condense the Dan fire within his body, then gradually refine the medicinal properties of the herbs, ultimately merging them into a pill. However, generating Dan fire consumed considerable spiritual energy, and a single misstep could result in the complete ruin of a batch of pills. A true alchemy master would require a plethora of herbs to succeed. The text also mentioned that the fire from the earth's veins could substitute for Dan fire, though such locations were typically occupied by immortal sects, inaccessible to ordinary cultivators. Chen Xiong read with great interest. Having studied medicine, he found parallels within the text. The most common pills during the qi refinement stage were the featherweight pill and the qi-enhancing pill, both excellent for advancing cultivation, with their formulas widely known. Herbs aged 20 years or more could be used for crafting. Of course, the older the herb, the better, Chen Xiong murmured. However, herbs of greater age are usually reserved for creating superior pills. Time flew by, and before he realized it, a year had passed. They had missed the Ascension Conference this time, while the Liao family lay in wait outside the valley, only to be met with disappointment. It seemed that the fool had grown somewhat clever, recognizing the danger of offending powerful figures and retreating like a turtle. This year, a few individuals had emerged, selling pamphlets akin to Chen Xiong's, which became quite popular, yielding substantial profits. Within the cave, Chen Xiong continued to concentrate his longevity points on the essence of all things. Today, he sat calmly on the ground, while the great black bull stood beside him, eagerly massaging his shoulders, snorting with excitement. The auspicious hour has arrived. I shall commence alchemy. May the celestial beings bless me, granting me some favor. Moo 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 moo. The great black bull echoed behind Chen Xiong. With his eyes gently closed, Chen Xiong suddenly opened them wide, revealing a Dan furnace before him. He pointed, causing the furnace to spiral upward until it was level with his gaze. Surrounding them lay dozens of 30-year-old herbs for the featherweight pill, accumulated over the past 2 years. Go! Chen Xiong shouted, as a medicinal herb soared into the furnace. The Dan fire erupted from his palm, and his spiritual energy began to deplete, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Under Chen Xiong's control, the Dan fire fluctuated in intensity, while the great black bull felt as though it were on a roller coaster. Unable to breathe, one by one, the herbs flew into the furnace, and a fragrant aroma filled the air, causing the great black bull to widen its eyes in astonishment. A sound akin to a bubble bursting echoed through the air, rendering an entire batch of precious medicinal herbs utterly ruined, transforming into pools of discarded concoction. Chen Xiong, panting heavily, retrieved a blank booklet and meticulously recorded his recent experience, noting the nuances of heat applied to each herb. Indeed, theory and practice are entirely distinct realms. Chapter 27. The exploding furnace. Where's my hair? Moo. The great black bull continued to pound its shoulders. Such meticulous work was beyond its capabilities, as it could only manage the rough tasks. Old bull, there's no rush. I need a few days to recover my mystical energy. Moo. The great black bull replied. You could take years, and it wouldn't matter. 3 more days passed before Chen Xiong fully restored his depleted mystical energy. Today, filled with vitality, he declared, "The auspicious hour has arrived. I shall commence alchemy. I beseech the celestial beings and deities to grant me, Chen Xiong, a favor." Moo 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 moo. The alchemical furnace spiraled skyward, as spirit herbs continued to soar into the cauldron. Before long, there was yet another pool of wasted medicinal liquid cooling down. Another 3 days passed, and after regaining his mystical power, Chen Xiong sat cross-legged, his veins bulging, and shouted, "The auspicious hour has arrived. I shall commence alchemy. I beseech the celestial beings and deities to grant me, Chen Xiong, a favor." Moo 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 moo. The alchemical furnace spiraled skyward, and more spirit herbs flew into the cauldron. Soon, yet again, there was another pool of wasted medicinal liquid cooling down. A month later, Chen Xiong's fingers trembled slightly, his lips quivered, and he murmured, "The auspicious hour has arrived. I shall commence alchemy. I beseech the celestial beings and deities to grant me, Chen Xiong, a favor." Moo. The alchemical furnace spiraled skyward, with spirit herbs continuing to enter the cauldron, and before long, yet again, there was another pool of wasted medicinal liquid, cooled and lifeless. Another month passed. The great black bull appeared listless, while Chen Xiong's eyes were deeply sunken, his hair dancing wildly. He trembled as he said, "The auspicious hour has arrived. I shall commence alchemy. I beseech the celestial beings and deities to grant me, Chen Xiong, a favor." Moo. The alchemical furnace spiraled skyward, and spirit herbs continued to be added. This time, the fragrance of the medicine wafted through the air, as Chen Xiong finally grasped the essence of the process. The great black bull's eyes sparkled with excitement as it slowly rose, eager to utter the words magnificent. But they remained unspoken. "Old bull, it worked. I succeeded, ha ha ha." Chen Xiong laughed wildly, his eyes bloodshot, as if he were about to devour the alchemical furnace itself. So many spirit herbs and countless spirit stones had been consumed in vain. Indeed, in the realm of cultivation, few would aspire to become an alchemist. Those with support from celestial sects were fortunate enough. Moo Moo, the great black bull, was exceptionally jubilant, gazing at the dozen or so pure white elixirs, continuously pounding Chen Xiong's shoulders. The aroma of the medicine permeated the entire cave, truly exquisite. I must record this. It is all experience. Chen Xiong nearly lost himself in a moment, realizing the significance of this endeavor. He began to take notes, diligently reviewing each day, for time was the one resource he had in abundance. "Let us test the effects," the old bull suggested. Moo. They each took a pill, which glided smoothly into their mouths, exuding an unparalleled silkiness. Chen Xiong and the great black bull felt a surge of pure medicinal power coursing through their bodies. The sensation was akin to drifting in the vast ocean, utterly free, bringing forth the utmost pleasure. So comfortable. Chen Xiong could not help but exclaim. As a medicinal power flowed, it seemed to loosen the bottleneck he faced. He consumed another, continuing the refinement. The great black bull emitted joyous moos as it sat cross-legged on the ground. Magnificent! Moo! With the third elixir consumed, the previously blocked bottleneck burst forth like a dam, instantly breaking through to the fifth layer of qi refinement. Chen Xiong and the great black bull jumped in delight, relieved to avoid becoming stagnant at a certain level. Let us hold off on alchemy for a month and solidify our foundation, Chen Xiong excitedly proclaimed. Then we shall seek a river for a bath and commence alchemy next month. Moo moo. The great black bull nodded vigorously, acknowledging the difficulty of beginnings. In the days that followed, they settled into a rhythm, rising with the sun and resting at dusk, nurturing seeds, refining elixirs, and cultivating their skills. A year sped by, and the Ascension Conference commenced as scheduled, yet the notorious Bandit was nowhere to be found. The Liao family was furious. Their ambush had come to naught, and they were powerless, with no one knowing the Bandit's appearance or origin, as if he had evaporated from existence. Within the cave, Chen Xiong added longevity points to the essence of all things. In the latter half of the year, he successfully completed 3 more batches of elixirs. They consumed the elixirs while consolidating their realms, remaining neither arrogant nor impatient, for time was the least valuable asset to Chen Xiong and the great black bull. Steadily progressing with each step was of utmost importance. They had now broken through to the 6th layer of qi refinement, truly formidable. Although the growth conditions for spirit herbs were exceedingly strict, their essence seemed capable of overcoming all obstacles. Chen Xiong and the great black bull opened another entrance in the cave, filled with spirit herbs aged for decades. Chen Xiong had read in the compendium of spirit herbs that these herbs required spiritual soil for cultivation, not just any ordinary earth. Mu, the great black bull, beamed at their flourishing domain, delighted by the abundant spiritual energy they now cultivated within this haven. However, the alchemical furnace was proving to be quite unreliable. Chen Xiong furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss with the furnace. It seemed it would need replacing soon. The great black bull nodded, acknowledging its lack of understanding regarding alchemy, yet sensing that the furnace's exterior had deteriorated. In the 2nd year, although Chen Xiong did not engage in alchemy, he remained exceedingly busy, diligently studying the compendium of spirit herbs, reciting and researching daily. The great black bull managed the spirit herbs, harvesting them when the time was right and placing them in medicine boxes. Life continued in a tranquil manner, devoid of troublesome affairs. Another year passed, and the Ascension Conference attracted many fresh faces, all ambitious and eager to ascend. Some familiar faces shook their heads in lament. Those who once mocked Chen Xiong were now in similar positions, the opportunity before them, stirring feelings of discontent. They looked down upon the mortal realm, preferring to perish in the 9-star valley rather than return in disgrace, unaware of how many bones lay buried deep within the Nangyun mountain range. Those selling pamphlets rejoiced. Their industry was burgeoning, and fresh blood was desperately needed. Yet, most were unaware that such conferences occurred frequently. The 10 celestial sects would not limit themselves to a single location for their gatherings. The Liao family, having utterly given up, resumed their business within the 9-star valley, deeming it a trivial matter, unworthy of ridicule for their perceived stinginess. They speculated that the bandit had likely been devoured by some beast, leaving no trace behind. Within the cave, Chen Xiong added longevity points to the essence of all things, preparing to focus and cultivate his spirit, ready to commence alchemy. The great black bull had prepared the spirit herbs, standing by as a cheerleader, massaging Chen Xiong's shoulders and back. Now, with my greatly enhanced mystical power, I wish to commence alchemy, beseeching the celestial beings and deities to grant me, Chen Xiong, a favor. Chen Xiong fixed his gaze, his robes fluttering without wind, his black hair cascading from his back, the ceremonial atmosphere palpable. Mu, the great black bull, let out a resounding call. Chen Xiong skillfully maneuvered, swiftly placing each spirit herb into the furnace with remarkable ease. Initially, It took him 3 days to recover after refining a batch of elixirs. Now it only required 2. Time flew by, and half a year later, a sudden loud explosion echoed through the cave. The alchemical furnace had exploded. Chen Xiong's face darkened. Confusion etched across his features as he exhaled thick black smoke, his hair resembling a Mediterranean hairstyle, with the top completely blown away. Mu, the great black bull, eyes wide with panic, exhaled heavily and hurried to check on him, relieved to find him unharmed. In an instant, it felt as if its legs had given way. Its eyes crescent-shaped as it took a slight step back, its belly heaving, stifled breaths escaping uncontrollably. The furnace had indeed exploded. Chen Xiong furrowed his brow, still unaware of the gravity of the situation, realizing that this magical tool also experienced wear and tear. Why does my head feel a bit chilly? Chen Xiong felt a sense of foreboding as he touched his head, his features gradually contorting in distress. Where has my hair gone? A roar, reminiscent of a lion king, echoed through the cave, causing fragments of stone to tumble down. Meanwhile, the great black bull was nearing its limit, emitting strange cries. Having never witnessed Chen Xiong in such a state, silently, Chen Xiong donned the bandana of a ruthless bandit, his blood-red eyes fixed on the black bull. Old bull, perish for me! Moo! A heart-wrenching scream reverberated within the cave, akin to the sounds of a bull being slaughtered during the New Year festivities. Chapter 28. Tranquility of Time. Enjoying the present, the year gradually passed amidst the sounds of Chen Xiong's furnace, as they infused the essence of longevity into all things. Now reaching the age of 19, the Ningyan mountain range was blanketed in thick, feathery snow, a silvery shroud covering the earth, blurring the boundaries between heaven and earth. This year, the kingdom of Qian seemed to be in turmoil, as rumors of warfare along the border spread, prompting countless righteous individuals to embark on journeys to safeguard the nation's gates. The heavy snowfall enveloped everything, while their families bid farewell. Their footprints mingled with longing in the snow. Many families of these righteous individuals lingered, remaining until dusk. The evening snow felt profound, as if woven with myriad emotions, surging like the ocean, capable of drowning all in its path. Yet, regardless of the worldly happenings, it appeared that nothing could obstruct the quest for immortality undertaken by countless wandering cultivators. The Ascension Conference commenced as usual, and the herdsman who had once led the oxen was gradually forgotten. However, a significant event unfolded within the valley. Hundreds of sect cultivators personally descended to apprehend those selling manuals. Although no lives were lost, their possessions were entirely confiscated. These manuals had severely impacted the interests of the various sects, which had previously engaged in fair competition. Now, with the emergence of such guides, the number of wandering cultivators participating in the challenges had noticeably increased. Furthermore, some promising talents had been snatched away, attributed to the faults of these manuals, leading to misguided disciples. The 10 major sects united in an effort to eradicate this menace, declaring that should such occurrences continue, the perpetrators would meet with dire consequences. In a cave on the outskirts of the Ningyan mountain range, they had exhausted their supply of spiritual herb seeds, and the alchemy furnace had exploded. Chen Xiong began to contemplate the next steps. The great black ox sat nearby, diligently grinding herbs, its hooves working tirelessly, preparing the seasonings they typically use for their meals. Old ox, let us first consume the remaining elixirs and reserve the other herbs for later, Chen Xiong suggested. Moo, the black ox replied dismissively, filling bottles with the powdered herbs while continuing its grinding, its eyes filled with seriousness. Chen Xiong hoisted 2 water jars, still containing clothing, and cheerfully asked, Old ox, shall we fetch some water? Moo moo, the black ox called out anxiously, quickly organizing the stone mill. Wherever Chen Xiong went, it followed closely. The black ox effortlessly moved a boulder aside at the cave's entrance, waiting for Chen Xiong to exit before covering it again and inspecting for any weaknesses. Outside, the snowflakes danced in the air and the biting wind howled. Chen Xiong wore only a thin garment, yet felt no chill. They walked to a stream, where they began to chip away at the ice. Chen Xiong held 1 jar while filling it with water, and the black ox joyfully stood in the stream with another jar. In its exuberance, The black ox accidentally broke through the ice and fell in, but Chen Xiong swiftly pulled it back up. After filling the jars, they sat together to wash the clothes, exchanging laughter and conversation. The snowflakes drifted down from the sky, and they sat atop several feet of snow, as if only the young man and the great black ox existed in the world. Time flowed gently, and they relished the moment. Before long, the sound of brittle branches snapping underfoot echoed in the distance, accompanied by the heavy crunch of snow. Although far away, their keen ears caught the noise. Chen Xiong and the black ox turned towards the snowy forest, where a large group of people approached, clad in tattered robes and wielding wooden staffs. Their faces were filthy, red from the cold, numbering at least 100, comprising men, women, and children. Each face bore a look of astonishment at the sight of someone washing clothes in such heavy snow, and particularly at the sight of a great black ox sitting upright, holding clothing and soap pods in its hooves. "Elder, have you lost your way?" Chen Xiong casually inquired, gradually lowering his guard towards these ordinary folk. The black ox merely glanced at them, sensing no danger, and continued its laundry. "Young hero, we have fled from Dansong City." An elderly man, weary yet resolute, approached. The youth appeared to be a martial practitioner, robust and unyielding even in such frigid weather. "Dansong City? That is quite far. Nearly on the other side of the Ningyan mountain range." Chen Xiong exclaimed in surprise. He had heard of Dansong City, neighboring Panning City, yet the journey was long. "Are you heading to Panning City?" Indeed, the elder nodded, his eyes lighting up with hope. "Elder, what has transpired? Why do you dare traverse such perilous terrain in the Ningyan mountain range?" "Young hero, you misunderstand. We took the outskirts and traveled a longer route," the elder replied, shaking his head with a deep sigh. "The kingdom of Qian is in turmoil, with chaos and banditry rampant. The lord of Dansong City has been slain." "Ah," Chen Xiong gasped, understanding their plight. He too had fled from danger. "You could reach Panning City by traveling southeast. You merely chose a longer path." "Thank you, young hero," the elder said, clasping his hands in gratitude, realizing he had simply sought directions. "No need for thanks." Chen Xiong waved his hand, observing the fleeing individuals. "Be cautious on your journey. There are many wild beasts in this area." "Thank you, young hero." "Thank you, young hero." "Thank you, big brother." The crowd echoed their gratitude, and a little girl's sweet voice rang out. Hope ignited in their eyes. They were finally nearing Panning City, a large city known for its stability. Chen Xiong smiled gently as he watched them depart, the black ox also mooing its farewell. "Old ox, let me tell you, no matter the world, where there is a nation, there is always turmoil, and the common people suffer." Chen Xiong reflected, recalling the painful history of wars in his past life, etched into the very blood of every soul. "Moo, moo, moo, moo." The black ox perked up, ceasing its work, nuzzling Chen Xiong eagerly. "Then let us begin from the Xia dynasty." Chen Xiong began to narrate solemnly, while the black ox listened intently, eyes wide, absorbing every name. Half an hour later, they had finished washing the clothes and sat together, admiring the snowy landscape. Chen Xiong continued recounting history, lost in the moment. To know what happens next, please tune in for the next installment. Chen Xiong patted the black ox, which still seemed eager for more stories, glancing at the frozen garments. "Our clothes have turned into ice blocks." "Moo." The black ox suddenly snapped back to reality, realizing the truth. "Let us go. Luckily, we have the fireball technique." Chen Xiong stood up, carrying the water jars and clothing, leading the black ox back to the cave, grateful for the convenience of magic to dry their belongings. On their way back, an unsettling sensation began to creep in. Amidst the wind and snow, a pungent scent of blood wafted through the air. "Old ox," Chen Xiong murmured, pulling a hood over his head for caution. "Moo," the black ox replied quietly, its eyes alert and vigilant, for its sense of smell was remarkably sharp. In the distance, beneath a tree, lay several corpses, their blood staining the snow, which was gradually being covered by the falling flakes. Chen Xiong furrowed his brow, slowing his pace. It seemed every half-mile there were bodies, each with knife wounds, indicating they had not been dead long, the footprints scattered and unclear. "Moo?" The black ox gazed at Chen Xiong, recognizing several familiar faces resembling those of the commoners they had just encountered. Chen Xiong cautiously approached, uncovering a few bodies. One woman lay protectively over a little girl, yet both had succumbed, their wounds beginning to freeze. Chapter 29. This world, this environment, we cannot control the little girl. Chen Xiong recalled the sweet voice echoing her mind. Thank you, big brother. Chen Xiong's heart trembled, and she slowly uttered, how ruthless. Even the children are not spared. Moo moo. The great black bull continued to nudge a few individuals, attempting to rouse them from their stupor. They were not cultivators. They must be vicious bandits. Chen Xiong crouched slightly, gazing into the distance where the corpses littered the ground. Elderly, women, and children. The perpetrator must still be pursuing the innocent civilians. 2 water jars and garments were left behind by Chen Xiong and the great black bull, while 2 heavy axes spun slowly, slicing through the falling snowflakes. Whoosh, whoosh, boom. The thick snow beneath them trembled, and a violent sound reverberated through the air. As if they were traversing a sea of snow, their footsteps kicking up great waves of snow, a display of overwhelming might. In the distance, dozens of mountain bandits laughed maniacally, their large blades dripping with fresh blood. The city of Panning was now engulfed in chaos. With large numbers of warriors conscripted, who could possibly restrain them? Brother, the number of refugees arriving in Panning City is increasing. One bandit cackled savagely, for they had come with all their possessions, ready to seize a bountiful haul. This is the good life. The leader, wielding a great sword, laughed wildly at last. We have our dominion. Kill them, my brothers. Yes, brother. Yes, brother. The mountain bandits shouted in unison, their surroundings strewn with corpses. The thrill of pillaging and murder invigorated them. Previously, they had to contend with soldiers, but now those forces were on the battlefield, leaving them unimpeded. Screams of despair echoed as more innocent civilians fell helplessly to their demise, their eyes filled with deep regret, unwilling to close even in death. For they were so close to safety. The bandits laughed even louder as they rifled through the victims' clothing for gold and silver trinkets, knowing that fleeing civilians often carried such valuables. Suddenly, a commotion arose behind them. All the bandits turned to look, their eyes narrowing at the sight of snow being kicked up high. What in the world? The leader spat, standing at the forefront clad in animal skin, his sword in hand, unable to see clearly through the heavy snow. Is something running? What the brother? Something feels off. Is it a person or a black bull? Oh no, run! The leader's pupils constricted violently as he suddenly roared. By the time they discerned the figure, it was too late. Chen Xiong's foot struck the ground, accelerating toward them, the sound of slicing air suddenly erupting. The leader's mind short-circuited. In the blink of an eye, the figure was upon him, and the coldness in those eyes was unlike anything he had ever encountered. Swish! The leader's head was sent soaring, his eyes seemingly unable to register the shock, as blood gushed forth from his body, and he collapsed forward. The great black bull charged into the throng of bandits, bellowing in fury, while the bandits writhed in agony, as if struck by a mountain, crushed under the bull's weight. A chorus of desperate screams erupted, and they died without ever knowing who had slain them. Smoke billowed as the bodies of dozens of bandits were incinerated by fireball spells, and the silhouettes of Chen Xiong and the great black bull gradually faded into the swirling snow. Within the cave, Chen Xiong and the great black bull had returned with the water jars and garments, sitting in silence, realizing that their good intentions had inadvertently led to misfortune. The remains of the slain bandits lay unburied, buried beneath thick snow, many of them lost to sight. Had Chen Xiong not guided them, perhaps they would never have encountered such ruthless bandits. Old bull, some things are beyond our control. Chen Xiong sighed softly, patting the great black bull. This world, this environment, we cannot dictate, nor do we possess the power to change. Mu, the great black bull, rested its head in Chen Xiong's embrace. The only thing we can decide is ourselves, as long as we act with a clear conscience. Chen Xiong looked at the great black bull and smiled gently. Acknowledging that such events occurred constantly, one must learn to accept them. Mu, the great black bull, nodded, feeling that those bandits were particularly vile, robbing and killing without remorse. Old bull, let us begin our cultivation, we still have some rejuvenation pills left. Chen Xiong's countenance brightened, shaking off the earlier discontent as he focused on the tasks ahead. Moo. The great black bull's eyes widened, invigorated. They consumed the pills at a slow yet steady pace. Previously, they would devour several at a time. But now they took one, meditated for several days, gradually refining the pill's essence and familiarizing themselves with the growing magical energy. As time passed, another year slipped by, and it seemed that the snow had ceased to fall. They had now broken through to the 7th level of qi refining, having completely consumed the rejuvenation pills, while preserving 700-year-old spiritual herbs, preparing to prosper. Chen Xiong finally accumulated the essence of all things to 20, ready to increase his magical energy the following year and see if it would multiply within him. Refugees fleeing from the other side of the Ningyun mountain range had increased in number. Some perished from starvation, picked apart by vultures. Others fell victim to wild beasts, and some were robbed by bandits. Additionally, others passed by the mouth of their cave, and it seemed the outside world was becoming increasingly unstable. Observing the many impoverished and cold civilians, Chen Xiong and the great black bull would quietly offer them some dried meat, yet they refrained from further interaction. Who could truly understand the consequences of this world? In such a world, the desire for power among wandering cultivators intensified, as they sought ways to join the 10 great sects rather than languish in an aimless existence. Compared to the dire situations outside, the Immortal Ascension Conference was thriving, more fervent than in previous years as they aspired for the broader realm of cultivation. Inside the cave, the lone man and his bull remained unperturbed, engrossed in their respective pursuits, indifferent to the tumult outside. Old bull, I shall attend the Immortal Ascension Conference. You stay here and wait for me. Chen Xiong decided not to wear a disguise this time, nor would he bring the great black bull, believing it to be a safer approach. Moo. The great black bull clutched Chen Xiong tightly with its mouth, for they had never been apart. I'll return in one day. If I don't, come find me. Really? When have I ever deceived you? If all goes well, I shall return in half a day. Chen Xiong chuckled, knowing they lacked spiritual herbs and alchemical furnaces. He had to go. Moo the great black bull nodded and ran to move aside the massive stone at the cave's entrance, then waited for Chen Xiong. Chen Xiong dashed out, carrying 4 medicine boxes containing 400-year-old spiritual herbs, no longer using the essence of all things to conceal his cultivation level. The great black bull hesitated for a moment, but then chased after him, accompanying Chen Xiong for a considerable distance, only departing as he neared the depths of the mountain, all the while emitting soft mooing sounds. Chen Xiong looked back 3 times, only quickening his pace after the great black bull vanished from sight. The number of people on the road had increased significantly. Along the way, Chen Xiong encountered numerous wandering cultivators. Upon seeing his 7th level qi refining cultivation, they respectfully referred to him as senior. In a world where strength reigned supreme, the capable always took precedence. Chen Xiong remained remarkably low-key, ignoring all attention. Upon entering the 9-star valley, he navigated with ease, hearing about the selling of manuals and simply smiling with an unfathomable glint in his eyes. The valley was bustling with cultivators trading items, hoping to increase their odds of success in the trials ahead. He arrived at a small sex pavilion, adjusting his emotions as he stepped inside with a sorrowful expression. Chapter 30. Infusing magic flames engulfed the sky. Esteemed senior. That night was filled with wild winds and torrential rain. This precious herb was painstakingly gathered by me from the peak of a steep cliff. Chen Xiong was on the verge of despair, tears brimming in his eyes. To preserve its medicinal properties, I sustained severe injuries just to deliver it to you swiftly. After a moment of hesitation, the elder of the sect finally granted Chen Xiong 10 spirit stones. Your insight is remarkable, esteemed senior, Chen Xiong exclaimed with fervor, as if he had never encountered spirit stones in his life. The elder examined Chen Xiong and was taken aback, to think he was a 7th layer qi refinement cultivator. And so young. In awe, Chen Xiong purchased 30 medicine boxes, all packed into a tattered snakeskin bag. Is this truly a 7th layer qi refinement cultivator? The elder mused, dazed for a long while. The young man's demeanor bore no trace of a practitioner, appearing more like an ordinary commoner. Chen Xiong hunched his back, meandering through the valley, bargaining at various stalls with scattered cultivators for quite some time. He acquired 3 bags of medicinal herb seeds, but this time, he thoroughly examined the spirit stones before handing them over. His unassuming nature, particularly the torn hole in the snakeskin bag revealing empty medicine boxes, left the seasoned cultivators feeling quite vexed. After wandering around, Chen Xiong entered another sect's pavilion and recounted a different version of his tale. Between the lines lay no embarrassment. It was rife with awkwardness. It seemed the weight of the snakeskin bag bent his waist even further. With a face akin to one mourning a lost cow, Chen Xiong continued to haggle over the price of a single spirit stone at the stalls. He purchased a superior alchemy furnace for 50 low-grade spirit stones and inquired about the issue of furnace explosions. So that's how it is, he realized while walking. It turned out that alchemy furnaces also required magical energy for nurturing. He had always neglected this after using them. Every hour, he would visit different sect pavilions to sell century-old medicinal herbs, quickly exhausting his stock of 4 such herbs. The snakeskin bag now contained over 10 bags of medicinal herb seeds, though all were materials suitable for chi refinement period pills, as he could not procure anything better. He scavenged leisurely, observing that many scattered cultivators treated him with considerable courtesy, wary of swindling him due to his 7th-layer cultivation. Chen Xiong then quickened his pace, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he vanished into the 9-star valley, returning to his cave without incident. "Old cow, I'm back." With one hand, he moved the massive stone aside, and a shadow leaped forth as the big black cow rushed toward him, mooing excitedly. "Haha, let's go inside and chat." Chen Xiong embraced the cow's head, glanced around, and sealed the cave with a massive stone before entering. The big black cow circled around Chen Xiong joyfully, its eyes gleaming, tugging at him with its mouth. "All right, just this once. I promise I won't abandon you again," Chen Xiong said happily, looking at the snakeskin bag. "Let us see the treasures inside." The big black cow's eyes brightened, seemingly catching the scent of numerous medicinal herb seeds, and it hurried to investigate, only be left dumbfounded. "Wow." The big black cow stared at Chen Xiong in shock, discovering over 20 bags. "Truly remarkable." "Haha, old cow. I leave them in your care. There are also many herbs for chi-enhancing pills." Chen Xiong turned his attention to the alchemy furnace, cherishing his newfound treasure, determined to care for it diligently this time. "Moo." The big black cow's eyes sparkled with excitement as it stood and carried the bags to another cave, relishing the prospect of cultivating the medicinal herbs. Together, their essence of all things now tallied 40. In a month, they could nurture 3 medicinal herbs over 30 years old. "Old cow, let us get to work." "Moo." The two, filled with passion for the future, began their respective tasks, their steps never pausing. The clouds drifted lazily, and time slipped by. Another year of spring and autumn had passed. Life is fleeting, laden with countless past events and memories. "Old cow, keep the medicine boxes safe, nurture them with magical energy, and don't let the bugs eat them." "Moo moo." Remember to categorize the medicinal herbs. Don't be hasty in your work. If you don't cultivate good habits now, what will you do in the future? "Moo moo." On the outskirts of the Ningyun mountain range, within a cave, even 2 immortals were diligently striving, making the most of their time to engage in meaningful endeavors, free from excessive lamentation. This year, the kingdom of Qian seemed even more tumultuous, with cultivators committing misdeeds among mortals. The 10 major sects dispatched numerous disciples, vowing to stabilize the mortal realm, for it is the source of countless disciples. Do they wish for us to be without successors? Immortal cultivators displayed their prowess among mortals, stirring excitement among the populace, who burned incense and prayed for protection. As the 10 major sects took action, chaos seemed to reign even more in the kingdom of Qian, with demons and monsters emerging. An influx of mortals seeking enlightenment in the Ningyun mountain range increased, while the beasts of the deep grew invigorated, leaving behind countless corpses. The Ascension Conference became somewhat disorderly. Inside the cave, a notification chimed. Ding. The host is now able to infuse points. Chen Xiong felt a surge of excitement. Old cow, this year we can try to enhance our magical energy. He called to the big black cow, hopeful for a significant breakthrough. Moo, the big black cow, with its coal black body, hurried over, its bright eyes wide, resembling a lump of coal. Without its horns, one might not recognize it as a cow. Let us go. I'm ready to ascend. Moo moo. Chen Xiong and the big black cow, their eyes sparkling with excitement, sat down on the ground to begin infusing points. Their current longevity points were Magical Energy 1, Strength 21, Speed 21, Essence of all things 20. A warm current surged within them. Chen Xiong and the big black cow grew increasingly tense, eyes gently closing as they sensed their inner magical energy. Half an hour passed. What? That's it? Chen Xiong and the big black cow were both bewildered. They felt nothing, still at the 7th layer of qi refinement. The cave remained dark, illuminated only by flickering candlelight, the gentle breeze seeping through a crack in the massive stone unchanged. Could it be that the points added were too few? Moo. The big black cow nodded at Chen Xiong, affirming that the more points infused, the better the effect. Let us check again next year. For now, let us get back to work. We're busy. Chen Xiong shrugged nonchalantly, and the big black cow nodded, trotting off to the herb field, indifferent to the matter. 2 months later, Chen Xiong and the big black cow were using fireball technique to dry their clothes when suddenly, the cave was engulfed in flames, thick smoke billowing. Oh no! Quickly gather. Moo! Chen Xiong and the big black cow shouted in alarm, but while they managed to retract the fireball technique, their clothes were completely incinerated. The big black cow hurriedly pushed the massive stone aside, and Chen Xiong, clad only in his underpants, dashed out, his expression one of despair. What? What just happened? Chen Xiong murmured, slowly turning to the big black cow. I was using fireball technique. Moo moo. The big black cow shook its head, its eyes wide with disbelief, questioning Chen Xiong. You didn't secretly learn any spells, did you? Is this really fireball technique? Moo. The big black cow nudged Chen Xiong aside, standing up to demonstrate what fireball technique truly was, as if to say, you can't fool me, old cow. Chen Xiong stared blankly at the big black cow, still unable to comprehend. Moo! The big black cow bellowed, looking seriously toward the distance. Magical energy surged from its hooves, and a colossal fireball ascended into the air. Boom, crackle, crackle. Flames roared, engulfing the sky, as countless dry branches and leaves were incinerated, thick smoke rising. Old cow, quickly gather. Extinguish the flames. Chen Xiong exclaimed in horror. They had yet to learn water-based spells, and now a conflagration was ravaging the mountain. Chapter 31. A chance encounter on a mountain path. May all your endeavors be successful. Moo, moo moo moo. The great black bull gazed in disbelief at its own creation, suddenly yanked away by Chen Xiong before it could comprehend the situation. After an hour, the flames were finally extinguished, and Chen Xiong appeared disheveled, with his undergarments nearly scorched away, his hair in utter disarray, looking worse than the fleeing commoners. They returned to the cave and sat facing each other. Old bull, I understand now. It turns out this magical power is not derived from within us. Chen Xiong swallowed hard, letting out a belch that expelled a puff of black smoke. This power enhances our spells. Moo the great black bull also comprehended, its eyes wide with astonishment. Remarkable. The key is that the energy consumption is minimal. Chen Xiong's mouth fell agape. The consumption of his fireball technique was now less than half of what it had been before. So this is the crux of the matter. Moo, old bull, step aside. Chen Xiong's eyes narrowed with focus as he spread his palm. Let me try the alchemical flame. Moo. The great black bull quickly scurried away, retreating into the cave where spiritual herbs were cultivated, peeking out with its half-exposed head. So pure. A small flame gradually manifested in Chen Xiong's palm, which he meticulously controlled, causing it to grow larger. He continued until it matched the size of the original alchemical flame, then halted. Just as I suspected. Chen Xiong smiled faintly, expertly managing the alchemical flame while the depletion of his internal energy was remarkably slow. If this continues, I shall master the alchemical flame with great precision. Moo the great black bull approached cautiously, observing the alchemical flame, which, although resembling its predecessor, seemed to possess a livelier essence. With a firm grip, Chen Xiong drew the flame back into his body and turned to the great black bull. Old bull, we must begin to rebuild our magical power. Mu? Because I no longer wish to be left with only my undergarments. Chen Xiong replied irritably. Do you understand? Moo moo. The great black bull grinned widely, understanding fully. In the ensuing days, they diligently adapted to their internal energy and ultimately discovered the secret, achieving a state of effortless control. During this time, Chen Xiong also forged several batches of elixirs, witnessing a significant increase in success rates, alongside a decrease in energy consumption. Many alchemists had perished at the hands of the alchemical flame, for the slightest fluctuation in internal energy could ruin an entire batch of potions, prompting them to resort to the more stable earth vein fire. One man and one bull exchanged crooked smiles within the cave, their forms cast in a terrifying silhouette by the flickering candlelight. The heavens may be repaired, the seas may be filled, and the southern mountains may be moved. The sun and moon continue their course, never to be retraced. 5 years have swiftly passed. The border of the Qian kingdom braced for war as the crown prince ascended to the throne, the court engulfed in bloodshed, and the common folk cried out in despair. The Wu kingdom, brimming with ambition, amassed its forces at the gates, while the Qian kingdom was thrown into turmoil, prompting the 10 great sects to intervene in a national conflict. The Wu kingdom's sects naturally resisted, igniting a new wave of strife, with undercurrents of unrest surging everywhere. In the grand scheme of the world, no one could remain unscathed. Prosperity brings suffering to the people. Demise brings suffering to the people. On the outskirts of the Ningyun mountain range, a figure clad in a bandit's hood led a great black bull deeper into the mountains. As they passed through a thicket, a dozen bandits leapt from the trees, licking their lips and casting hungry glances at the figure below, their blades glinting ominously in the light. This individual, leading a bull, certainly wasn't a person of importance. The bandits prided themselves on their discernment. Let us strike, they cackled. Leave the bull behind. Kill him, ha-ha. The bandits soared through the air, eyes gleaming with bloodlust, for the act of killing was a source of joy, particularly relishing the final, desperate cries of their prey. Yet, the one leading the bull seemed oblivious, continuing to walk forward. The bandits grew more excited, thinking him a fool. Suddenly, chaos erupted. Gusts of wind swept through, and from the bull's handler, countless stones soared into the air, shooting forth like arrows. Their speed and ferocity surpassed anything visible to the naked eye. Cries of horror echoed through the forest, scattering birds from the trees. The bandits collapsed helplessly to the ground, their skulls pierced by stones, blood pooling around them. Moo! The great black bull let out a soft moo, igniting a blaze in the forest, leaving the bandits' remains unrecognizable, yet sparing the surrounding grass. The man and bull continued onward, their gazes as deep as an ancient well, unperturbed by the carnage they had wrought. Old bull, this world is increasingly unsettled, Chen Xiong remarked calmly, gazing ahead. The Ningyun mountain range is fraught with danger. We must prepare to depart. Moo! The great black bull replied heavily, a hint of murderous intent flickering in its eyes. They had endured and witnessed far too much over the past 5 years. It seemed that this world was never as idyllic as they had imagined. There were those fleeing who resorted to cannibalism, and families that migrated only to be left with a single survivor, ultimately slain by bandits. Some sought immortality only to perish at the jaws of beasts, while others harbored malevolence, repaying kindness with malice and meeting a merciless end. Through all these experiences, a sense of indifference began to manifest in Chen Xiong and the great black bull's eyes. Just a group of nameless passers-by, Chen Xiong mused, a slight smile gracing his lips. Old bull, let's not allow them to disturb our peace of mind. Our world is still vast. Moo the great black bull nuzzled Chen Xiong, grinning widely. The pair continued onward, and over the 5 years, their longevity points had all been invested in their magical powers. Their skills had reached a transcendent level, resulting in a qualitative transformation. They could hardly bring themselves to unleash their full potential now. Even a minor summoning spell had become terrifyingly effective. allowing them to strike down foes from 1,000 miles away with ease. Standing on the ground, as long as the target was within sight, they could even shoot down low-flying birds, and the fireball technique was even more fearsome. Moreover, the elixirs they crafted possessed an inexplicable potency, leaving them with the impression that they were significantly stronger than any previous concoctions, with their alchemical furnace reduced to ruins. However, with the considerable intake of elixirs, they had now broken through the 10th layer of the Qi refinement stage. The rejuvenation and vitality pills could no longer enhance their cultivation. A thin film, akin to an iron fortress, now blocked their internal energy, solidifying their dantian and preventing any further advancement. On this day, the sun blazed fiercely, although the northern winds blew. A trace of warmth lingered. Venturing deep into the Ningyun Mountains, they inhaled the fragrance of unknown flowers wafting through the air. As they traversed the rugged path, they encountered a group of individuals descending the mountain. The woman at the forefront halted, staring at Chen Xiong for a long moment. "Is it you?" Chen Xiong and the great black bull froze in confusion. Who was this? Was she attempting to extort them? Even those beside her regarded her with bewilderment. "You can recognize me, even with a hood on? It's been nearly 10 years, hasn't it? I never expected to see you again." The woman suddenly smiled, a faint fragrance emanating from her. "I remember your hood and the bull." Chen Xiong frowned. As she smiled, the image of a girl he had once frightened began to merge with that of this woman. Her voice had matured, and her features were no longer those of a youthful maiden. Her eyes now held many stories and a sense of gravitas. It is indeed you," Chen Xiong recalled, inquiring, "Isn't the Ascension Conference beginning? Aren't you selling spiritual herbs anymore?" "Not anymore. My aptitude for cultivation is limited. I'm preparing to return home," the woman replied with a smile. "My family has arranged a marriage." "Congratulations. I actually have experience in both joyous and somber occasions." Chen Xiong spoke earnestly, gesturing with his hand. Upon observing the maiden's countenance, it is evident that she is a person of fortune. Henceforth, all shall unfold to her advantage. "Then I shall take your kind words to heart," the woman replied, nodding slightly, her gaze lingering on the direction of the Ascension Conference. "I also wish you, dear friend, a triumphant ascent to immortality and abundant success in all your endeavors. Safe travels, my friend." Chen Xiong took a step back, leading the great black ox aside. The woman turned, casting Chen Xiong another sweet smile reminiscent of their first encounter, before departing with her companions. Chen Xiong continued on his path, the two travelers moving in opposite directions towards divergent futures, brushing past one another. Suddenly, he paused and turned back, observing the group descending the mountain. A gentle mountain breeze stirred, setting the blossoms in full bloom, while the woman's dark tresses danced in the wind. Chen Xiong smiled serenely before turning away and continuing on his journey. Chapter 32. Chen Xiong's challenge at the Nine Stars Valley in the Nine Stars Valley. Chen Xiong led the imposing black bull into an arena filled with unfamiliar faces. Everywhere he looked, the scattered cultivators rushed about, their eyes brimming with an insatiable thirst for power. 3 days hence, the representatives of the 10 great sects would arrive, and the air was charged with anticipation as Chen Xiong and the black bull silently observed the high platform. Each year, the 10 great sects sent different representatives, all of whom were foundational practitioners. "Moo!" the old bull bellowed, ready for the challenge. Chen Xiong approached the high platform of the Ziyun sect, drawing astonished gazes from the scattered cultivators. It was indeed a curious sight, a man bringing a mundane bull to face the trials. Atop the platform, 3 women stood with their hands clasped behind their backs, their eyes sparkling with intrigue as they regarded the man and his bull. The first trial involved puppets, 10 mechanical puppets at the 5th layer of Qi refinement. To advance to the next level, one must evade their attacks. Many scattered cultivators were captivated by Chen Xiong, realizing he was a 7th layer Qi refinement practitioner. As Chen Xiong stepped forward, the puppets emanated a crimson light, arraying themselves around him and launching an onslaught without fear of death. Chen Xiong's feet trembled as he left a fleeting shadow in his wake. With one hand, he lifted the black bull, deftly avoiding numerous spells and instantaneously positioned himself behind one of the puppets. With his palm engulfed in flames, he struck, melting the puppet's back as a crystalline core emerged, rendering it immobile. Employing the same method, Chen Xiong's speed and precision were unparalleled, swiftly dispatching all 10 puppets as if it required little effort. What sorcery was that? The onlookers gasped. The puppets of the Ziyun sect had been effortlessly vanquished by his skillful hand, and the materials used to create such puppets were of considerable worth. It was a revelation. While others merely evaded, this man annihilated the puppets with terrifying prowess. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd below the platform. They had never witnessed someone dragging a black bull while simultaneously defeating 10 puppets. Atop the platform, the 3 women exchanged looks of disbelief. Yun's sister. This scattered cultivator is rather excessive, is he not? One remarked indignantly. He has destroyed Ziyun sect property. How amusing, Yun's sister replied, her lips curving into a faint smile, her eyes betraying no concern. I am curious to see what qualifications he possesses. Upon uttering those words, the 3 women produced a set of tokens. The second trial tested bone age and aptitude. Chen Xiong led the black bull into a grand hall, vibrant with colors, at the center of which lay an array. He stepped directly into it. Bone age 20. One of the women gasped as she read the token, her voice quivering. A mixed elemental root. What a pity, but he is still a noteworthy figure among scattered cultivators. Yun's sister expressed a hint of regret. This scattered cultivator clearly did not exert his full strength in the first trial. However, the Ziyun sect has stringent standards for aptitude, and combat prowess during the Qi refinement stage holds little significance for them. Inside the hall, Chen Xiong smiled slightly, having achieved his purpose. The Ziyun sect valued aptitude above all, and further challenges seemed unnecessary. The first trial merely instilled hope in others. He had observed the Ziyun sect for years and understood their ways thoroughly. Old bull, let us depart. Moo. Chen Xiong exited through another door, choosing not to pursue further challenges, as if aware of his limitations and aptitude. Yun's sister merely cast a lingering glance at Chen Xiong before redirecting her attention elsewhere. The Ziyun sect dispatched several disciples, releasing puppet beasts from their storage bags as a new round of challenges commenced. Friend, please hold. A middle-aged man clad in azure called out to Chen Xiong from another door. Often, hunters appear as prey. Chen Xiong gazed at him in confusion. What business do you have? I am Yin Jun, a disciple of the Wuyun sect in Jiang Prefecture. The man introduced himself, sighing softly. I witnessed your formidable combat prowess, yet lament your limitations in aptitude. The Qian kingdom consists of 9 prefectures, and the Ningyu mountain range lies in Yongquan Prefecture, a considerable distance away, at least half a year's journey on foot. The Wuyun sect, although not among the 10 great sects, is a renowned presence in the Qian kingdom's cultivation world, maintaining a cordial relationship with the Ziyun sect, which likely facilitated Yin Jun's presence here. Ah, a disciple of the Wuyun sect. It is an honor. Chen Xiong responded with a respectful gesture, his eyes alight with realization as he awaited Yin Jun's next words. Noting that this man was a 9th-layer Qi refinement practitioner. Would you consider joining the Wuyun sect? Yin Jun inquired with a smile. Yongquan Prefecture lacks significant sects, and its cultivation resources are relatively scarce. Scattered cultivators often feel honored to receive such an invitation. How can you prove your status as a disciple of the Wuyun sect? I cannot simply follow you based on your word alone, Chen Xiong replied. I have been observing for quite some time. Many sects prefer strong cultivators over those with high aptitude. Please enlighten me honestly. What is required to join the Wuyun sect? I understand there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Moreover, may I bring my ancestral black bull with me? Chen Xiong spoke earnestly, these inquiries weighing on his mind for some time and representing the primary reason he hesitated to join the 10 great sects. The disciples of these mid-tier sects could engage in reasoned discussion, yet foundational practitioners would not be so accommodating. What would happen to his black bull? Yin Jun was taken aback, his mouth agape in astonishment. What could have happened in your childhood to lead you to such thoughts? This is the Wuyun sect's token. Please take a look. Yin Jun presented a green token from his storage bag, adorned with the word Wuyun and intricate patterns that hinted at its extraordinary nature. When activated, this token would summon Wu Yun's sect disciples within a 100-mile radius for support. Jun sighed internally, realizing that he would not have expended such effort unless a worthy disciple could benefit the sect. Why not activate it and let us see? Please do not take offense. Scattered cultivators cannot compare to the disciples of your esteemed sect. I shall activate it at the appropriate time. You may discern its authenticity then. Very well. Chen Xiong nodded, a smile gracing his face as he looked expectantly at Jun. Jun took a deep breath and blinked before explaining, "It is not a great secret. It pertains to the lifeblood of lower-tier cultivators in the Qian kingdom. Please do elaborate. It concerns the medicinal herbs needed for foundational cultivation pills." Jun began to divulge the details. Chapter 33. The perpetual wanderer on the verge of departure. Once, in the realm of Qian, there existed a hidden sanctuary known as the Southern Dipper Mountain, which opened its gates once every 20 years. This site was sealed by hundreds of eminent cultivators thousands of years ago, primarily to ensure the continuity of the immortal cultivation lineage in Qian. Within its confines lay countless spiritual herbs, the most precious being the foundation establishment pill herbs, which have been divided among various sects, each guarding their share with limited availability. Moreover, entry into this sanctuary was strictly regulated by cultivation levels, permitting only those at the qi refining stage to enter. The competition that unfolded every 20 years was brutal, with scarcely 1 in 10 emerging unscathed. Only the 10 great sects possessed the knowledge to cultivate the foundation establishment pill herbs, creating a fundamental disparity among the sects. Relying solely on nature to cultivate would not only waste time, but also risk the cultivator's sanity. Given the limited lifespan of a century for those at the qi refining stage, reaching the 10th tier consumed a considerable amount of time. Even a single year could mean the difference between life and death. The foundation establishment herbs outside the realm of Qian had long been depleted, leaving an overabundance of qi refining cultivators and a dire lack of resources. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiong comprehended the implications. They were being summoned to serve as pawns, or perhaps even cannon fodder. Naturally, should they manage to gather 3 primary herbs, their sect's elder would concoct a batch of foundation establishment pills, ensuring that those who contributed would receive their share. Jun added, shifting the conversation, that the Wu Yun sect never coerced its disciples to participate, thus alleviating any concerns. Chen Xiong chuckled softly, but refrained from responding, secretly pondering the futility. Those lacking aptitude would inevitably seek the chance to cultivate, even if it was a desperate endeavor. Once admitted to the Wu Yun sect, one could choose their own steward, fulfilling contribution requirements annually. Jun, with his hands clasped behind his back in a measured tone, spoke of his position as an outer sect steward, where contributions could be exchanged for techniques and spells. Each year, a grand competition was held. If an elder took notice, one could ascend to the ranks of inner sect disciples. What if one failed to meet the contribution requirements? They could make amends the following year. But if they fell short for 3 consecutive years, expulsion from the sect would ensue. A flicker of fear crossed Jun's eyes as he mentioned the dire consequence of expulsion, which entailed the forfeiture of one's cultivation. Outer sect disciples faced such fates, while inner sect disciples were spared, as were those in the foundation establishment stage. "Thank you for your enlightening words," Chen Xiong said with gratitude. However, upon noticing the great black bull, Jun's brow furrowed as he remarked that the sect only accepted spiritual beasts. "That is splendid," Chen Xiong replied, patting the great black bull. "Moo!" The great black bull stepped forward, a surge of power emanating from within, startling Jun, who had failed to notice its qi refining stage 2 cultivation all along. "Then there is no issue," Jun stated, stepping back. Spiritual beasts were formidable assets to a cultivator, and one of the 10 great sects, the Beastmaster sect, specialized in them, boasting significant prowess among lower-tier cultivators. "Very well. I, Chen Xiong, hereby express my desire to join the Wu Yun sect," he declared solemnly, bowing in respect as he locked eyes with Jun. "Please accept this token," Jun said, his eyes gleaming with delight at the prospect of further contributions. "You have yet to officially join, so we cannot refer to one another as brothers just yet," he added. "Thank you," Chen Xiong replied, accepting a small azure token, feeling a surge of excitement within. On the day the valley closes, the elder will activate the token, and you will know where to meet, Injun explained. Very well. I shall not disturb you further. Chen Xiong smiled, departing with a great black bull. Injun nodded, glancing toward the trial grounds of the Ziyun sect, where he too possessed a token akin to those held by 3 women. On the street, the great black bull exhibited signs of eagerness, occasionally nudging Chen Xiong. Old bull, we are leaving this place, Chen Xiong remarked with a smile, feeling a sense of haste, as if grasping a multitude, yet like sand slipping through his fingers. He felt the loss of much. However, joining the Wuyun sect had long been part of Chen Xiong's plans. He had inquired about the sect's strength within the valley and found it to be suitably aligned with their expectations. The disciples of the Wuyun sect frequented the periphery of the Ziyun sect's high platform each year. While their connection remained unclear, attracting attention was all that mattered. Demonstrating exceptional prowess in the first trial of the Ziyun sect, only to falter in the second, would surely bring forth disciples of the Wuyun sect, for they had brought all their possessions with them this time. A tinkling sound resonated as the great black bull shifted its form, gazing at Chen Xiong. Chen Xiong paused, approaching the bull and observing their well-worn pots and pans, now yellowed and rusted. We shall polish these treasures when the time comes, he mused. The pair ambled through the 9-star valley, their pace no longer frantic as they gradually approached the valley's exit, their bodies accelerating with renewed vigor. At the base of a grand mountain, a solitary grave stood resolute. They arrived at the tomb of Sun Kale, clearing away the weeds and lighting several incense sticks. Old son, we're departing for a distant land, uncertain of when we might return. Chen Xiong's voice was soft, his hands busily plucking at the weeds. We have never ventured so far before. The great black bull murmured alongside him, expressing its own sentiments. The mountain winds rustled, the sound of the great black bull resonating as the 2 figures departed, a gentle sigh carried away by the breeze. After some time, Chen Xiong reached the grave of Ning Si, where a headstone for his wife stood nearby. Master, mistress, Chen Xiong's voice trembled slightly as he bowed, their faces and smiles vivid in his memory, as if it were yesterday. You may not be the most gifted, but I firmly believe you will excel in the healing arts. He recalled their words. This child is indeed remarkable, possessing noble character and an admirable heart. It felt as if the 2 were seated before him, still watching over him with smiles, their eyes glimmering with pride. We are leaving now to bid you farewell, Chen Xiong stated solemnly, bowing deeply, with the great black bull following suit, its movements cautious. He patted the great black bull and turned to depart, but suddenly stumbled. As if pushed, Chen Xiong's pupils dilated in shock, his heart racing. Old bull, it's nothing. Let us go, he said, a faint smile gracing his lips as he did not look back, leading the great black bull away. At that moment, a gentle breeze blew, and countless wisps of fluff soared into the sky, unconfused and unhesitant, the 2 figures receding further into the distance. A colossal full moon hung high in the sky, casting a cold, crystalline light across the landscape of early winter. Outside the 9-star valley, many loose cultivators had begun to depart, for the valley would soon close, leaving them with no hope. From a nearby meadow, cries of anger and agony erupted, blood staining the grass, as 7 or 8 figures stood scattered, grinning malevolently. The frigid winds howled, the grass swayed tumultuously, resembling waves crashing upon the ocean, an awe-inspiring spectacle. To provoke the Liao family, this is the consequence: a middle-aged man who had once sold Chen Xiong's spiritual herb seeds, crushed a loose cultivator's skull beneath his foot, his eyes cold as steel, surrounded by whirling flying swords. Brother, that fool has shown himself again, a rotund man sneered, vengeful for the earlier affront, never forgetting the blow he had received. The Liao family had long conducted business in the 9-star valley, with numerous cultivators among their ranks. While they lacked a foundation establishment cultivator to oversee them, they were not to be trifled with by mere loose cultivators. He has evaded us for long enough. This time, he shall not escape, the middle-aged man declared darkly, the surrounding flying swords taking on a more menacing aura. Suddenly, An overwhelming sense of foreboding washed over the Liao family members, their expressions shifting as they gazed towards the heights of the meadow, terror dawning in their eyes. Beneath the full moon, a hooded figure stood atop a lofty height alongside a massive black bull, their garments billowing in the wind, producing a haunting sound. 3 mountain axes and the bull's horns glistened ominously in the silvery light. The Liao family, it has been a long time. The hooded figure tilted his head slightly, a cold and enigmatic smile gracing his lips as he gazed down upon the crowd, having heard that you were searching for me. Chapter 34. An epic journey is about to begin. A mundane voice struck the Liao family like a heavy hammer, leaving them bewildered at the sudden appearance of a figure and a bull. "Kid, I didn't expect you to deliver yourself right into my hands," the round-faced man exclaimed, excitement gleaming in his eyes as he clutched a talisman, his voice booming behind. Whoosh! Chen Xiong sprang into action, a tempest erupting as the grass bowed beneath an immense pressure. His cultivation soared continuously. 5th layer of Qi refinement. 6th layer of Qi refinement. 10th layer of Qi refinement. The Liao family members felt a chill run down their spines, their eyes widening in shock, while the round-faced man trembled violently. Chen Xiong had already closed the distance, interrupting his spellcasting. Too slow. Chen Xiong effortlessly lifted the round-faced man, who quaked with fear, his lips quivering, as the talisman slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. Moo! The great black bull roared in fury, a fiery cyclone swirling around it. In an instant, an inferno erupted, engulfing the sky in flames. Massive walls of fire encircled every member of the Liao family, an overwhelming heat washing over them, infused with violent magical fluctuations, concealing an apparent ferocity. What is happening? A foundational stage expert? This is the end. The remaining members of the Liao family felt their strength drain, their hair standing on end, voices trembling as their eyes were filled with flames, their skin scorched by the searing heat. The middle-aged man stood in a daze, watching helplessly as Chen Xiong approached, gripping the round-faced man. He instinctively directed his flying sword towards him. Crack, crack! The sword was crushed inch by inch in Chen Xiong's hand, mirroring the middle-aged man's heart, which faltered beneath the weight of fear. "Senior, we were blind to your greatness. Where are my half-bag of spirit herb seeds?" Here. The middle-aged man fumbled, hastily retrieving several bags of seeds from his storage pouch and offering them to Chen Xiong. Chen Xiong accepted only half a bag of spirit herb seeds, his gaze suddenly turning cold. "But I never spare those who harbor ill intentions towards us. You, brother, no." Within the fiery walls, anguished screams echoed as Chen Xiong and the great black bull, with resolute expressions, headed towards Jiuxing Valley, having learned that the Liao family had been lurking for years. The next day, under the bright sun, the talisman in Chen Xiong's hand emitted a soft glow. Infusing it with his magical energy, he looked towards a certain direction. "Old bull, let us go." Moo, the great black bull, responded eagerly. In a clearing within the valley, a flying vessel stood, surrounded by a dozen people, a few of whom were uniformly dressed, respectfully gazing at a tall man. This man was one of the outer sect elders, Ao Gu, at the foundational stage. "Elder Ao, there are a few promising individuals this year," Yin Jun said respectfully. "No worries, this year's disciples seem quite impressive," Elder Ao replied, stroking his beard. "I hear there are several young loose cultivators. One of them is just 20 years of age and has already reached the 7th layer of Qi refinement, single-handedly defeating 10 puppet beasts of the Ziyun sect." Yin Jun's eyes sparkled with admiration, mentioning a spirit beast at the 2nd layer of Qi refinement, noting its mixed spiritual roots. "Oh, such a person exists? He might have gone to other sects for trials, leaving no chance for our Wuyuan sect." Elder Ao nodded repeatedly, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction, recognizing such talents as the backbone of the South Dome Mountain's secret realm, a fortunate find for Yin Jun. At this moment, Chen Xiong and the great black bull arrived, weary yet eager, the clattering of pots and pans echoing. "Dao friend Chen, allow me to introduce you," Yin Jun smiled, stepping forward. "This is Elder Ao of the Wuyuan sect." He then turned to Elder Ao. "Elder Ao, this is the individual I just mentioned. Greetings, Elder Ao. I apologize for my tardiness, Chen Xiong said, bowing respectfully, quickly removing his hood to reveal a handsome, benign face. Good. Elder Ao, observed Chen Xiong and the great black bull with a slight smile, appreciating the courtesy of the younger generation. You may proceed to the back. Yes. Chen Xiong quickly led the great black bull to stand with the other loose cultivators, exchanging friendly greetings. Half an hour later, everyone had gathered, standing before the vast flying vessel. Chen Xiong and the great black bull felt their hearts racing with excitement. The vessel was enormous, spanning over 10 zhang, devoid of masts and sails, constructed entirely of wood, capable of accommodating over 100 individuals. Though not on par with the 10 great sects, it was still a force to be reckoned with. Let us go. Elder Ao stepped onto the vessel, clapping his hands, a wave of power emanating from him, producing a deep, resonating sound. Jun led the loose cultivators aboard, while Chen Xiong and the great black bull explored the vessel, noting that the materials were clearly not of ordinary wood. This vessel is enormous. Chen Xiong marveled, having never been this close to such a vessel before. Old bull, jump a couple of times. Moo, the great black bull, complied, leaping twice without making a sound, solid as a rock. The other loose cultivators expressed their astonishment, their eyes gleaming with joy, mirroring Chen Xiong's sentiments. Buzz. Another thunderous sound rang out as the vessel began to ascend slowly, causing everyone to sway. They hurriedly leaned over the edge to gaze at the ground below. Old bull, we are taking off, Chen Xiong exclaimed excitedly, gripping the edge of the vessel tightly. Eyes wide. Ningyun Mountain Range. Moo. The great black bull stretched its neck, gazing at the Ningyun Mountain Range they had called home for so long, realizing they were truly departing. Look, the Panning City, how grand. Chen Xiong pointed to another area, where the outline of a colossal city emerged, bustling with countless figures, a sight they had never experienced before. Moo. The great black bull seemed to be searching for something, peering downwards. The vessel soared through clouds and mist, passing over majestic mountain ranges. Master Sun's Peak, Chen Xiong exclaimed, spotting it, and the great black bull also saw it. Master Sun. Moo. The great black bull became animated as well. Even with clouds drifting by, it spotted the peak. Chen Xiong felt his eyes mist over inexplicably, perhaps from the strong winds. Or perhaps it was the sand that had blown into his eyes as he caught a glimpse of his master and mistress's resting place. We're leaving. Everything on the ground grew smaller and blurrier as the vessel sped away, Panning City gradually fading from view, followed by the Ningyun Mountain Range, until they were no longer visible. A solitary figure and his black ox gazed towards the horizon, a realm that bore witness to an abundance of cherished memories. The hum of the flying vessel sliced through the sky, scattering wisps of clouds in its wake. Thoughts were cast far and wide. Farewell to the quaint village. Farewell to the city of Panning. Farewell to the majestic Ningyun Mountains. The vastness of the heavens unfolded, where countless birds soared, harmonizing with the azure sky and fluffy clouds, racing alongside the vessel, only to be left behind in the distance. Chen Xiong and his sturdy black ox had departed from the edge of the craft, their gaze resolutely fixed ahead. The Serpentine Mountain ranges receded into the distance as the vessel adjusted its course multiple times, embarking on a direct journey towards Jiang Prefecture in the Qian Kingdom. A grand and magnificent adventure was on the cusp of unfolding. Chapter 35, Qian Nation, Jiang Prefecture, 5 elements sect upon the flying vessel. Elder Ao gazed at the assembly, noticing that their spirits had settled considerably. The gathered cultivators bowed respectfully, feeling the weight of his gaze. The sect had expended great resources to provide this conveyance, hoping that all would carry a sense of obligation within their hearts. Elder Ao spoke solemnly, stating that certain unpleasant truths must be addressed up front. Regardless of the size of any sect within the cultivation realm, every individual must contribute. He urged everyone not to squander their time and to adhere to the sect's regulations. The gathered cultivators resonated with his words, realizing that the ruthless ways of killing and plundering had no place within the sect. Chen Xiong felt a flicker of understanding. The sect was not a realm for idleness. and contributions were expected in return for the privilege of a secure environment for cultivation. Having risen through the ranks as independent cultivators, none among them were fools. Elder Ao surveyed the crowd, nodding gently. Although these independent cultivators lacked exceptional talent, they were the backbone of the Southern Dipper Mountains' secret realm every 20 years. They were daring and resourceful. The elders of the sect were unwilling to risk their promising disciples, which is why various sects spare no expense annually to recruit powerful independent cultivators, paving the way for those with potential. Elder Ao's expression remained impassive as he ceased further discourse, sitting cross-legged at the front, while several disciples of the Five Elements sect settled behind him to commence their meditation. Fellow cultivator, a slender man resembling a monkey, approached Chen Xiong. His complexion was fair, features striking, and he possessed a cultivation level of the 8th layer of qi refinement. Chen Xiong, seated at the vessel's rear with Lao Niu, acknowledged the prospective senior brother with a smile. "My name is Ji Kuan. We shall henceforth be fellow disciples. I hope you do not mind my intrusion," Ji Kuan said with a courteous bow, glancing around at the other independent cultivators, noting their varying levels of cultivation and demeanor. He found Chen Xiong to be rather approachable. "I am Chen Xiong. It is an honor to meet you, Senior Brother Ji. Please, take a seat," Chen Xiong replied, gesturing invitingly. He then turned to Lao Niu. "This is my ancestral companion, Lao Niu, at the 2nd layer of qi refinement." Lao Niu rose and called out to Ji Kuan, "A spirit beast." "Greetings, Brother Niu," Ji Kuan chuckled, realizing he was not well-versed in sect etiquette. However, hearing Chen Xiong refer to him as senior brother filled him with a buoyant sense of pride, having transitioned from being an independent cultivator to becoming part of an organization. Lao Niu, pleased to be called brother, responded with another call. "I wonder which hall Brother Chen wishes to join." The Five Elements sect is vast, with numerous factions, yet the laws of the sect are paramount. "We must not err in our life's path," Ji Kuan inquired. "Oh, do you possess some insider knowledge, Senior Brother Ji?" "I am quite uninformed about the Five Elements sect," Chen Xiong remarked with a hint of admiration, sensing Ji Kuan had connections within the sect. "Brother Chen, you overthink it. I merely inquired with a few disciples of the Five Elements sect. It is of little consequence." Ji Kuan quickly waved his hand, a smile creeping up on his lips. "Are there many members in the Five Elements sect?" Chen Xiong asked, puzzled, recalling that other sects comprised only thousands of members. Ji Kuan raised his hand, mysteriously signaling the number 5. 5,000, Chen Xiong exclaimed, turning to Lao Niu, who mirrored his astonishment. They had encountered far fewer cultivators throughout their lives. "Ha!" Ji Kuan relished Chen Xiong's reaction, shaking his head slightly. "No, it is a bit less than that." With a hint of disappointment, Chen Xiong responded, 500? Brother Chen, there are over 50,000 members. Ji Kuan inhaled deeply, articulating slowly. Chen Xiong, upon hearing this, rolled his eyes and nearly fainted. "Brother Chen, moo." After a brief moment, Chen Xiong regained composure, his mind a whirlpool of astonishment. "Senior Brother Ji, 50,000 cultivators?" "Indeed. When I first heard, my reaction was much like yours," Ji Kuan affirmed. "The 10 great sects of Qian Nation are truly extraordinary. Not only Qian Nation. It is said that cultivators from other nations also join the 10 great sects." Ji Kuan sighed, reflecting on the fact that all of Qian Nation's finest cultivators congregated within these sections. He pondered the wonders that must exist there. "Lao Niu, did you hear that? This is what it means to have vision," Chen Xiong exclaimed, extending his hand. Lao Niu, previously in a daze, nodded repeatedly, having thought that the 9 Stars Valley was the pinnacle of the cultivation world. However, for outer disciples like us without a background, joining the Outer Deacon Hall is the wisest choice, Ji Kuan stated gravely. Though it entails undertaking perilous tasks, the contributions are substantial, allowing for the acquisition of numerous treasures, enhancing practical experience, and expediting cultivation progress. Chen Xiong understood the implications. Ji Kuan had elaborated extensively to entice him into joining their ranks, solidifying bonds early on. "I shall heed your words, Senior Brother Ji, and if I decide to join the Outer Deacon Hall, I will seek you out first," he replied earnestly, sincerity gleaming in his eyes. Very well. I shall not disturb you further, Brother Chen. And Brother Niu, Ji Kuan smiled, bowing as he departed to seek out more companions. Muda He Niu called after Ji Kuan's retreating figure. Chen Sun's expression turned solemn. He would not make any decisions based solely on Ji Kuan's words. Moreover, the outer Deacon Hall's principles seemed misaligned with his own. He and He Niu sought tranquility within the sect, having finally found a structured environment conducive to a joyful existence. However, all matters would be addressed upon their arrival at the Five Elements sect. Buzz, the flying vessel, continued its ascent, carrying the anxious hearts of all independent cultivators aboard. Xiong Prefecture lies in the northern reaches of Qian Nation, characterized by expansive plains and abundant wildlife, inhabited by a populace known for their valor and chivalry. Among its many majestic mountain ranges, the Yuzhou Mountain Range stands out, ranking second within the province. Situated on the western side of Xiong Prefecture, the most grandiose range, the Han Yun Mountain Range, rests to the east. The Yuzhou Mountain Range extends for countless miles, shrouded in mist year-round, with numerous villagers reportedly losing their way and claiming to have witnessed celestial phenomena. Although the mountains are colossal, they are seldom traversed, giving rise to myriad folk legends. Even the local authorities have issued decrees prohibiting commoners from entering. Within the mountains, steep cliffs and towering peaks are enshrouded in clouds and mist. Ancient trees reach for the heavens, and the interplay of mountains and waters adds countless layers of mystique. Yet, unbeknownst to the local populace, this is the very location where the esteemed Five Elements sect is established. An expansive array of mystical formations, continually enhanced by generations of Five Elements sect elders, has rendered it imperceptible to the mortal realm. Within these formations, numerous pavilions and towers have been erected among the mountains, alongside several grand halls perched atop various peaks, surveying the entirety of the Yuzhou Mountain Range. Amidst the rugged terrain, countless caves are scattered throughout, with sporadic bursts of divine light shimmering from within, exuding potent spiritual energy. Swish, swish. Numerous disciples of the Five Elements sect, clad in matching attire, soared through the air on flying swords, their faces etched with urgency as they raced against time in their limited lives. Above, several flying vessels glided past, and after a month of travel, Chen Xiong and the others finally arrived. Chapter 36. Perfectly aligned Chen Xiong and the great black bull stood beside the flying vessel, their mouths agape in astonishment, their bodies overwhelmed with a sense of weakness from the sheer shock of it all. Old bull, this is the realm of cultivation. What is that 9-star valley compared to this? Chen Xiong's voice trembled as he gazed at the ground, where the architecture was entirely unlike anything in a mortal realm. Sophisticated, grand and elegant. Moo! The great black bull's eyes quivered, its call elongated. There were many cultivators on the ground. A few massive vessels had steadied themselves upon the earth, revealing an open platform resembling a vast plaza, where hundreds of disciples stood ahead, holding garments and magical artifacts. The elders aboard the vessels floated gracefully away on their respective artifacts, engaged in conversation, their laughter echoing. Only about 40 scattered cultivators disembarked from the vessels, timidly glancing at these disciples, unsure of what to do next. Chen Xiong, holding the great black bull's lead, found himself on the periphery of the scattered cultivators, looking around, puzzled by the absence of any formal initiation ceremony. Esteemed ones, Yin Jun, standing at the forefront with an exuberant demeanor, announced, "Let us receive the treasures of the sect. From this moment forth, we shall be brothers." As his words fell, the disciples behind him stepped forward, and the scattered cultivators hurried to receive their garments and tokens. Purification technique, sword control technique, 5 elements formula, sect regulations, and even storage bags. Chen Xiong's smile broadened, laughter bubbling forth as he observed the disciples in front of him. One of the disciples frowned slightly, clearly not fond of scattered cultivators, and coldly stated, "Once received, proceed to the main hall of the sect to select your respective duties. Your contribution value will determine your future here." Thank you, thank you." Chen Xiong nodded eagerly, quickly donning the azure robes, his demeanor transformed. "May I inquire?" Before he could finish, The disciple turned and walked away, unwilling to exchange further pleasantries. Such aloofness? Chen Xiong raised an eyebrow, pondering how to reach the main hall of the sect. He glanced at the great black bull and, with a grin, said, "Old bull, doesn't this make me look like an immortal?" "Moo moo," the great black bull exclaimed, marveling at the transformation. Indeed, one's attire can greatly enhance their appearance. Yet, they decided not to discard their humble garments. Chen Xiong carefully stowed away his linen clothes in the pockets on either side of the great black bull, as he had sewn them himself, and their quality was exceptional. "Moo." The great black bull nodded, eyes sparkling with joy. The spiritual energy within this sect was vastly superior to that of the Ningyun mountain range. Junior brother Chen Xiong, now donned in attire and brandishing his token, suggested, "Let's make our way to the main hall." Noticing Chen Xiong's bewilderment, he perceived that he had not inquired about the route, as these sect disciples appeared rather haughty and disinclined to converse. "Certainly, thank you, senior brother Ji, for guiding us." Chen Xiong led the great black bull to follow Xiong down the elevated platform. "Junior brother Chen, you are too courteous. We all hail from the Nine-Star Valley and should look out for one another," Xiong declared with an air of camaraderie. Chen Xiong nodded, feeling a sense of goodwill towards Xiong. Despite appearing somewhat gaunt and occasionally gloomy, he exhibited admirable qualities. The main hall of the Wuyun sect was situated halfway up a mountain, bustling with disciples entering and exiting. The hall was ancient and elegant, imposing in stature, rendering Chen Xiong and the great black bull as inconspicuous as ants, merely gazing upward in awe. The few towering black pillars outside were intricately carved with unknown spiritual beasts, their scales and claws poised as if to ascend into the sky, vividly lifelike. "Junior brother Chen, I shall enter first," Xiong said, observing Chen Xiong still in a state of shock, "but do consider my words." "Of course, I will, senior brother Ji. Please proceed." Chen Xiong snapped back to reality, cupping his hands in respect. Xiong offered no further words and entered the main hall, his eyes gleaming with hope, his heart racing with excitement. A long-held aspiration was finally within reach. "Old bull, behold this architecture. This is the foundation of a great sect." Chen Xiong marveled as he approached, even reaching out to touch an artifact. "Moo?" The great black bull became intrigued, nudging with its head, relishing the cool sensation. Compared to the sect disciples, they were less driven by ambition and began to appreciate the grandeur of the main hall, offering commentary to one another. Chen Xiong and the great black bull, their horizons broadened, beamed with joy as they continued to explore, touching and admiring. A continuous stream of disciples flowed in and out of the hall. Yet Chen Xiong and the great black bull remained captivated by their surroundings. Junior brother, a righteous-looking figure approached, radiating authority. "What are you doing here with a cow?" Startled, Chen Xiong turned to face him, recognizing him as a ninth-layer chi refiner. He respectfully replied, "Greetings, senior brother. We are admiring the main hall of the sect." "Admiring the sect's hall?" The man paused, glancing at the colossal pillars. "Junior brother, I am a disciple of the law enforcement hall. Time is fleeting, and it is unwise to waste it on such trivial matters." "Thank you for your guidance," Chen Xiong replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "You truly are a kind-hearted individual." "Ah, you must be a new disciple of the Wuyun sect," the man remarked, a subtle smile gracing his features. Notably, his sect token was hung incorrectly, and he clutched a storage bag. The great black bull was also adorned with various belongings, clearly a newcomer to the sect. "Senior brother, you have a keen eye," Chen Xiong replied, feeling a bit uneasy. "Come, allow me to accompany you into the hall. I shall introduce you to the various divisions of the sect," the man said, exuding a friendly demeanor, akin to a caring older brother, as he grabbed Chen Xiong's arm and took hold of the cow's lead. "All right, please take your time, senior brother." Moo the great black bull mooed, as they were enthusiastically ushered into the main hall of the sect. The amiable senior brother was quite talkative, having guided numerous wayward disciples back to the right path, often bringing them to tears as they proclaimed their wrongdoings and pleaded for forgiveness. His name was Lu Feng, a capable member of the law enforcement hall, held in high regard and affection by his peers. For the outer disciples, the main hall offered a plethora of choices. The alchemy hall, The artifact refining hall, the talisman's hall, the spiritual beast hall, and the law enforcement hall. Among them, the outer disciples administrative hall was the most extensive, encompassing various tasks such as slaying demons, managing the sect's external markets, and recruiting new disciples. However, one role was considered particularly undesirable: managing the sect's medicinal gardens. Deemed the most laborious and thankless task, spiritual herbs were notoriously difficult to cultivate, requiring daily irrigation with spiritual water, weeding, and an annual quota of harvested herbs to be submitted. Initially, all disciples thought it would be an easy task, only to realize that they had little time left for cultivation and were unable to meet their herb quotas, leading to harsh reprimands instead of rewards. Cultivating spiritual herbs was a skill that required time and experience. Without such, the qi refining disciple struggled. Even if contributions were increased, only a handful would take on the task, often necessitating the sect to send in seasoned veterans. Senior Brother Lu, that's it. I will cultivate the spiritual herbs. Chen Xiong exclaimed, exhilarated. This aligns perfectly with my expertise. Chapter 37. The Peach Blossom Land. Junior Brother Chen, I have warned you of the drawbacks before. Lu Feng frowned, expressing his strong disapproval of new disciples venturing into the spirit herb garden, deeming it an irresponsible attitude towards both the sect and oneself. Rest assured, Senior Brother Lu, for my family specializes in cultivating spirit herbs. Chen Xiong replied earnestly, bowing respectfully. Thank you, Senior Brother Lu, for your guidance. I shall manage the herb garden diligently. Though Lu Feng's interference might seem unwarranted to outsiders, Chen Xiong did not share that sentiment. Lu Feng had indeed been of great assistance, a debt Chen Xiong would remember. Very well, Junior Brother Chen. As you are new to the sect, do not hesitate to seek me in the cave abode should you encounter any uncertainties. Lu Feng said with a serene smile. Since it is your family's specialty, I am at ease. He then retrieved a talisman from his storage bag and handed it to Chen Xiong. Activate it with your spiritual power in case of need. Chen Xiong carefully accepted it, a glimmer of unspoken meaning flashing his eyes as he nodded gravely. Junior Brother Chen, be sure to cultivate diligently and not waste time. I shall take my leave now. Yes, Senior Brother Lu. Mu Chen Xiong and the great black bull watched Lu Feng depart, smiles unconsciously gracing their lips, reminiscent of the quaint little village they once knew. Ascending a high platform within the hall, he addressed, Master Uncle, I wish to manage the herb garden. A frail old man, seemingly on the verge of toppling over with a gust of wind, replied lightly, producing a jade pendant and a booklet. Thank you, Master Uncle. Chen Xiong exclaimed, joy illuminating his face as he regarded the jade pendant. This was the token required to access a certain herb garden. Without it, entry was forbidden, and trespassing was deemed an invasion of the sect. Young man, managing the herb garden is no easy task, the elder murmured half asleep, oblivious to whether he was napping or meditating. You only need to come here annually to submit the spirit herbs. Understood. Chen Xiong nodded with determination. This little bowl is quite remarkable, brimming with spirit. The elder glanced at the great black bull behind Chen Xiong, a flicker of interest in his eyes. Mu Master Uncle, this is my family's ancestral great black bull. Young man, go on now, what are you pondering? The elder seemed to regain some alertness, as if Chen Xiong's gaze made him feel as though he were attempting to seize the second-tier spiritual beast. I shall not disturb Master Uncle any longer. Chen Xiong smiled sheepishly, realizing his thoughts had wandered. After all, this was a grand sect of cultivation, replete with all manner of spiritual beasts, unlike the Nine-Star Valley. Old bull, let us go. Mu Chen Xiong joyfully led the great black bull onward, their steps noticeably lighter. No longer trapped in a life of trepidation and deceit. How delightful it was to be in a cultivation sect. As they journeyed, they encountered fellow disciples who kindly made way, their faces radiating warmth, yet no one initiated conversation. Following the guidance of the jade pendant, they arrived at a tranquil, secluded valley, surrounded by unfamiliar exotic flora, with spiritual energy wafting through the air, invigorating their senses. In the distance, a magnificent waterfall cascaded, churning white froth and splashing jade-like droplets into the pool below, accompanied by a kaleidoscope of radiant hues. The sound resonated like spring thunder, exuding a majestic grandeur, making this place feel like a paradise untouched by the world. Old bull, do not wander off. As Chen Xiong momentarily lost focus, the great black bull had already galloped forth, sniffing the fragrant flowers and chasing butterflies. Mu, the great black bull, enraptured, dashed back to Chen Xiong, its eyes brimming with joy. Ha ha! Chen Xiong embraced the bull's head, gazing upwards at a formation in motion. He infused his spiritual power into the jade pendant, causing the formation to part instantly. Let's proceed. Chen Xiong tugged at the great black bull, marveling internally at the vastness of the five elements sect, where the entire mountain range served as the sect's domain. Within lay several expansive spiritual fields, filled with an array of bizarre spirit herbs, encircled by ancient trees, lush grass, and a fragrant ambience, pulsating with vitality. Chen Xiong and the great black bull were dazzled, unable to identify some of the spirit herbs. At the deepest point stood a thatched cottage, where a disheveled old man gazed longingly at Chen Xiong, as if seeing a long-lost kin. You have arrived, at last. Mu. A sense of dread welled within Chen Xiong and the great black bull, sensing that the old man was teetering on the edge of madness. After 10 long years, someone has finally come. Huh. The heavens have eyes. The old man knelt, arms outstretched, gazing skyward, tears streaming down his weathered face. A cultivation level of the 9th tier, a master indeed, Chen Xiong pondered, bewildered by the man's appearance, which seemed worse than those in the Ningyun mountain range. Junior brother, I have completed my duties. This place is now yours. The old man, visibly emotional, unleashed a surge of earthy spiritual energy, stepping onto his flying sword, passing by Chen Xiong as if he could not bear to linger. With tears in his eyes, he recalled the 10 years he had been forcibly assigned to this place, living in solitude amidst spirit herbs, his cultivation stagnating, and the loneliness no one could comprehend. Hee. Chen Xiong watched the old man's retreating figure, then turned to the great black bull. Mu, the great black bull, equally perplexed by the old man's behavior, was oblivious to its own fortune. They entered the thatched cottage, which housed numerous books filled with insights on cultivating spirit herbs, all of which Chen Xiong eagerly collected. Chen Xiong then led the great black bull to the waterfall's edge, where the bull set down its belongings and joyfully dashed into the water, splashing everywhere. Sitting nearby, Chen Xiong perused the small booklet, which detailed various types of spirit herbs and the regulations governing their cultivation. For instance, spirit herbs must not be hoarded. Each herb is meticulously recorded, and every 5 years, disciples from the alchemy hall would come to verify the inventory. The annual contributions must encompass all varieties, and Chen Xiong carefully absorbed every detail. Mu, the great black bull's voice echoed from the water, unfazed by the growth of the spirit herbs, having discovered that their essence could be diluted with water. Moreover, it thoroughly enjoyed cultivating spirit herbs, finding it more gratifying than tilling fields. Old bull, that thatched cottage will not suffice. We should carve out a few caves for ourselves. Chen Xiong surveyed the surroundings, noting the steep cliffs, ideal for establishing cave abodes. Mu, the great black bull agreed, as they were accustomed to living in caves, especially since they would be cultivating spirit herbs themselves. Sword technique, Chen Xiong produced a spell book from his storage bag, yet realized he lacked a sword. This would require contributions in exchange. The 5 Elements sect indeed had its intricacies. Furthermore, within the 5 Elements sect, there existed a highly sought-after elixir among lower-tier disciples, the Bigu pill, which sustained one for a month without the need to relieve oneself. The treasures within the sect were plentiful, yet so were the regulations. Chen Xiong continued perusing the sect's code, which stated that private dueling was prohibited and violators would face punishment at the law enforcement hall, while grievances must be formally submitted for resolution in the arena. Except for disciples on missions, descending the mountain was forbidden, yet each year, one could descend twice for a month at a time, which could be accumulated. However, once one reached the foundation establishment stage, the restrictions eased significantly, as they became the backbone of the sect, akin to elders. The 5 Elements sect was larger than a city, encompassing everything one could desire, rendering it unnecessary to descend a mountain. Chen Xiong mused. If he wished to exchange for spirit herbs, it would be worthwhile to venture down the mountain. 2 trips a year would suffice, allowing him to avoid drawing too much attention within the sect. Old Bull, Mu the great black bull, drenched in water, approached. Its gaze fixed intently on Chen Xiong, as if it had not yet had its fill of play. Chapter 38. Cultivating minor spells with hands to work. Our initial plan is to first establish a cave dwelling, and then commence the cultivation of these medicinal herbs, without the need to wait for them to mature. The second step involves accumulating contributions for the sect. If we can submit a sufficient quantity of herbs, our contributions will far exceed those of the average disciples. The third step is to exchange our accumulated contributions for a flying sword. I have observed a concealed area behind the waterfall, where we can fly and establish a cave dwelling to cultivate our herbs. The fourth step is to inquire within the sect about the news of foundation-building pills. The South Dipper Mountain's secret realm is perilously dangerous, and there is no need to take reckless risks. Chen Xiong spoke with a methodical seriousness, while the great black bull listened intently, his admiration for Chen Xiong deepening. Most importantly, ISNT there, the Grand Sect competition held annually, we will have the opportunity to witness the spectacle. Moo! Laughter erupted beside the waterfall as Chen Xiong shed his garments, revealing his chiseled abs, and dove into the water with a splash. What bliss! Today's skies are clear, and a gentle breeze caresses the air as Chen Xiong and the great black bull busily engage in their tasks. The valley resounds with the sound of crashing as Chen Xiong wields a mountain-splitting axe against the cliff, sending shards of rock flying and dust swirling. The great black bull fetches water from the waterfall, preparing to practice a spell called water spirit technique. This technique specifically imbues water with spiritual energy and, while somewhat trivial, it has 3 levels, much to the great black bull's delight as it looks forward to acquiring new knowledge. In the long journey of life, nothing invigorates the spirit quite like learning something new, a sentiment shared by both Chen Xiong and his companion, filling them with enthusiasm for the future. Old Bull, take your time fetching water. Don't drown, for I shan't rescue you. Chen Xiong jested, his face smeared with lime dust. He turned a glance at the great black bull, recalling their past days of ice carving. Moo! The great black bull bristled. It would not tumble into the water again, as that had been merely an accident. However, unbeknownst to them, the water spirit technique is quite challenging to cultivate, with most disciples managing only the first level after generations of effort. This minor spell requires the passage of time for mastery, with no shortcuts available. It is said to have been penned by a certain immortal, and every sect employs the water spirit technique as no better alternative exists. In this realm where strength reigns supreme, only those who are well-fed would squander time practicing such spells, which contributes significantly to the scarcity of herbal farmers. Yet, among the 10 major sects, there indeed exist remarkable individuals, though they are treasured secrets, rarely revealed to the world. Forcefully splitting Mount Hua, Chen Xiong gritted his teeth and struck the cliff with renewed vigor. What the? Moo! The great black bull abandoned the water bucket, rushing to find Chen Xiong. Is it really that hard? Chen Xiong's eyes widened, bits of lime clinging to his brows. Old Bull, my axe is chipped. Moo! The great black bull could scarcely believe it. The stone wall of the Ningyun mountain range had been cleaved by Chen Xiong's axe in a single stroke. After all this time, he had managed to damage the axe. Ah, no matter. I'll just sharpen it further. This is mere mortal iron. Chen Xiong sighed, gazing mournfully at his beloved axe, a prized creation from the blacksmith's forge, suspecting the mountain stones to be particularly hard. Moo, go on, don't mind me. Chen Xiong sat on the ground, picking up a stone to begin sharpening the axe. The great black bull nodded and returned to fetch more water. 2 days later, Chen Xiong successfully established the cave dwelling, placing pots and pans within before commencing to chop wood for various tools. His craftsmanship was exceptional. Wooden tables and chairs were completed in no time. Old Bull, let us arrange everything. This will be our home from now on, Chen Xiong remarked with a smile, unpacking the intricately carved items and placing them around the cave. Moo the great black bull scurried about, helping to move things. Cleaning technique. Chen Xiong cast a spell, and a refreshing breeze enveloped him, leaving him looking radiant and polished. Ha! Moo! The great black bull gasped. This was cleaner than a bath. Old bull, do not underestimate these minor spells. Chen Xiong mused, realizing that each small spell was saving them time, even those like the fasting pills. Mu the great black bull grinned, settling down to meditate on the water spirit technique. That night, the moonlight spilled like water, and the stars twinkled in the vast sky. Chen Xiong quietly stepped out of the cave, gazing up at the celestial expanse. What kind of world is this cultivation realm? A faint smile graced his lips as he pondered, his eyes glazed with wonder. He recalled Ji Kun boasting about seeing in ancient texts that a truly advanced cultivation civilization existed in the far reaches of the universe, deeming their current place a backward land. Like primitive men, Chen Xiong scoffed, not believing a word. Wasn't this realm the epitome of cultivation? Cultivation civilization. He murmured softly, leaning against the entrance of the cave, gradually succumbing to sleep. Old bull, and I will surely go there one day. The following day, as dawn broke and the sun rose high, Chen Xiong cast aside all distractions and commenced his tasks alongside the great black bull. Old bull, let us go hunting. Moo. Chen Xiong, with an axe slung over his shoulder, ventured into the mountains with the great black bull. The mountains were teeming with wild beasts, and the sect would not intervene. As time passed, a trickle of clear spring water flowed, and before long, half a year had slipped away. The valley was abundant with spiritual herbs, their fragrant aroma wafting through the air as they thrived splendidly. Chen Xiong and the great black bull sat amidst them. Waves of water swirled around them, transforming into lively water orbs filled with spiritual energy and magical power. Pop, pop, one by one, the water orbs burst in the air as Chen Xiong and the great black bull slowly opened their eyes. Second level of the water spirit technique. Achieved. It didn't seem all that difficult. Chen Xiong furrowed his brow, feeling a twinge of envy, as even the old bull had reached the second level. Moo? Moo. The great black bull glared, confused by the implication. While its cultivation was progressing slowly, its mastery of the technique was swift. However, our cultivation in the qi refining stage truly requires patience. Chen Xiong pondered, continuing, as for liquid transformation in the Dantian, with another 100 years of grinding, perhaps we will ascend further. Moo. The great black bull's eyes widened, nudging Chen Xiong affectionately. Oh dear, we are in a predicament. Haha, I'm just teasing you. Chen Xiong laughed heartily, patting the great black bull. Everything is proceeding according to plan. Let us take action. Moo the great black bull joyfully bellowed and promptly followed in Chen Xiong's footsteps. In the valley, Chen Xiong even crafted a straw hat for himself and fashioned a larger one for the great black bull, delighting it immensely. It even wore it to bed. Under the sun, a man and his bull, both wearing straw hats, busily toiled in the herb fields, their eyes gleaming with joy, untouched by any disturbances. Chapter 39. Planting hundreds of years of spiritual fields as the seasons change. Today the sun shines brightly. It marks the first year since they arrived at Wuyun's sect, and they have continued to invest their longevity points into their magical powers. The restrictions of the medicinal valley opened a passage, and Chen Xiong, leading the spirited black bull, walked out with great enthusiasm, their storage bags filled with numerous spiritual herbs, all of which were to be submitted, without a single one missing. They skillfully made their way to the main hall of the sect, gazing for a long while outside the hall. And today, they finally did not encounter Senior Brother Le, or else they would have faced a lengthy lecture. Inside the hall, the same elderly man awaited them. Chen Xiong, donning a straw hat, respectfully stated, Uncle Master, I have come to submit the spiritual herbs. The elder responded lazily, as if he had never fully awakened. On the platform, Chen Xiong released all the spiritual herbs from his storage bag, neither more nor less, exuding a fragrant aura. A glimmer of light flickered in the old man's eyes as he quickly began to count, then produced a token, casting a spell that revealed, very well. You. It's actually you. The old man recognized Chen Xiong beneath the straw hat and glanced at the black bull, noting, You are the first disciple to enter the sect and successfully submit the required spiritual herbs in your first year. Uncle Master, you may not know, but my family specializes in growing spiritual herbs, and I have some experience. Quite commendable. The elder seemed more talkative today and produced a bagua token, stating, "This is your contribution value for this year. It is yours now." "Thank you, Uncle Master," Chen Xiong exclaimed joyfully, receiving it with reverence. Clutching the bagua token tightly in his hand, "Simply drop your blood to recognize it as yours, and off you go." "Understood." Chen Xiong ran off, leading the black bull, fully aware of the location of the contribution hall. "Old bull, we struck it rich." "Moo moo," the black bull bellowed excitedly. As they dashed past, the surrounding disciples frowned, puzzled by the noisy figure in the straw hat. Upon reaching the hall's exterior, Chen Xiong found a secluded spot, quickly dropped his blood to recognize the token, and upon checking, he was astounded to find they had amassed 200 contributions. "Woo!" Chen Xiong leaped in joy. Turning to the black bull, "Old bull, we have 200 contributions." "Moo!" The black bull was taken aback, standing on its hind legs and leaning over to examine the bagua token. It was worth noting that the minimum contribution requirement for outer disciples was merely 100 each year, and they had exceeded it by a factor of 2. "Let us go to the contribution hall. Today we shall indulge extravagantly." "Moo!" The pair began their sprint, ready to storm the contribution hall. Half a day later, Chen Xiong and the black bull emerged from the contribution hall with forlorn expressions. With Chen Xiong holding a long sword in both hands, his eyes vacant, utterly disheartened. "Damn it, that black hall," Chen Xiong muttered under his breath, his mouth moving as he lamented, "that black hall." Moo the black bull's eyes mirrored Chen Xiong's despair. Their contribution value had been completely depleted. A single celestial sword cost 50 contribution points, a low-grade yellow-tier magic tool. A refining furnace set them back 100 contribution points, also a yellow-tier magic tool. A recipe for a fasting pill cost 50 contribution points. Chen Xiong stared blankly at the black bull, his voice rising from a whisper to a shout. "Have we really lost all our contributions? Is this all we got?" "Moo!" the black bull bellowed in frustration. "Let us return to the valley and cultivate the spiritual fields to stockpile thousands of contribution points." "Old bull, back to the valley we go. We can surely deal with the contribution hall," Chen Xiong declared angrily, his ambition soaring. "We'll cultivate for hundreds of years and empty this contribution hall." "Moo!" The black bull stood tall, letting out a long howl, its muscles bulging. "Quiet down. No ruckus outside the hall." Several voices reprimanded from within. "Moo moo, let us go. Let us go." Chen Xiong chuckled sheepishly, leading the black bull away with a hunch, their actions stealthy. And they were stopped for identity checks by the law enforcement disciples several times along the way. Everywhere they turned, disciples of Wu Yun's sect were bustling about, chatting animatedly in small groups, clearly excited. The sect's grand competition was about to commence again. It was rumored that senior brother Bai Shi had emerged from seclusion. "My goodness, he's the pillar of our outer disciples." The sect leader once praised him for his foundational prowess. If he wins this year, he could receive a foundational pill as a reward for the journey to Nanshan in 4 years. Winning is a far-fetched dream for us outer disciples. The inner disciples have already taken the lead, but we can still participate to earn some contribution points and enhance our strength. A group of disciples passed by Chen Xiong, their excitement palpable, completely oblivious to the straw-hatted figure guiding the black bull nearby. "Dear brothers, wait a moment." Chen Xiong gently cleared his throat, approaching with the black bull. "How many contribution points are required to enter the sect's grand competition?" The group was startled, taken aback by his sudden appearance and his rustic demeanor. This junior brother must be new to the sect, right?" "Yes, indeed. I would appreciate your guidance, senior brothers." Chen Xiong inadvertently placed 3 low-grade spirit stones in their hands. "Oh." The trio exchanged glances, surprised by this unexpectedly affable junior brother. They clasped their hands behind their backs, laughing heartily. "We are all fellow disciples." "Of course. We are brothers, all brothers," Chen Xiong replied, smiling in return. "Junior brother, you may not know," they continued, their interest piqued. "The grand competition is exclusive to disciples in the Qi refining stage. If you rank within the top 500, you will earn 500 contribution points. If you place in the top 100, you will receive 1,000 contribution points, along with the potential to be taken under an elder's tutelage." Should you rank in the top 10, you will earn 2,000 contribution points, instantly elevating to an inner disciple with the freedom to choose your master. If you land in the top 3, the rewards are extraordinary, including various magical artifacts and other treasures unknown to us. The group wore smiles, their eyes gleaming with aspirations. Entering the top 100 would be a life-changing opportunity. How many people participate? Chen Xiong casually inquired, feeling a flutter of excitement, knowing that 500 contribution points would suffice. He had noted earlier that a foundational pill recipe required 3,000 contribution points, necessitating 15 years of effort, with nothing else to show for it. About 30,000 or so. That many. Chen Xiong gasped in astonishment. He had never placed in the top 500 in any examination in his previous life, with just 1,000 participants. Of course, many inner disciples also join, along with the descendants of the elders. The group shook their heads gently, sighing. Those individuals possess high-grade yellow-tier artifacts and diverse spells. They're not on the same level as us. That is profoundly unfair. What is there to compare? Chen Xiong frowned, contemplating how the difference in artifacts was akin to wielding a kitchen knife while they brandished a Gatling gun. The sect will consider our interests. Inner disciples have their own competitions, limited to the top 100 rankings. Even so, isn't that merely a form of self-entertainment for those inner disciples? Chen Xiong shook his head, lamenting the glaring inequality in cultivation resources. Dear junior brother, you may be mistaken. Our outer disciples are also a talented bunch. Just like senior brother Bai Shi, who is at the 10th level of qi refining. Who can rival him? The group boasted confidently, as if senior brother Bai Shi were one of their own. Indeed, I will not disturb you any longer, esteemed brothers. Chen Xiong gently led the Black Bull away, deep in thought, as disciples flew past, some soaring on flying swords, whizzing by. Chapter 40. The Five Elements Sect. The sect grand competition. Let us go, old bull. To witness the excitement. Moo. Chen Xiong led the great Black Bull as they hurried along, trailing behind the crowd. The venue for the sect competition was atop another lofty peak, quite distant from their current location. As they approached the mountain of the sect competition, the number of disciples from the Five Elements sect increased significantly. Chen Xiong, donning a straw hat and leading the great Black Bull, became increasingly inconspicuous. Among the energetic senior brothers and the demure junior sisters, laughter echoed continuously, causing many disciples to swallow nervously. At the summit lay a vast plaza, encircled by 9 stone pillars, where several elders sat atop, gazing down upon the gathered disciples with an air of majesty. Chen Xiong wandered around with the great Black Bull, observing the countless disciples scattered about, each taking out their golden tokens to register. The plaza buzzed with noise, teeming with people, yet feeling remarkably spacious, even shrouded in ethereal mist. Moo the great Black Bull nudged Chen Xiong, inquiring why he wasn't registering yet. Let us first observe the situation. No rush, Chen Xiong replied with a smile, wishing to gauge the prowess of the top 500. The great Black Bull nodded, extending its head to survey the other cultivators, its nose sniffing the air curiously. 3 days later, radiant light erupted from the main peaks of the Five Elements sect. A resounding bell tolling throughout the land, accompanied by the low roars of disciples echoing through the mountains. Boom, boom. 9 consecutive tolls resonated, reverberating across the Yuzhu mountain range as several individuals soared into the sky, moving with remarkable speed, devoid of any artifacts beneath their feet. The annual sect competition commenced, providing many disciples a rare opportunity to encounter the prominent figures of the sect. As the mist cleared from a giant peak, all disciples ascended the mountain respectfully, refraining from flying on their swords. Looking down, they beheld a densely packed crowd that could induce a sense of unease. Chen Xiong trailed behind the other disciples, daring not to breathe audibly, for he had witnessed a figure walking through the air. The immense power radiating from that person made both him and the great Black Bull feel as though a mere glance could annihilate them. Upon the giant peak, dark platforms were erected, overlooking the myriad of dueling stages, with an elder seated by each stage. Their expressions were serene as they awaited the younger generation. Salutations to the elders, greetings to the sect leader. All disciples bowed respectfully, their voices booming as they echoed around them, the mist swirling majestically. From the observation platforms, 13 distinguished figures rose, each displaying unique expressions and attire, casting their gazes over the thousands of disciples. Their ethereal presence rendered them utterly unmissable amidst the crowd. Fear not the youth, for the grand competition of the Five Elements sect has officially commenced. The sect leader, Yu Yuanhua, bore a gentle smile, his robe billowing as if caught in a breeze, his resonant voice reaching every corner, making each disciple feel as if under his watchful eye. Without further ado, the disciples, flushed with excitement, turned their eyes towards the dueling platforms, their powers surging within. The foundation-building elders' eyes sparkled with intensity as a jade slip unfurled high above. In the grand competition, life and death are fated. Should one find themselves outmatched, they may concede. The elders, standing atop their artifacts, ascended into the air, but refrained from surpassing the observation platforms. With impassive expressions, they directed their powers towards the jade slip. Begin. As the words echoed, countless symbols in the hands of registered disciples flickered with light, indicating that opponents would be selected at random, making the first battle reliant purely on luck. Beneath the platforms, over 100 inner disciples stood poised, clad in white, their eyes ablaze as they gazed at the various dueling stages. The 13 distinguished figures on the platforms directed their attention towards the younger generation, determined to prevent their brilliance from being obscured. As their gazes swept across, the duels on the various stages reached a fever pitch, each disciple eager to showcase their abilities, exerting their utmost effort. On one stage, 2 disciples clad in blue faced each other, one breaking into a cold sweat, his heart racing. How had he encountered him? Brother Bai, I seek your guidance. Though he was merely at the 8th level of chi refinement, his strength was limited, yet he was prepared to fight valiantly, unwilling to be underestimated. If you should lose, do not be disheartened, for there will be opportunities in the coming year. Bai Shi, with a warm smile and a naturally gentle demeanor, complemented by his chiseled features, appeared truly remarkable. Cheers erupted from the crowd, with numerous female junior sisters captivated, fervently chanting, Brother Bai. Many younger disciples gathered at the edge of the stage, rallying support for their senior brother, placing immense pressure on his opponent. Oh my! A voice of discontent emerged as Chen Xiong and the great black bull found refuge beneath a tree's shade, observing the junior sisters with admiration. With such looks and strength, he would be cherished in any realm. Moo moo! The great black bull shook its head, nudging Chen Xiong, believing him to be the most handsome. Despite Chen Xiong's lack of self-grooming, leaning against the shade, Chen Xiong waved a straw hat to create a breeze, occasionally picking his nose, engrossed in the spectacle before him. On the stage, Bai Shi's expression shifted to one of intensity, invoking a wind technique that propelled him forward, causing the stage to quiver. Waves of power radiated outward, pressing against his opponent as a slender sword materialized in his hand. His opponent was not idle either, activating a talisman that unleashed several beams of white light, suddenly manifesting beneath Bai Shi's feet. Earthspike talisman? You are indeed extravagant, junior brother. Bai Shi smiled lightly, his body twisting with agility, effortlessly evading the spikes. His demeanor relaxed. What? The opposing disciple gaped in disbelief, astonished that not even Bai Shi's robe had been grazed. Clang! Bai Shi unleashed a sword strike imbued with his power, causing the disciple to inhale sharply. Gritting his teeth to absorb the blow, forced to stagger back. Blood surged to his throat, yet he swallowed it down, regaining his composure, bloodshot eyes preparing to retaliate with another talisman. Power talisman. The disciple, filled with indignation, resolved that if his magical power could not prevail, he would resort to physical prowess. With muscles bulging and a fierce aura radiating, he bellowed and charged forward. Bai Shi's eyes glinted with seriousness as he drew another flying sword from his storage bag, releasing a piercing whistle. Yet it halted merely half a meter from his opponent, a golden barrier repelling it, accompanied by a soft chuckle. Diamond talisman. Beneath the shade, Chen Xiong and the great black bull widened their eyes. While others battled with magical power, This individual wielded spirit stones. A wealthy disciple indeed, Chen Xiong remarked, blinking at the great black bull. When shall we acquire such spirit stones? As the talismans clashed, Bai Shi's opponent became increasingly frustrated. Mu the great black bull called out, its eyes round with astonishment, unable to comprehend the myriad of techniques displayed in the duels. Oh, movement techniques! Chen Xiong felt invigorated, yearning to learn a movement technique himself to maximize his speed. On the stage, Bai Shi evaded the onslaught without engaging in direct confrontation, skillfully dodging until the effects of the power talisman waned, leaving the disciple exhausted. Unsurprisingly, Bai Shi emerged victorious, yet this did not reflect his true capabilities, for his opponent was merely an inner disciple. Chapter 41. Riding the Sword and Flying with the Wind. Carefree in the world, Chen Xiong. A crowd of male disciples surrounded a ring, fervently cheering and shouting, their spittle splattering on countless faces. On the platform stood a woman, her expression frigid, her figure graceful, wielding a long sword that shimmered with icy brilliance. Her sword dance was as mesmerizing as a dancer's performance, captivating to behold. Chen Xiong chuckled, glancing over at Chen Xiong, affirming that this trip was indeed worthwhile. Old bull, isn't it splendid? Mu the great black bull nodded repeatedly, fixated on the performance, urging Chen Xiong not to disturb its focus. Alas, how could they lose? I had high hopes for that one. Mu, oh dear, look at that little junior sister. She's in tears from the defeat, haha. Mu, hey. What's that short fellow doing now? Did someone take your ice? Mu, old bull, look quickly, it's a spirit beast, remarkable indeed. Mu. Beneath the shade of a tree, a man and a bull alternated between laughter and curses. Suddenly, Chen Xiong's expression shifted and he slammed his hand onto the ground. Mu? The great black bull was startled, questioning Chen Xiong's sudden change in demeanor. Old bull, don't you feel like something is missing? Mu? The great black bull shook its head, then nodded, sensing something was indeed amiss, a feeling of discomfort lingering. Sunflower seeds, Chen Xiong exclaimed, realizing he had forgotten something so essential. Mu. The great black bull nudged Chen Xiong with its hoof, reproaching him for neglecting to bring the seeds, which explained the odd feeling. Oh, I'm filled with regret. This year we'll plant the seeds and roast them, enhancing them with my special seasoning. Mu the great black bull rubbed against Chen Xiong, its mouth agape in approval. During the sex grand competition, disciples could continue battling after the first round or rest a day before resuming, with victories being the primary focus. However, those lacking confidence in their abilities naturally preferred to fight again, as the intensity on the following day would be far greater than that of today. Meanwhile, the strong remained unperturbed, taking time to adjust and regain their peak condition before the next bout, leaving no room for carelessness. As the competition intensified, even Chen Xiong and the great black bull found themselves drawn closer, no longer merely spectators. On the fifth day, the inner disciples officially joined the fray, propelling the sex competition to its zenith. Chen Xiong and the great black bull joined the throng, cheering with fervor. Outer disciples, none can rival us. Go, senior brother Bai Shi, you are the best. Chen Xiong raised a wooden placard and bellowed, eliciting numerous thumbs up from the surrounding disciples, affirming their support. Isn't Chen Xiong also one of our outer disciples? A few disciples approached, their imposing demeanor seemingly overshadowing Chen Xiong's presence. Absurd, Chen Xiong scoffed, glancing disdainfully at them while patting the great black bull. The great black bull understood, and a placard slowly rose, inscribed with, Go, Chen Xiong. Let the sword rise with the 5 elements. The onlookers were stunned, a shiver running through them, and they instinctively raised their thumbs. Their gazes towards Chen Xiong conveyed only 2 words, impressive. Chen Xiong smirked coldly, continuing to shout alongside the great black bull, fully immersing himself in the atmosphere. On various platforms, the white-clad inner disciples leaped gracefully, their sleeves billowing as they regarded their opponents with steely gazes. A faint aura of murderous intent permeated the air, the ancient trees swaying in the chilling wind, shedding a few yellow leaves. The arena fell silent, the prominent figures in the audience watching with anticipation. Hiss! A multitude of disciples inhaled sharply. These individuals were the true future luminaries of the Wuyun sect, destined to lead the sect forward. A palpable pressure enveloped the arena. Even the disciples below the stage wore solemn expressions, feeling the overwhelming intensity. Thrilling, Chen Xiong murmured, his heart racing, echoed by the great black bull's low bellow of excitement. However, a hint of disappointment flickered in Chen Xiong's eyes. He yearned for some verbal sparring, a battle of wits, to spice things up. A bell tolled through the mountains, marking the commencement of the grand showdown. Whoosh, whoosh. Countless piercing sounds filled the air as all eyes widened, their magical artifacts and internal energies igniting in a dazzling display. Boom, boom, dash. Every platform erupted into chaos. Some unleashed torrents of flying swords, shrouding the arena in dust. Others conjured misty spells, obscuring the battlefield, where only the sounds of clashing metals hinted at the ferocity of the conflict. Some disciples wielded formation flags, summoning puppets to aid them from the rear, igniting the fierce battles. Swords flashed, energies surged, and all participants exerted their full strength, holding nothing back. A fierce whirlwind swept across the arena, prompting nearby disciples to channel their energies for protection. Wow, wow! Chen Xiong's pupils dilated, shaking his head in disbelief at the terrifying prowess of these chi-refining disciples, clearly a different caliber from the rogue cultivators. Moo moo. The great black bull mirrored Chen Xiong's astonishment, its head shaking in a daze, bewildered by the array of spells on display. The decisive battle raged on for 2 days and nights, with Chen Xiong and the great black bull glued to their spot, refusing to miss a moment, snacking on flatbreads when hunger struck. In the end, Bai Shi and Gu Shuang reached the top 100, with the outer disciples sighing in resignation. The inner disciples' depth was simply beyond their reach. Eventually, it was time for the elders of the sect to distribute rewards and encourage the disciples, uttering a few platitudes. As the prominent figures and elders departed, this year's sect competition drew to a close. On the descent from the mountain, Chen Xiong and the great black bull erupted into raucous laughter, utterly unabashed. Old bull, that inner disciple, was a bit sinister, targeting the vital points. Chen Xiong remarked, glancing at the great black bull, unable to contain his amusement. The irony lay in the fact that the opponent had indeed fallen for it, a rather unfortunate outcome. Moo the great black bull grinned, relishing the memory. Next year, we shall participate as well, aiming for the top 500 of the sect and earn some contributions. Moo, let's go. Let's return and plant those seeds. Moo the man and bull trotted along, their laughter echoing through the mountains. Upon returning to the medicinal valley, they began tending to the herb fields, stealthily harvesting a few spirit herbs for the big Adan, nurturing the seeds before returning them. Old bull, the spirit herbs are in your capable hands. I shall delve into the sword control technique. Moo the great black bull nudged Chen Xiong, affirming its expertise in cultivating spirit herbs. Chen Xiong nodded, proceeding with confidence into his cave dwelling, opening the sword control technique, and retrieving the immortal sword from his storage bag, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Will I take flight? Today shall reveal the answer. Chen Xiong calmed his mind and began his practice. A month later, on a serene morning in the medicinal valley, where birds chirped and flowers bloomed, Chen Xiong and the great black bull stood in an open area, their immortal sword before them, and a backpack on Chen Xiong's back. He had fashioned 2 parachutes for safety, prioritizing precaution above all else. Riding the sword and flying with the wind, carefree in the world, Chen Xiong struck a peculiar pose, channeling his murky energy into the immortal sword. Rise! The sword gradually ascended, hovering 1/2 meter above the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Moo! Moo! The great black bull leapt with excitement, continuously bellowing in delight. The old cow, ascend the carriage, no, ascend the sword. Chen Xiong's voice trembled. His heart raced with fervor, and his mind began to envision a scene where they soared through the skies on their swords, traversing the magnificent landscape before them. Chapter 42. The old ox. There was no time to explain. Quickly, moo! The great black bull rose, its expression tense, as it crouched behind Chen Xiong, its hooves gripping his shoulders. They firmly stepped onto the flying sword, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. Chen Sun's veins bulged as he raised 2 fingers skyward, roaring, "Take off! Moo!" Whoosh! A fierce gust of wind surged, and the flying sword whistled away, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Bang! Bang! 2 figures crashed heavily to the ground, choking on dust. "Where's the sword? Where's my sword?" Chen Sun screamed, his eyes bloodshot, spitting out dirt. Moo! The great black bull, also disoriented from the fall, suddenly spotted the flying sword in the distance, embedded in a stone wall. Not long after, they finally retrieved the sword. "Old bull, our spells have been enhanced. It feels different," Chen Sun said, taking a deep breath. Moo the great black bull nodded. "Indeed. The speed of the sword was astonishing. No worries, we'll adapt slowly in practice." Moo the great black bull picked up the sword with its mouth and headed straight for the waterfall, playfully tossing its head back at Chen Sun. "Old bull, clever!" Chen Sun exclaimed, realizing that the water might provide substantial resistance, making it ideal for practice. "Let's get started." A month passed, and Chen Sun had fully mastered the art of sword control. One clear morning, at the same spot, he murmured to himself, riding the sword on the wind. Carefree between heaven and earth. With a wave of his hand, the sword slowly ascended, and he stepped onto it. "Old bull, no time to explain, quickly." Moo the great black bull leaped up, firmly standing on the sword and crouching behind Chen Sun, a hint of fear in its eyes. "Lift off." Moo whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A powerful wind swept past, and finally, the sword soared into the sky, the relentless gale striking Chen Sun's face as they ascended higher, his heart racing. The great black bull slowly opened its eyes. The scenery had completely changed. It glanced down, and its pupils contracted. "Moo! Old bull, old bull! What the hell?" Chen Sun exclaimed in shock, realizing the old bull had fainted. He quickly steadied the great black bull with one hand and halted the sword in midair. His own eyes barely open. He gazed toward the medicinal valley, already soaring 10 feet above the ground, his breaths coming in rapid bursts. Flying the sword felt entirely different from riding a boat. He sensed a hollow feeling in his heart, fearing they might plummet. The cold wind howled by his ears, and the great black bull had awakened, its legs trembling as it looked toward the ground. "Moo, it's all right, old bull. The sword is firmly beneath us. Last time was just an accident," Chen Sun reassured it. However, the great black bull held on tighter, its eyes sparkling with excitement. They were truly flying. A faint magical barrier enveloped them, and the howling wind ceased, bringing a welcome silence. "Old bull, let us adapt slowly. There's no rush," Chen Sun smiled, resuming their flight, albeit at a slower pace, gradually becoming more adept. Moo the great black bull began to feel more at ease, its tension easing. Yet, Chen Sun frowned slightly. The magical shield felt somewhat constraining, lacking the exhilarating sensation of the wind. An idea began to form in his mind. "Let us go," Chen Sun shouted again, spiraling above the valley. "Woo!" Their exclamations echoed through the air, combined with the great black bull's cries. It was exhilarating, and the great black bull both suffered and relished the experience. After half an hour of this, Chen Sun felt increasingly restless. It was time to put his plan into action. "Old bull, I have some work to do, and we'll look for materials." Chen Sun called out as he headed into the cave with his mountain axe. Moo! The great black bull lay languidly in the pool, still recovering. Another month passed, and an orange sun nestled among the dark mountains, casting vibrant clouds across the sky. Strange laughter echoed from the cave, accompanied by exclamations of, "I did it! I did it!" Moo the great black bull glanced at the sky. It was time for the wind-blowing session Chen Sun had mentioned. It called out repeatedly at the cave entrance. "Old bull!" Chen Sun emerged from the shadows, and the great black bull was astonished at his appearance. What a peculiar sight. Had Chen Sun crafted some magical artifact? He wore a massive pair of goggles, holding another that glimmered in the sunset. "Moo! Moo!" The great black bull rushed over, inquiring about the new item, its eyes widening with curiosity. "Old bull, we must embrace nature and truly experience the thrill of the wind. What good is a magical shield?" Chen Sun laughed heartily, quickly fitting the goggles onto the great black bull, tailored just for it. "Moo!" The great black bull swayed its head. bouncing with excitement at this miraculous sensation. With this, we need not fear the wind and sand in our eyes, ha. Chen Xiong exclaimed proudly, shouting, "Old bull, let us catch the wind." Moo. The great black bull was elated. Its favorite pastime was indeed flying in the sunset. The scenery was breathtaking. Whoosh, whoosh. The sword soared, and a barrier in the medicinal valley opened. Chen Xiong immediately ascended, a panorama of towering peaks unfolding before them. He shouted to the heavens, "Air Force One, Chen Xiong, ready for takeoff." Moo. The great black bull echoed his enthusiasm, donning the goggles and crouching behind Chen Xiong. This feeling was pure freedom. The wild wind whipped against their faces, yet it no longer intruded their eyes. This was the true sensation of flying. They surged toward the setting sun, leaving ancient trees and mountains in their wake, even catching glimpses of wild beasts darting across the ground in pursuit of prey. A magnificent sun hung high in the sky, while disciples below flew their swords, but their speed could not compare to Chen Xiong's and the great black bulls. Perhaps this was the difference between a Ferrari and an electric car, Chen Xiong mused. Ahead of them, a junior sister at the 5th layer of Qi was also soaring on her sword, aligning perfectly with their trajectory. Whoosh! The junior sister, with her 2 long braids, was startled to see a person and a bull standing on a flying sword, their eyes glimmering with something unknown. This senior brother, the junior sister stammered, her mouth agape in shock, as her expression grew increasingly astonished. The man and bull both raised their fingers and hooves to their foreheads, then tilted their mouths into crooked smiles. The sword suddenly accelerated, racing toward the sunset, disappearing in an instant, exuding effortless grace. What the hell? The junior sister was bewildered. Now even the bull was so stylish? The sword's speed was incredible, leaving her wondering what grade of artifact it was. Many disciples were left in awe, amazed by the speed of their sword control and the stylish appearance. The wind roared past, and the great black bull grinned, observing the disciples left far behind, feeling like a true champion. "Old bull, do you see? This is what cultivation is all about. This is life." Moo. The great black bull nodded vigorously, admiring the scenery below and relishing the joy of flying. Woo! Their joyous shouts resonated across the sky, mingling with the sounds of the bull's calls. Chapter 43. Junior brother, can you still persevere? As the wheel of time turns, the year draws to a close once more. Changsheng Dian continues to accumulate power. Chen Xiong, leading the sturdy black bull and carrying precious herbs, arrives at the sect's grand hall to secure a solid 200 contribution points. Old bull, hold on to this. Let us not spend it just yet. We shall participate in the sect's grand competition. Chen Xiong carefully places the Bagua talisman into his storage pouch. The black bull mooed with delight. Chen Xiong registered alongside the bull, receiving an additional talisman that would guide him to the appropriate contest arena when the time comes. Days later, the bell tolls, and the competition on the mountain peak is bustling with spectators, equally vibrant as in previous years. However, this year, Guishuang and Baishu are absent, rumored to have been taken under the wing of a certain elder as inner disciples. The grand competition officially begins. A magnificent voice reverberates throughout the venue. Chen Xiong's talisman resonates, prompting him to direct his gaze toward a specific arena. Leading the black bull forward, his spirit ignited with anticipation. In the arena, he faces Zhang Song, a disciple at the 8th level of Qi refinement. Zhang Song, startled, realizes that his opponent is also at the 8th level and accompanied by a spirit beast, indicating a fierce battle ahead. Senior brother, please show mercy. I have just broken through to the 8th level of Qi refinement. Chen Xiong chuckles, his eyes brimming with vigilance. These disciples possess cunning techniques and numerous spells. One cannot afford to be careless. Through a year of observation, he has discerned that entering the top 500 at the 8th level of Qi refinement is relatively safe and inconspicuous. Naturally, the grand competition only aims to test one's skills without endangering lives. Zhang Song gazes at the peculiar sight of a man and a bull adorned with a straw hat, finding the scene somewhat comical and bizarre. Shall we begin, then? He inquires. With a slight sigh, Zhang Song notices that his opponent wields 3 crude axes, which are evidently forged from common iron, lacking any magical quality. Nevertheless, he refrains from underestimating him. His expression sharpens, and his fingers flick rapidly, conjuring streams of vapor that crystallize into ice, swirling like flowing clouds and creating countless afterimages. Ice spikes are hurled towards Chen Xiong. Despite his black bull being merely at the 3rd level of chi refinement, becomes the primary target. Capture the king before the thieves. Impressive, Chen Xiong exclaims, evading the onslaught with considerable agility, though the pursuit is relentless. Each ice spike nearly strikes him, yet he deftly maneuvers away, the spirit beast following suit. Junior brother, perhaps you should stop dodging, Zhang Song remarks, still and composed, his gestures growing ever more rapid, the angles of the ice spikes increasingly treacherous. Chen Xiong brandishes a crude axe, cleaving through the icy projectiles while continuing to evade, drenched in sweat and fear. Junior brother, how long do you intend to evade? Zhang Song's impatience is palpable. His magic reserves are depleting, and he will not hold back any longer. As he speaks, veins bulge on his forehead. With a decisive gesture, his eyes gleam with intensity. Suddenly, several ice blades materialize, slicing towards Chen Xiong without warning, as Zhang Song leaps forward with them, cutting off all avenues of retreat. This is terrifying. Chen Xiong and the Black Bull contract their forms and vanish from sight. Zhang Song's pupils constrict as his spells miss their mark. Fireball technique. Chen Xiong shouts, launching several small fireballs. Zhang Song, his gaze fixed, sweeps his hand back, summoning ice spikes. The center of the arena melts into a large pool of water. Zhang Song realizes this opponent is formidable and perhaps cannot be defeated with mere magic. The two engage in a fierce struggle atop the stage, neither gaining the upper hand. Zhang Song grows frantic, questioning why he cannot land a hit. The Black Bull, meanwhile, observes the spectacle, mooing encouragingly as if cheering on its master. Elsewhere in the arena, others have already secured 2 victories. After half an hour of intense combat, both Zhang Song and Chen Xiong are drenched in sweat, the latter collapsing onto the ground, gasping for air, as if on the verge of collapse. I must resort to my trump card. I never anticipated encountering such a challenging opponent in the first round. Zhang Song hesitates, but decides against wasting more time. Slapping his storage pouch, from which several formation flags are deployed. Suddenly, a gust of wind sweeps through, and Zhang Song is caught off guard as 2 of his flags are whisked away. Hey, ambush! A shadow lunges forward. The Black Bull charges with tremendous force, sending Zhang Song flying through the air, his face a mask of confusion as he crashes heavily outside the arena. Who am I? Where am I? What just happened? Zhang Song grunts in pain, bewildered, looking towards Chen Xiong with a large question mark hovering above his head. Senior brother, I concede. Chen Xiong wobbles down from the stage, returning the formation flags with a sheepish smile. Junior brother, your speed is truly remarkable. Zhang Song steps back to accept the flags, fear flashing in his eyes. Such speed could even disrupt spellcasting. Clever maneuvering. Without the constraints of this arena, junior brother would hardly stand a chance against senior brother. Junior brother is merely being modest. Zhang Song shakes his head, baffled by the absurdity of the situation. Chen Xiong laboriously approaches a referee at the arena, respectfully stating, Senior uncle, I wish to continue. The elder responds indifferently, casting a spell that strikes Chen Xiong's yellow talisman, pairing him against the first-round victor once more. In the second round, Chen Xiong faces a cold-faced disciple named Lu Tao, who possesses a 9th level of Qi refinement. Junior brother, if you wish to concede, now is the time to spare yourself some pain. Lu Tao's expression remains impassive as he assesses Chen Xiong and the Black Bull, whose condition is evidently poor. I humbly request your guidance, senior brother. Chen Xiong forces a smile, even sitting down to regain his energy. Ungrateful. Lu Tao gestures, summoning a massive black ring that expands in midair, spiraling ominously as a fierce wind howls, seemingly locking onto Chen Xiong. The black ring suddenly lunges towards him, a mid-grade yellow tier killing artifact. Chen Xiong's eyes flash with determination. He leaves a shadow in his wake, but the ring relentlessly pursues him as if it possesses a will of its own. Junior brother, if you can't hold on much longer, it would be wise to concede now. Lu Tao smirks, observing the beleaguered Chen Xiong, his movements unfaltering. With a sweep of his right hand, the ring glimmers with golden light, enlarging further as it descends upon Chen Xiong. Indeed, a senior brother at the 9th level of Qi refinement, Chen Xiong acknowledges, suddenly unleashing a powerful punch that strikes the ring with force. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurs. A resounding clash echoes. The ring dims under the impact, and seizing the opportunity, Chen Xiong makes his escape. Lu Tao's expression shifts dramatically, his eyes wide with disbelief. Though it appears the artifact is unscathed, he distinctly hears the internal vibrations. His demeanor grows solemn, despite Chen Xiong's evident fatigue. He cannot afford to underestimate him. Fireball technique. Chen Xiong executes the spell, launching several fireballs towards Lu Tao. Lu Tao, filled with disdain, scoffs at the attempt. You dare use such a lowly spell here? With a powerful breath, he counters with flame technique. A blaze erupts on the arena, extinguishing the fireballs in an instant. Chen Xiong charges through the inferno, wielding a crude axe aimed at Lu Tao. With a cold huff, Lu Tao unsheathes the long sword, and the arena descends into chaos once more. Lu Tao relentlessly presses forward, forcing Chen Xiong into retreat. After half an hour, sweat pours down Lu Tao's brow. His magical reserves dwindle, and he seethes with anger. Junior brother, can you still hold on? I'm managing, Chen Xiong weakly replies. On the verge of collapse, Lu Tao's magical energy is depleted, his eyes wide open in shock. Why is it that he always seems to be a step ahead? His mind is now greatly fatigued. Chapter 44. Senior brother fires at me at last, in the moment of their clash. The spirit beast that had been overlooked sprang into action. Moo! A sudden ambush. A shadow rushed in from the side with astonishing speed, and he found himself entangled by Chen Xiong, unable to react in time. Ah, how infuriating! Lu Tao's expression was one of deep sorrow and humiliation as he was thrust off the arena by the imposing Black Bull. Chen Xiong seemed on the verge of collapse, collapsing onto the Black Bull, and Lu Tao, witnessing this from below the stage, was momentarily stunned, secretly admiring such formidable perseverance. Senior brother, I concede. Chen Xiong weakly opened his eyes, revealing a faint smile. You should focus on healing, junior brother. We can spar again next year. Lu Tao cupped his hands in acknowledgement. Recognizing Chen Xiong's strength, the battle had been exhilarating, leaving him with newfound insights. Very well. Chen Xiong struggled to return the gesture as he was led off the combat arena by the Black Bull. Lu Tao stepped forward to offer a healing potion. Chen Xiong, overwhelmed with emotion, grasped Lu Tao's hand, causing Lu Tao to be taken aback, his eyes reflecting guilt as he fretted over whether he had been too forceful. The surrounding disciples regarded Lu Tao with peculiar expressions, as if it were Chen Xiong who had lost. Alarmed, Lu Tao hurriedly made his exit, shaking his head along the way. Half an hour later, Chen Xiong approached the foundation-building elder, accompanied by the Black Bull, and respectfully stated, Elder, I wish to continue fighting. Given your current state, do you believe you can still compete? The elder raised an eyebrow, observing Chen Xiong, who wore a tattered straw hat riddled with holes. His disheveled hair spilling out, his face smeared with dirt, and bloodstains on his hands. Indeed, Chen Xiong lowered his head with a smile, his eyes brimming with tenacity. Since you are so determined, I shall not dissuade you. The elder nodded slightly. Such resolute disciples were not uncommon, often single-minded. Yet the one who ultimately suffers is always themselves. A surge of magical energy was infused into Chen Xiong's yellow talisman, shimmering with a soft glow as he turned his gaze toward another arena, eyeing his second opponent. Stumbling, Chen Xiong ascended the stage, startling his opponent, who was at the 8th level of Qi refining, fearing he might inadvertently cause harm. An hour later, the arena echoed with furious shouts. Junior brother, can you not hold on any longer? Senior brother, bring it on. Chen Xiong roared, his steps unsteady, the straw hat now sporting a large tear and emitting smoke. The 8th level disciple's expression turned grave. You can endure? I'm barely hanging on. Who fights for an hour during chi refining? Who possesses such abundant magical energy? Mu, the black bull, sensing the perfect moment, revealed a mischievous glint in its eyes and charged. What? An ambush! The opponent screamed, gracefully arcing through the air before landing safely outside the ring. Chen Xiong claimed his third victory. The black bull carried Chen Xiong away to the shade of a tree, appearing gravely injured, as if on the brink of death. Under the tree, Chen Xiong regained consciousness, leaning against it and smiling faintly. Mu, the black bull, lay beside him, its large mouth quivering. "It's all right, don't worry," Chen Xiong reassured, removing his straw hat to reveal a wild mane and wounds all over his body. The black bull licked Chen Xiong's injuries, and he patted its head, retrieving some healing salve from his storage pouch. "Just superficial wounds, nothing serious." Mu, the black bull, continued to gaze at Chen Xiong with concern. Although they had faced injuries frequently in their small mountain village, this was a battle where a single misstep could be fatal. I've learned quite a bit of medicine from Master Ning. These wounds are nothing. As long as they are not internal injuries, a simple application of ointment. And in a few days, I shall be right as rain without any scars. Their magical power was limited, and they could not afford to exhaust themselves. If they truly unleashed their spells, their opponents would not survive. Chen Xiong smiled softly, feeling great affection for his junior disciples. Mu, the black bull, nodded in agreement. Indeed, their spells were fearsome, and if unleashed, would mean certain death or serious injury. Winning 6 matches should suffice. Tomorrow, if we win 3 more, we shall acquire those 500 contribution points. Mu, the black bull, nuzzled Chen Xiong, its eyes gleaming with joy. Chen Xiong took out some sunflower seeds from his storage pouch, sharing them with the black bull while watching the crowded battle arenas where intense clashes echoed continuously. On the following day, Chen Xiong was invigorated, facing increasingly formidable opponents. Yet, no matter how extravagant their spells, they all required magical energy to sustain them. Chen Xiong commenced his torturous path, engaging in arena battles, each lasting at least an hour, an endeavor that proved utterly exhausting for anyone involved. The surrounding disciples, initially eager to spectate, soon found themselves drowsy and hastily moved on to other arenas, which were far more entertaining. "Junior brother, I can't hold on any longer," one disciple shrieked, his features contorted, his gaze toward Chen Xiong tinged with a hint of fear. "Senior brother, hold on," Chen Xiong roared, encouraging him. "I'm still good." Mu, the black bull, launched a surprise attack, sending the disciple tumbling off the arena, a hint of relief gracing his features. Finally, it was over. Chen Xiong secured his 4th victory. An hour later, "Junior brother, I implore you, stop resisting and concede." "Impossible. As cultivators, we cannot lack pride." "Senior brother, let's fight one more day." Mu, the black bull, charged with its tail swishing. The senior brother, devoid of hope, gazed towards the heavens, collapsing outside the arena, completely drained of magical energy. Chen Xiong claimed his 5th victory. An hour later, "Junior brother, I still have countless talismans unactivated. You cannot withstand this." "Senior brother, fire at me." Half an hour later, the senior brother trembled, his eyes quivering, having exhausted all his talismans. Mu, an ambush. The black bull charged. The senior brother screamed, his body soaring through the air, tears streaming down his face. "My possessions." Chen Xiong achieved his 6th victory, though his legs trembled, needing the support of the black bull to ascend for the next battle. Though Chen Xiong appeared unremarkable, his indomitable spirit left several foundation-building elders profoundly impressed, their gazes fixed upon him in the arena. "Junior brother," the senior brother observed Chen Xiong, who was barely standing, knitting his brows in concern over how to proceed. Chen Xiong's hair danced wildly, his eyes bloodshot, as he bent over, hands pressing against his knees. Slowly lifting his head to declare, "Senior brother, let us battle. I shall certainly show respect to you, junior brother." The senior brother's expression turned solemn, his eyes filled with admiration and astonishment. Within just a few incense sticks worth of time, accompanied by Chen Xiong's resounding shout, he charged forward with flailing fists, his body riddled with vulnerabilities. The senior brother merely leaned slightly to the side, filled with emotion. A gust of cold wind swept through, and Chen Xiong could no longer hold on, collapsing onto the arena like a fallen pillar. Junior brother, Mu. They rushed forward to check on him, relieved to find no serious harm. Even a foundation-building elder approached to examine him. He is fine. He has merely endured continuous battles, his body and mind fatigued. With a few days of rest, he will recover. Thank you, Master Uncle. The senior brother cupped his hands in gratitude. The foundation-building elder nodded, his eyes reflecting a sense of contemplation. This individual likely hailed from a loose cultivation background, a trait not uncommon among such people. It was a testament to their helplessness regarding their own potential, a defiance against fate. Even if they fought to the last drop of blood, they would never concede. Yet, in reality, no prominent figures cast their gaze upon them. Such individuals were far too ordinary. Their indomitable were merely a manifestation of impotent rage, failing to alter their innate cultivation potential. Chen Xiong was dragged down the mountain by the Black Bull. Chapter 45. The Radiance of the Sun. It was a splendid day for farewells. Old Bull, Sequence 478, we are set. 500 contributions in just 2 days is more than we've accomplished in 2 years. Chen Xiong reclined upon the back of the great Black Bull, examining the yellow talisman in his hand, knowing that as soon as the grand competition concluded, he could exchange it for contributions at the sect's main hall. Mu, the great Black Bull, turned its head, gazing at Chen Xiong with a tinge of sympathy. Old Bull, what does this amount to? When we were in Panning City, who truly had it easy? We all existed in the cracks of society. Chen Xiong replied nonchalantly, chuckling. Sustaining a few injuries for such a bounty of contributions is a profit. We ought to express our gratitude to the sect for this opportunity. Mu, the great Black Bull, nodded, wishing it could endure the injuries for Chen Xiong, with its tough hide and robust physique. Upon returning to the medicinal valley, Chen Xiong gathered his spirits, applying ointment to his wounds, while the great Black Bull remained by his side, doing nothing. This fasting pill is only for emergencies. We are not short on time to eat, Chen Xiong remarked, producing a soil-colored pill. He had refined pills once the previous year and found that while it quelled hunger, it did not provide satisfaction, a rather bland experience. Mu, the great Black Bull, could relate, lamenting that the fasting pill could never compare to the wild flavors of the mountains. It felt as if a pile of hay was lodged in its belly. Old Bull, let's get to work and tend to the medicinal valley. Chen Xiong, now fully covered in ointment, smiled. How could they truly harm me? I intentionally did not evade. Mu, the great Black Bull, turned back several times, realizing that the medicinal garden had indeed been unattended for 2 days and felt compelled to check on it. Once the great Black Bull vanished from sight, Chen Xiong winced, gritting his teeth. Although he had not sustained internal injuries, the external ones were genuinely painful. Days later, the grand competition concluded, and Chen Xiong, along with the great Black Bull, hurried toward the sect's main hall. The yellow talisman had not been collected by the sect, as it was deemed a keepsake for the disciples. Junior brother Chen, a familiar voice resonated from behind him, and his face lit up in joy. I didn't expect it to be you. Senior brother Ji. Chen Xiong responded with equal delight, gazing at Ji Kun, whose face had grown more resolute, though he still retained his slender appearance. Chen Xiong couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia, even within the same sect. It had taken 2 long years for their paths to cross again. Junior brother Chen, did you not take a position in the outer sect? Ji Kun inquired. I went to manage the medicinal garden. My family used to do this, Chen Xiong explained. They retreated to a secluded spot beneath a tree, reminiscing about old times, with the great Black Bull lying down nearby, sensing their pause. Junior brother Chen, the medicinal garden is not a desirable place. It is often referred to as the land of lost aspirations, Ji Kun said, a hint of disappointment in his tone. It is filled with sect elders who believe they can no longer establish their foundations. We still have ample time. We must not become complacent, Junior brother Chen. Ji Kun urged. I appreciate your good intentions, senior brother, but I truly dislike conflict, Chen Xiong replied, his expression turning pensive. He understood Ji Kun's concerns. The opportunities in the outer sect were plentiful and would undoubtedly strengthen one's abilities. Alas, junior brother, you may be unaware of how the disciples within the sect perceive us wandering cultivators, Ji Kun remarked, his face reflecting indignation as he clenched his fists. I am indeed unaware. Chen Xiong shook his head, believing that the seniors and juniors alike had treated him well, without discrimination. They say we are mere stepping stones. And even the foundation-building elders do not regard us, Ji Kuan lamented. Over the past 2 years, having served as an outer sect steward, he had witnessed the numerous factions and the incessant scheming, where sometimes contributions were embezzled. What do you mean, senior brother? Chen Xiong asked calmly. For had it been in the past, he would have brandished his axes, ready to stir trouble. In 3 years, the South Dipper Mountains' secret realm will open. But most who venture there are wandering cultivators, Ji Kuan explained. Yes, I am aware. Otherwise, how would we have the chance to enter the sect? Chen Xiong responded. Do you know how many can go every 20 years, and how many return alive? Ji Kuan took a deep breath, speaking solemnly, 700, with fewer than 100 returning. If one fails to secure foundation-building herbs, they return with nothing. Such darkness, Chen Xiong exclaimed. Though he had suspected they were merely cannon fodder, he had not realized the extent of it. Indeed, we are the remnants of wandering cultivators filtered by the 10 great sects. While it appears we are treated equally, which elder would truly take notice of us? Ji Kuan's gaze dimmed, revealing how disillusioned he had become over the years. Those with the potential for foundation building had long been taken by the 10 great sects. If they wished to advance, they could only tread the bloody path. Senior brother Ji, are you implying we should venture into the South Dipper Mountains' secret realm? Chen Xiong scrutinized him, noting that he was still at the 8th level of qi refinement, questioning his adequacy. Precisely. Ji Kuan nodded firmly. I have gathered enough contributions and am preparing for seclusion to diligently cultivate. If I can break through to the 9th level of qi refinement, my chances of survival will increase. Senior brother, you could wait another 20 years. You are still so young and could first bolster your strength, Chen Xiong suggested. Junior brother, in 23 years, my vital energy will wane and my strength will diminish. What will I have to compete with? Ji Kuan's fist tightened, his eyes reflecting a fierce unwillingness to accept fate. This sentiment struck a chord in Chen Xiong. Indeed, the period of qi refinement lasts but a century, fleeting in the grand scheme of existence. And how many 20-year intervals could a cultivator endure? Junior brother, today is indeed a splendid day for farewells. Ji Kuan smiled calmly, genuinely fond of Chen Xiong, whom he perceived as possessing no ill intentions, making their interactions consistently enjoyable. After 2 years of working in the outer sect steward hall, he realized that friends like Chen Xiong were a rare treasure. Perhaps his decision to manage the medicinal garden was indeed wise. Senior brother Ji, wait a moment. Chen Xiong hastily retrieved his storage bag, producing 2 featherweight pills and a vial of fasting pills. Senior brother Ji, these featherweight pills were purchased in the 9-Star Valley. I still have 2 left, and their medicinal properties remain intact. He now understood the principle of great kindness being akin to great enmity, refraining from offering too much to avoid jeopardizing their friendship. Featherweight pills, Ji Kuan exclaimed, taken aback. These are precious pills for the qi refinement stage and costly. Junior brother Chen, I have no ulterior motives. Please take them back. You need them as well. Senior brother Ji, take them. You need them more than I do. We manage the medicinal garden well, and we earn considerable contributions each year. Chen Xiong replied earnestly, placing the pills in Ji Kuan's hands. Your kindness is overwhelming, but I shall only accept 1 featherweight pill. The rest, please keep for yourself, Ji Kuan insisted, his tone leaving no room for argument. Very well, Chen Xiong sighed softly, returning the remaining items to his storage bag. Junior brother, bull brother, I shall take my leave now. Do take care of yourselves. Ji Kuan clasped his hands in farewell, casting a glance at the great black bull, who promptly rose to its feet, letting out a resounding moo. Under the tree, Ji Kuan departed, and Chen Xiong, along with the great black bull, watched his figure fade into the distance, marked by an air of solitude yet unwavering resolve. Senior brother Ji will surely establish his foundation. Wouldn't you agree, old bull? Chen Xiong murmured. Mu the great black bull nodded in agreement, confident that the merit it had accrued would protect Ji Kuan. Let's return. Old bull, we have yet to weave a straw hat. Mu the pair made their way back to the medicinal valley, A gentle breeze, rustling the leaves and casting a picturesque scene. Chapter 46. The journey to Nandu Mountain time slips by like a fleeting shadow. 3 years have swiftly passed. The sect has welcomed numerous new disciples, their eyes ablaze with passion and dreams of the future. The grand sect competition has birthed countless rising stars, each emerging like a dark horse, commanding respect and admiration. Yet, amidst these, one disciple has become a nightmare for many, a figure clad in a straw hat, leading a black bull spirit beast, known as the bane of the grand competition. Encountering this individual without delivering a fatal blow means preparing for a battle that could last an hour. Many watching disciples have awoken from nightmares, their dreams haunted by straw hats. Opponents have lamented their misfortune, with even seasoned practitioners of the 8th level of Qi refinement conceding defeat, a testament to the ferocity of this disciple. However, due to the prolonged duration of his battles, he has often found himself languishing in the ranks, failing to breach the top 500, a situation that elicits great regret. Yet, such musings are merely the light-hearted chatter of lower-tier disciples. The true focus lies on the top 100 of the sect's rankings, igniting the competitive spirit of countless disciples. This, indeed, is the genuine purpose of Wu Yun's sect, to stimulate these dark horses with the presence of inner disciples. Yet, the rewards for truly claiming victory remain a mystery, as outer disciples are not privy to them. Only through the continuous infusion of fresh blood can the sect ensure its enduring legacy, with each annual competition allowing numerous disciples to achieve breakthroughs in their battles. In the Yuzhu mountain range, at a low altitude, a solitary figure and his bull stealthily made their way toward the sect's grand hall, their pace measured and unhurried. 3,000 contribution points, old bull, Chen Xiong murmured, licking his lips. Moo. The great black bull stiffened with excitement, its body trembling with anticipation at the thought of the treasures that could be acquired. Yet, a hint of melancholy shadowed its expression, for most of these contribution points were earned through Chen Xiong's own sacrifices, his body marred with scars. Were you thinking, old bull? Let us exchange them for the Foundation Establishment Dan recipe. As the celestial sword whistled past at low altitude, they dared not ascend too high, fearful of colliding with any elder or high-ranking practitioner. Chen Xiong had calculated the safe height for flight. Within the contribution hall, a nearly empty high platform awaited, designated for the Foundation Establishment elders, where the recipes were housed. Honored uncle, I have come to exchange for the Foundation Establishment Dan recipe, Chen Xiong said, bowing respectfully as he presented the Bagua token to the gaunt man atop the platform, whose face resembled that of a corpse, skeletal features protruding. His expression was as cold as ice, scrutinizing Chen Xiong. You are merely a disciple of the 8th level of Qi refinement. What use do you have for this recipe? Especially when there are no Foundation Establishment spirit herbs available for exchange within the sect. The gaunt man questioned, his piercing gaze delving into Chen Xiong's very soul. You would do well to provide a reason. The Foundation Establishment recipe is merely a symbolic gesture by the sect, a fleeting hope for those in the Qi refinement stage. It offers solace, for the journey to Nandu Mountain is what I yearn for. Then you certainly cannot trade contributions for such a futile item. You see, I was once a wandering cultivator, and this recipe represents my obsession. To behold it is akin to seeing the prospect of Foundation Establishment before my very eyes. Chen Xiong's voice trembled, and as he bowed lower, his tattered straw hat seemed to narrate the unfairness of fate. However, the gaunt man nodded, adding, consider this carefully. The expedition to Nandu Mountain in 6 months will not be easy. Chen Xiong's eyes widened in astonishment. This seemingly lifeless uncle turned out to possess a warm heart. He solemnly declared, I shall not regret my choice. The gaunt man regarded Chen Xiong intently before producing a recipe, wiping the contribution points from the Bagua token clean. Thank you, honored uncle. Chen Xiong received the token with both hands, turning to lead the great black bull away. They soared back to the Medicine Valley, where the black bull had set up various traps. Should any intruders dare enter, every detail would shift. Moo! The black bull called out to Chen Xiong, signaling that no one had come by. Let us go, Chen Xiong exclaimed with joy, rushing into his cave, hurriedly retrieving the Foundation Establishment Dan recipe. Heavenly fruit, moon spirit fruit, iron staff flower, ice duckweed, cold spirit grass. Chen Xiong murmured, his eyes widening with awe. Having never heard of or seen most of these ingredients, save for a few spirit herbs he had only heard of in passing. The Foundation Establishment Dan required a total of 27 auxiliary herbs and 3 main herbs: earthly tendril, sun ginseng lotus, and nama leaf. Moo? The black bull leaned in to observe closely, yet none of these spirit herbs were found in their medicine valley. Foundation Establishment, the Dan Tian transforms into liquid, giving birth to divine consciousness, along with boundless wonders. Chen Xiong sighed, filled with envy, longing to experience the marvel of divine consciousness, rumored to surpass the senses. Moo? If it takes 100 years to achieve Foundation Establishment, Wuyun sect may not have a place for us. Chen Xiong articulated each word carefully, gazing at the black bull, his eyes resolute. In 6 months, we shall venture to the secret realm of Nanda Mountain. Moo! The black bull rose with enthusiasm, its eyes ablaze with determination. The various cultivation sects of the Qian kingdom would send their disciples. This would be the true battlefield. We must begin gathering information daily and prepare ourselves, Chen Xiong stated, aware that they knew nothing of Nanda Mountain, not even its location. The pair slowly surveyed the cave entrance, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering in their gazes. It seemed at this time they were truly ready to engage in earnest. Half a year later, the echoes of bells reverberated throughout Wuyun sect, as figures soared upon swords from various peaks, their expressions steely, radiating an indomitable spirit as they headed toward the Lord's Peak. The long-awaited expedition to the Nanda Mountain secret realm, occurring every 20 years in the Qian kingdom, was finally upon them. The elders and disciples from all peaks bore hopeful expressions. A bountiful harvest could elevate the sect to new heights, as many smaller sects had risen due to their ventures into Nanda Mountain. This year, the number of applicants was exceedingly high, with thousands vying for a chance. Yet priority was given based on the grand sect competition rankings, typically favoring the top 2,000. Many elders wore grim expressions, resigned to despair. They packed their belongings and slowly descended the mountain, where numerous marketplaces established by Wuyun sect thrived, serving as a hub for many cultivators to exchange ideas. The outer sect's steward hall would assign them positions, awaiting the passage of time until they became mere dust, possibly forgotten entirely. However, an unwritten rule circulated among inner disciples. None were permitted to partake in the journey to Nanda Mountain, as they would receive their Foundation Establishment Dan in due course. Within a certain medicine valley of Wuyun sect, inside a cave adorned with cracked stone walls, a pit lay beneath a large blackened pot, exuding thick medicinal vapors. The pit still contained remnants of charcoal, hissing and crackling, yet the cave was devoid of life. The sky was a brilliant azure, unmarred by clouds. Distant mountains cloaked in hues of indigo, and a gentle breeze wafted warmth. Chen Xiong and the great black bull emerged from the medicine valley, their expressions impassive as they took to the skies, heading directly toward the Lord's Peak. Chapter 47. The 5 Elements Sect and the 700 warriors. Over the past 3 years, the longevity points have been added to their magical power. And their current longevity points are Strength 21, Speed 21, Essence of all things 20, and Magical Power 11. However, upon seeing the disciples, a warm smile immediately graced his face, giving him an amiable appearance as he wore a straw hat. Chen Xiong led the great black bull to the edge of the crowd, searching for a particular figure among the throng, Jikuan. He had now broken through to the 9th layer of qi refinement, brimming with confidence, surrounded by admirers as if he had found his place among the stars. Engaged in lively discussions, Chen Xiong smiled faintly, choosing not to disturb him, instead turning his gaze towards the sect master's grand hall, which had captivated both him and the great black bull. A steady stream of people arrived before the grand hall, totaling 700 disciples in the qi refinement stage. Chen Xiong, leading the great black bull, stood at the back, inconspicuous. Suddenly, several figures shot out from behind the grand hall, traversing the air with immense presence, their forms shimmering with faint light. Golden Core, stage great cultivators. Chen Xiong's heart raced in astonishment. He now understood that the realm above Foundation establishment was indeed the Golden Core stage, where one could live for 1,000 years, truly ancient beings. Before the hall, all disciples stood in solemn silence. The sound of a falling needle could be heard as they stood upright, not daring to act recklessly. The great black bull, sensing the danger, quivered in fear, its keen instincts perceiving that these great cultivators had the power to annihilate them. The sect master, Yu Yuanhua, hovered above all, his voice deep and resonant. The journey to South Dipper Mountain is a rare opportunity. I hope all disciples will uphold the prestige of the Five Elements sect. Yu Yuanhua's composed demeanor surveyed everyone, and with a wave of his hand, ethereal sounds resonated as distant eagle cries echoed from the valleys. This expedition would be led by Master Wei Shan, a cultivator at the early Golden Core stage, signifying the sect's regard for its disciples. As the words fell, the 700 disciples were taken aback. The sect had dispatched a Golden Core master to escort them, igniting their fervor to contribute to the sect. Wei Shan, with his long white hair that belied any signs of age, was extraordinarily handsome, captivating the hearts of the female disciples. In accordance with the sect master's orders, I greet Master Wei. The disciples bowed respectfully, acknowledging both his seniority and prowess. Please, no need for formalities. Wei Shan's gentle voice resonated, devoid of any airs of superiority. Everyone felt a surge of encouragement, and Chen Xiong stood in awe, his body seemingly unresponsive. Suddenly, piercing shrieks shattered the air as 5 colossal spirit beasts descended from the distant sky, casting a shadow over the entire area, sending a shiver down Chen Xiong and the great black bull's spines. The ground trembled with resounding crashes as the 5 massive spirit beasts landed before the hall. Their hawk-like eyes sharp and fierce, their feathers harder than Chen Xiong's mountain-splitting axe. This is the Qingya Eagle at the mid-foundation establishment level. There is no need for concern, Wei Shan reassured, stepping onto the back of the central Qingya Eagle. Everyone come aboard. Chen Xiong hurriedly led the great black bull to the edge of the Qingya Eagle, feeling dwarfed by its size. Old bull, up you go, Chen Xiong exclaimed, drawing his celestial sword from his storage bag and swiftly ascending with the great black bull. As an unexpected turn of events unfolded, the Qingya Eagle turned its head, casting a glance at the great black bull, its eyes gleaming with mockery as though it were eyeing prey. The great black bull grew furious, ready to charge. But Chen Xiong held it back. Calm down, let us not provoke it. It cannot outlive you, and we wouldn't want it to suffer a tragic fate. He murmured soothingly. Moo. The great black bull snorted aggressively, begrudgingly conceding to Chen Xiong's reasoning. While Chen Xiong struggled to manage the great black bull, the other disciples sat in focused silence, gathering their energy, their expressions tense. Wei Shan merely gestured, enveloping the 5 Qingya Eagles in a faint azure barrier of magical power. He bowed farewell to the sect master's grand hall, receiving nods of acknowledgement from several individuals present. Safe travels. The sect master's voice echoed in the ears of all disciples. With a booming sound, the Qingya Eagles spread their wings and soared into the sky, emitting sharp eagle cries, stirring up dust and debris, diminishing the ground's features. Chen Xiong's heart fluttered with unease as they flew higher, the Qingya Eagles gradually disappearing into the depths of the mountains, leaving behind a chorus of astonished exclamations from the disciples below. Truly, the 700 warriors of the 5 Elements sect. Old bull, we are truly about to witness grand spectacles, Chen Xiong said, his face alight with excitement as he gazed at the surrounding mist, the land now filled with unfamiliar towering peaks piercing the sky, swiftly passing beneath the Qingya Eagles. This speed is astonishing, Chen Xiong marveled, feeling it was several times faster than the flying vessels of the past. More, more. The great black bull responded with enthusiasm, finally stepping out of the confines of their small village to explore the vast world beyond. Chen Xiong's gaze drifted to the horizon. They were prepared to face whatever awaited them. Over the past 6 months, they had learned much about the South Dipper Mountain's secret realms. The 10 great sects had sent forth 1,500 disciples, each formidable, marking them as the true victors of South Dipper Mountain. However, the vastness of South Dipper Mountain, the most magnificent mountain in the Qian kingdom, demanded not only strength but also luck. Many smaller sects, despite sending fewer than 100 disciples, often stumbled upon great fortunes, retrieving numerous spiritual herbs. Old Bull, we must remain vigilant against the beasts and spirit creatures within. They are not friendly towards humans, Chen Xiong whispered, recalling elders in the sect warning him that the spiritual energy in South Dipper Mountain was suppressed, preventing these creatures from advancing to the foundation establishment stage, rendering them exceedingly aggressive and prone to attack. The great black bull nodded knowingly, understanding the gravity of the situation. Over the past 6 months, they had heard countless tales, with many disciples meeting their demise at the hands of these beasts, often guarding valuable foundation establishment herbs. Gradually, Chen Xiong and the great black bull fell into a focused silence. The Qingya eagles traversed various territories, occasionally attacked by other beasts, but Wei Shan merely exuded pressure, causing the flying beasts to scatter in retreat. Half a month later, the speed of the Qingya eagles began to slow. South Dipper Mountain, comprised of 19 grand peaks intertwined, resembled a colossal dragon coiling towards the heavens. It stood like a giant amidst the myriad mountains, mercilessly gazing down upon the earth and the approaching cultivators, rendering even the Qingya eagles seemingly insignificant. My heavens, such breathtaking scenery exists in this world, Chen Xiong exclaimed, utterly awestruck. The great black bull, too, was spellbound, standing still, realizing their own diminutive existence. In the farthest distance, peculiar mountains jutted out, the ranges stretching endlessly, lush and steep, shrouded in mist, enveloped within a grand formation. Chen Xiong marveled, recognizing that only countless great cultivators could seal such a place. Not even Elder Wei would suffice to comprehend its magnitude, the handiwork of unfathomable powers. The 5 Qingya eagles descended onto a clearing, surrounded by crowds of cultivators from various sects, their gazes unfriendly as they scrutinized the 5 elements sect before diverting their attention. To the north of the clearing lay the domain of South Dipper Mountain, filled with towering ancient trees, dark and silent, exuding an ancient aura that commanded respect. Chapter 48. I possess a spell after 2.5 years of cultivation. This is the residence of the 5 elements sect. One must not wander recklessly. Wei Shan glanced around, letting out a cold snort, causing many to gasp in astonishment and retract their audacious gazes. The esteemed Wei Fengzhu commands great authority. Chen Xiong silently praised him, acknowledging the advantage of being sheltered by a mighty tree. Wei Shan chose not to elaborate, instead waiting for the 10 great immortal sects, whose keys to the secret realm of South Dipper Mountain lay firmly in their hands. At this moment, thunderous booms echoed from the heavens, as colossal flying vessels and enormous avian creatures tore through the sky, their overwhelming presence nearly suffocating. Shadows swept across the ground in waves, as if to demonstrate their might and assert their dominance. Flags of various sects fluttered magnificently, with countless figures standing upon them, their indifferent gazes surveying the earth and the disciples of each sect. Wei Shan remained calm and unperturbed, although internally he felt the weight of the 10 immortal sects pressing down upon all cultivators of the Qian nation like towering mountains. Chen Xiong and the great black bull shook their heads in disbelief, noting that this display was far more extravagant than that of the 9 Stars Valley, leaving them to simply exclaim in admiration. "Look!" Chen Xiong exclaimed, pointing toward the distant sky. "Old bull, behold!" Several massive vessels hovered above, from which numerous women clad in purple garments soared into the air, stepping upon lotus leaf artifacts as they descended gracefully. Their figures danced in the air, conjuring a sea of purple, and Chen Xiong felt as though he could almost smell their enchanting fragrance. The gazes of the disciples on the ground were irresistibly drawn to the sight, entranced by the celestial maidens of the Purple Cloud sect. To forge a partnership with such beings would indeed be a romantic affair, even in death. The great black bull nudged Chen Xiong, unimpressed. "Old bull, Do you think if a man joined the Purple Cloud sect, he would also wear purple and step on lotus leaves, proclaiming, "You dare to challenge me?" Chen Xiong parroted, slapping the great black bull on the back while mimicking a high-pitched voice, "You dare to strike me?" How vexing. Laughter erupted between Chen Xiong and the great black bull, rolling on the ground in merriment, with Chen Xiong occasionally imitating the bull, causing its cheeks to nearly ache from amusement. "Is that you, junior brother Chen?" Ji Kun exclaimed, observing the humorous scene of man and beast. "What brings you here, senior brother Ji?" Chen Xiong laughed until tears nearly spilled from his eyes. "Gulme, let me share a hilarious story with you." "Oh." Ji Kun leaned in with interest, eager to hear more. After a moment, Chen Xiong resumed his playful mimicry, infusing his performance with emotion. "Ha!" Ji Kun chuckled heartily, shaking his head. "This junior brother Chen, even in such a perilous situation, finds joy. I wonder if he is simply carefree or perpetually optimistic. I came with Old Bull to seek opportunities. I believe your earlier words were quite astute," Chen Xiong stated earnestly, standing tall. "Rest assured, senior brother Ji, Old Bull and I shall not hinder you. Junior brother, where are your thoughts wandering?" Ji Kuen's expression darkened as he placed a hand on Chen Xiong's shoulder. "If we find ourselves in a precarious position, it is best to flee. Our lives are paramount. Thank you for your concern, senior brother Ji. Old Bull and I will certainly avoid direct confrontation," Chen Xiong replied with a smile. "The teleportation is rather random, with a maximum of 3 individuals per group. I was unaware of your. There is no need for you to worry about us, senior brother. I know you have formed your own group, which is why I did not wish to intrude." Chen Xiong grinned, acknowledging that he and the great black bull were not particularly remarkable in terms of strength or social connections. Ji Kuen's expression soured, as he wished to keep Chen Xiong and the great black bull close, should any trouble arise. "Do not overthink it, senior brother. Just go with peace of mind. We have our own trump cards," Chen Xiong reassured him, patting the hand resting on his shoulder. "In these 3 years, I have also mastered a spell, having trained for 2.5 years, but," Chen Xiong continued earnestly, "if you regard me as a friend, senior brother Ji, then go without worry. Old Bull and I will surely return alive." With a hint of frustration in his eyes, Ji Kun pulled his hand away decisively and turned to leave, saying nothing more. The great black bull observed Ji Kuen's retreating figure, then looked back at Chen Xiong. "It's all right. Senior brother Ji is just overly concerned about our abilities." Chen Xiong smiled, also gazing after Ji Kun. The great black bull nodded, contemplating. "They are indeed quite strong. There is no need for senior brother Ji to worry." In an instant, the sound of beastly roars reverberated through the air as a colossal python soared down, upon which stood thousands of disciples from the Beastmaster sect, clad in gray robes adorned with unknown spirit beasts. Many of these disciples wore bloodthirsty smiles, accompanied by various spirit beasts, with some even entwined by spiders and small snakes. The disciples of the Beastmaster sect, one of the 10 immortal sects, had arrived, and their spirit beasts were formidable. It was rumored that every 20 years, during the South Dipper Mountain Secret Realm event, the Beastmaster sect suffered the least losses while reaping the greatest rewards. Lower-tier cultivators stood no chance against the disciples of the Beastmaster sect in combat. The ground erupted with the chatter of countless disciples from various sects, filled with envy. Spirit beasts were challenging to nurture, but once cultivated, they would undoubtedly serve as a tremendous asset. However, the Great Black Bull was an exception. These disciples had never witnessed such a stark disparity in cultivation levels between a master and their spirit beast. "Old Bull, if those spirit beasts were to face off against you, what would be the outcome?" Chen Xiong inquired, squatting on the ground and tossing pebbles. "Roar!" The Great Black Bull bellowed fiercely, marking a 10 in the dirt. "Impressive!" Chen Xiong exclaimed, patting the Great Black Bull in admiration. "I've known you were capable since we were young." The Great Black Bull raised its head proudly, feeling invigorated. A day later, the disciples of the 10 immortal sects arrived in succession, exchanging pleasantries at their respective encampments, seemingly unperturbed by the presence of the various sections. Wei Shan appeared increasingly strained, his expression darkening. Yet he understood the necessity of humility in such a situation, hoping fervently for the disciples to prove their mettle. Suddenly, An array of resounding booms erupted from the highest ground as colorful spiritual lights shot skyward, gradually coalescing into a radiant beam, accompanied by waves of spiritual pressure. Fear not. The 10 immortal sects are breaking through the seals of South Dipper Mountain to activate the teleportation array, Wei Shan explained, observing the pained expressions of the disciples. Understood. Peak Master. The crowd responded, bowing respectfully, not wishing to present any foolishness before Wei Shan. Boom! Boom! Gigantic 7-star teleportation arrays materialized at each sect's encampment, with the leaders producing ancient tokens to place into the corresponding slots. Time is of the essence. The teleportation array will remain active for only half a day, Wei Shan urged, channeling his essence into the array. The power of the 5-element sect's token could facilitate the passage of a maximum of 700 individuals. Yes, Peak Master. Yes, Peak Master. In groups of 3, they formed their teams and entered the teleportation array, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Chen Xiong and the Great Black Bull stood alone on the periphery, waiting until all others had departed before slowly advancing, stepping into the teleportation array. As the 7-star teleportation array dimmed and vanished, Wei Shan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze fixed on South Dipper Mountain. As dusk descended, a serene tranquility enveloped the South Dipper Mountain region, devoid of the howls of wild beasts, silent as though death lingered. The area was rife with miasma, teeming with poisonous insects and weeds. Should one be careless, inhaling the miasma could spell disaster. Tens of thousands of individuals were teleported within, yet it felt as though a single drop of water had fallen into the ocean, rendering them unable to locate their fellow sect members. Even the sect tokens failed to resonate, suggesting they were separated by a considerable distance. Upon an ancient tree, a man and a cow cautiously surveyed their surroundings. The sturdy black bovine clung to Chen Xiong's words. When venturing beyond familiar confines, safety is of paramount importance. Chapter 49. The birth of the king of the South Dipper Old Cow consumed the pest-repelling pill and the miasma avoidance pill, Chen Xiong instructed, retrieving 2 pills and swallowing them whole, before offering 2 more to the large black cow. Moo the black cow responded, its tongue deftly curling to accept the pills, which they had purchased with spirit stones from their sect. What a peculiar place, Chen Xiong murmured, noting the stark contrast to the vibrant forests they usually traversed. There was an absence of vitality, a pervasive, deathly stillness, yet the spiritual energy was abundant. Moo the black cow, alert and vigilant, surveyed the surroundings with wide eyes, its nostrils flaring as it sniffed the air. Old cow, the secret realm of South Dipper Mountain lasts for 6 months. There's no need to rush. Let's observe for now, Chen Xiong said, retracting his head and producing a long-lost bandit mask from his robes, slowly donning it. The sensation and aura it provided were entirely transformed. Moo! The black cow nudged Chen Xiong, inquiring about its own mask. Here, put it on, Chen Xiong grinned, recalling the equipment they had used during their raid on the Wang family. Moo the black cow trembled with excitement, the familiar feeling surging back. Chen Xiong then carefully removed the disciple robes of Wu Yun's sect. To outsiders, it might appear as a protective charm, but to him, it was a risk of exposure. What if they needed to settle accounts later? He donned a hand-sewn hemp garment, feeling liberated, as if shackles had been cast off. Old cow, stay low, Chen Xiong whispered, cradling the cow's head as they stood beneath a dense canopy of leaves, perfectly concealed. Moo the black cow called in agreement, having fully grasped Chen Xiong's essence, remaining calm, as day turned into night, while disciples from various sects scoured for spiritual herbs. This peculiar pair of man and cow remained perched quietly among the branches, utterly motionless. Old cow, it seems safe here. Let us craft some garments. Moo? The black cow queried, watching as Chen Xiong descended from the ancient tree, stealthily gathering fallen leaves. I learned a technique from Aunt Wang back then, Chen Xiong chuckled, reminiscing about the little mountain village he promised to revisit someday. Moo! The black cow nodded and hurried to assist him. Half a day later, their labor bore fruit. Chen Xiong admired the lucky garments crafted from countless dry leaves, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes as he draped them over himself. Moo! The black cow gasped, noticing that Chen Xiong, now lying on the ground, appeared almost invisible. Ha! Chen Xiong chuckled softly, rising from the ground, the leaves rustling as he quickly adorned the black cow with a similar outfit, leaving only its eyes visible, even its horns obscured. Moo! The black cow gazed at Chen Xiong with awe, as if to say, "How extraordinary! Hey, old cow, let us move." Chen Xiong grinned, his smile terrifying beneath the mask. Moo, the two figures, clad in dry leaves, stealthily navigated among the ancient trees, moving with remarkable agility. As they progressed, they unexpectedly stumbled upon spiritual herbs. This marked their first encounter with such treasures in the wild, yet they refrained from harvesting. It was of no use to them. They halted abruptly atop an ancient tree, gazing at a vast lake shimmering under the sun, surrounded by thriving spiritual herbs, the air thick with spiritual energy. However, a chilling aura emanated from the lake, veiled in an ethereal mist, truly enchanting. Moo, the black cow, extended its hoof, signaling Chen Xiong to pause. Sensing danger lurking in the waters. "Are you instructing me on what to do? Isn't it obvious? Only a Na'vi fool would venture in." Chen Xiong replied with a chuckle, surprised at how much the black cow had grown in wisdom over the years. "Moo!" The black cow nudged Chen Xiong, its eyes reflecting indignation, asserting that it had discovered the danger first. "Ice orchid grass, cold spirit grass. Indeed, they exist." Chen Xiong observed from a distance, recognizing two essential herbs for foundational pill crafting, having meticulously gathered information on these spiritual herbs over the past 6 months. No sooner had he spoken than a flurry of sounds echoed from another thicket. A trio of disciples emerged, their sect identity concealed. "Old cow, look, there are indeed some Na'vi fools." Chen Xiong shook his head, anticipating that something monstrous might surface from the lake at any moment. Moo, the black cow, nodded, assessing that these individuals were even less competent than itself. Yet, the unfolding events seemed amiss. "Goodness, Moo!" Chen Xiong and the black cow craned their necks. Incredulity etched on their faces as they witnessed the three disciples comfortably harvesting spiritual herbs, with no monsters in sight. "Impossible, absolutely impossible." Chen Xiong clenched the tree trunk, causing the bark to splinter under his grip. The black cow shook its head in confusion, equally bewildered. The trio collected their bounty, showing no greed, swiftly departing, clearly seasoned veterans. Their retreat was decisive. Suddenly, chaos erupted. From both thickets surged a group of disciples, their attire suggesting they belonged to the same sect. Shouts of anger pierced the air as the two factions clashed in an instant. "By the heavens, old Liu!" Chen Xiong's eyes widened in realization. The real danger lay not with beasts, but with humans. "Moo?" the black cow queried, puzzled as to why they would risk confrontation when so many spiritual herbs remained at the lake's edge. "Such is the treachery of human hearts," Chen Xiong lamented, recalling how they too had fallen victim to the schemes of the three individuals. "Moo!" the black cow's pupils constricted, understanding dawning upon it. After years of companionship with Chen Xiong, it had witnessed its fair share of absurdities. Suddenly, the scene shifted again. Countless bubbles erupted from the lake, prompting Chen Xiong and the black cow to stretch their necks, eyes fixated on the water surface. Was the legendary water monster finally emerging? Large black fish leaped from the water, seemingly frolicking, only to dive back down moments later. Chen Xiong and the black cow exchanged glances, both brimming with frustration, mere spectators to the distant conflict. Abruptly, a new disturbance arose. From beneath their tree, a roar erupted, a fierce wind sweeping past them, causing their makeshift garments to rustle wildly, filling their mouths with dust. A crimson figure darted forth, resembling a lion with scarlet skin, its elongated fangs glimmering dangerously. Its body stretched over a yard long, front paws glowing with a fierce red light as it lunged toward the battling disciples. A formidable beast of the 10th level of Qi refinement, it was undeniably powerful. Chen Xiong remained composed, adjusting his leafy garments, casually remarking, "Moo." The black cow, eager for battle, displayed a glint of combativeness in its eyes. From afar, cries of alarm reverberated. The red-skinned lion, relentless in its pursuit, harried the disciples who had been harvesting spiritual herbs, casting spells in a frenzy, creating utter chaos. Blood splattered as they hastily relinquished their harvest, tossing the herbs into the air while fleeing in all directions. "Old cow, shall we retreat? I'll grab a few spiritual herbs, and then we can leave," Chen Xiong suggested. "Moo." The two figures gracefully descended from the tree, their demeanor calm as they dashed toward the lake. "Roar!" The red-skinned lion, enraged, sensed the intrusion into its domain, bewildered by the sight of two leaf-clad figures. What manner of creatures were these? Chapter 50. "Thank you, my brother." Just as it was about to rush forward to intercept the individual gathering the spiritual herbs, a colossal figure obstructed its path. "Moo!" The great black bull reared up on its hind legs, its hooves striking the ground with thunderous force, moving with astonishing speed, leaving the red-skinned lion in utter astonishment. A flash of fire erupted as the lion's spell was effortlessly dispelled by the great black bull, which had seized its fangs with one of its hooves, rendering it helpless. "Roar! Moo!" With a fierce exertion, the great black bull lifted the red-skinned lion and slammed it down onto the ground with tremendous force, causing the lion to grimace in pain, its eyes wide with terror, its heart racing as if its very brains would be crushed. "Moo!" The great black bull swung again, and the lion, questioning its very existence, spewed forth a mouthful of blood, its internal energy failing to manifest. "Moo!" The great black bull bellowed in fury, its hooves continuing to strike as the lion's tongue was forced out, emitting pitiful whimpers. "Brother, I beg you, stop." Chen Xiong gathered two plants, the ice duan grass and the cold spirit grass, both pristine white as jade and exuding a chilling aura. He carefully placed them in his medicine box for preservation. He then called out to another lake, "Old bull, it's time to leave." Moo, the great black bull, promptly dragged the red-skinned lion to Chen Xiong's side, leaving a long trail of blood on the ground. "Old bull, you truly are impressive," Chen Xiong marveled. "I nearly crushed this lion to death." "Moo moo." The great black bull grinned as the red-skinned lion, lacking in awareness, began to fantasize about its fate, whether it would be braised or steamed. Whimpering, the red-skinned lion, devoid of spirit, surrendered, truly surrendering. Alas, what a tragic fate. Chen Xiong shook his head. "Brother, take care of your injuries. If you encounter others, they might flay your skin and refine your bones." Chen Xiong hoisted the red-skinned lion onto his shoulders and, accompanied by the great black bull, ventured into the jungle. Had they not consumed the fasting pills, they would not have dared to light a fire here. They would have feasted long ago. They tossed the red-skinned lion into a secluded spot, allowing it to fend for itself. It would surely be immobilized for the next 6 months to avoid being discovered by its peers. Whimpering, the red-skinned lion feebly called out, "Brother, I truly thank you. Old bull, let us go." Chen Xiong and the great black bull began to ascend the trees, vanishing in the blink of an eye. They left behind a lasting shadow of fear for the red-skinned lion, which would forever cower and weep at the sight of a withered leaf, reminiscing about its past misdeeds. "Old bull, look at the map." On the ancient tree, Chen Xiong spread out a rudimentary map, many locations unmarked. "Is that like we just saw here?" This map was the result of countless generations of disciples from the Five Elements sect, painstakingly earned with their lives, and Chen Xiong treasured it immensely. "Moo?" The great black bull pointed to several large lakes on the map, all resembling the one they had encountered. Chen Xiong found himself perplexed. The teleportation was exceedingly random. Although they had arrived at the edge of the southern Dipper Mountain, the vastness was bewildering, making it impossible to discern direction. "Let's take it step by step. We will naturally find out where we are in due course," Chen Xiong said nonchalantly. "Moo." The great black bull nodded, playfully nudging Chen Xiong with its hoof, eliciting laughter from the latter. They continued deeper into the forest, where they stumbled upon a foundation-building medicinal herb, causing both Chen Xiong and the great black bull to rejoice, repeatedly expressing gratitude to Master Sun and Teacher Ning for their celestial blessings. 3 days later, Chen Xiong and the great black bull stood dumbfounded, finally accepting the reality. They were lost. The east, west, north, and south appeared identical, surrounded by towering ancient trees, and they could not ascertain whether they were circling back to the same spot. Old Bull, boldly proceed. Chen Xiong sang a tune to encourage the great black bull, which appeared distressed, continuously lowing and occasionally covering its ears with its hooves. The forest was shrouded in darkness, obscuring their vision entirely. The tree trunks were so wide that they could lie on them without feeling cramped. They sometimes could not tell whether it was night or day, for darkness enveloped them, the sky obscured by dense foliage. Suddenly, a venomous snake slithered silently into view, flicking its tongue, its eyes gleaming with malice. Sensing warmth, two potential prey, ready to unleash its toxic mist. Lost in thought, Chen Xiong seemed oblivious. In an instant, his hand moved like the wind, capturing the snake effortlessly. He entwined it, rendering it immobile, then with a fierce pull, dispatched the snake to meet its demise. Little rascal! A faint glow flickered as the great black bull quickly rose to cover it, obscuring the light. The snake's carcass turned to ash. After a brief respite, they were abruptly awakened by the sounds of a scuffle occurring just beneath their tree. A group of men faced off against a group of women, and to their astonishment, 3 women had cornered 3 men. Chen Xiong and the great black bull remained still, peering downward, recognizing them as disciples of the 10 great sects, seemingly from the Danding sect and the Ziyun sect. Hee, dear junior brothers, you might as well stop hiding. A Ziyun sect woman laughed alluringly. Sister, we are willing to surrender the spiritual herbs. Please spare our lives. The 3 disciples of the Danding sect, battered and bloodied, had been relentlessly pursued. That cannot be. Another woman chimed in, her laughter tinged with cruelty, as if toying with them. Suddenly, one of the women changed her expression, her Silicon Valley bird growing agitated, alerting her to the presence of others nearby. The 3 Ziyun sect women, relying on the bird, had tracked the Danding disciples with its assistance. The Danding disciples, seeing their unusual behavior, felt a surge of hope. Fellow cultivators, no need to hide. We have discovered your presence, the 3 women called out. Yet even the Silicon Valley bird could not pinpoint their location, indicating that whoever was hiding was exceptionally well concealed. Chen Xiong and the great black bull scoffed at their antics, thinking they were merely playing with children, remaining motionless above them. Exchanging glances, the Ziyun sect women, unable to locate the hidden individual, resolved to quickly eliminate the Danding disciples before circumstances changed. Kill! The 3 unleashed their magical artifacts, charging toward their foes. Brothers, let us fight to the end. The Danding disciples, desperate and bloodied, summoned every ounce of strength for a fierce battle. Power surged beneath the tree, while Chen Xiong and the great black bull remained as steadfast as a mountain, occasionally buffeted by gusts of wind. However, the Danding disciples were already at their limits. With swift flashes of cold light, their heads soared into the air, their bodies severed in 2. What vile and wicked women! Chen Xiong thought darkly, his gaze brooding. They formed a tight circle, their energies swirling in their hands, scanning their surroundings with unwavering vigilance. Suddenly, the Silicon Valley bird fluttered upward, having pinpointed a location. What? The 3 women gasped in disbelief, their hair standing on end, realizing that someone was concealed directly above them, completely unnoticed. Chen Xiong frowned, irritated by the incessant chatter of the bird, thinking to himself, do you truly think you are the only ones with tricks up your sleeve? You disciples of the 10 great sects? How troublesome. Chapter 51. 5 low-grade spirit stones and the ultimate breath-holding technique. Who goes there? The woman exclaimed, her voice resonating with authority. She leaped into the air, propelled by her magical artifact, wielding her sword with lethal intent. The trunk of a tree was cleaved in 2 with a resounding crash. Suddenly, 2 clusters of dry leaves fell before them, obscuring their vision in an eerie fashion. Oof! To dare play tricks at the 8th level of Qi refinement, a disciple from the Ziyun sect declared, pointing her sword towards them. Since you've been seen, you shall not escape. Chen Xiong remained as tranquil as a still lake, uttering not a word, his gaze fixated on a struggling little bird, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. In an instant, he accelerated, seizing the bird with his bare hands and crushing it, blood spilling forth. The speed was so swift that the onlookers could hardly react. The three women were infuriated, witnessing the demise of the bird before their very eyes. Impudent, seeking death. Who are these wildlings? The three women's eyes gleamed with malice as their magical energy surged, slicing towards him from three directions. With a profound gaze, Chen Xiong stood firm, the imposing figure of the great black bull shielding him. The bull's hoof struck the ground, sending ripples of flame that transformed into countless fiery circles. Boom! Enormous fireballs erupted from the circles, accompanied by a tempest of violent magical energy, igniting a sea of flames. As the inferno roared to life, the women's expressions shifted dramatically, disbelief etched upon their faces. What is this? A sense of life and death crisis blossomed within them, rapidly coursing through their bodies, manifesting as a deafening buzz in their minds. Amidst the blaze, the anguished cries of the three women echoed, terror flooding their eyes as their magical powers were eroded, consumed by the flames, leaving them powerless to resist. Their screams gradually faded into a whisper, ultimately swallowed by the roaring inferno. "Old bull, do your job," Chen Xiong commanded, surveying the surroundings. He ascended on his sword, hovering in midair, contemplating the inferior quality of their storage bags. They could not withstand the might of their magical energy, shattering within the dimensional space, causing the contents to vanish. However, he noted that there were still storage rings atop the bags, which he had seen adorned on the fingers of esteemed individuals. Yet they were still out of reach. Moo! The great black bull nodded, channeling the water spirit technique. Countless vapors dispersed into the air, swiftly enveloping the flames. For they had cultivated the technique to the third level without encountering any bottlenecks. Chen Xiong and the great black bull obliterated the evidence, seizing the storage bags of the three disciples from the Danding sect and departing without wasting a moment. "Old bull, don't get cocky. How many can we truly contend with? Can we stand against hundreds or thousands of cultivators?" Chen Xiong remarked as they navigated through the ancient trees, continuing, "We must exercise utmost caution, avoid drawing attention, and never become a common target." "Moo!" The great black bull replied earnestly, acknowledging its momentary arrogance, promptly suppressing those thoughts and engaging in self-reflection. They paused atop a towering ancient tree, having distanced themselves significantly from the earlier encounter. Surrounded by lush foliage, they melded into their environment, their dark eyes scanning for any signs of movement. Indeed, a map. Chen Xiong's eyes sparkled as he retrieved an identical map from the storage bags, far more detailed than the one from the Wuyun sect. The great black bull also examined a map, its eyes widening as it revealed marked locations and even the growth sites of various spiritual herbs. "That must be the Baihun Lake. The map provides details," Chen Xiong elaborated, noting the clarity bestowed upon him by his cultivation, allowing him to discern everything in this dim setting. He circled their location on the map, confirming they were still on the outskirts, with the three vital spiritual herbs marked prominently in red deep within the southern Dipper Mountain. Mu the great black bull nodded, its mind finally clearing. The disciples of the 10 great sects must be hastening toward those three locations, undoubtedly faster than us. Chen Xiong pondered, "Let us not vie for the first tier. The competition there will be fierce. Instead, we shall gather the auxiliary spiritual herbs first." He continued to point out various locations, the routes in his mind growing increasingly vivid. Moo the great black bull nodded repeatedly, aware of the treacherous terrain, dense with ancient trees where a single misstep could spell disaster. "Let us keep these spirit stones and herbs, and leave a storage bag behind, while we dispose of other artifacts and techniques," Chen Xiong instructed, having inspected the bags. Despite his greed, he understood the risks posed by the 10 great sects. "Moo!" The great black bull responded, devoid of regret, knowing these items were never theirs to begin with. They had arrived prepared for escape, with the plan to have the great black bull swallow a storage bag and then conceal it with the essence of all things, ultimately regurgitating it back in the medicinal valley. Over 400 low-grade spirit stones, truly worthy of the disciples from the 10 great sects, Chen Xiong exclaimed, swiftly placing them into a storage bag. "Old bull, our methods of concealment are rather lacking. They even brought spirit beasts for reconnaissance. Such individuals could be numerous. Moo! The great black bull exhaled heavily, acknowledging that this was beyond their expectations, as they had never encountered such a scenario. Hee hee, old bull. Did you think I lack contingency plans? Chen Xiong chuckled coldly. He had initially thought such measures unnecessary after joining the sect, but now he slapped the storage bag, invoking the 9-star valley, summoning 5 low-grade spirit stones, and the breath-holding technique. A wave of trepidation washed over the great black bull as it gazed at Chen Xiong. Brother, you're incredible. They soon realized that aside from techniques, their mastery of these minor spells came effortlessly, their comprehension remarkably profound. Let us dispose of the evidence and make our escape. We shall cultivate the breath-holding technique. Moo! The pair acted swiftly. The great black bull swallowed 1 storage bag, while the other 2 were obliterated through magical means, leaving no trace as they vanished into the enveloping darkness. Their seamless movements resembled a well-rehearsed performance, executing the Bandit-esque techniques with masterful precision. Half a month later, within a hollow of an ancient tree, a man and a bull sat cross-legged, their breaths almost imperceptible. Poisonous insects and serpents occasionally crawled over the dry leaves, yet they remained undetected, having truly immersed themselves within the southern Dipper Mountain. Old bull, it's time to move. Moo! The man and the bull slowly opened their eyes, their breaths faint as sparks ignited around them, crackling softly without singeing the surrounding leaves. 2 clusters of dry leaves shot forth from the hollow, heading in a determined direction, their goals set towards a great river. Half a day later, they arrived and donned another set of camouflage attire. Chapter 52. The ruthless hand in this lush landscape, dotted with rolling hills, a long river meanders through the terrain, its gentle babbling audible in the distance. Along the riverbank, vibrant flowers flourish, among which the prominent staff flower stands out, towering above the others like a crane among chickens. Chen Xiong and the great black bull concealed themselves within a heap of grass, practicing their breathing techniques, remaining utterly still as they observed the surroundings. Several decapitated corpses lay by the riverside, their lifeless forms seemingly drained of vitality by the surrounding flora, which appeared to be siphoning the nutrients from the dead. As they stealthily inched closer, a large group of disciples, numbering in the dozens, approached from behind. The 2 grass heaps became motionless, the gentle breeze rustling the grass blades, enveloping everything in a serene stillness. Brother Du, it is here. Those tallest red flowers are indeed the staff flowers, one whispered. Do not underestimate them. These extraordinary plants possess strange abilities, and if we draw too near, they will strike. Brother Du narrowed his eyes, surveying the nearby corpses, noticing the absence of any bloodstains. He suddenly turned to a nervous junior disciple at the 8th level of Qi refinement. You go and test it. The disciple trembled, his lips quivering as he looked pleadingly at Brother Du, realizing he was being sent to his doom. Hurry up. What are you hesitating for? Are you ignoring Brother Du's orders? Voices from the crowd shouted, urging him forward. With reddened eyes, he cried out and dashed toward the staff flower. However, the instant he made contact with the flower, countless vines erupted from the ground, shooting out sharp thorns with chilling malice, shattering his protective barrier in an instant. His mind jolted with panic as he attempted to retreat, but the vines ensnared his feet tightly. His pupils dilated, reflecting the multitude of deadly spikes. Stop! Brother, save me! Brother Du! His face turned pale with sheer terror as he screamed, trembling uncontrollably in a futile attempt to resist. But before he could react, his head was pierced by numerous thorns, not a drop of blood spilling forth as the vines burrowed into his flesh, voraciously draining his life essence. His body visibly withered at an alarming rate. The horrifying scene sent shivers down the spines of those watching from a distance, including Brother Du, who, despite being at the 10th level of Qi refinement, felt a chill. We must clear these ground vines. Do not engage in close combat. Brother Du discerned their weakness. Their attack range was limited. He formed hand seals, unleashing a flurry of wind blades that swiftly severed the vines. Yes, Brother Du. The disciples' eyes lit up as the wind blades effectively sliced through the menacing vines. They quickly conjured their own spells, joy illuminating their faces as they joined the fray against the man-eating plants. Which minor sect dares covet the staff flowers? A group of over a dozen, brimming with malice and accompanied by spirit beasts, stood atop a nearby hill, their eyes gleaming with bloodlust. What? Brother Du exclaimed in alarm. Upon turning, he recognized them as disciples from the esteemed beast control sect. It seemed that as time passed, everyone began to band together. In the South Dipper Mountain secret realm, everyone relies on their own capabilities. We shall not be ranked by seniority here. Brother Du's expression hardened, his face a mask of frost. This territory belongs to my 10 great sects. Who do you think you are? One individual from the hill stepped forward, disdain etched on his face. You have 3 breaths to leave, or you'll die. As his words fell, the atmosphere shifted, and Brother Du's group felt their morale plummet. A flicker of panic crossing their faces, oblivious to their numerical advantage. It seems we are destined to experience your esteemed skills, Brother Du replied calmly, though his eyes simmered with anger. There were merely a dozen strong, all at the chi refinement stage. What was there to fear? Seeking death. The hilltop group looked down upon them like ferocious tigers descending the mountain, charging forward. Onward, Brother Du bellowed, leading the charge as his disciples followed closely, feeling a mix of humiliation and indignation, determined to slay their foes here. The battle erupted instantaneously, a cacophony of roars and cries filling the air, dirt flying everywhere. Meanwhile, the 2 grass heaps began to shift quietly, unnoticed by anyone. Seizing a staff flower, the ground vines reacted swiftly, but Chen Xiong and the great black bull were swifter still. A fireball spell ignited, scorching the vines and releasing a plume of black smoke. Old Bull unleashed the sword. The bull emitted a low moo, and with a swift motion, it darted across the ground like a flickering blade, vanishing into the depths of the forest in the blink of an eye. What was that? What is happening? Both sides erupted in shouts of anger and confusion, parting to see the faint glow of flames by the riverbank. They exchanged bewildered glances, noting that 2 staff flowers had been uprooted, yet the thief was nowhere to be found. Furious, the Beast Control sect disciples cursed. How dare someone steal from right under our noses? Their ire shifted towards Brother Du's group, escalating the conflict further. In the depths of the forest, the eerie laughter of a man and a bull echoed, the ruthless hand. Old Bull, this realm of cultivation is fraught with peril. Even plants can be deadly. What an enlightening experience. Perched upon a tree, Chen Xiong sighed, reflecting on the odd knowledge he had gained. The great black bull snorted, "We must remain vigilant. Even these ancient trees require scrutiny." Chen Xiong scrutinized the map, then pointed to a location. Hanyan Valley, Old Bull, let us head there. 2 foundation-enhancing spiritual herbs await us. The bull grinned, reveling in the thrill. Let's go. The 2 figures darted from the ancient tree towards Hanyan Valley, aware that the spiritual herbs did not grow in fixed locations and would require a keen search. Within Hanyan Valley, mist swirled and miasma thickened, visibility reduced to mere inches, accompanied by eerie, low growls. Numerous corpses littered the valley, some slain by others, while the cause of others remained a mystery. Chen Xiong and the great black bull crawled forward cautiously, their breathing techniques finely tuned. At that moment, 5 figures emerged from the dim light, their expressions vigilant, moving in unison without a sound, the tokens at their waists emitting a faint glow. The clashing sounds of battle echoed ahead, yet the miasma obscured much of the view. They halted, exchanging glances without uttering a word. The 5 formed a formation, one at the rear releasing several silver threads that quivered faintly against the ground. Ahead, amidst the chaos of combat, a cluster of luminous green grass thrived, distinct from ordinary grass, its intricate patterns emanating an indomitable aura. This was one of the objectives of their expedition to Hanyan Valley, the luminous heart grass. The remaining 4 maintained their composure, one gesturing downward as their talismans activated, opting not to engage in the fray. A cloud of mist enveloped them, and they vanished without a trace. The individual crouching at the back remained still, the threads beneath their palm extending further. They had come to procure spiritual herbs, not to engage in battle. Before long, 3 luminous heart grasses were pulled back by the threads, while the other 4 had yet to return. Got it, the individual smirked. The disciples of the major sects are nothing more than puppets in our hands. He cautiously tucked away the 3 precious herbs into a medicinal box, patiently awaiting the arrival of the 4 individuals. Suddenly, the 2 clumps of grass at his feet began to stir. Stir! What is this? Startled, he was struck with a profound sense of dread that pierced his very soul. Brother, accept this. A voice, as calm as still water, resonated, followed by the swift approach of 2 fists the size of sandbags, silencing him completely and rendering him unconscious in an instant. Chapter 53. The degeneration of morality, or the distortion of humanity. After a while, he felt someone calling him, and a pill was fed into his mouth. Senior Brother Liu, what has happened to you? Where's the ginseng grass? The 4 of them continued to shout, their eyes filled with urgency, realizing that a storage bag was missing. What on earth has transpired? Where's the ginseng grass? Confusion flickered in Senior Brother Liu's eyes as he murmured. A flash of insight crossed his mind, and suddenly he remembered. His eyes turned bloodshot as he rose in fury, exclaiming, I have been ambushed. Who ambushed you? Senior Brother Liu. The 4 inquired hastily, united in their anger. The talisman was of great value, and it was shocking that the ginseng grass had been intercepted. This is intolerable, they declared, their faces set with murderous intent. Even if the assailants were disciples of the 10 Great Sect, they possessed the strength to unite and retaliate. Senior Brother Liu looked at the 4, his expression grim, hesitatingly stating, I don't know. The 4 gaped in disbelief. Senior Brother Liu had always been cautious and adept at ambush tactics. Could it be that someone was even more ruthless than he? Meanwhile, Chen Xiong, accompanied by the Great Black Bull, was dealing with a giant python in the valley. The creature let out low growls, its pinprick pupils revealing sheer terror. Why are you so formidable, resorting to ambushes? You're merely at the 10th level of qi refinement. Do you aspire to ascend to the heavens? The Great Black Bull bellowed. With so many calming vines around, do you think it will let you off easily? You raised it, after all. With the python's head firmly grasped by Chen Xiong and its tail held tight by the Great Black Bull, they hurled it into the air before smashing it down again. The creature's organs nearly shattering from the impact. The python's pleas for mercy echoed, having never encountered such a fierce human at the qi refinement stage. A single punch nearly sent it back home, and in a direct clash of spells, it was utterly crushed. Old Bull gathered goods. With a resounding boom, the ground cracked beneath them as Chen Xiong pressed the python into the earth, dust swirling and blood pooling around. The creature had truly lost the will to resist. The Great Black Bull released its grip and hurriedly began to collect the Kongming vines. Chen Xiong snorted, dusted off his hands, and together with the Great Black Bull, they made their way out of the valley. They had successfully gathered the spiritual herbs within Hanyan Valley and were now heading to their next destination. A day later, many had arrived at the scene, and upon witnessing the situation, they were elated. The silver ink python had been wounded. Quick, gather the calming vines, they exclaimed. Who could have inflicted such injuries? A few were astonished, their demeanor growing more composed. Could there be a presence stronger than the silver ink python in the vicinity? They recalled warnings received during their training. This python was vicious, having claimed many lives during the last venture to Nanshan. The silver ink python, furious, surged from the earth, its head exploding from the ground. What are you humans daring to provoke me? It hissed. Careful, it's pretending to be dead. Junior sister, hide behind me. A flurry of chaos erupted as everyone summoned their respective magical artifacts, retreating in haste, their faces pale. With a swift motion, the silver-ink python propelled its body forward, its speed astonishing, as spells erupted from the crowd in a fierce battle within the valley. A month later, Chen Xiong and the Great Black Bull had been in the secret realm of Nanda Mountain for 2 months. Growing increasingly adept at utilizing the essence of the 6th old man, countless disciples from various sects faced misfortune. Spiritual herbs seemingly within reach vanished without a trace, while ambushes resulted in sudden missteps that left them unconscious, awakening in utter confusion. The beasts and spirit creatures trembled at the sight of mere leaves, weeping and lamenting, reflecting the erosion of morality or the distortion of humanity. Perhaps this was the ultimate 6th old man. 2 green leaves stood at the center of an ancient tree. nearly merging into one, from which a soft sigh emerged. The great black bull, beaming with joy, nuzzled Chen Xiong. Having harvested many spiritual herbs previously unseen in the medicinal valley, truly exemplifying that a cow without windfall does not prosper, nor does a horse thrive without night grass. Old bull, stay calm. You look like you've never seen the world, Chen Xiong remarked. His eyes transformed into the shapes of spiritual herbs as he pulled out his treasure book, documenting his experiences with the great black bull. This journey to Nanda Mountain has been exhilarating, he added. Next, we shall venture to the true battlefield, the 3 ancient palaces where a few auxiliary spiritual herbs await. Chen Xiong spoke solemnly, producing a map and pointing to 3 prominent red dots, indicating the most precious primary spiritual herbs among them. The great black bull listened intently. Within those palaces lay spirit beasts and creatures that surpassed the 10th level of qi refinement. Though unseen, they likely possess characteristics of foundation-building cultivators, warranting caution. Chen Xiong inhaled deeply. Foundation building represented a leap in the realm of existence, a dimension apart from qi refinement. Let us go. Chen Xiong smiled, patting the bull's head. Their figures vanished instantaneously from the ancient tree, heading towards one of the 3 ancient palaces, the Wangyue Palace, where the Yangshan lotus grew. The Wangyue Palace, steeped in an ancient aura, stood at the center of a desolate mountain, its origins long forgotten. Most of the Yangshan lotus, extinct in the Qian kingdom, thrived here. The palace was grand yet rustic, resembling a dilapidated sect hall, imbued with the weight of time. Although the 10 great sects possessed methods to cultivate foundation-building spiritual herbs, their efforts were meager, especially for primary herbs, which had stringent environmental requirements, resulting in scarce yields. The palace's exterior was drenched in blood, littered with severed limbs, and even instances of fellow disciples clashing, their corpses entwined in a state of eternal unrest. Inside the palace, the sounds of battle echoed, spells clashing chaotically. From a vantage point, Chen Xiong and the great black bull observed the scene, both frowning slightly. Goodness, old bull. The situation here is not conducive for us to navigate through the chaos, Chen Xiong murmured, noting the blood-soaked path left by numerous disciples from the 10 great sects. The great black bull nodded. The palace's exterior was still teeming with newcomers, engaged in brutal combat, while some cultivators, like them, remained at a distance to assess the situation. Let us hold off for now and observe, Chen Xiong suggested. For 3 days, they stayed hidden, watching the Wangyue Palace, where a multitude had perished before even beginning to gather herbs, truly illustrating the insatiable nature of humanity. On the 4th day, an eruption of furious roars echoed from within the palace. Roar, roar. This voice carried immense power, akin to a mountain torrent, resonating for miles, startling Chen Xiong and the great black bull, leaving them momentarily stunned. Chapter 54. A gentleman does not stand beneath a dangerous wall. The white death leopard has emerged. Retreat at once. We must restrain this spirit beast. How infuriating. We were so close. Countless disciples rushed out of the hall, their voices filled with shock and fury, as behind them charged a spirit beast, its entire form a stark white, eyes gleaming with ferocity. It exuded an overwhelming presence, its long white fur billowing in the wind, its body stretching an alarming 2 meters in length, its gaping maw looming over the intruders. The sharp claws of the white death leopard were drenched in fresh blood, its gaze piercing, always able to anticipate the movements of the cultivators and eliminate them before they could act. Behind it lay the mangled remains of its victims, their eyes still wide with terror, as if they had perished in an instant. Roar! Another deafening bellow reverberated through the desolate mountains. The white death leopard prowling back and forth at the entrance of the hall, surveying its surroundings, a shroud of murderous intent enveloping its form, having claimed countless lives. The ancient hall was vast, and the disciples seemed like mere breadcrumbs as they scurried about. Chen Xiong marveled inwardly, feeling the oppressive aura of the white death leopard, which even unsettled him. Yet, it seemed the opportune moment had arrived. Disciples from various sects gathered, strategizing together. A frontal assault was futile. They could only divert its attention. The Wangware ancient hall fell into silence, interrupted only by the sporadic roars of the white death leopard, which relentlessly pressured the nefarious cultivators lurking in the distance. As the sun dipped below the horizon, no one dared to storm the hall any longer. Everyone valued their lives, uncertain of who might be the first to fall. Chen Xiong and the great black bull slowly retreated, returning to the forest with empty hands. "Old bull, let us dig a tunnel." Chen Xiong sighed, recognizing their advantage lay in strength and endurance. "I brought tools. Let us dig right beneath the ancient hall." "Moo!" the great black bull exclaimed, eyes wide with surprise. It seemed feasible if they undertook it. They had spent years burrowing in the Ningyun mountain range, so it was indeed their forte. "I'll mark the spot and measure the distance," Chen Xiong said, clearing his throat and gazing into the distance. He descended from the tree, scooping up a handful of soil. Lost in thought, "Old bull, let us get started. We can do this." "Moo!" The duo commenced digging furiously beneath the ancient tree, their speed astonishing. The several storage bags filled with dirt collected over the month were quickly utilized. "Old bull, you handle the entrance. I'll keep digging." Moo the great black bull promptly dashed out to cover the tunnel entrance, familiar with emotions, relying solely on years of experience. Days passed, and under the guidance of the 10 great sects, a fierce battle erupted outside the hall once more. They needed to stall the White Death Leopard to allow others to gather the precious resources. But the White Death Leopard was not oblivious to the humans' intentions. It stood firm at the entrance, and any attempt to breach would result in carnage, causing many to reconsider their courage. The disciples of the 10 great sects and others were at odds, wary of each other, reluctant to unleash their full power. What they remained unaware of was a man and a bull digging a tunnel far beneath their feet, oblivious to the commotion above. 10 days later, within the tunnel. "Old bull, it's getting harder to dig. I'll measure the distance again. Wait for me." Moo the great black bull sat atop a mound, huffing heavily, feeling the weariness of digging for the first time. Chen Xiong retrieved his immortal sword from the storage bag, soaring through the air, calculating the distance with the precision of a 9-year compulsory education beneficiary. He approached the tunnel entrance, measuring back and forth twice before calling to the great black bull. "Old bull, it's right above." Boom! Moo! The great black bull rose, muscles bulging as its hooves struck upward, sending large chunks of debris tumbling down. Chen Xiong also exerted himself, pounding the surface relentlessly. Their attire became caked in mud and grime. After half an hour of effort, they finally broke through. A sliver of light streamed in. They could see the ceiling of the ancient hall, their heads cautiously emerging. "The ground is incredibly tough. It took us half an hour to break through. If a beast had endured our assault, it would have perished countless times over," Chen Xiong muttered, surveying the surroundings. Spotting numerous corpses. "Old bull, up we go." Chen Xiong clambered out from the earth, pulling the great black bull along, both filled with a sense of secret triumph. "Moo!" The great black bull leaped, gazing into the depths of the hall, where a pool of water shimmered, its surface surprisingly viscous, with several sun ginseng lotus plants thriving within, accompanied by a variety of rare medicinal herbs, truly extraordinary. Outside, the battle raged on. Both sides were weary from their relentless combat against the White Death Leopard. Chen Xiong glanced at the situation outside, a smile gracing his lips. "Old bull, just gather 2 specimens. We can't afford to deplete our merits." Moo Moo the great black bull exclaimed, having never before encountered such a notion. Chen Xiong was teasing him again. The bull, annoyed, nudged Chen Xiong before rushing to the water's edge, retrieving a medicinal box to collect the foundational and auxiliary herbs for establishing a foundation, while Chen Xiong stood ready to assist in case of any unforeseen circumstances. Moo with a gleeful shout. Chen Xiong grabbed the great black bull and leaped back into the tunnel, stepping onto his immortal sword, escaping with haste. The great black bull continued to toss out the dirt from the storage bags behind them. 1 man and 1 bull departed swiftly, just as they had arrived, leaving without a trace, not a single cloud left behind. Within the Wangwei ancient hall, the White Death Leopard seemed to sense something amiss. With a swipe of its claw, it repelled the crowd and dashed toward the interior, only to be taken aback. Roar! Roar! The White Death Leopard became increasingly frantic. its bloodlust deepening as it slowly turned to face the humans, utterly enraged. Today all must perish. What is happening? The White Death leopard has gone mad. Retreat! Retreat! Countless cries of alarm filled the air. Those tormented beyond measure realized the spirit beast had gone berserk, recklessly exchanging injury for life, leading to certain death for anyone who approached. Some cursed their fate, pondering why this expedition to the southern Dipper Mountain was so arduous. There had been no prior tales of spirit beasts losing control. The area surrounding the Wanhua ancient hall descended into a brutal conflict once more. As many who had hoped to take advantage now felt emboldened, sensing the moment was ripe. The spirit beast had lost its reason. In the Chihuahua Hall, nestled within an ancient forest, the sounds of battle echoed, and the air was thick with the scent of blood. Here, the once extinct Nanmu leaves flourished. The hall's entrance, nearly blocked by countless corpses. 3 spirit beasts, each at the 10th layer of chi refinement, stood outside, battered and bloodied. Behind them loomed an even more terrifying beast, a reminder that every 20 years, the journey to southern Dipper Mountain was born of human sacrifice, a relentless effort to exhaust these spirit beasts. In this dire situation, a gentleman does not stand beneath a perilous wall. Chen Xiong and the great black bull would not charge forth, but would remain within the tunnel. They commenced their task anew, one digging, the other excavating. Chapter 55. The extraordinary figures of the Chi refinement stage. Half a month later, a violent tremor shook a certain area of the palace floor, and 2 disheveled heads emerged, their eyes betraying fatigue. Old Bull, fetch the spiritual medicine, quickly. Moo! The great black bull leaped from the tunnel, hastening towards the Nama leaf. Roar! Roar! The beast reacted far quicker than the white shaman leopard, immediately sensing movement around the Nama leaf and turning back towards the palace. Fireball technique, Chen Xiong exclaimed, a rare seriousness flickering in his eyes. Massive fireballs erupted forth, coalescing into a towering wall of flames to block the beast's advance. The creature let out a pained shriek, yet the crimson hue in its eyes deepened, an eerie shield gradually isolating the inferno. By my word, Chen Xiong's pupils constricted as he continued to cast spells, shouting sideways. Old Bull, how's it going? Moo! Roar! Roar! The beast suddenly burst through the wall of flames, baring its teeth and lunging towards Chen Xiong, who raised a mighty hand, poised to crush him into fragments. Suddenly, a colossal figure leaped forth, knocking Chen Xiong back into the tunnel. Boom! A resounding roar echoed throughout the tunnel, deafening, accompanied by the beast's unwilling howls. Hurry, Old Bull! Moo! Chen Xiong and the great black bull broke into a cold sweat, maneuvering their swords through the collapsing tunnel, revealing the beast's astounding strength. After emerging from the tunnel and reaching a safe haven, Chen Xiong seethed, muttering, "Damn it, if it weren't for that horde of cultivators outside, I would have dealt with that beast myself." Moo the great black bull chuckled, nudging Chen Xiong with its hoof, emphasizing that safety was paramount. While they continued to discuss the beast, the time in the Nando Mountain secret realm had already passed the halfway mark, and the scent of blood grew increasingly potent. By a small stream, a dozen women were cautiously gathering spiritual herbs. Suddenly, dozens of figures appeared, each wearing a mischievous smile. These were disciples from one of the 10 great sects, the Sanhai sect. We did not know you esteemed friends were here. We shall take our leave without claiming any herbs, a leading woman said, cupping her hands in greeting, her eyes gleaming with valor. But who decides what happens here? You, or the Sanhai sect? Do you think you can make the rules? A disciple from the Sanhai sect retorted, exuding an air of superiority. Dear brothers, you are esteemed disciples of a great sect. We hope you will not make things difficult for us. Hee, but our hands itch with impatience. We hope you ladies can amuse us. The leading woman was infuriated, her companions brimming with anger, each brandishing their magical artifacts. Kill, one shouted, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. In an instant, chaos erupted by the stream, blood flowing into the water, diluting its clarity. On a high mountain, a lone rogue from another sect, cloaked in black robes, revealed a grim smile, standing over the lifeless bodies of several disciples from the 10 great sects, their demise tragic. In a vast marsh, Corpses floated and swayed, a disciple from the beast tamer sect appearing indifferent as he commanded a swarm of venomous insects. The slaughter continued unabated on Nando Mountain. The rampant killing for treasure in such an unregulated land was rampant, with everyone converging towards the center. Danger creeping ever closer. As time slowly passed, Chen Xiong and the Great Black Bull found themselves in the 4th month on Nando Mountain. Throughout their journey, they had become considerably more composed, having witnessed the brutality of murder and treasure-seeking, the treachery of fellow disciples, and the depravity of their kin. Without the constraints of rules, the darkness of the cultivation world revealed itself in stark clarity. Leaning against a tree to rest, Chen Xiong and the Great Black Bull suddenly perked up at the sound of many footsteps. 2 figures fled in disarray, their eyes burning with intense resentment and hatred. "Stop! If you dare to flee again, she may not survive. Are you really going to watch your junior sister perish?" Laughter echoed behind them, mocking their plight. One figure hesitated, while the other, casting a glance back, chose to run, valuing his own life more. "Senior Brother G, I'm sorry," a weak voice whispered from a woman bound with silvery ropes that were clearly magical artifacts. Upon hearing this, both Chen Xiong and the Great Black Bull were taken aback, their gazes darting over. Indeed, it was a disciple of the Wuyun sect, and none other than Ji Kuan. Jinglei's sect? How can you, a member of the 10 great sects, resort to such despicable methods? Ji Kuan trembled with rage, aware that many present were at the 10th level of qi refinement. And he was no match for them. "I can hand over the spiritual herb, but you must first release the person." In the cultivation world, the strong prey upon the weak. Small sects are simply ignorant of this truth. The disciples of Jinglei sect laughed heartily. One among them, named Chao Chun, stepped forward, radiating an overwhelming aura, coldly declaring, "Hand over the Yangshan lotus. How dare you steal under our very noses? Release her. Senior Brother G, don't worry about me." The junior sister cried, writhing in agony. A slap resounded, sending blood spilling from her mouth, her hair disheveled. Ji Kuan, clutching the Yangshan lotus, spoke coldly, "Release her, or you shall gain nothing. I can destroy it immediately." Threatening us? Chao Chen narrowed his eyes, channeling his magical power. "How many lives do you have?" Suddenly, chaos erupted. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 fierce winds surged forth, accompanied by a thunderous sonic boom, startling all disciples of Jinglei sect, their hair standing on end. "What in the world?" Chao Chen's expression shifted dramatically as a scarecrow materialized before him, their faces nearly touching, the figure donning a black hood, yet his gaze was icy. Boom, boom, boom. A massive hand descended mercilessly, causing Chao Chun to spew blood, his neck pinned to the ground, the earth cracking beneath him, strewn with rubble and dust. Chao Chen's muffled scream echoed, his eyes bursting with agony, feeling his insides tearing apart as blood flowed from his 7 orifices. A blazing wall of fire emerged, separating Ji Kuan from everyone in the Jinglei sect. As the flames rose, the junior sister was thrown over. "Senior brother, junior sister." Ji Kuan caught her, but she wept uncontrollably in his embrace, leaving him too drained to appreciate her beauty. On the other side of the fiery sea, he could no longer see clearly. His heart pounding with shock, an extraordinary figure had emerged in the qi refinement stage. Who could it possibly be? As the fire wall gradually dissipated, the situation became visible. Ji Kuan's eyes trembled, a chilling sensation coursing through him, as his junior sister ceased her cries, collapsing onto the ground, her body limp. Their fear did not stem from the intensity of the battle, but rather from the eerie calm. Aside from the shattered earth, there was no trace of a fight, not even a body to be found. Instantly slain, disciples of the 10 great sects had been obliterated in an instant. Ji Kuan gasped, realizing the vastness of the world. He had merely been a frog at the bottom of a well. "Junior sister, let us depart." "Senior brother, who are they?" She hesitated, sensing they had come to rescue them. "I do not know. Do not harbor any illusions. This time, we were merely fortunate." Ji Kuan shook his head, pondering how it was conceivable for him to ever meet such an extraordinary individual. The two supported each other as they made their way to another location. seeking a place to swiftly restore their magical powers. Chapter 56. The matter concluded, departing with garments unruffled, concealing accomplishments and fame upon an ancient tree. A group of disciples from the 10 great sects demonstrated an unwarranted arrogance, behaving as if they were the progenitors of all they encountered. Chen Xiong reclined against the tree trunk, letting out a derisive laugh. I maintain that our 5-element sect is superior. Would you not agree, old bull? Mu responded, the stout black bull. These disciples of the immortal sects are increasingly haughty. One can only wonder how they will fare when they are bullied at the 10 great sects. Indeed, we are fortunate to have avoided the 10 great sects. With our mixed spiritual roots, old bull, have you heard of sectarian violence? Mu, constantly ridiculed, only to retaliate, and then face ridicule again, an endless cycle, akin to a dog barking at us. Mu, the black bull, was taken aback. Wouldn't that render us fools? Only a simpleton would engage in such folly. Furthermore, our strength would only incite further animosity, leading to endless schemes against us. Would you not agree that our longevity is squandered on such trivialities? Mu, the black bull, with tears brimming, realized the wisdom in Chen Xiong's words. It is indeed you, brother Sun, my esteemed elder. With a crooked smile, Chen Xiong supported his head with his hands, embodying the sentiment. When matters are settled, one departs unencumbered, concealing both accomplishments and fame. Let neither causality nor consequence touch us. For in my eyes, there exists only one phrase, unparalleled. Old bull, let us rest for a few days. Excavating this tunnel has proven quite taxing. Mu thus, man and bull fell into a deep slumber, their presence starkly contrasting with the atmosphere of the Southern Mountain's secret realm. Notably, no one seemed capable of challenging them. A month later, the skies above the Southern Mountain erupted with countless purple lightning strikes, reverberating thunder rumbling ominously. The heavy clouds enveloped the secret realm in an oppressive atmosphere. The Earth's soul vine, regarded as the most elusive of spiritual herbs, thrived within the ancient palace by the lakeside, situated in the heart of the immense Xingyuan Lake. This lake brimmed with the force of metal, and to ascend to the lakeside palace, one must overcome this formidable power. Moreover, the palace was guarded by spirit beasts, presenting peril at every turn. Boom! Another clap of thunder echoed, the long-anticipated storm finally stirring, as sparse raindrops began to descend, soon transforming into a torrential downpour. Shadows flickered along the lake's edge. Faces wore expressions of trepidation, and numerous corpses floated upon the water, grotesquely disfigured and lamentably lifeless. Many had already abandoned their quest for the Earth Soul Vine, deeming it unnecessary to risk their lives for such spiritual herbs when the Southern Mountain held a wealth of alternatives. The 3 foundational spiritual herbs were not exclusive to these ancient palaces. With some effort, one might fortuitously acquire them elsewhere. As thoughts swirled among the crowd, the heavens unleashed a thunderous roar that rendered the world a blinding white. Simultaneously, 2 figures at the edge of a cliff maintained their calm gaze upon the distant Xinyan Lake, unperturbed by the relentless downpour. Old bull, do you feel confident? Mu, Mu. Having lingered in this spot for half a month, they bore witness to countless souls plunging into the lakeside palace, only to succumb to the metal energy that claimed their lives in the lake. Yet, Xingyuan Lake harbored a significant flaw. The parameters of height and speed of flight could perfectly evade the metal energy, though meeting both conditions was exceedingly difficult. Damn it, the time has come to demonstrate true skill. Chen Xiong inhaled deeply, rainwater stinging his nostrils, causing him to cough violently. A celestial sword floated gently at the cliff's edge. Chen Xiong declared earnestly, Old bull, this is a matter of speed and fervor. Our future rests in your capable hooves. Mu, Mu Mu. The stout black bull's eyes widened, its mouth bellowing in determination, its demeanor serious. The wind howled fiercely, the rain intensified, and a magical shield enveloped them as the celestial sword emanated a faint white glow. Air Force One, Chen Xiong. A barely audible voice resonated, veins bulging on his forehead. He roared, prepared for action. Mu Mu Mu. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The swift sound of slicing air transformed into a piercing wail as the celestial sword, bearing both man and bull, plunged toward the lakeside palace. Their heartbeats echoing in their ears. A beam of sword light cleaved through the heavens, relentlessly charging towards the lakeside palace at an astonishing speed that left onlookers in awe. Look, someone is soaring on a sword at this moment. What incredible speed! Who is it? What? The metal energy was evaded. The multitude by the lake gasped in astonishment. The celestial sword moved at such velocity that it distorted the air, narrowly escaping the metal energy's onslaught, even causing the energy to lag behind the sword. My heavens! They were dumbfounded. What sorcery was this? In the blink of an eye, the celestial sword breached the lakeside palace, triggering a cacophony of furious roars and gasps from hundreds within. In the torrential downpour and the shrouded night, it was impossible to discern who stood above. Even upon clarity, only 2 withered leaves could be seen. Upon recognizing these leaves, only 2 black hoods remained visible. Who dares trespass? I vow to annihilate your entire lineage. Boldness indeed. Reveal your name. Cowardly wretches, what do you think you're fleeing to? Thieving scoundrels! Roars filled the air. All within the lakeside palace, including the spirit beasts, surged forth, propelled by their artifacts, their faces contorted with fury. These 2 had brazenly stormed into the palace, recklessly seizing 2 earth soul vines and fleeing on their sword, leaving not a single word in their wake. Stop them! Which sect do these beasts belong to? We shall ensure they are brought to justice. Is fleeing truly such an impressive feat? Behind them, shouts echoed, accompanied by the sharp rebuke of a woman. They had never endured such disgrace, akin to having their heads trodden upon and defecated upon, only to be offered a tissue afterward. Watching the disciples of various sects grow distant, Chen Xiong and the stout black bull shared a sly smile. Apologies. But speed truly grants one free rein. Whoosh! The celestial sword descended, plunging into the depths of the forest, vanishing from sight. From this day forth, they acquired a new moniker, the sword deity of Xinyuan Lake. Yet they remained elusive, with even the celestial sword being a common artifact, leaving no trace as if they had evaporated into thin air. They gradually became a peculiar legend among the lower-tier disciples of various sects, rumored to be something other than human, though perhaps there was a semblance of truth therein. Old bull, I can't hold on much longer. Quickly, let us find a place to recuperate our energy. Moo! The stout black bull, bearing Chen Xiong, scoured for a concealed hollow, and at last, its eyes gleamed with discovery. At this moment, Chen Xiong was drenched in sweat, his energy reserves severely depleted. Reluctantly, he extracted a few low-grade spirit stones, forcing a smile. It seems I must indulge in a bit of extravagance. Moo the black bull nuzzled against Chen Xiong, worry evident in its eyes. Old bull, keep a keen eye on our surroundings. I shall be fine. Chen Xiong settled into a meditative posture, drawing in energy as the low-grade spirit stones crumbled in his grasp, infusing his body with vital essence as his depleted energy gradually replenished. Moo! The black bull obliged, extending its head to perform a breathing technique, remaining utterly still. This battle had been exhilarating. Its heart had raced to its throat several times, narrowly evading the spirit beast's attack, thanks to Chen Xiong's agile maneuvers. The black bull glanced back at the meditating Chen Xiong, admiration shining in its eyes. It had only just comprehended the essence of boldness paired with meticulousness, balanced with unwavering composure. Chapter 57. A bounty of experience and hardship for 5 consecutive days. Chen Xiong diligently restored his magical powers, recuperating from the immense drain on his mental and spiritual reserves. Finally, he felt himself recovering. Old bull, Chen Xiong smiled faintly, opening his eyes. Moo the great black bull excitedly lunged at him, nearly suffocating him in its embrace. Old bull, are you trying to kill me? Moo the black bull grinned, quickly stepping back. It's not safe here. We need to move away from the center where there are many cultivators. Moo! 2 figures darted forth, clutching large sums of money, their expressions vigilant as they navigated through the ancient trees, distancing themselves from the tumult at the center. After several days of running, with less than a month until the valley closed, they had successfully evaded the chaos of battle. Old bull, This storage bag is now in your care. Chen Xiong's gaze was intense as he held the storage bag, which contained all the spiritual herbs for foundation-building pills. Mu, the black bull, solemnly accepted it, swallowing it whole. We'll cultivate slowly when we return, Chen Xiong whispered. We must proceed cautiously, waiting at least 2 years before we begin. We have time. Mu the black bull nodded, understanding, and felt no urgency. This storage bag will be submitted to the sect. Chen Xiong observed the bag, which contained 3 primary herbs and several other spiritual herbs, knowing that the 10 major sects only required a 70% submission rate. Mu, the black bull, was aware, but did not fully comprehend why their sect demanded complete submission. Moreover, without the 3 primary herbs, they could not even procure a single foundation-building pill. Old bull, we are merely cannon fodder and laborers. We cannot compare to the precious disciples of the 10 major sections. Chen Xiong chuckled nonchalantly, adding, but let's not harbor resentment toward the sect. This was our choice, and we cannot blame anyone else. Mu the black bull nodded, acknowledging that without the Wuyun sect, they wouldn't even have had the opportunity to participate. Let us wait for the teleportation. Chen Xiong smiled slightly, feeling that this journey had indeed yielded fruitful results, and in due time, they would be drawn back without needing to go to a specific location. Mu, the black bull, looked around, impressed by the formidable array, and thought they must learn such techniques in the future. Old bull, come, let us devise our plans for the future. We are busy. Chen Xiong patted the black bull, contemplating that no matter the longevity of life, one cannot simply languish in idleness or lose faith in existence. Having witnessed too many partings laden with regret, they instead embraced life with fervor and passion, fully aware of the preciousness of time and the necessity to cherish the present. Mu the black bull eagerly nestled its head against Chen Xiong, feeling a surge of inspiration. After their expedition to South Dipper Mountain, it suddenly yearned to learn many things. Whether it was Chen Xiong's lucky attire, their mining techniques, or the impressive sword-flying maneuvers they had witnessed, these were all accumulated experiences and skills now applied to real combat. Every step they took was grounded, and their lives felt fulfilling. Days passed as Chen Xiong engaged in writing and sketching, and the black bull listened intently, invigorated. They had only just begun. Today, South Dipper Mountain suddenly trembled as if the earth quaked. Chen Xiong and the black bull's lucky attire was destroyed, and they bore no maps or other belongings from the Danding sect, their bodies battered and supporting one another, appearing on the brink of collapse. Old bull, let us go home. Mu Chen Xiong clung tightly to the black bull as beams of light locked onto them from all directions, enveloping both in a shimmering glow. Their faces contorted in pain as the force of spatial distortion surged, and in an instant, they vanished from that place. Thus, their journey to South Dipper Mountain was completely concluded. At the various sects outposts, disciples continued to arrive. Some rejoiced, while others seethed with anger. Some were despondent, and others bore grievous injuries. As time passed, the cries of anguish filled the air, an echo of the prideful spirits that had existed merely half a year prior, now replaced by a collective sense of relief at having survived a cataclysm. The expedition to South Dipper Mountain had inflicted unprecedented losses on the 10 major sects, marking one of the most calamitous years on record due to a considerable upheaval within the mountain. Wei Shan stood at the Wuyun sect's outpost, counting the survivors, astonished to find over 100 had made it back. In the clearing, Chen Xiong and the black bull sat against each other, their bodies marred with wounds, still bleeding profusely. Chen Xiong's gaze drifted to a certain spot. Ji Kuan had emerged alive, and a flicker of relief crossed his features. Yet Ji Kuan's expression was laden with sorrow. He merely glanced at Chen Xiong before turning his gaze elsewhere, burdened by unspoken thoughts. This place is not suitable for lingering. Let us recuperate on the Green Cliff Eagle, Wei Shan suggested, distributing several vials of medicinal pills to the injured disciples, including one for Chen Xiong. Upon receiving the pill, the depth of emotion in Chen Xiong's eyes reflected a loyalty that stemmed from unwavering dedication to the sect, prompting Wei Shan to regard him with newfound respect. Wei Shan had no intention of idly asking the disciples to present their spiritual herbs for comparison. This was the only gesture of respect he could extend to the fallen disciples. not only within the Wuyun sect, but even among the golden core cultivators of the 10 major sects. The focus remained on the casualties of their own disciples rather than the quantity of spiritual herbs collected. Within the Wuyun sect's outpost, all present mounted the green cliff eagle in silence, each one somber and infused with a palpable sense of foreboding, as if they had yet to fully recover from their experiences at South Dipper Mountain. The green cliff eagle soared into the sky, winging its way toward the Wuyun sect. Initially, 5 green cliff eagles had been filled to capacity, brimming with ambition and camaraderie, but now it seemed just one was sufficient to return them. Familiar faces had vanished, perishing at the hands of beasts or rival disciples, and a somber atmosphere enveloped the green cliff eagle. Chen Xiong frowned slightly, as his earlier joy dissipated entirely. He found no solace in reflection, for no amount of lamentation could alter this harsh reality. Mu the black bull softly called, leaning against Chen Xiong. Chen Xiong cradled the bull's head, whispering soothing words. "Simply place the spiritual herbs before me. I shall record them," Wei Shan stated calmly. "Every 20 years, half of the returning disciples may perish, but the other half may rise anew." "Yes, Peak Master," the disciples replied, all reaching for their storage bags. The sect required only the spiritual herbs, while the rest belonged to their own efforts. If they harvested 3 primary herbs for foundation building, in addition to their contribution value, the sect would grant them an extra pill from the next batch of foundation building pills. The rules were well understood, and Wei Shan could guarantee this. Wei Shan maintained a tranquil demeanor, showing no inclination to scrutinize their belongings, his eyes reflecting unwavering trust. As soon as he finished speaking, several individuals presented 3 primary herbs, causing the eyes of all, including Chen Xiong, to widen in astonishment at their strength. Chen Xiong exchanged a glance with the black bull, suddenly realizing that the primary herbs might not be limited to the 3 ancient temples, as they had chosen the most stable location with hellish difficulty. Yi Kun, bearing a pained expression, produced only 1 primary herb. Had there not been a mysterious savior, he might have perished within South Dipper Mountain. Chapter 58. Contribution value 66. Both Chen Xiong and the Great Black Bull presented all the spiritual herbs from their storage bags without any personal reserves. Even if they did not acquire the 3 primary herbs, there was no need for despondency, as they could accumulate their contributions for the next opportunity, and naturally, there would be contributions to the sect as well. Wei Shan, with one hand behind his back, his eyes gleaming with intelligence, discreetly surveyed the crowd. "Rest assured, this will all be recorded," he assured, igniting a spark of hope in many, their spirits rekindled. They had gained experience this time. In the next 20 years, there would be more chances. However, Chen Xiong and the Great Black Bull trembled slightly. Though Wei Fengzhu claimed he would not investigate, he had evidently scanned their entire beings under the resonance of the essence of all things. Fortunately, no one dared to be dishonest. They were all honest individuals. Chen Xiong and the Great Black Bull were the most upright, having made the greatest contributions to the sect, while others seemed oblivious to the probing gaze and continued to attentively listen to Wei Shan's words. "Present your contribution tokens," Wei Shan said with an air of nonchalance, his fingers weaving through the air to gather the spiritual herbs from everyone into his storage ring. Once confirmed by the sect, the contributions would naturally materialize into tangible rewards. "Yes," everyone replied, clasping their hands and presenting their tokens. Wei Shan had already estimated the value based on the types and ages of the herbs. Over 100 individuals noticed a virtual number appearing in their contribution tokens. Chen Xiong and the Great Black Bull's pupils constricted, for their contribution value was an astonishing 66. However, most of the herbs they had gathered were just on the cusp of their medicinal age, below 300 years. Otherwise, their contributions could have been even greater. Ding! The host can now allocate points. Suddenly, a voice resonated in Chen Xiong's mind as he perched atop the Qingya sculpture. The sharp cries of eagles echoed through the sky as he continued to allocate points to his magical power, and they soared toward the Wuyun sect, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Half a month later, the group returned to the Wuyun sect, weary but relieved, their vigilance finally easing. It felt as though they had returned from another world. Cradling the great black bull, Chen Xiong gazed at the vast, towering mountains below. A glimmer of joy in his eyes. They had finally returned. Before the main hall of the sect, the same few individuals awaited them, their eyes filled with expectation. After disembarking from the Qingya sculpture, they encouraged the crowd, then entered the great hall along with Wei Shan, offering them little further attention. Everyone felt a sense of emptiness, as if their importance had diminished, led down the mountain by a few senior disciples. Chen Xiong and the great black bull trailed behind, absorbing the scenery of the master's peak, their mouths agape in wonder, wholly captivated by the view, lost in thought. However, upon Ji Kuan's return, his demeanor had noticeably changed, becoming more distant from Chen Xiong. The latter chose not to intrude. Each path diverged in its own direction. After descending the mountain, everyone began to fly on their swords towards their respective abodes, not exchanging a single word. "Old bull, let us depart," Chen Xiong chuckled, retrieving his immortal sword from the storage bag, carrying the great black bull toward the Medicine Valley. In the Medicine Valley, a girl with a radiant complexion was diligently tending to the spiritual herbs. She appeared to be around 16 or 17, clad in a green robe, her smile as bright as spring flowers. With her lips pursed, her brows exquisitely painted, and her eyes like autumn waters, she was joyfully observing the butterflies in the valley, her gaze filled with innocence. Her name was Lu Yuan, a disciple of the Alchemy Hall who had been brought into the Wuyun sect at a young age, responsible for the spiritual herbs, and now had attained the 7th level of qi refinement. "Sister Lu Yuan, we have returned, haha." A loud, jarring laugh echoed as Lu Yuan's face lit up with joy. She quickly turned and exclaimed, "Brother Chen Xiong, Black Bull, you're back." Chen Xiong and the great black bull grinned widely, revealing their gums as they approached. "Sister Lu Yuan, you have worked hard these past 6 months, but as agreed, here are 30 low-grade spirit stones," Chen Xiong stated solemnly. Lu Yuan was someone they had met 2 years prior while checking the quantity of spiritual herbs in the valley, and she had a profound understanding of them. Naturally, they did not wish to abandon this place, so they entrusted the care of the herbs to Lu Yuan, who had not disappointed them with the herbs' growth. "Brother, you have managed the valley so well. I hardly contributed anything. Just 10 low-grade spirit stones would suffice." Lu Yuan's face flushed crimson, fearing to ask for so much, thinking Chen Xiong might have been jesting. Mu the great black bull nudged her hand, encouraging her to accept it. "Sister, time is fleeting. 30 spirit stones for half a year's work is not excessive," Chen Xiong insisted, producing 30 low-grade spirit stones from his storage bag. Lu Yuan's face was filled with anxiety, her small fists clenched. She merely came to check daily and administer the water spirit technique, feeling unworthy of such a large sum, given the excellent condition of the herbs. "Brother Chen Xiong, if we leave next time, will you return?" she asked, urging him to accept this as a token of gratitude. "Very well," Lu Yuan nodded vigorously, resolving in her heart not to discuss spirit stones with him again. "Sister, you should attend to your tasks now. We will tidy up," Chen Xiong smiled, casting a contented glance at the Medicine Valley. "All right, then I shall take my leave," Lu Yuan chimed, her laughter ringing like silver bells as she returned the jade pendant of the valley to them, waving goodbye to Chen Xiong and the great black bull. "Ah." Finally at ease, Chen Xiong sighed, a sense of relief washing over him. "Old bull, let us begin our work." Mumu the great black bull exclaimed cheerfully, as their contributions from the Medicine Valley had yet to be submitted. Chen Xiong had mentioned that even the smallest contributions mattered, despite their substantial contribution value of 6,000. They could not afford to be wasteful. With a whoosh, Chen Xiong soared on his sword, arriving at the center of a waterfall where torrents cascaded down, deflected by his magical barrier. How ferocious! Chen Xiong looked up at the deluge above, the water striking the barrier with the weight of 1,000 pounds, draining his magical power steadily. Clang! Clang! He drew his mountain-splitting axe, its rhythmic chopping resonating in the air. However, the distant great black bull could not hear it, the sound drowned by the roar of the waterfall. At that moment, it busily scurried around the cave, tidying up while also inspecting the spiritual herbs, preparing the share to be submitted for the year, and setting up its little traps. 5 days later, Chen Xiong's contribution token finally solidified into reality. A tangible 6,666 contributions. He hurriedly took the Great Black Bull to the sect's main hall to submit the herbs and receive 200 contributions. Old Bull, that place is utterly unyielding. Both my mountain-splitting axes have been dulled, Chen Xiong said, his expression grim. If he were to strike it with his hands, he could only imagine the chaos that would ensue. Moo, moo moo. Perhaps it was time to learn about weapon forging. With our contribution value, we can exchange for some materials. Iron essence is necessary for crafting yellow-tier artifacts. Walking along the path, Chen Xiong was deep in thought. Without a mentor to guide him, he could only resort to studying those forging texts on his own, hoping not to waste the materials. Mu the Great Black Bull nodded, nuzzling Chen Xiong. They had ample time to learn. Their only fear was a lack of knowledge. Chen Xiong smiled slightly, saying, Old Bull, if I waste the materials, and we spend all our contributions, you mustn't blame me. The Great Black Bull looked at Chen Xiong disdainfully, unperturbed. Together, they made their way to the contribution hall, entering with smiles, for they were on the brink of amassing 7,000 contribution points. What treasures could they not acquire in this world? When they emerged, their smiles had vanished, and they finally grasped a profound truth. Happiness does not dissipate. It merely shifts, relocating to the countenance of their foundational mentor. Ah, splendid. It appears there are indeed 1,000 contribution points. Oh, it seems the disciple is truly a rising star, amassing a total of 3,000 contribution points. Remarkable. The youth is formidable, boasting 5,000 contribution points. Haha. Chen Xiong's mind buzzed, lost in the cascade of praises from his mentor, leading him to exchange for a plethora of items. The large black bull let out 2 heavy snorts, and Chen Xiong found himself unable to rein it in, behaving like a newly affluent individual. Had he not given it a vigorous shove from behind, he might have squandered everything. Chapter 59. A Serene Life, Old Bull. Why are you in such a hurry? I specifically exchanged for you a copy of Fundamentals of Array Formation. Chen Xiong led the big black cow and gave its head a hearty pat, still reeling from the previous experience. Moo, moo moo the big black cow nuzzled against Chen Xiong, its eyes gleaming with delight, pleased with the exchange. Fundamentals of Refining. Fundamentals of 5 Elements Escape Techniques. Fundamentals of Array Formation. Fundamentals of Talismans. Fundamentals of Celestial Materials and Earthly Treasures. Chen Xiong chuckled foolishly, for although these subjects were elementary, they were unattainable in the outside world. These were treasures kept hidden, legacies that only the sect would dare exchange with its disciples. Moreover, there were also 4 pieces of iron essence, a mid-grade yellow-tier refining cauldron, and a plethora of writing materials for talismans. The big black cow, too, lost itself in fantasies, envisioning a day when it could wield array formations like the great cultivators, sealing a mountain with a mere gesture. Haha. Just as they were lost in thought, a loud crash echoed through the air. Bang, bang. A large tree swayed violently, its leaves rustling and falling, clearly suffering from a fierce blow. Oh dear, what is wrong with this tree, standing right in the middle of the road? Moo moo, old bull, forget it. Let us not stoop to its level. Let us head home. Moo as they walked. 2 voices filled with curses echoed nearby. In high spirits today, they chose to overlook the matter. Upon returning to the herb valley, the big black cow eagerly began studying Fundamentals of Array Formation, while Chen Xiong retrieved Fundamentals of Refining and delved into its pages. The processes of alchemy and refining bore striking similarities. However, they were entirely unrelated to blacksmithing. The big black cow kept a respectful distance from Chen Xiong, continuously mooing as it recognized every character, studying intently. Though basic, the material was profound. Hiss, hiss. As Chen Xiong inhaled sharply, snacking on seeds, he realized that the art of refining challenged his long-held beliefs about blacksmithing, showcasing the utmost application of magical power while neglecting physical strength, placing high demands on materials. He gazed at the azure, double-handled cauldron before him, lightly caressing it. Whether my mountain-splitting axe can once again grace the world of cultivation depends on you, my precious. Moo the big black cow trotted over, eyes filled with urgency, pointing with its hoof at several flags in the book. You want to purchase array flags? Mu once you've mastered the basics. I'll get them for you. First, focus on learning. Chen Xiong leaned forward to take a look, then opened his palm to grab some seeds. Moo, the big black cow, cheered, seizing a handful of seeds before darting into a corner, eyes brimming with earnest curiosity. Thus, the duo returned to their tranquil routine. It was said that the alchemy hall was quite pleased with their herb valley, remarking on Chen Xiong's farming talents and his ability to endure solitude. Their dedication to nurturing the herb garden was deemed the greatest contribution to the sect. Time flowed like a relentless cold wind, sweeping away the freshness of all things. Yet perhaps accompanying it on its relentless journey meant that there would be no regrets in old age. Unbeknownst to them, a year had passed, and both Chen Xiong and the big black cow seemed oblivious to the passage of time, for there were still numerous tasks awaiting their attention, and they continued to invest their longevity points in a magical power. Half a year prior, an elder from the alchemy hall personally delivered a gleaming black foundational pill and encouraged Chen Xiong, stating that the herb valley was thriving. Implicitly, he suggested that Chen Xiong should remain diligent, as the sect greatly needed diligent and patient individuals like him. When receiving the pill, Chen Xiong inadvertently shed a tear, declaring that the sect was his home and he would not disappoint its expectations. The elder expressed his satisfaction and casually shared insights into cultivating spiritual herbs. He even painted a grand picture, saying that if Chen Xiong successfully established his foundation, he could gain access to the sect's true spiritual herb garden, a new realm of possibilities. Grateful and moved, Chen Xiong even took out his beloved Suona to bid farewell to the elder as he departed the valley. Moreover, the Wuyun sect had indeed never experienced any scandal involving the embezzlement of foundation pills from its disciples, allowing Chen Xiong to fully relax. After this year's contributions from the Herb Valley were tallied, they did not proceed to the contribution hall. With 2,000 contribution points remaining, they were reserved for emergencies. Even if the sect leader were to flatter him, it would be impossible for Chen Xiong to squander these contributions. His iron would not allow him to be swayed by sweet words. To the contribution hall, Chen Xiong declared, unable to resist the persistent pleas of the big black cow. Moo, the big black cow, grinned widely, its tail swishing back and forth. Old bull, today you can spend freely. With our 2,000 contributions, a few array flags are easily within reach. Moo, you can see if there's anything else you need later, and we'll exchange everything at once. Chen Xiong pondered before responding, I don't currently have time to study array formations. I've heard that setting up arrays requires quite a bit of material. Moo, the big black cow, nuzzled Chen Xiong, its eyes crescent-shaped with excitement. Let us not be formal, brother. Come on. Chen Xiong led the big black cow toward the contribution hall. They exchanged numerous basic materials, including array flags and array stones, though they were not expensive, costing only 1,000 contribution points. This year, he refrained from participating in the sect's grand competition, as it wouldn't be fair to burden his younger disciples further. Their goals had already been achieved. If he were to incite dissatisfaction among the younger generation, he would become a target for blame. Upon returning to the Herb Valley within the cave dwelling, Old Bull, look at these materials. They are truly unlike anything found in the mortal realm. Chen Xiong squinted, observing the various materials on the ground, each imbued with a hint of spiritual energy. In the future, let us not overlook any such opportunities. Moo, the big black cow, nodded earnestly. After mastering the array formations, it too wished to explore fundamentals of celestial materials and earthly treasures. Old Bull, you go ahead with your tasks. I will continue refining. Moo, the big black cow replied, gathering the materials scattered on the ground and scampering off. The art of refining was vast and profound, with numerous challenges in the melting of materials. Chen Xiong took out a new booklet to jot down notes and sketches. Throughout the year, he had utilized numerous stones from the Herb Valley for refining. Yet he dared not touch the iron essence. He had proven through practice what true diligence could achieve. Time, indeed, could yield great results. Once again, the duo busied themselves within the Herb Valley. Each day, Chen Xiong would intermittently shatter some stones and bring them back to the cave for refining, while the big black cow tended to the spiritual herbs and practiced array formations. However, The foundational knowledge of array formations and refining was not acquired through mere incantations. They possessed no innate talents, diligently studying day after day. Nevertheless, their daily sunset excursions were essential, come rain or shine. Chen Xiong skillfully controlled their flight's height and speed, galloping through the skies with the big black cow, savoring the wonders of nature, feeling a profound sense of freedom within. Yet one day, they were apprehended by a disciple from the law enforcement hall, Brother Lu Feng, who confiscated their celestial swords and lectured them in a small grove. Chen Xiong and the big black cow nearly squatted on the ground, heads cradled in their arms. Fortunately, Chen Xiong resolutely acknowledged his mistakes, exclaiming that he was guilty of wasting time on frivolities, prompting Brother Lu Feng to return their swords. He continued to offer his assistance with any cultivation issues, assuring them he could provide guidance as a senior brother. Chen Xiong then casually inquired about a few refining questions, all of which Brother Lu Feng answered, deeming them too fundamental, leading to yet another lecture on the folly of wasting time on refining. This time, both Chen Xiong and the big black cow truly felt a headache coming on, repeatedly proclaiming their errors until Brother Lu Feng finally let them go. Throughout this year, both a solitary individual and an ox have dwelled in the shadow of Master Lu Feng. The longevity points continue to be accumulated in the realm of magical power, and then steadily, one proceeds to the grand hall of the sect to acquire those 200 contributions. Chapter 60. Commencing our foundation-laying plan within the Medicine Valley. Chen Xiong and the great black bull found themselves encircled around a pit of earth, their eyes fixated upon the flickering flames that danced within. It is noteworthy that the cave was devoid of wind, yet here, a gentle breeze stirred. Old Bull, an unparalleled genius. Truly, the heavens have not birthed one like you. This formation is eternal as the night. Chen Xiong exclaimed in awe, glancing towards the formation stones nestled in the corners of the cave. This array was indeed wondrous, capable of harnessing spiritual energy to invoke a resonance with the cosmos, achieving various effects. Remarkably, within a mere year, they had managed to establish a microformation. Though some disciples might grasp the basics in a few days, in Chen Xiong's heart, the great black bull was unmatched, its prowess surpassing even a myriad of exceptional talents. Moo! The great black bull's tail swirled in exuberance, the effects of the formation enhanced by its magical essence. With a focused gaze, it released its power, mooing loudly. Suddenly, a tempest erupted within the cave, sending pots and pans flying in all directions. "You old bull, clean it up yourself," a furious voice roared from outside the cave. As Chen Xiong was swept away, his form receding into the distance. "Moo! Moo!" The great black bull's pupils contracted, hastily ceasing its spell casting and darting after him, momentarily forgetting that only it was immune to the array's effects. Before long, Chen Xiong found his footing, his once neat hair now in disarray from the wind. With a raised brow, he summoned an immense force, exclaiming "Moo!" The great black bull was flung into a nearby pool of water. "Ha ha!" Observing the disheveled state of the great black bull brought Chen Xiong great amusement. "Moo, quickly clean up. I need to commence alchemy." Chen Xiong chuckled, patting himself down. "Moo, it's about time. Just a simple crafting of a mountain-cleaving axe, nothing too intricate. Moo, then we can excavate the cave behind the waterfall. 2 years have passed, and no one pays us any heed. We can finally initiate that plan." Chen Xiong said mysteriously, raising an eyebrow. "Proceed discreetly, and all will be well." "Moo!" The great black bull leaped with excitement, hastening ahead to tidy the cave. "The formation is indeed marvelous," Chen Xiong praised, although they were merely minor formations. Trivial activities, such as creating wind and flames, might appear as a waste of time to outsiders, who would deem it less effective than their own spells. Yet to them, it was a profound discipline. They had begun to grasp its complexities, and no one could fathom their elation. The pursuit of material gain, perhaps, had lost its significance to those seeking immortality. They had no desire to show off, only to be met with gasps or derision wherever they went. Being a true invisible entity within the Five Elements sect was quite pleasant. No one paid attention, and thus no troubles arose. Inside the Medicine Valley's cave, Chen Xiong officially began his alchemical process, while the great black bull scattered flower petals and mooed joyfully. Today, I shall commence the crafting of a magical artifact. Esteemed celestial beings, observe. Moo moo moo. With a swift motion of his hand, a lump of silver iron ore emerged from his storage bag, its surface pocked and oval-shaped, about the size of a fist. Go! Chen Xiong gestured with both hands, and the alchemical cauldron emitted a deep thrum, flames igniting around it. With limited conditions, we must make do. Yet Chen Xiong's gaze grew ever more fervent. He had previously tested that his alchemical flames could be enhanced by his magical essence, and this fire would surely suffice. Mu the great black bull looked on anxiously, relegated to the role of assistant, for this delicate task was beyond its capabilities. Chen Xiong flicked his fingers, and the iron ore vanished into the cauldron. He closed his eyes slightly, perceiving the flames as if they were living beings, swirling within the cauldron. The alchemical furnace and the crafting cauldron were entirely different. Without the enhancement of magical essence, the flames alone might not suffice to melt the materials. Within the crafting cauldron, faint popping sounds emerged as Chen Xiong channeled more magical energy, sealing the cauldron's mouth. This was a painstaking process. His cultivation level prevented him from sensing the subtle changes within the cauldron, leaving him to rely solely on intuition. Old bull, add more materials. Moo! At the great black bull's mental command, it ignited the alchemical flames anew, causing the cauldron to glow a fiery red, the popping sounds intensifying. Chen Xiong's complexion paled, breaths quickening. Who could have imagined that someone would dedicate 2 entire years to prepare for the crafting of a piece of iron ore? Had they grown weary of life? Open the cauldron. Chen Xiong bellowed. Moo! The cauldron's lid shot skyward, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud, revealing a mercury-like iron sphere suspended in the center. Buoyed by magical energy, Old Bull continued to apply the alchemical flames. Chen Xiong instructed rapidly, his hands weaving spells with haste. The iron sphere began to morph and shift. Chen Xiong's face flushed with excitement. The mercury-like state of the iron sphere indicated their success in melting it without wasting materials. An hour later, they had triumphed. Old Bull, the mountain-cleaving axe has been forged. Ha ha ha! Chen Xiong's veins bulged as he grasped a crooked, shimmering silver axe, its blade sharp and formidable. Forged from pure iron ore, meant solely for breaking mountains and shattering stones. Moo Moo, the great black bull cheered, jubilantly hopping in place. Let's unveil our secret base. Chen Xiong exclaimed, his face flushed with joy as he admired the mountain-cleaving axe, a worthy artifact indeed. The great black bull nudged Chen Xiong with assurance, deeming it a top-tier treasure, causing Chen Xiong to burst into laughter. They soared through the air on their swords, arriving at the heart of the waterfall, where Chen Xiong summoned all his strength, swinging the axe down. Open the mountain! Boom! A tremendous roar echoed as countless shards of stone flew, crashing against the magical shield, while a formidable fissure was cleaved into the once solid stone wall. Moo! The great black bull cried out in exhilaration, standing behind Chen Xiong, startled by the axe's power. Indeed, it was no ordinary iron. Old Bull, did you see that? Chen Xiong exclaimed, veins pulsing with excitement. Our secret base is bound to succeed. The great black bull grinned, eagerly patting Chen Xiong, equally thrilled. For their future, foundational spiritual herbs lay within. Let us forge 2 more. We still have 3 pieces of iron ore to work with. Mu they returned to the cave, replenishing their magical energies before resuming the crafting process. In the days that followed, Chen Xiong tirelessly excavated the cave at the waterfall center, while the great black bull tended to the spiritual herbs and practiced its formations. It even took the mountain-cleaving axe gifted by Chen Xiong to polish a massive boulder, intending to seal the entrance once the secret base was established. A month later, the cave was completed, and Chen Xiong and the great black bull sat within the dimly lit sanctuary, listening to the waterfall's melody, hearts brimming with joy. Old Bull, it's time to unveil our treasures. Chen Xiong beamed, finally ready to begin planting the foundational spiritual herbs. Mu the great black bull exhaled a heavy breath. Producing a storage bag from within its body, filled to the brim with medicinal containers. Their hearts raced in unison as they beheld another entrance within the cave, which had been carefully lined with soil, prepared for sowing seeds. The concentrated essence of all things in a verdant liquid would allow them to cultivate spiritual herbs regardless of the environment. Astonishingly, they could nurture a century-old herb in just a month. Chen Xiong inhaled deeply, slowly articulating, "Old bull, let us embark on our foundation-laying endeavor. Today marks the official commencement of recommendations, and my heart is filled with both excitement and trepidation." The world of this book is remarkably vast. We are merely scratching the surface. Rest assured, there will be no convoluted plots or cliché narratives to disappoint those who appreciate this work. According to the current guidelines for new books, the initial rating threshold is quite low, thus I kindly urge everyone to bestow 5-star reviews. Those who have made it this far must possess a fondness for this book, and I hope fellow readers will not hesitate to spare a few moments to extend their support. Feel free to enjoy the contents without any obligation to gift the author. Even small tokens of appreciation are immensely encouraging. 2 minutes spent viewing 3 advertisements can significantly bolster my earnings. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all readers. I apologize for my verbosity today. Henceforth, I shall refrain from such distractions that may hinder your reading experience. Thank you, and I wish you all the very best in life. Chapter 61. We are not invincible dragons. The foundation-building pill on his person had yet to be utilized. For those of mediocre talent, faced a considerable risk of failure with a single pill. Moo! The great black bull nodded emphatically. This was a day it had long awaited. Clutching a storage bag in its mouth as it ambled towards another cave entrance, Chen Xiong squinted his eyes and soared forth on his sword, passing through a waterfall to survey the surroundings, ready to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. Each day was consumed by profound busyness, with Chen Xiong diligently studying alchemy, mastering the control of pill fires. It was well known that those in the qi refining stage lacked the strength to refine these centuries-old spirit herbs. The purity of the pill fire was insufficient, and the rarity of the herbs made it unreasonable to squander them. In just a century, the art of alchemy could deplete a lifetime's worth of effort, a feat unattainable at the qi refining stage. Time, like a knife, relentlessly ages one. 6 years had swiftly passed. Numerous joyous tidings emanated from the sect, with several inner disciples successfully establishing their foundations after consuming foundation-building pills. Moreover, there were prodigies who, without the aid of such pills, directly broke through the 10th level of qi refining to achieve foundation establishment. It was said that a certain peak master, while wandering afar, encountered a girl with a heavenly root, causing a stir throughout the 5-element sect, prompting prominent figures to emerge from their seclusion to personally meet her. A grand initiation ceremony was prepared for her, yet the ordinary outer disciples could only envy from a distance. Those with heavenly roots could effortlessly progress to the golden core stage, their futures seemingly limitless, regarded as treasures of the 5-element sect. All elders and peak masters vowed to protect her, ensuring she remained hidden from the public eye. Most had never even seen her, for there were no fools among those who could cultivate to the golden core stage. Nevertheless, the news invigorated countless disciples, instilling a stronger sense of belonging to the sect, which had become their true home. In a humble valley of herbs, a solitary figure and a bull existed as unnoticed contributors to the 5-element sect, selflessly dedicating their efforts without competition. Cackling behind the waterfall in the herb valley lay a chicken coop, where Chen Xiong was feeding, while the great black bull stood nearby, grasping a feed bucket. Within, over 20 mountain chickens and numerous chicks thrived, all with plump bodies and large ears. Their eggs were often double-yolked and delicious beyond compare. In Chen Xiong's words, sustainability was key. Hunting daily would eventually lead to the extinction of beasts in the mountains, a detriment to merit. Raising his own livestock was far more rewarding. Old bull, our 5-element sect has grown stronger. Life has indeed improved, Chen Xiong remarked cheerfully, scattering feed. A heavenly root, and it has caught the attention of the peak master. Perhaps after a few years of cultivation, she will attain the golden core stage. Moo, the great black bull, joyfully wagged its tail, wishing for all heavenly roots to join the five elements sect, basking in the glory. As for the so-called talent, in his chi refining stage, contemporaries might already be at the golden core stage. What did it matter to them? They bore no enmity. In their small mountain village, some might have even reached the pinnacle of the Tao. Comparing oneself to others only invited discontent. They were not invincible dragons, immune to ridicule. However, with greater ability came greater responsibility. These predecessors bore considerable pressure, shouldering the burdens of the five elements sect. Chen Xiong replied calmly, having finished feeding, "I've heard that some small sects have been annihilated in recent years, their gates razed to the ground. Our sect has dispatched many to investigate." Mu the Great Black Bull nodded solemnly. Not only in the mortal realm, but the cultivation world was rife with conflict. Many outer disciples of the sect perished annually. Our strength is limited, and we do not seek to draw attention. Cultivating spirit fields steadily allows us to contribute to the sect. Chen Xiong smiled, feeling his temperament had mellowed considerably. He was no longer the impulsive youth he once was. "Come on, old bull. Today, I plan to open the furnace and refine pills. Let us see who dares to disrespect me." Mu, with great fervor, the Great Black Bull, dropped the feed with a thud, sending the mountain chickens in the coop into a flurry of escape. Was it time to select another lucky one? Over the past 6 years, they had finally filled their longevity points to the brim, now reaching 20, enabling a remarkable enhancement to their spells. They had previously attempted to unleash their full pill fire, which nearly melted the refining cauldron. Originally, the pill fire at the chi refining stage was merely a small crimson flame. However, their pill fire, if uncontrolled, began to turn pale and exuded a chilling aura, indicating a qualitative change. The small fireball technique was even more outrageous. Last year, there was a thunderous roar as fireballs rained down like meteors. Had they not been timely in their restraint, the restrictions of the Herb Valley would have been severely damaged. "Old bull, we can finally test that defense," Chen Xiong exclaimed. "Mu hee hee, perhaps we will become impervious to blades and bullets, able to withstand great stones upon our chests. Possessing the potential to be the kings of worldly jests, ha!" Mu laughter echoed through the Herb Valley, followed by their plunge into the waterfall, entering their secret base. Within another cave entrance, the Great Black Bull had set up arrays. Should an unforeseen event arise, it could remotely control the situation, destroying the spirit herbs within without a trace. They had also secretly buried seeds for cultivating spirit herbs in a location no one would suspect as a contingency plan. Mu the Great Black Bull softly called out, standing tall, its hooves forming a peculiar gesture, revealing the full site of the cave, brimming with various foundation-building spirit herbs, enough to drive one mad. Chen Xiong stood a considerable distance away, his gaze continuously scanning the outside, somewhat apprehensive of the Great Black Bull's arrays. This old bull, seemingly carefree, possessed a cleverness that he had truly inherited. Numerous areas within the Herb Valley had been arrayed, and he had endured many trials. "Mu, they're coming." Chen Xiong's eyes gleamed as he gazed at the array of foundation-building spirit herbs within the cave. The primary herbs all exceeding 300 years in age, translucent and radiating spiritual energy. "Old bull, keep a watchful eye. You have learned the sword control technique, and I will trigger the sensing array if anything arises." Mu the Great Black Bull nodded, patting its storage bag to retrieve a celestial sword, a precious item Chen Xiong had traded for. It held it with utmost reverence before soaring away. A pill furnace spiraled above, and Chen Xiong employed his object manipulation technique. While others at the chi refining stage could control but one object, he could command hundreds with minimal consumption of his internal energy. "Celestial fruit, lunar fruit," Chen Xiong murmured, summoning a flame of pill fire that began to split into 5. Should others witness this, they would surely be astounded. Could pill fire truly divide? Was it possible to play with it in such a manner? Each spirit herb possessed distinct properties, requiring varying temperatures and techniques for the pill fire. Lacking a master to impart experience, he could only persist in experimentation. With graceful hand gestures, the celestial fruit soared into the pill furnace, and after an hour, predictably transformed into a puddle of useless liquid. His face twitched, heart aching at the loss. He grabbed a small booklet to record his sensations, revising and refining at a leisurely pace. Chapter 62. Embracing the bittersweet of storms, several hours slipped by, yet the alchemical chamber was filled with discarded medicinal concoctions, each a testament to failure. Chen Xiong remained calm and composed, entering a meditative state to analyze his endeavors. The spiritual herbs of this world were indeed remarkable. Despite merely a decade's difference in age, the variations in their properties were astonishingly vast. Chen Xiong mused to himself that even a single foundational herb, with only a 10-year age gap, required a distinct technique and temperature for refinement. This was a far cry from the methods he employed in concocting the heavy feather pill and the qi enhancement pill, where control over the temperature had become a precise science dictated by the herb's ages. It was no wonder that those in the qi refinement stage struggled to produce them. Mastery of such spiritual herbs likely necessitated the legendary mental acuity, significantly enhancing the success rate of pill formulation. Yet, what I possess in abundance are both spiritual herbs and time. A gentle smile graced Chen Xiong's lips as he found the situation amusing, devoid of any despondency over his failures. Time flowed as Chen Xiong engaged in daily alchemical practices, managing to concoct no more than 5 herbs in a month. Each failure led him to meticulously document his experiences and sensations, delving deep into the feelings he had during the attempts. Seasons changed, and another year hastened by. Within the confines of the medicinal valley, spring persisted eternally, seemingly leaving no marks on Chen Xiong and the Great Black Ox. In their clandestine sanctuary, the Great Black Ox gazed intently at Chen Xiong's alchemical furnace, a fragrant aroma wafting through the air as it sniffed eagerly. Moo! The Great Black Ox suddenly became animated. This year had been intensely arduous for Chen Xiong, and it felt utterly helpless, able only to nurture spiritual herbs from the sidelines. Finally, a spiritual herb was successfully refined, yet Chen Xiong's expression remained composed, devoid of exuberance. Everything lay within his control. His eyes, tranquil as a still pond, began to curve into a smile. Foundational herbs were, after all, manageable with ease. The Great Black Ox circled around Chen Xiong, bellowing in delight. Incredible. Truly worthy of being my elder brother. The feeling was finally right. Chen Xiong gradually rose, exhaling a deep breath of stale air. Old Ox, we may finally have a shot at foundation establishment. Moo! The Great Black Ox leaped onto Chen Xiong, who could no longer contain his mirth, bursting into hearty laughter. The hardest part of any endeavor is the beginning, and they had finally taken the first step. Ding! The host may now allocate points. Old Ox, it's time to allocate points, Chen Xiong exclaimed, patting the Great Black Ox's head, ready to test their defenses. Moo the Great Black Ox stood by, prepared for the task. As points were allocated directly to defense, a profound strength surged through their bodies, both feeling as if their insides had suddenly contracted. Not bad. Chen Xiong raised an eyebrow, observing his arm. Though outwardly unchanged, it felt significantly sturdier. Moo! The Great Black Ox spun around, confusion evident in its eyes. Old Ox, let us avoid self-harm. Let things unfold naturally. Chen Xiong was startled, sensing the old ox's desire to crush boulders with its chest. Moo the Great Black Ox grinned widely, revealing its intentions. Let us head to the sect hall to claim our 200 contribution points, and then witness the sect competition. I've heard many formidable junior disciples have emerged. We can return to our alchemical pursuits afterward. Moo together, man and beast soared down the waterfall, retrieving a stash of roasted seeds from their cave before venturing beyond the medicinal valley. In the years that followed, an individual donning a straw hat, accompanied by the straw-hatted Great Black Ox, would arrive annually at the competition venue. They never participated in the sect events, instead seeking solace under the shade of trees. Relishing seeds in solitude, they appeared quite content, seemingly free from the pursuit of power, enthusiastically cheering for the strong competitors. Upon the competition's conclusion, they would quietly descend the mountain, their demeanor exuding warmth and kindness. No one knew his name. He seemed not to engage socially, having no friends within the sect. forever alone with his black ox spirit beast, akin to a specter. Time passed swiftly. Looking back, a decade had quietly slipped away. Chen Xiong and the Great Black Ox had resided in the Wuyun sect for over 20 years, during which numerous significant events transpired. Conflict between the Qian Kingdom's immortal sect and the Wu Kingdom's immortal sect intensified. The path of cultivation resembled a boat navigating against the current. Without progression, one regresses. The Qian Kingdom possessed resources coveted by Wu Kingdom cultivators, while the Wu Kingdom held resources essential for those in the Qian Kingdom. Within the medicinal valley, behind the waterfall, Chen Xiong and the Great Black Ox were but two among the myriad of beings, unable to alter the overarching tide, merely drifting along, having allocated their decade-s worth of longevity points to defense. However, it was said that while the rhetoric was fierce, no actual conflict had yet erupted. Yet, the lower-tier disciples remained convinced otherwise, their imaginations running wild with rumors. "Old Ox, it feels like a conflict is brewing," Chen Xiong remarked with a furrowed brow. Glancing at the Great Black Ox, "What'll we do if it reaches the Wuyun sect?" "Mu?" The Great Black Ox appeared anxious. The lower-tier disciples incessantly spread alarming tales, warning of potential large-scale battles among cultivators every millennium. "Damn it," Chen Xiong muttered under his breath. The struggle for resources seemed universal. The real concern was for the ordinary folk. What would they do? Winning offered little reward, while losing could mean the obliteration of their sect. The lower-tier disciples were oblivious to the current state of affairs between the two kingdoms' immortal sections. Mu the Great Black Ox nudged Chen Xiong, its head pointed toward the horizon. "Flee? That's out of the question. At the very least, we should assist the sect by eliminating a dozen or 20 foundational cultivators." Chen Xiong abruptly shook his head. Abandoning ship without a fight would strip them of their humanity. "Unless the Wuyun sect is truly overwhelmed, we will resist the Wu Kingdom to the bitter end." His gaze sharpened. The Wuyun sect had become their home. Unless faced with an overwhelming force of golden core cultivators, they would fight with all their might. "Moo moo." The Great Black Ox jumped in agitation, its message clear. It had a different perspective, attempting to illustrate its thoughts by scribbling in the dirt. Chen Xiong squinted, a light bulb moment dawning upon him. The old ox's intention was to convey that the powerful figures from the Qian Kingdom had yet to engage in conflict. Why should they fret? Indeed, if a battle were to erupt, it would likely involve the top 10 immortal sects first. Our Wuyun sect hasn't received any news yet. Ha ha ha. Chen Xiong suddenly erupted into laughter, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Rumors were indeed harmful. He had almost believed the Wuyun sect was at the center of the universe. The Great Black Ox rolled its eyes at Chen Xiong, contemplating the perils of overthinking. There would inevitably come a day when cleverness backfired. Nevertheless, Old Ox, we must remain vigilant. Chen Xiong cleared his throat. Regardless of what contributions they could make to the sect, it was essential to possess the strength for self-preservation. "Mu." The Great Black Ox nodded solemnly, its expression turning serious. If conflict did arise, they would only act within their capabilities, never overextending themselves. This was a lesson Chen Xiong had instilled in it. Chen Xiong smiled faintly. Acknowledging that he was no sage, the idea of accumulating rage and self-destructing in a bid to protect the Wuyun sect was beyond him. Their gazes shifted downward to the alchemical furnace, where 5 glistening white pills lay. Each bore a pattern reminiscent of a green leaf. After a decade of toil, Chen Xiong had finally refined the spiritual herbs necessary for the foundational pill. Yet, the most significant achievement was the mastery of the alchemical technique itself. The outcome had become secondary. What this pattern represented remained a mystery to them, and the foundational pill differed entirely from that which the elders had provided. They could not fathom the reason. Old Ox, prepare for foundation establishment. Mu. Chapter 63. We once crossed mountains and seas. I shall proceed first. Should any peril arise, I will duly inform you. Mu. This time heed my counsel. Without a master to guide us, we must navigate the river by feeling our way across the stones. Mu the Great Black Bull drooped its head, licked Chen Xiong, and promptly distanced itself, observing his earnest demeanor, which brooked no contradiction. Chen Xiong remained calm and composed, raising his hand slightly to swallow a foundational elixir. The ferocious potency of the medicine surged within him, causing Chen Xiong to widen his eyes and emit a muffled groan. The great black bull, its face etched with anxiety, hesitated to move, acutely aware that interruption during a breakthrough was most detrimental. At this moment, Chen Xiong's pores opened wide, and his body began to shimmer with a faint glow as countless impurities expelled from within. His expression alternated between pain and relief until he gradually closed his eyes. The iron barrier within him was being continuously dissolved by the elixir's power, and profound changes were occurring in his dantian, with waves of medicinal energy crashing within. After a day and night, drenched in sweat and with his chest heaving, Chen Xiong gazed at the great black bull in astonishment. Moo! Moo! The great black bull continuously bellowed, questioning why the breakthrough manifested in such a manner. Old bull, I am unscathed. You understand that foundational cultivation transforms the dantian into liquid, and subsequently, the mud pill palace births spiritual consciousness, marking the success of the foundation establishment. Chen Xiong exclaimed, seemingly startled by some revelation. I failed in my foundation establishment, yet not entirely. Moo, the great black bull, continued to fret, more concerned about Chen Xiong's current state than the specifics of the breakthrough. This foundational elixir is indeed expanding my dantian. Chen Xiong inhaled deeply, explaining in layman's terms that while others' internal magical energy storage is one, mine is two. Moo! The great black bull's face mirrored astonishment, yet the common knowledge in the cultivation world asserts that the dantian cannot be expanded. The cultivation technique merely refines one's skills, with the disparity lying in the compatibility with one's constitution. For instance, a water element spiritual root practicing water techniques would flourish, while practicing fire techniques would yield diminished returns. They all practiced widely available methods, capable of cultivating with 5 elemental roots, but the spells offered little enhancement to their constitution, and the gap in combat prowess would widen with higher realms. Moreover, the 5 elemental mixed spiritual roots absorbed chaotic spiritual energy from nature, necessitating extensive time to refine impurities, while pure spiritual roots soared, directly absorbing compatible energy and circumventing much of the refining process. Of course, this perception stemmed from their limited understanding and was largely based on hearsay. Old bull, prepare the spiritual herbs. Chen Xiong's gaze sharpened. 5 foundational elixirs were far from sufficient, especially considering the old bull's share. Moo, the great black bull, hastily retreated, not daring to delay. In the first month, Chen Xiong refined spiritual herbs while establishing his foundation, with increasingly more impurities emanating from him. In the second month, yet another batch of foundational elixirs was produced, equally extraordinary, a stark contrast to ordinary foundational elixirs. A year passed amidst their foundational cultivation and herb refinement, enveloping the entire medicinal valley in serene tranquility, punctuated only by the crowing of roosters and the sound of cascading waterfalls. On this day, the sun shone brightly, the sky a crystalline blue. Yet the medicinal valley was thick with a heavy atmosphere. In several spiritual fields, the herbs stirred of their own accord, and the waterfall outside their secret base ceased its flow, as if severed in two, leaving only an opening through which one person and one bull emerged, their eyes gleaming with brilliance. They exuded a formidable aura of foundational cultivation, their spiritual consciousness expanding outward, as if possessing a divine perspective, overlooking the entire medicinal valley, where every rustle of grass was within their sight. Ah, is this the scenery from the perspective of foundational cultivation? Chen Xiong remarked, standing with hands clasped behind his back, speaking with an air of nonchalance. Moo, the great black bull, stood beside Chen Xiong, its muscles rippling with burgeoning strength, finally shattering the constraints of their previous limitations. They gradually tilted their heads back, both standing in a posture of defiance, their faces displaying a hint of mischief. Damn it, old bull, we have finally broken through. Moo! The two roars erupted as if years of pent-up energy had been unleashed, sending ripples through the water pool, causing it to tremble. The foundational stage is divided into early, mid, and late phases, with the final step being the formation of the golden core. If successful, one could achieve inner fasting, walk upon air, and greatly enhance their magical powers, potentially living for millennia. Yet the golden core stage was still far off, and they dared not dwell on it. For now, they were content with their foundational cultivation. Old Bull, the lifespan at the foundational stage is 400 years. We can remain in the sect, no longer wandering aimlessly and living in uncertainty. Chen Xiong said excitedly, embracing the great black bull's head. We can finally have a stable home. Mu, the great black bull, nuzzled against Chen Xiong, its eyes reflecting gratitude. They cherished stability, at least having a refuge to return to when weary in body and spirit. Old Bull, let us prepare a feast. Let us celebrate for ourselves. Mu. They leapt into the air, foregoing their swords, plunging into the water pool with a thunderous splash, sending two massive jets of water erupting. Chen Xiong's lips trembled slightly as he submerged. Both he and the great black bull understood that what truly thrilled them was not merely the breakthrough to foundational cultivation. As night fell, the sky was a tapestry of stars, shimmering with brilliance. Under the night sky, Chen Xiong sang, grilling meat over fire. A bonfire blazed, while the great black bull frolicked beside him, the sound of its bell chiming in harmony with Chen Xiong's melody. Wandering on the road, Chen Xiong nodded along, singing, the skewers sizzling in his hands, a smile perpetually gracing his face as he gazed at the great black bull. His voice crescendoed, nearly erupting into a shout. We once crossed mountains and seas, traversing through throngs of humanity. Mu. Laughing and crying, existing in the mundane. Mu. Ha ha. Mu. Chen Xiong and the great black bull erupted into laughter, the bonfire flickering with fervent light, illuminating their joyful faces. As the night deepened and silence enveloped them, the pair sat side by side, gazing at the vast expanse of stars. After much contemplation, they resolved to allocate their longevity points to enhancing their magical power, for this would yield the greatest increase in strength and allow them to gauge the threshold of foundational cultivation, determining whether they too would encounter obstacles. Their current longevity points were Strength 21, Speed 21, Essence of all things 20, Magical Power 21, Defense 11. The following day, as dawn broke, rays of sunlight cascaded down, imbued with a refreshing gentleness. Chen Xiong employed the dust removal technique on himself and the great black bull several times before standing outside the medicinal valley, smiling as he began his journey. According to the regulations of the five-element sect, upon reaching the foundational stage, one must register at their respective hall, and, as they belonged to the alchemy hall, they naturally needed to register there. However, the great black bull had concealed its foundational cultivation, presenting itself as a mere seventh layer of chi refinement. Yet spiritual beasts inherently possessed longer lifespans than their human counterparts, leaving no one to ascertain the true age of the great black bull. The alchemy hall was situated atop a peak shrouded in mist, surrounded by lush greenery, adorned with ancient architectural wonders, the air thick with the fragrance of elixirs, soothing the weary hearts of countless disciples. Chen Xiong and the great black bull proceeded leisurely, savoring the picturesque scenery. They had yet to explore many of the main peaks of the five-element sect. Chapter 64. Master Chen Xiong, Brother Chen Xiong. Brother Chen Xiong. Two voices, one male and one female, called out from behind. With a smile gracing his face, Chen Xiong turned around to see Lu Yuan and Shi Jing. Shi Jing, with his lustrous black hair and strikingly handsome eyebrows, exuded an air of elegance, dressed in the white robe of an inner sect disciple. His expression brightened at the sight of Chen Xiong, realizing that he was the only one in the sect who had a large black ox in tow. Lu Yuan, with her charming smile, had grown into a graceful young lady, though her years in the sect still lent her an air of youthful innocence. Brother Chen Xiong, what brings you to the alchemy hall? Shi Jing asked with a grin. He held a fondness for Chen Xiong every time he visited to check on the spiritual herbs. Chen Xiong's words were like a refreshing breeze. Lu Yuan gazed at Chen Xiong, her clear, bright eyes widening in surprise. His aura seemed subtly transformed. and his face bore no signs of aging. You two are now inner sect disciples. It is I who should be addressing you as brothers and sisters, Chen Xiong chuckled, glancing at them. No. Shi Jing vigorously shook his head. Brother Chen Xiong, is there an important matter that has brought you to the alchemy hall? We can guide you there. Lu Yuan, taken aback, discreetly probed Chen Xiong's cultivation level, only to find she could not discern it. She clamped her mouth in astonishment and exclaimed, Brother Chen Xiong, you have broken through. Shi Jing was momentarily stunned. He had not been paying attention to Chen Xiong's cultivation, unlike the perceptive Lu Yuan. As he reached out to investigate, he stood frozen, shock evident in his eyes as he beheld Chen Xiong. Greetings, master. They both exclaimed joyfully, bowing their heads in respect, their hearts swelling with happiness for Chen Xiong. I have indeed broken through and am on my way to register at the alchemy hall, Chen Xiong replied with a serene smile, using a surge of power to lift them lightly. This moment stirred feelings of nostalgia within him, recalling how he had once been lifted in a similar manner by Master Wei Feng. Then we shall not disturb you any longer, they chirped, excitement radiating from them. This is truly a joyous occasion. I have some insights on cultivating during the qi refinement stage to share with you both, though not particularly valuable. It is a token of my goodwill. Chen Xiong smiled as he retrieved 2 small booklets from his storage pouch. These contained the experiences he had gathered during his own cultivation, particularly since he and the large black ox had progressed steadily, yet slowly, allowing them to uncover various issues along the way. In the realm of cultivation, most individuals were driven by immediate gains. They would hastily consume pills, eager to advance all at once, in stark contrast to his own steady and contemplative approach to cultivation. Master, we can't accept such a generous gift without merit. Lu Yuan protested, stepping back in alarm, the first to voice her objection. Brother Chen Xiong, such treatment should be reserved for one's own disciples. We truly cannot accept this, Shi Jing added solemnly, bowing in respect. Although they were aware that Chen Xiong was not affluent and lacked their innate talent for cultivation, they did not underestimate the value of his insights. Mumu, the large black ox, was suddenly indignant. Its wisdom was also in those insights, and they must be accepted. I did not consider your feelings. I have made things difficult for you, Chen Xiong replied, shaking his head with a wry smile, retracting the booklets. The disciples at Weiyun sect adhered strictly to rules, unlike the more carefree and casual cultivators. Furthermore, each intersect disciple had their own master to guide them, and his interference could cause complications. You are too modest, master. They both sighed in relief upon seeing him withdraw the offer. Go on and attend to your matters, old ox, and I will meander about and ascend the mountain later, so as not to delay you, Chen Xiong said, gazing at the distant scenery with a smile, his tone imbued with tranquility and composure. Yes, master. They both bowed and nodded at the large black ox before departing. Mu, let us go, old ox. I've suddenly discovered a splendid location. Mu, look at that high ground. If we pause to admire the view, we can truly appreciate the beauty of the plains here. Hurry, Mu. They exchanged excited glances, quickening their pace towards the high ground, clearly prioritizing the view over their registration. On the path, Lu Yuan and Shi Jing walked side by side, heading towards their master's cave dwelling. Sure, brother, what kind of person do you think Master Chen Xiong is? Lu Yuan casually inquired. Master Chen Xiong, Shi Jing pondered for a moment. He is easygoing and generous indeed. He nodded firmly, feeling increasingly convinced of his assessment. I believe Master Chen Xiong is someone without much ambition. Every time I go to inspect the herb valley with the other sisters, he is often found reading. Lu Yuan's voice was like a lark, imbued with an ethereal quality. Shi Jing paused, then shook his head. When I went with the other disciples, Master Chen Xiong was busy catching chickens with the black ox, claiming he was going to prepare us a feast. Haha, Lu Yuan covered her face, laughing lightly. Master Chen Xiong has always been an amusing person. His character is quite charming. Indeed. Shi Jing sighed deeply. It seems that many of the masters and elders in the sect have lived too long, and they all possess some peculiarities. If one were to cross them, it would be quite a challenge. What are you two whispering about? A disheveled woman suddenly appeared behind them, making no sound as she approached. Both of them jumped in fright, freezing in place as cold sweat broke out on their backs. It was over. Master, what brings you out here? How uncharacteristic of you, uncharacteristic. Sure, Jing, if you don't establish your foundation within 5 years, there will be no position for you in the Wu Yun sect's kitchen. The untidy woman lifted Shi Jing effortlessly, as if he were a small chick, and began dragging him towards the cave. Lu Yuan, keep up. You're not in any better position. Are you looking for a marriage proposal? Lu Yuan's face turned crimson, speechless, as she hurriedly followed behind. Master, have some mercy on me. There are so many people around. Shi Jing yelled in despair, his dignity shattered under the public gaze. Would he ever be able to show his face at Wu Yun sect again? Humph, that is the fate of the weak. Dignity is reserved for the strong. The disheveled woman even slowed her pace, raising her slender arms higher. Having reached the foundation establishment stage, I can afford to let you off this time. Shi Jing's cries grew more desperate, losing all semblance of his former aristocratic demeanor. As he noticed the curious stares from passers-by, he vowed to break through at all costs. The three of them ambled along, accompanied by Shi Jing's lamentations, a scene that would bring tears to the eyes of listeners and sorrow to those who heard it. Lu Yuan quivered in fear, not wanting to be seized like that. Within the alchemy hall, Chen Xiong stood surrounded by several elders of the foundation establishment stage, continuously bowing and smiling as he introduced himself. It is unexpected that Brother Chen Xiong possesses such fortune. A single foundation establishment pill could facilitate a breakthrough. Truly, it is a blessing for our Wu Yun sect. The path of cultivation is indeed intertwined with fortune. Old Jing Huang, are you implying that Brother Chen Xiong, relying solely on a foundation establishment pill, is unworthy of entry into the foundation establishment stage? Humph! When did I ever harbor such intentions? Chen Xiong, do not heed the nonsensical ramblings of that old rogue. Wanzheng, this man has become utterly consumed by his obsession with alchemy. How dare you, old Jing Huang, slander me before our newly initiated junior? To the arena. Come, let us see who fears whom. The great hall, once filled with amiable discourse, now bristled with tension. Chen Xiong, drenched in sweat, along with several nearby elders, struggled to separate the two, engaging in lengthy persuasion to restore calm. The great black bull was equally distressed, repeatedly shaking its head at the two men, bewildered by their readiness to draw blades over mere words. Silence. A cold-faced woman suddenly appeared upon the high platform of the great hall, furrowing her brow as she spoke, her formidable presence overshadowing all within. Chapter 65. My indifference to conflict in the Five Elements sect. The alchemy hall stands out as the most chaotic among the main peaks, with the elders acting with utter abandon. This disarray stems not only from the alchemy hall's esteemed position within the sect, but also from the unkempt demeanor of its peak master, creating a ripple effect of disorder below. Zhua Ying, as the vice master, is deeply invested in the affairs of the alchemy hall. Senior Sister Zhua, the crowd suddenly straightened, bowing respectfully, clearly intimidated by her presence. Chen Xiong followed suit, lowering his head and swallowing hard. The vice master was at least a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Yet she appeared astonishingly youthful, exuding a captivating aura. Chen Xiong, come with me, Zhua Ying commanded, her grace undeniable. Long hair cascading down her back as she turned to the side hall. Senior brothers, I shall take my leave, Chen Xiong said, leading the great black bull and bidding farewell to the elders. Safe travels, junior brother Chen. Senior sister Zhua is quite amiable. Do not harbor too much concern. They reassured him. If it proves inconvenient, we can look after your black bull spirit beast. Their earnest words left Chen Xiong feeling uneasy as he walked away, glancing back at their expressions, uncertain of their meanings. In the side hall, Wu Ying sat regally at the head, her piercing gaze fixed intently on Chen Xiong. He forced a smile, alternating between looking up and down, sensing a psychological game at play. The great black bull, however, remained unfazed, admiring the hall's decor. Chen Xiong, hailing from the eternal spring prefecture of the Qian kingdom, you entered the Five Elements sect after failing the Immortal Ascension tournament at 9-Star Valley. You have since diligently cultivated spirit fields and even participated in the sect's grand competition, So Ying stated, her gaze unwavering. Chen Xiong felt a dryness in his throat upon hearing her recount his history. While much of it was accurate, it lacked the excitement of their adventures, joyrides, hunts, reading, and chasing mountain fowl, rendering her account somewhat dull. Your background is quite clean, with no apparent issues, she continued, seemingly satisfied with her assessment. It seems you have a fondness for cultivating spirit herbs? To be honest, senior sister, my great black bull and I are quite adept at growing spirit herbs. I thoroughly enjoy it, Chen Xiong replied, invigorated, as he and the bull appeared to hit a sweet spot. Zui Ying smiled slightly. Have you made progress in the water spirit technique? For the second layer, I truly lack interest in conflict. Apart from cultivation, my focus is solely on refining the water spirit technique, Chen Xiong declared, stepping forward and forming a hand seal, causing bubbles filled with faint spiritual energy to rise and hover in the air. Zui Ying stood up solemnly, confirming his progress to the second layer. The sect was in dire need of talents like him, which was the true purpose of her meeting with him. Every elder at the foundation establishment stage sought breakthroughs and longevity, yet few could devote the time needed to cultivate the water spirit technique. Only a handful within the sect had reached the second layer, maintaining the precious spirit herbs that were their lifeblood, sacrificing their own paths for the sect. They had previously coerced foundation establishment cultivators into practicing the water spirit technique, but none succeeded. The technique required immense patience, and the cultivation period was exceptionally long and arduous. Are you aware of anyone in the 10 great sects who has achieved the third layer of the water spirit technique? So Ying suddenly shifted the topic. Is there truly such a remarkable individual? I have expended much of my life reaching the second layer, and now my progress has slowed to a near halt. Chen Xiong exclaimed, astonished, his brow furrowing. May I inquire, senior sister, is it genuinely attainable? Indeed, the third layer of the water spirit technique can nurture countless rare spirit herbs, enabling them to thrive despite harsh growing conditions, including foundation establishment herbs, so Ying affirmed, nodding gravely. If someone within our sect could cultivate to the third layer, we would mobilize all our resources to elevate their cultivation to the golden core stage. Her words struck a chord within Chen Xiong, causing a shiver down his spine. He was relieved he hadn't revealed his own attainment of the third layer. Otherwise, not only would the entire sect cast their gaze upon him, but he might also attract the attention of rival sects intent on assassination. No, this would be far too conspicuous and perilous. It is better to focus on cultivating spirit herbs, Chen Xiong resolved internally, abandoning any ulterior motives. Senior sister, I shall devote myself fully to refining the water spirit technique. I have no other interests aside from cultivating spirit herbs, Chen Xiong declared earnestly, bowing deeply. Although my skills in combat with the old bull are lacking, I am more than willing to contribute to the sect. Very well, so Ying replied with a slight nod, harboring a flicker of hope that he would not be blinded by the limitations of his foundation establishment lifespan. With a mixed elemental root, it was nearly impossible for him to break through to the golden core stage. Junior brother Chen, her tone softened slightly. Please, senior sister, speak. Chen Xiong instinctively took a step back. Zui Ying's smile brightened. Although it is difficult for those with mixed elemental roots to break through to the golden core stage, you still have over 300 years of lifespan ahead, allowing for many meaningful endeavors. Of course, senior sister understands, Chen Xiong replied with a forced smile, though a heaviness settled in his heart. The great black bull, however, felt a surge of indignation. Was she insinuating that they had no hope and should merely toil away in the sect? They understood the reasoning, but her arrogance left no room for dignity. They had already pledged to diligently cultivate spirit herbs, yet she felt the need to add insult to injury. So Ying nodded, her demeanor shifting back to its previous coolness as she produced a set of ceremonial robes, floating them before Chen Xiong. To hold the position of elder, one must at least be at the mid-foundation establishment stage. However, since you have registered with the Alchemy Hall, you can no longer wear the garments of outer disciples. Yes, senior sister, Chen Xiong acknowledged, having noticed that the elders wore dark gray robes that exuded an air of composure. So Ying retrieved a dark gray token from her storage pouch, channeling her spiritual energy towards it as she addressed Chen Xiong. Junior brother Chen, I require a drop of your blood. Chen Sun's gaze sharpened, yet without hesitation, he extracted a drop of his essence blood and sent it soaring through the air. The dark gray token hovered momentarily before engulfing his blood, emitting a green glow as it recognized its master and returned to his hand. This token serves as a key to the floating light mystic array, granting you access to the true spirit herb garden within the sect. I shan't elaborate on the rules. Zui Ying stated, gracefully resuming her seat. For one who has cultivated the water spirit technique to the second layer, tranquility is paramount, unless in urgent matters. No one within the sect would dare intrude upon their solitude, nor would they impose restrictions on personal freedom. However, Zui Ying's voice took on a more serious tone, interrupting Chen Sun's burgeoning gratitude. The spirit herb garden is of utmost importance. If one departs the sect for 20 years within a century, they will be deemed a traitor, and the entire sect will pursue their demise. Zui Ying slightly tilted her head, looking down at Chen Sun. Though her words were harsh, they were rooted in the laws of the nation and the rules of the sect, not aimed solely at him. With the floating light mystic array safeguarding the spirit herb garden, it possessed inherent detection capabilities, making it impossible for even golden core cultivators to stealthily extract a single seed from within, as it represented one of the sect's foundational strengths. Chapter 66. Gift of the Foundation Establishment Pill. For Spirit Beast, the formation will also record the number of spiritual herbs, and should even a single herb be embezzled, the prominent figures of the Wuyun sect would personally intervene. This regulation is naturally aimed at those within the herbal garden, as they do not wish for these individuals to seek opportunities outside, like the Foundation establishment cultivators in the sect. Many have ventured out for a century, some even succumbing to accidents in the wild. Such rules also serve to protect their safety, yet they must not be too stringent, lest it stifle their aspirations. Should anyone truly commit such an act, both I, Chen Sun, and Old Niu will not let them go, Chen Sun declared resolutely, though his mind harbored no ulterior motives. Upon hearing this, Zui Ying revealed a faint smile. So, junior brother Chen Sun, would you still wish to enter the herbal garden? I shall not force you. Chen Sun internally scoffed, realizing the depth of her scheme, where each step was intricately tied to the next. With his blood already infused into the restrictive token, she now inquired about his willingness. Senior Sister Zhua, I am indeed willing, without any regrets, he replied, though hesitantly added, but if our lifespans are nearing their end, we might still find it impossible to break through. The sect will prepare for those who reach such a point, and they may even be commemorated on the sect's merit monument for future generations to pay respects. Zui Ying spoke slowly, yet with a slight sigh, lamenting that none can withstand the ravages of time. Chen Sun was taken aback, realizing her words suggested preparations for the afterlife. While he and the Great Black Bull were meant to attain immortality, observing Chen Sun's expression, Zui Ying added, of course, once all matters are settled, you may descend the mountain to resolve any lingering regrets. Senior Sister Zhua, that will be splendid. I have yet to marry and have children. Chen Sun exhaled deeply, as if a weight had been lifted from his heart. Zui Ying's expression twitched slightly. Senior Sister Zhua, junior brother Chen, please speak. Are there any benefits for us within the sect's herbal garden each year? Chen Sun gazed at her hopefully, having discussed matters without addressing compensation. They were not greedy. Even 300 contributions would suffice. Mu the Great Black Bull echoed softly, its eyes filled with anticipation for Zui Ying's response, as they were most concerned about this matter. Benefits? Zui Ying regarded Chen Sun and the Black Bull's eager expressions, her face reflecting confusion. Yearly stipends. Chen Sun lowered his head, clasping his hands together, and even licked his lips, revealing their dire financial situation, especially since it was not yet the time to sell spiritual herbs. Zui Ying's eyes brightened with understanding, chuckling lightly. Of course, once you are recognized as a Foundation establishment cultivator, you will truly belong to the Wuyun sect. The sect would never neglect its own. Recognized cultivators not only engage in significant sect affairs, but also receive 500 contributions annually. Those in positions may receive even more. The contribution hall will also offer greater exchange opportunities for recognized cultivators, including access to the sect's various heirlooms, provided they achieve notable contributions. However, recognized cultivators are typically individuals with clean backgrounds. Those who join the sect partway through their journey are often treated as guests. Zhuo Ying elaborated, observing Chen Xiong in the central chamber with a hint of exasperation. He gazed at her with deep affection. Even the spirit beast mirrored his demeanor, their eyes glistening. Chen Xiong declared loudly, "We shall dedicate ourselves wholeheartedly to the sect." Moo moo moo. The great black bull bowed its head, deeply moved. They could have simply stated this from the start without all the elaborate discussion. Zhuo Ying's demeanor suddenly turned serious as she looked at the great black bull, retrieving a luminous pill from her storage bag. This is a Foundation Establishment pill for spirit beasts. While it may not be as precious as a Foundation Establishment pill for cultivators, it is still not easy to refine. Both Chen Xiong and the great black bull were taken aback. "This is a congratulatory gift from the Alchemy Hall for your recognition, junior brother Chen Xiong. However, your contributions for the next 10 years will be allocated to the hall. Senior Sister Zhuo, this pill is of great significance to us. I shall not decline." Chen Xiong replied earnestly, stepping forward to receive the pill from the air, sincerely bowing in gratitude. "I shall never forget the kindness of the Alchemy Hall." Moo moo. The great black bull also expressed thanks in all directions, as its concerns had long caused Chen Xiong's sleepless nights, even preparing for the worst-case scenario. Zhuo Ying nodded appreciatively, her eyes reflecting satisfaction. Chen Xiong's words were sincere, without a trace of pretense, and the sect would never skimp on resources for talent. Most individuals managing the sect's herbal garden were reclusive. Some raised turtles, others fish, and some even nurtured spirit beasts, seemingly their final bastion of spiritual solace, preventing them from drifting away from the path of cultivation. Having endured countless years, the Huiyun sect had long since learned how to retain those who practiced the water spirit technique, and the great figures of the 10 major sects were even more astute, with their descendants directly taught by formidable golden core cultivators. Time-honored sects possess vast operational systems, requiring attention to multiple aspects, not merely relying on combat prowess to determine superiority. Junior brother Ruan Zheng, Zhuo Ying called gently, extending her mystical energy, her consciousness spreading outwards. Chen Xiong and the great black bull suddenly felt a tingling sensation at the scalp, realizing the immense power of her consciousness, a completely different level from early Foundation establishment. This consciousness could pierce through various disguises. Even their headgear would be rendered ineffective before it, unless it was something capable of shielding against consciousness. Otherwise, nothing could escape its scrutiny. The stronger the consciousness, the greater the advantage in combat. However, battles at the Foundation establishment level were fierce, with vast magical energy, predominantly employing area of effect spells, while consciousness typically served as a means of exploration or assistance. Yet, the common knowledge in the cultivation world is that consciousness cannot be trained to grow. It can only increase naturally with the advancement of one's cultivation. Cultivators of the same level possess similar consciousness strength. As for the leap in life stages during Foundation establishment, it is no longer comparable to the Qi refinement stage. Whether in powerful magical shields or the enhancements to the body's various fundamental abilities during Foundation establishment, they have far surpassed the disciples of the Qi refinement stage. To engage across a major realm is but a fanciful notion, and Chen Xiong understood that the disparity in such realms would only widen with the elevation of cultivation levels. Senior Sister Zhuo, Ruan Zheng, approached leisurely, his white hair and beard flowing, his complexion radiant, a celestial sword strapped to his back, and his attire remarkably simple. "You should help junior brother Chen Xiong familiarize himself at the Alchemy Hall," Zhuo Ying instructed, then turned to Chen Xiong. "In 3 days, you may activate the restriction to enter the herbal garden. It will not hinder your duties in the sect's Grand Hall." "Yes, Senior Sister Zhuo. Yes, Senior Sister Zhuo." The two cupped their hands in respect before leading the great black bull out of the side hall. Outside the Alchemy Hall, numerous disciples came and went, greeting Chen Xiong and Ruan Zheng with bows, and Chen Xiong relished the experience of being treated as a senior, eliciting envy from the great black bull. "Junior brother Chen, are you interested in the path of alchemy?" I have dabbled somewhat." "Haha, splendid. You must be aware of the Foundation establishment elixirs. I have heard a little about them. Chen Xiong smiled awkwardly, feeling somewhat at a loss. Senior brother, I am actually going to the herbal garden, not to pursue alchemy. What? Ruan Zheng's hand tightened on his beard, his face filled with shock. Junior brother, you have just broken through. Why would you go to that desolate herbal garden? There is hardly anyone there, and how will you find opportunities to advance in the sect? Senior brother Ruan, to be honest, I have already cultivated the water spirit technique to the second layer. This is the only way I can contribute to the sect. Chen Xiong replied with a gentle smile, appreciating Ruan Zheng's goodwill. One must not surrender, should you choose to pursue the path of alchemy. As Ruan Zheng paused in her discourse, Zui Ying emerged from behind them, her expression icy as she regarded Ruan Zheng. In truth, the Spirit Herb Garden is quite remarkable. It boasts a rich history and conceals spiritual veins beneath its surface, serving as the nurturing ground for countless spiritual herbs, which have undoubtedly benefited numerous cultivators of our Wuyin sect. Ruan Zheng, with a solemn demeanor and hands clasped behind her back, continued to elaborate, remarking that it is indeed a place of refined elegance, which would surely be greatly advantageous for the cultivation of Junior Brother Chen. Chapter 67. Packing up for the move. Senior Brother Ruan, what exactly needs to be done? Chen Xiong inquired with a courteous smile. Ruan Zheng, maintaining his gaze straight ahead, had already sensed that Zui Ying had departed. A sudden disinterest washed over him. He had anticipated a fortunate encounter and had hoped to enlist the assistance of this newly emerged loose cultivator disciple. The Foundation establishment stage not only endowed one with spiritual awareness, but also significantly enhanced the power of alchemical fire, enabling him to refine supplementary medicinal herbs, thus saving him considerable time, far more efficient than relying on those in the Qi refinement stage. Moreover, Chen Xiong, being a loose cultivator, seemed to lack any backing within the sect, making it easy to manipulate him. Perhaps he could even cultivate a sense of gratitude, allowing Ruan Zheng to casually mentor him and keep him as a tool at his side. This had been the primary reason for their earlier flattery towards Chen Xiong, yet they had not anticipated being outmaneuvered. The Spirit Herb Garden did not require annual submissions of spiritual herbs. If there was a need, someone would come a harvest, which could occur once every decade or even several decades. Every 20 years, elders would inspect the garden, and if any precious spiritual herbs belonging to the sect were damaged, Chen Xiong would certainly face repercussions. It was prudent to remain vigilant. A flicker of impatience crossed Ruan Zheng's eyes as he suddenly feigned surprise. Junior brother, I still have a furnace of elixirs to refine in my cave, and I completely forgot. I must take my leave. Not at all. Please do not let me delay Senior Brother Ruan's important matters, Chen Xiong replied, bowing slightly and stepping aside with the big black ox. Ruan Zheng nodded slightly, took to the skies on his sword, and departed in a hurried manner, akin to someone rushing to attend a family funeral. As they watched Ruan Zheng's figure disappear, a sense of bewilderment washed over them, and they proceeded to the herb valley to begin packing their belongings. Along the way, they encountered several disciples also preparing to move, to whom Chen Xiong responded with a warm smile. Within the herb valley, amidst the melodious chirping of birds and fragrant blossoms, Chen Xiong sat calmly in front of a waterfall with the big black ox. Mu, it's of no concern. If a man has no value, what significance does his existence hold? Chen Xiong gazed deeply into the water, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Old ox, do not overthink it. The sect has bestowed great kindness upon us, and that alone suffices. Mumu the big black ox nuzzled Chen Xiong, affirming the sentiment. Indeed, they were merely transient beings to one another, and there was no need for dark thoughts. While one must harbor no malicious intent, one cannot afford to be naive either. The true Spirit Herb Garden requires careful observation, adhering to the old ways. Moo! Moo! The big black ox exclaimed, its eyes sparkling with intelligence as it looked at Chen Xiong. Expose only 1/10,000th of one's strength, never seek the limelight, and simply live well. A slight smile appeared on Chen Xiong's lips as he regarded the big black ox, who nodded in agreement. They still had many places to explore and much knowledge to acquire. I am preparing to devise a cultivation plan for us. Over the next 300 years, we shall have much to learn, haha. Moo moo. Old ox, let us tidy up and prepare for the move. Moo! The big black ox stood up excitedly, exhaling a great puff of breath, and began gathering arrays and stones. Chen Xiong too hurried into the underground dwelling, packing pots, bowls, and their wooden carvings, becoming busy once more. Inside the cave, Chen Xiong picked up a somewhat decayed wooden carving, its chipped tail darkening with age. He sighed softly, handling it with care. This was a gift from the boss. Having been in this cultivation world for so long, I doubt I will encounter anyone like him again. A low muttering filled the cave as it was cleaned thoroughly, making it far more convenient for the next disciple to arrive. In the herb valley, Chen Xiong's voice rang out. Old ox, little chick, be gentle. We need to bring these along. Moo moo, old ox, just tie their feet with hemp rope. I'll fetch our wild boar. We caught it with great effort in the mountains 2 years ago, and it has given birth, so we must not be careless. Moo moo. Under the vast sky, a man and an ox scurried about in the herb valley, while the cave behind the waterfall was destroyed, covered in countless rubble. The spiritual herbs inside were harvested and placed into medicinal boxes, the big black ox swiftly swallowing them with its storage bag, prompting Chen Xiong to exclaim in admiration and sing, "Listen to me. Thank you for having you." The big black ox tensed, beads of sweat forming on its brow. Its ears twitched at Chen Xiong's singing, which was quite off-key. It resolved to find an opportunity to remind him later. The following day, under a radiant sun, they approached the edge of the water pool, their expressions slightly tense. Old ox, let us get to work. My spiritual awareness is already spread out. Everything is under control, Chen Xiong declared as he walked towards the distance. Moo! The big black ox bellowed, its internal energy surging as it waved its hooves. Bubbles began to rise from the water's surface, and 2 array flags suddenly shot up from the depths, revealing countless boulders beneath the water. A basic small-scale illusion array. It can conceal a small area of rubble, and with a boost from spiritual energy, it can cover a vast area of debris. Moo! The big black ox roared again, its expression serious. 3 unremarkable stones suddenly shifted, imperceptible to the naked eye as array stones. Bubbles erupted from another part of the pool, where a faint glow began to shimmer from the mud. A small whirlpool emerged, and the big black ox swiftly plunged into the water. Hidden within the mud was a medicinal box containing an ordinary century-old spiritual herb. The big black ox delicately lifted it, and with a wave of its hooves, revealed 3 hidden array flags from the mud. The bubbles in the water surged increasingly, with large clumps of mud swirling chaotically, rendering the water increasingly murky. The big black ox grinned, extending its hooves to retrieve a bag of spiritual herb seeds wrapped in the array. In a flash, it leapt out of the pool and swiftly swallowed the seeds. Moo the big black ox called to Chen Xiong, who was sitting joyfully by the water's edge. These were seed for the Foundation Establishment Elixir. Old ox, let's go. Chen Xiong shouted from a distance. Moo! The big black ox charged ahead. Today, a peculiar sight appeared at Wu Yun's sect. A Foundation Establishment cultivator was leading 2 wild boars, trailed by a gaggle of piglets and carrying a basket of chirping chicks. Beside him, the black ox spirit beast had its sides laden with mountain chickens bound at the feet, their eyes devoid of life, showing no resistance as they stared blankly at the sky. The big black ox's horns were adorned with 2 baskets of eggs, despite the rugged mountain path. It walked with unwavering steadiness. Was this senior uncle descending the mountain to attend a market? No. I believe he must be preparing for some grand spell that requires these creatures. Do not casually speculate about the senior uncle. The might of a Foundation Establishment cultivator is beyond the imagination of us Qi refinement disciples. Indeed, as many passing disciples whispered among themselves, their gazes were filled with respect. Such was the power of the predecessors. Everything they did was correct, even if they were merely clearing the roadside. Chapter 68. The Floating Light Mysterious Female Grand Array. The Huiquan Stream Spirit Herb Garden, the sect's true spirit herb garden, was situated in a secluded and rarely visited location. Deep within the mountain range, heavily guarded by Foundation Establishment cultivators on all sides, with strict security. Such concentrated spiritual energy, the true spiritual vein of Jade Bamboo Mountain Range. Before even entering, Chen Xiong was inwardly astonished. Grotto heavens were scattered all around. Arrays crisscrossed the area, and streams of light flashed by from time to time. Mu the great black ox lowed softly, a hint of unease in its heart. This was undoubtedly the most perilous yet safest place in the Five Elements sect. Chirp, chirp. Their wild boar and mountain chickens began to tremble, a primal fear causing them to squawk incessantly. Silence. Chen Xiong frowned. I brought you here to broaden your horizons. Yet you're terrified like this. As soon as he spoke, the wild boar and chickens broke out in a cold sweat, immediately falling silent. This man was even more terrifying. Old ox, look, the floating light, mysterious female grand array. Mu? They gazed skyward, stunned by the spectacle. It was an extraordinary sight, a curtain of light, as magnificent as the aurora borealis, resembling a beautiful pillar erected in the air, then suddenly transforming into an unfurled canopy. It enveloped a mystical place, graceful yet unfathomable, inspiring awe. The great black ox was inwardly stirred, its eyes wide as copper bells. This was the legendary Grand Array. One day, it would create an even more formidable one. Suddenly, several divine senses swept over them unreservedly. Chen Xiong's eyes narrowed, and he held up the restriction token, saying, Old ox, let's go. Two mid-foundation establishment cultivators sat cross-legged before the array, one on the left and one on the right. Their eyes, which had been closed, snapped open, fixing on the figures before them with a hint of surprise. This person possesses a certain wisdom, a peculiar individual. Greetings, fellow cultivators. I am here to cultivate spirit herbs, having already reported to the main hall, Chen Xiong said with a polite smile, handing over the restriction token. So, you're a junior from the alchemy hall. The two exchanged glances, cautiously taking the token and probing it with their divine senses. No issues. Junior's assigned location is the Zhun position, Huiquan Stream's spirit herb garden. One of them returned the token to Chen Xiong. The herb gardens are not to be entered indiscriminately. A restriction token only unlocks one location. Thank you, fellow cultivators. Chen Xiong expressed his gratitude. Had these two not exuded an air of detachment from worldly affairs, he might have offered them a mountain chicken. Go on, Junior Chen, they said calmly, before resuming their cultivation on either side. Chen Xiong narrowed his eyes slightly. They knew his name. This restriction token was more complex than it appeared. They were also reminding him not to cause trouble in the herb garden. He nonchalantly led the great black ox and the livestock into the array, disappearing from sight. Old ox, calm yourself. Mu the moment Chen Xiong and the great black ox stepped inside, an anomaly occurred. Countless gazes probed them, and the essence of all things within their bodies issued constant warnings. After the time it takes to burn an incense stick, the probes finally ceased. Chen Xiong looked up at the sky, where streams of light swirled, as if they were inside a colorful glass dome, isolated from the world, while the outside remained invisible. The surroundings were shrouded in a dense mist that even divine sense could not penetrate beyond half a mile. Everything was peaceful and serene, but the spiritual energy here was invigorating. Such concentrated spiritual energy, truly a spiritual vein, Chen Xiong said to the great black ox with delight. This was their first time experiencing a spiritual vein. He wondered what grade it was. Spiritual veins in the cultivation world were divided into 9 grades, based on quality and size, with the first grade being the best and the 9th the lowest. They were incredibly useful and could even give rise to spirit stone mines. However, legend spoke of spiritual veins even superior to the first grade, though no one had ever seen them. Even first grade spiritual veins had vanished, let alone those beyond. Moo, 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 the great black ox cheered. It didn't matter what grade it was. They were bound to profit. Heh, old ox. I once read in a book that the appearance of a 5th grade spiritual vein was enough to spark wars in the cultivation world, Chen Xiong said casually. He didn't know if it was true, but he would study spiritual veins in the future. Perhaps they would stumble upon a 1st grade spiritual vein while traveling the mountains and rivers. Moo, moo, the great black ox nudged Chen Xiong, lifting its head. That's a given, with all our merit. Spiritual veins not only accelerated cultivation, but also provided exceptionally pure spiritual energy, enhancing breakthroughs. They were coveted by countless cultivators and were the root of many conflicts. Old Ox, let's go to Huiquan Stream and check in. Moo. Chen Xiong channeled a stream of magic power into the restriction token in his hand. The surrounding mist slowly dissipated, revealing a narrow path that stretched out of sight. They began to walk leisurely, bantering and chuckling, their strange laughter sending shivers down the spines of the two wild boars behind them. The Huiquan Stream Spirit Herb Garden, located at the Zhun position within the Grand Array, was surrounded by a vast expanse of white mist that obscured everything. Even the path they walked was quickly enveloped in mist. Moo. The great black ox nudged Chen Xiong warily, sensing that their direction was changing. If they tried to return the way they came, they would surely get lost. It's fine. We're not here to do anything bad. Relax, Chen Xiong said with a smile. Patting the great black ox. After spending so much time with him, it had grown so perceptive. He was pleased. Moo the great black ox grinned, as if to say, "That's right, we're good people." The restriction token hovered in the air, seemingly sinking into a membrane, and the expansive view of Huiquan Stream was revealed to Chen Xiong and the great black ox. Whoa, Moo, chirp. They were all frozen in place, even the piglet's eyes widened. What a wondrous sight. It was as if they had always wanted to wander through every corner of their hearts, basking in the morning's dreams and the radiant sunshine, even illuminating the darkest recesses. Scattered throughout the herb garden were various exotic spear herbs, some growing in the gently flowing mountain stream, others in the few spirit fields. They stood on the vibrant grassland, feeling as if they were in a vast green ocean. Though enveloped by arrays, a refreshing breeze still blew through. Chen Xiong collapsed onto the ground. I'm going to lie down. I just want to quietly admire the blue sky and white clouds. The piglets began to frolic, disappearing into the grass, their figures occasionally vanishing from sight. Sometimes they would stand still, as if savoring the boundless joy. The great black ox also began to run, even nibbling on the grass. The mountain chickens on either side squawked anxiously, "Big brother, let us run too." The spirit herb garden stretched out beneath the sky, 1,000 miles of unbroken green. Small hills dotted the landscape, also covered in verdant growth. It was as if a massive painting had been unfurled between heaven and earth, green in its purest form. Green to the farthest reaches, boundless and limitless, leaving one with a sense of emptiness like a still ocean. Several silver-white flowers bloomed atop the hills, emitting a faint white light. Emerald streams flowed everywhere, seemingly flowing into the clouds. The herb garden was tranquil. A gentle breeze stirred the grass, creating waves that rippled across the land, making it exceptionally pleasant. Chen Xiong lay on the grass, a faint smile on his face, his gaze following the mountain stream as it snaked through the verdant fields, heading toward nowhere. When the clouds come, the grassland turns dark green when the wind rises. Green waves surge. In this labor, Chen Xiong and the mighty black bull engaged in a tussle, each eager to demonstrate the formidable power of the fireball technique. The venerable bull, the sanctuary for the aged. No, rather, the sacred ground for cultivation. Chen Xiong slowly rose, releasing a deep sigh of relief. Moo! The black bull called out from afar, its mouth still full of grass. Old bull, let us get started. We need to construct chicken coops and pig pens. This is of utmost importance. With urgency, they began to fell trees. Though these ancient trees towered majestically, they were no match for Chen Xiong's mountain-splitting axe. Meanwhile, the black bull began dragging the timber in search of a favorable location. Within the mountain's walls lay not only several caverns, but also traces of prior cultivation, suggesting recent activity. Yet this was to be expected. Managing a single herb garden already demanded significant contributions, and overseeing two would be no different. No one would willingly invite such complications into their lives. Chen Xiong recognized all the rare spiritual herbs present here, and to his astonishment, he even discovered 2 foundational elixirs and their auxiliary herbs. Holding the mountain-splitting axe, he sighed deeply. The abundance of spiritual herbs here paled in comparison to that of the medicinal valley. Truly, this was a task that was both light and rewarding, plunging him into a profound sense of secret delight. Although they were not prodigies of cultivation, Talent is cherished in any realm, ensuring that they would never go hungry. Chapter 69. Where is the spirited Ji Kuan? Old bull, I entrust the spiritual herbs to you, Chen Xiong called out, producing a small booklet. I shall commence our customized cultivation plan. The pursuit of knowledge is endless, haha. They have yet to begin with basic spells, formations, or rune inscriptions, and most importantly, they lack cultivation techniques. Eventually, we must procure a foundational technique for the foundation establishment phase. Moo moo, the great black bull replied nonchalantly. It's a trivial matter. Chen Xiong buried the restriction talisman at the entrance of the Huiquan Gorge, cautious of any unclean entities. Prudence is never misplaced. However, it is remarkable that our foundation establishment pills can enhance one's cultivation. If not for the absence of techniques, we would have already soared to great heights. Darn it, these pills should not be consumed recklessly. Without the correct operational route, the pure medicinal energy nearly ruptured several of our meridians. Fortunately, we added defenses, preventing any significant mishaps. We must never act so carelessly again. We have yet to reach the level of creating our own techniques. Chen Xiong mused internally, recognizing the exceptional value of their foundation establishment pills, which surpassed those of the same phase. He pondered how far their enhancement could go. It would be splendid if it could continue indefinitely. He gazed skyward, observing the formations still in operation, yet no longer probed them, leaving him with a lingering sense of insecurity. Patience is key. Some matters should not be hastily revealed, and it is wise to observe gradually. A slight smile graced Chen Xiong's lips as his attention returned to the booklet, particularly captivated by the basic 5 elements escape technique. These rare spiritual herbs do not require daily nurturing by the water spirit technique, yet their consumption is immense, even with only 100 herbs. Nurturing them once consumes a portion of their mana, though they can be left unattended for years. This is merely under the controlled application of the water spirit technique. If exerted to its full extent, the extraordinary spiritual energy within the water could nurture these herbs for over a decade. The great black bull had also attempted to use a layer of the water spirit technique for nurturing, but the herbs showed no reaction, akin to ordinary water poured upon them. Over time, the medicinal properties would dissipate and wither, as this was not their true growth environment. However, the peculiar spiritual energy within the water spirit technique is vastly different from that of the natural world. Chen Xiong possessed a keen sensitivity towards minor spells. Yet now is not the time for thorough research. They each began to busy themselves, preparing to properly cultivate the Huiquan Gorge, which would serve as their residence for the next century, demanding utmost diligence. Time swiftly passed, and a month later, Chen Xiong led the great black bull out of the herb garden. Numerous probing gazes came forth, yet after exiting the formation, his fellow disciples ceased their scrutiny. The once-in-20 years journey to the southern Dipper Mountain was drawing near, with the Wuyun sect welcoming many new disciples each year, while many elders silently descended the mountain. They often exchanged glances, one brimming with youthful vigor, the other bearing the weight of age. The elders seemed to glimpse his former self, while the youth felt an invigorated determination, vowing to avoid such a fate in his later years. Amid the mountains lay numerous caves and wooden houses for the Qi refinement disciples. An elderly man, just past his 60th birthday, sat within his abode, packing his belongings. His hair was slightly grizzled, yet his physique remained robust, his eyes bright and spirited. Though his visage bore the marks of time, it was evident that in his youth, he was undeniably handsome. This man was Ji Kuan. His vitality had not yet waned. Most Qi refinement practitioners could live to be 100, differing greatly from ordinary mortals. And he still clung to hope, determined to join this year's journey to the southern Dipper Mountain. The sect had relaxed its rules for experienced disciples, and Ji Kuan naturally found his name on the list. Knock, knock. A series of knocks echoed from outside. Ji Kuan furrowed his brow, a flicker of wariness crossing his mind. With the journey to the southern Dipper Mountain imminent, he hoped for no unforeseen events. Rising slowly, he approached the door, and upon seeing the figure before him, he stood frozen, astonished, like a piece of wood. What met his gaze was a smiling face. identical to that of the ambitious young man he had encountered aboard the flying vessel years ago, unchanged in the slightest. "Chun, Master Uncle," Ji Kun murmured bitterly, bowing his head with a smile. His appearance remained youthful, indicating a successful foundation establishment. He had long heard of practitioners returning to their youthful forms or retaining their original appearance upon breaking through their realms, all stemming from one's mindset. As the years flowed by, time became disjointed. It seemed that Chen Xiong was thriving, not languishing as he had. A wave of bittersweet memories washed over him. His own failures were painful, yet the success of others weighed heavily on his heart, causing Ji Kun to seem even more hunched. They had grown distant, now carrying an air of unfamiliarity. Distant mountains and near ridges blurred together. As he looked around, the landscape appeared as though countless moths fluttered amidst the peaks and valleys, transforming the world into shades of gray. The first snow of the Yuzhu mountain range fell silently, blanketing everything. Yi Kun. After a lengthy hesitation, Chen Xiong finally spoke his name. "Haha, Master Uncle Chen's visit truly graces my humble abode," Ji Kun said with a beaming smile. Having lost much of his former sharpness, now appearing considerably more diplomatic. "Please, enter." The cold wind swept through, rattling the nearly shattered door. While Chen Xiong nodded gently and stepped inside. The room was sparsely furnished, with merely a bed and a table, both quite old and reminiscent of Ji Kun himself. "I did not expect Master Uncle's arrival," Ji Kun said respectfully, hesitating as the cold wind tousled his graying hair, revealing the drafty nature of the room. "I came to see an old friend," Chen Xiong replied calmly, surveying the surroundings without directly looking at Ji Kun. Ji Kun's heart trembled at those words. After a prolonged silence, he forced a smile, saying, "To be friends with Master Uncle Chen is indeed my honor." Chen Xiong slowly turned to face Ji Kun, who wore a bitter, sycophantic smile, his eyes darting nervously. "Over these years, I have heard that you have not fared well in the outer sect," Chen Xiong remarked. "Master Uncle's words are heavy. So many years have passed," Ji Kun replied, lowering his head, his gray robe appearing glaringly out of place. Though they stood before each other, they felt worlds apart, no longer belonging to the same realm. "Did you never think to seek me out? I am aware of my limited talent, and did not wish to burden Master Uncle." "Kun," Chen Xiong suddenly shouted, startling the great black bull outside, causing it to shudder. Ji Kun merely stood there with a sorrowful smile, his eyes crinkling with the weight of age. The snow-laden wind howled through the wooden cabin, intensifying its chill against his time-worn face. "Ji Kun, have you truly fallen so low?" Chen Xiong frowned, his chest rising and falling with barely contained anger. "Where's your spirit? I must tell you, I was quite displeased with you back on the green cliff sculpture." "Moo!" The great black bull bellowed in support from behind, recalling how Ji Kun had ignored them during that encounter. Hearing this, Ji Kun felt an even deeper sorrow. Indeed, they had come to insult him. "Master Uncle Chen, please forgive me, You, what nonsense are you spouting?" Chen Xiong retorted, his robes billowing without wind, a surge of mana erupting forth, rattling the shabby wooden cabin, threatening its very structure. Ji Kun staggered backward from the force of the wind, his hair disheveled, crashing against the wall with a muffled groan. Anger began to creep into his expression. "Master Uncle, why must you humiliate me? I am in this state. What more do you want?" Chen Xiong's expression grew increasingly furious as he swayed, gripping Ji Kun's robe with one hand and bellowing, "My senior brother Ji from back then was nothing like this. He was a figure akin to an elder brother, not some soulless wretch like you." The eyes of the great black bull widened in astonishment. After all these years, he had never witnessed Chen Xiong in such a fit of rage. "Ha ha ha!" Ji Kun trembled with laughter, his eyes reddening with tears, laughter tinged with profound sorrow. There was no trace of the spirited Ji Kun. He was merely a provincial figure from the realm of cultivation, limited by his narrow perspective. Chapter 70. One will not remain alone forever, cursed be your laughter. With a resounding thud, Chen Xiong struck towards Ji Kun's flank, creating a terrifying gaping hole in the wall behind him, through which the biting wind howled incessantly. Ji Kun, drenched in cold sweat, finally managed to regain his composure. Feeling the chill of the wind that swept over him, instilling a sudden sense of dread. Chen Xiong slowly raised his fist once more. The furious surge of his spiritual power relentlessly crashing against Ji Kuan, as if aiming to deliver a fatal blow. With a steely glare, Ji Kuan's eyes narrowed, and he unleashed a punch in retaliation. The force of his strike was met with a sudden halt, mere inches from Ji Kuan's face, causing his grayish-white hair to whip back violently. Yet, Ji Kuan did not flinch. He stared unblinkingly at Chen Xiong, his voice calm and steady. "Master Chen, please lower your hand." Chen Xiong took a step back, lowering his hand, his expression still devoid of warmth. "I shall visit the South Dipper Mountain's secret realm." "I am aware," Ji Kuan replied. "Many events transpired there years ago, and I do not wish to involve you." "Is it resolved?" "It is," Ji Kuan admitted, though he felt he could no longer remain among the outer disciples. His demeanor was somber, revealing the signs of age. He gazed at Chen Xiong, his expression softening. "I did not expect you to remember me. Congratulations on your foundation establishment. Please have a seat." The howling wind continued to rush through the gaping hole. Yet the two men sat across from each other at a wooden table, while the great black bull hesitantly poked its head through the doorway, still shaken by Chen Xiong's earlier display of power. Suddenly, the tension dissipated, and they began conversing as if nothing had occurred. Ji Kuan recounted how after leaving with his junior sister, he had found the one who had fled, insisting that Ji Kuan hand over the spiritual herbs for safekeeping. Naturally, Ji Kuan refused, and their tempers flared, resulting in a fierce confrontation, during which his junior sister joined in, ultimately slaying the coward in the South Dipper Mountain. The one who had teamed up with them was no weakling. He was a colleague from the outer disciples and a distant relative of an elder. However, upon returning, Ji Kuan's junior sister abruptly betrayed them, accusing him of harming a fellow sect member. She twisted the narrative, claiming that they had gathered the spiritual herbs together, only to be ambushed by Ji Kuan. In a desperate bid for self-preservation, she resorted to compromising with Ji Kuan to secure her position. Ji Kuan, indeed, had acted somewhat recklessly. Unlike Chen Xiong, he had taken many of the coward's belongings, effectively incriminating himself. Fortunately, he managed to assert that it had been the work of another sect, preventing the situation from escalating further. Not only within the Weiyun sect, but across all sects, there were strict prohibitions against harming fellow disciples, yet they could not solely rely on the word of his junior sister. However, under the elder's manipulation, Ji Kuan's contributions and spiritual herbs were unjustly attributed to her. Most foundation establishment elders were inherently cold, and since Ji Kuan was not their own son, they merely sought to regain their lost face at his expense. Those years had been hard for Ji Kuan, but with the sect protection, he managed to escape unscathed. Nonetheless, he bore the notoriety of being a traitor, causing former friends to distance themselves, making it exceedingly difficult to secure a position within the sect. In such dire straits, he could not dare to approach Chen Xiong, fearing he might bring harm to his eternally cheerful junior brother, who always led the Great Black Bull. He endured humiliation and suffering, plotting for the next expedition to South Dipper Mountain in 20 years, determined to make his final stand. "Brother Ji, if you return from South Dipper Mountain, you shall still be my elder brother." "Master Chen, this allow me to finish," Chen Xiong interjected, his expression earnest as he retrieved a small booklet and a magical artifact from his storage bag. "This is a high-grade yellow-tier artifact, worth 2,000 contribution points. The booklet contains my insights from South Dipper Mountain, which will assist you in securing those 3 pivotal spiritual herbs." Ji Kuan was taken aback, rising abruptly. "This cannot be. Chen Xiong, you owe me nothing. The 2,000 contributions are what you owe me. If you can return with the foundation herbs, I shall await you at the foot of the mountain, personally delivering to you the foundation establishment elixir." Chen Xiong spoke each word with gravity, slowly lifting his gaze to meet Ji Kuan's. A sudden smile broke upon his face. "We both hail from the 9-Star Valley. It is only natural that we look out for one another." This familiar phrase resonated in Ji Kuan's mind, reminding him of the very words he had spoken to Chen Xiong when they first arrived at Weiyun sect. He was astonished that Chen Xiong had remembered them all these years. Ji Kuan seemed unable to contain himself any longer. trembling as he reflected on the peaks and valleys of his life, ultimately realizing who his true friends were. Bowing his head, his eyes glistened with unshed tears, his lips quivering. The world of cultivation was magnificent and vibrant. One would not remain forever alone. In the midst of fierce competition, I am not isolated. I fight against fate, striving for longevity for reasons unknown. A passage from an ancient tome surfaced in Ji Kuan's mind, sending shivers down his spine. He slowly turned to Chen Xiong, their eyes locking, and he nodded solemnly, discarding all pretense. What was that woman's name? Su Yedong. If Brother Ji cannot return, I shall handle this matter for you. In her disappearance, the sect will find no trace. Do you truly believe I, Chen Xiong, am a paragon of virtue? Chen Xiong rose, revealing a chilling demeanor that Ji Kuan had never witnessed before. If Brother Ji returns, I will not interfere in your affairs with her. Ji Kuan took a deep breath, suddenly seeing Chen Xiong in a new light. I understand. Sometimes, the bonds between men need not be excessively verbalized. Chen Xiong nodded slightly and turned to leave, pausing at the door to say, Brother Ji, I will await you at the mountain's foot. You shall not be disappointed. Ji Kuan's eyes sharpened, sensing an unexplainable surge of power coursing through him. Ah, this is the Ji Kuan I know. With a soft murmur, Chen Xiong led the great black bull away, disappearing from view. Brother Ji, I shall return to help you mend the cabin. Old Bull and I will go gather wood. Boo! In the distance, two voices echoed, their steps resolute amid the wind and snow. Ji Kuan clenched his fists, gazing into the horizon, his veins bulging with determination. This time, he would prevail. He would not let them downtime pass swiftly, and May arrived once more. The Wuyun sect resonated with the sound of bells. As 5 majestic eagle cries pierced the air, 5 formidable Qingya eagles soaring into the sky. They circled gracefully, their piercing eyes scanning the ground, heading towards the sect master peak. The once-in-20 years expedition to South Dipper Mountain was finally underway. Chen Xiong stood at the foot of the mountain, holding the great black bull, gazing calmly at the sky. Old Bull, let us proceed. As they made their way outward, preparing to visit an important individual at the sect's market, disciples in the Qi refinement stage lingered about, casting glances at the heavens, discussing the upcoming South Dipper journey. Unbeknownst to them, a certain uncle was leading a black bull past them. Chapter 71. A tranquil stroll amidst the clouds of mundanity, the Xianzhu Fang Market, nestled beyond the Yuzhu mountain range, serves as one of the outer markets for the Wuyun sect, a bustling hub for numerous wandering cultivators and disciples from various sections. To gain entry to this market, one must traverse a vast expanse of towering bamboo groves, where a mere mortal might easily lose their way. As the gentle breeze sweeps through, the bamboo forest sways gracefully, producing a rhythmic rustling sound akin to enchanting melodies wafting through the air. Upon spotting a solitary figure, the scattered cultivators and sect disciples are taken aback, hastily bowing and making way. The individual, however, responds with a warm smile, exuding kindness, while leading a black bovine spirit beast by its tether. Clad in a grayish-blue robe emblematic of the Wuyun sect, he is undoubtedly a foundational stage cultivator of the esteemed sect. Upon emerging from the bamboo thicket, a vibrant scene unfolds, revealing an array of meticulously constructed pavilions, bustling with activity, where small-scale auctions are frequently held. The wandering cultivators exhibit a keen sense of vigilance. Although the market is secure, the outside world remains unpredictable, and many pass by in haste. Chen Xiong chuckles softly, reminded of his former self, as he observes these individuals living precariously, much like he once did. The black bull glances around, feeling a newfound sense of authority. No longer do they face scrutinizing gazes. Instead, they are met with respect, prompting the black bull to sway its tail in contentment. Let us proceed to the talisman shop within the sect, Chen Xiong remarks. The black bull nudges him playfully, and together they stride confidently through the market, unencumbered by the need for disguise. At the Shifeng talisman shop, patrons bustle about, and business thrives. However, at the shop's periphery, a middle-aged man is seen reprimanding several disciples, his words laced with frustration, leaving the young ones visibly irritated. The man, appearing to be in his 50s, has reached the 10th level of qi refinement, exuding an air of righteousness and vitality, his speech tinged with a sense of disappointment. After a while, the middle-aged man concludes his lecture, and the Wuyun sect disciples flee as if from a storm, murmuring their discontent. He shakes his head, contemplating the fleeting nature of time, lamenting that they failed to seize the opportunity for cultivation before it slips away. As the years pass, the marks of time etch themselves upon his face, yet his spirit remains unwavering. Lu Feng, Chen Xiong greets with a smile, bowing respectfully. Surprised, the man looks across the street, his face lighting up with joy. Chen Xiong, Master Uncle, he exclaims. The scene is peculiar, as a middle-aged man refers to a remarkably youthful youth as Master Uncle. Kulme, I cannot believe you have broken through to the foundational stage. What splendid news. Lu Feng's face beams like a blooming chrysanthemum as he rushes over, grasping Chen Xiong's hand and the bull's tether. Quickly, come inside. Wait. The black bull lets out a loud moo as they are enthusiastically dragged along, reminiscent of their first day at the Wuyun sect when this very senior was equally welcoming. In the courtyard, Chen Xiong settles onto a stone bench while Lu Feng stands beside him, hands clasped, hesitant to take a seat. Please sit, Lu Feng. Yes, Master Uncle, he replies, his voice slightly hoarse. As they sit facing each other, a sense of nostalgia and joy envelopes them. Why have you come down from the mountain so early? You still have ample time ahead, and I believe you are capable of reaching foundational stage as well. Chen Xiong inquires, puzzled, as he has not observed any signs of despair from Lu Feng. Master Uncle, you may not be aware, but the law enforcement hall has an age restriction for qi refinement disciples. One cannot exceed 50 years. But you could continue your cultivation in other halls, Chen Xiong suggests. Ah, Master Uncle, my ambitions lie elsewhere. Lu Feng gently shakes his head, speaking earnestly. I am but a four-element root, having been discovered by my master and nurtured by the Wuyun sect. My prowess in combat is lacking, and I cannot even rank within the top 5,000 of the sect's grand competition. If I were to remain within the sect, it would merely be a waste of resources for cultivation. I have never aspired for a foundational stage. My greatest wish is to encourage my younger brothers and sisters to cultivate diligently. Lu Feng smiles broadly, his eyes filled with contentment at seeing Chen Xiong succeed in his foundational stage. Chen Xiong finds his words caught in his throat, feeling that anything he says now seems inadequate. Indeed, Lu Feng is truly exceptional. I fear I have fallen short. Witnessing your mindset brings me peace. Chen Xiong replies with a warm smile. There is no need for concern, Master Uncle. Not all cultivators pursue immortality, and I harbor no regrets, Lu Feng reassures him. Indeed, life may present us with numerous encounters and events, yet as long as we can glean wisdom from them, that is sufficient. Chen Xiong suddenly bows in congratulatory gesture, acknowledging Lu Feng's newfound understanding. The two burst into hearty laughter, leaving the black bull bemused. What are you two conversing about in such a cryptic manner? As they meander through the tranquil courtyard, reminiscing about the past, Chen Xiong patiently listens to Lu Feng's tales. Eventually, after a lengthy discourse, Chen Xiong and the black bull prepare to take their leave. Master Uncle, Black Bull, time slips away so swiftly. Do not become too immersed in trivial pursuits. Lu Feng calls after them, his expression tinged with urgency. Chen Xiong turns with flair, bowing and laughing heartily. Chen Xiong shall remember. The black bull also turns back to moo in agreement, affirming its promise. As they depart from the market, Lu Feng gazes at their receding figures for a long moment, finally sighing softly before returning to the talisman shop to prepare for selecting a fortunate disciple. With Chen Xiong as an exemplar, he muses on which young one will dare to squander their time and neglect their cultivation. Chen Xiong and the black bull return to the herbal garden, diligently tending to the cultivation of spiritual herbs, primarily observing the intricacies of the floating light mysterious array, with no distractions to divert them. They raise mountain chickens and wild boars, eagerly perusing the comprehensive guide to basic celestial materials and treasures, their mouths watering at the sight of its treasures. Among the items mentioned are gung metal, which enhances the sharpness of crafted artifacts, and 8 treasure red gold, which remarkably boost the affinity between one's internal energy and artifacts, amplifying their potency. Furthermore, the Xian ice jade liquid, which aids in refining one's vision, possesses the remarkable ability to unveil hidden truths, even revealing certain restrictions with clarity. There is also a substance known as illusory true stone cream, which has the potential to enhance physical strength. If utilized for the bull's horns, it would render them invincible, unbreakable by any force. Seated atop a hill in the herbal garden, Chen Xiong and the black bull survey the verdant expanse below. Old bull, this is truly extraordinary. My horizons have expanded immensely. I never realized the realm of cultivation held such wonders, Chen Xiong exclaims, pointing excitedly at various entries in the book. The black bull, too, is mesmerized, and this merely scratches the surface of what lies ahead. Chen Xiong finally comprehends that iron essence is merely the most basic material for crafting artifacts. His journey with a mountain-splitting axe is far from complete. Lost in their reverie, they alternate between lamenting the unattainability of certain items and laughing at the prospect of one day acquiring them. Their excitement grows, echoing through the herbal garden, sending the mountain chickens and wild boars into a frenzy. The path to immortality is long and winding, filled with both uncertainty and splendor. Chapter 72. Logging enlightens our thoughts, old bull. Let us venture to the alchemy hall. It seems the elders could use the assistance of Foundation establishment practitioners. Chen Xiong smiled at the great black bull, expressing that they sought no reward, merely the opportunity to learn more about alchemy from their senior brothers. Moo the great black bull nodded repeatedly, as they too had their tasks in the spirit herb garden, and the elders could not simply retain them. Chen Xiong prepared himself and began to lead the great black bull towards the alchemy hall. The guardians outside the grand formation paid them little heed. As long as they did not venture too far, it was merely a trifle. This was not a prison, after all. Upon finding Elder Jing Huang within the alchemy hall, Chen Xiong expressed his willingness to assist in alchemy without compensation, hoping to learn something in the process. To his delight, Elder Jing Huang was overjoyed, stroking his beard and proclaiming that with Chen Xiong's mindset, he was certainly destined for the golden core stage. It was indeed a stroke of fortune. Foundation establishment practitioners were far busier than their qi refining counterparts, often holding their noses high. Moreover, the fact that it was voluntary meant he wouldn't even have to provide Chen Xiong with the spirit stones necessary for replenishing his depleting magical power. Most importantly, he could utilize Chen Xiong's spiritual consciousness, which was far more useful than his named disciples, thus significantly increasing the success rate of pill refinement. However, Chen Xiong had laid down 3 rules. He had his duties in the herb garden and could not come too frequently. Elder Jing Huang, equally straightforward, insisted that they were all fellow disciples of the alchemy hall, and such formalities were unnecessary. He would never impose upon Chen Xiong to do more than he wished. Chen Xiong was quite pleased. Indeed, one could converse easily within a department such as this. Had he ventured to the artifact hall, he would likely have been expelled. The 5 Elements sect was strictly governed, unlike the carefree days of a small mountain village. For half a month, Chen Xiong remained in a certain alchemy chamber, while the great black bull read nearby. Elder Jing Huang provided him with numerous low-tier spirit herbs for refinement, and the resulting elixirs satisfied Elder Jing Huang greatly. They were simply more effective than those produced by his disciples. However, he had never taught Chen Xiong any alchemical techniques, as such knowledge was a legacy. He merely offered guidance on some basic alchemical principles, which Chen Xiong found sufficient. For instance, while enjoying tea in Elder Jing Huang's cave abode, Chen Xiong found his spiritual consciousness depleted and in need of time to recover. This was the first time Elder Jing Huang had invited him for a visit. Elder Jing, is it possible to refine more than 1 batch of Foundation establishment pills from the primary spirit herb? Chen Xiong exclaimed in astonishment, realizing the incredible opportunity. Elder Jing Huang chuckled, shaking his head. Why does it seem like you are unaware of so much, junior brother? Certainly, if the herb's potency is too overwhelming, it can greatly affect the outcome of the pill refinement. The Foundation establishment pill is one such example. For instance, if a spirit herb takes 30 years to yield 1 pill, and you attempt to use one that has matured for 300 years. What do you think the result would be? The potency of the pill would increase greatly? Chen Xiong pondered, recalling his own experiences with such miscalculations. Junior brother, you are overthinking it. That would only result in the pill disintegrating, as it could not withstand such overwhelming potency. Elder Chen Xiong laughed heartily, enjoying the conversation. When the water is full, it spills over. When the moon is full, it wanes. Extremes lead to reversals. And the same applies to the spirit herbs of heaven and earth. Now I understand. I have learned much from you, Elder. Had it not been for your guidance, I might have remained oblivious my entire life. Chen Xiong wiped the sweat from his brow, increasingly aware of the misguided paths he had taken. It was perplexing why the herbs in the garden were not allowed to continue growing. Now he understood the reason. Elder Chen Xiong smiled gently, refilling Chen Xiong's cup with spirit tea. He had other matters to attend to, and inviting Chen Xiong was also a means of expressing his gratitude. Elder Chen, I shall not impose further, Chen Xiong said as he rose, cupping his hands in respect. Very well, I shall not keep you further, junior brother. Should you have any queries, feel free to visit my cave. Elder Chen Xiong replied calmly, appreciating Chen Xiong's sense of propriety and discretion regarding the alchemical path. With a gentle smile, Chen Xiong turned to leave, glancing at the great black bull outside the cave, who was pondering over a large pile of timber. He paused and called back, Elder Jing, where are those wooden logs outside? Those are the wood from the crane spirit tree, used for crafting medicine boxes or preserving pills. They can be found abundantly throughout the Jade Bamboo mountain range. What? Chen Xiong's eyes widened in disbelief as a wave of realization washed over him. He had been a fool for so many years. His eyelids twitched violently, his body convulsed, and he collapsed to the ground in shock. Junior brother Chen, moo! On the way back, the great black bull carried Chen Xiong, who gazed vacantly at the sky, feeling as though ants were crawling all over him. His anger continued to swell, and the mountain axe at his waist glinted ominously. The great black bull frequently glanced back at Chen Xiong, realizing they had truly suffered a loss. They had been so impoverished back then that selling a spirit herb meant they had to reclaim the medicine box. It was only now revealed that such spirit trees were abundant in places rich in spiritual energy, and the disparity of emotions was overwhelming. Old bull, Chen Xiong suddenly shouted from the bull's back. Let's chop down trees. Damn it, for now on everything. Our bowls, spoons, pig pens, chicken coops, and all else shall be crafted from the crane spirit tree. How else can we attain enlightenment and cultivate? We can no longer live like this. Moo moo. The two, filled with righteous indignation, plunged into the mountains, wielding their mountain axe with ferocity, the sounds of crashing echoing through the range. Chen Xiong and the great black bull carried a massive load of timber back to the spirit herb garden, their path marked by astonished gazes from passing disciples who speculated that this senior uncle must be about to practice some grand wood-based sorcery. Outside the spirit herb garden, the foundation-building guardians were shaken by the sight. What a peculiar sight it was! A figure with shoulders laden with enormous circular logs, and the great black bull bearing several more. If one were to look from afar, they might have mistaken them for two colossal logs in motion. Junior brother, what is your intention? One could not help but inquire. Are you seeking to cultivate mundane martial arts in the realm of cultivation? Senior brother, we mean no harm. Logging enlightens our thoughts. Chen Xiong's forehead twitched, a smile breaking through as he nodded. Old bull, let us proceed. Moo. The great black bull responded in agreement, though separated by a distance. The guards could only shake their heads and sigh, for those who could cultivate the water spirit art to the second layer indeed possessed some peculiarities. In the days that followed, Chen Xiong and the great black bull added a new pastime, logging in the mountains. Their spirit herb garden became filled with crane spirit tree timber, piling higher and higher, the anger within their hearts gradually dissipating as they began crafting various tools. The sounds of clattering resonating throughout the Huiquan stream spirit herb garden. As time flowed on, Chen Xiong and the great black bull no longer felt the probing power of the formation, yet they remained cautious, diligently attending to their responsibilities. Chapter 73. He harbored no regrets, and we naturally do not either today. Under a bright sky, the resounding cry of eagles pierced the air, as 5 azure cliff eagles soared through the heavens. The disciples who ventured to South Dipper Mountain 6 months prior had finally returned. The inner disciples harbored hope, while the elders of the sect expressed their eager anticipation. The azure cliff eagles alighted before the main hall of the sect leader. This year, fewer than 100 had survived, marking a significant loss, yet the harvest of spiritual herbs was remarkably bountiful. The sect leader and the elders offered words of encouragement, while the remaining disciples walked silently, many adorned with traces of blood, their eyes occasionally flashing with a cold light. They descended the mountain under the guidance of the elders. Speaking little, this year's competition had been especially fierce, with some disciples from the 10 great sects even resorting to using high-grade yellow-tier magical artifacts, rendering them unstoppable. At the foot of the sect leader's peak, a figure led a black ox, gazing down the mountain path as if awaiting something. After descending, the disciples began to fly away on their swords in various directions, yet it seemed that they had not encountered the awaited person. The black ox snorted heavily, its breath visible in the crisp air as the number of departing disciples dwindled, yet the awaited figure remained unseen. Chen Xiong clenched his fists, his gaze fixed intently in that direction, his peripheral vision continuously scanning the departing disciples, but he could not spot the person, not even a semblance. The black ox looked toward Chen Xiong, its expression fraught with anxiety. The departing disciples had grown sparse, yet the awaited figure was still absent. Old bull, I dare not directly give Brother G the foundation-building elixir, for it would spell catastrophe for both him and us, Chen Xiong said, his voice trembling slightly. Brother G may truly not have returned. The black ox let out a low moan, for no one else was descending the mountain now. Heh, old bull, let us depart. We have truly done our utmost. Chen Xiong forced a faint smile, resting a hand on the ox's head. We have done our part, and must leave the rest to fate. Brother G has at least made an effort. He harbors no regrets, and thus we too shall not. The black ox nudged Chen Xiong, its mood somber. As leaves rustled gently in the breeze, they turned to leave, their figures imbued with an overwhelming sense of desolation. The blazing sun wavered above the sect leader's peak, gradually sinking, while the scattered clouds transformed into a splendid evening glow. At the foot of the mountain, the fading light illuminated a hurried figure, who, having secured first place, had been separately commended by the sect leader, thus descending later than the others. Suddenly, this figure halted abruptly, as if catching sight of something. His eyes widened, and summoning all his strength, he shouted towards a direction. Uncle Chen, Brother Niu. A familiar voice echoed from afar, causing Chen Xiong and the black ox to stiffen as if struck by lightning. Their steps halting simultaneously, their eyes trembling in a state of semi-daze. Chen Xiong slowly turned his head, and there at the mountain's base stood a figure, none other than Ji Kuan. Countless words lodged in Ji Kuan's throat, his eyes slightly reddened, brimming with vigor. The bloodstains adorning his form lent him an aura of masculinity. The essence he once possessed had seemingly returned, though his hair was now white. He bore no signs of aging. Ji Kuan remained silent, merely nodding gravely at Chen Xiong. The black ox, filled with excitement, leaped into the air, its presence causing the ground to tremble as leaves scattered around. Chen Xiong's gaze deepened, a smile gracing his lips, as he returned Ji Kuan's nod with equal solemnity. He led the black ox away, both men exchanging no more than a few words throughout their encounter. Ji Kuan solemnly cupped his hands in salute to their retreating figures, his gaze gradually shifting to his storage bag. The contribution value of this high-grade yellow-tier magical artifact was at least 3,000, and only foundation-building cultivators could redeem it. In the months leading up to his departure, he had inquired about it. Chen Xiong had deceived him, and such profound kindness warranted a lifelong remembrance. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, Ji Kuan gazed skyward with a sigh, his heart awash with mixed emotions. The path of cultivation was fraught with deceit, yet encountering such a friend was truly remarkable, an unparalleled joy. Upon returning to the spiritual herb garden, Chen Xiong and the black ox exchanged invigorated glances, sharing a knowing smile as they infused the longevity points accumulated over the year into their magical powers. Old bull, I intend to concoct a foundation-building elixir for Brother G. But it will not be of the same kind as those we possess, or else it would surely result in failure. Chen Xiong stated earnestly, his brow furrowed. The foundation-building elixirs provided by the sect may contain issues. I will volunteer to deliver the elixir and arrange for an exchange. The Black Ox, anxious, inquired about the matter, not fully grasping the intricacies of alchemy. It may be a subpar product, but it is certainly not a high-grade foundation-building elixir, Chen Xiong replied solemnly, looking at the Black Ox. However, this remains merely my conjecture. Regardless of its quality, I must arrange for a replacement, as Brother G has only this final opportunity. His time spent in the alchemy hall was not in vain. He had learned a great deal, such as that elixirs are categorized into 4 grades: low, medium, high, and supreme. However, he had yet to hear about the concept of elixir patterns and had no direct experience with elixir appraisal. Currently, he could discern the general quality of the elixirs used in the chi refinement stage, but he could not yet ascertain the quality of the foundation-building elixirs. The Black Ox nodded earnestly, vowing to proceed with utmost caution to avoid any errors. We have already grasped the probing patterns of the Great Formation. We need only to avoid those 2 specific time points each day, and no one will be aware of our actions. Chen Xiong squinted slightly, observing the occasional streaks of light that traversed the sky. Were it not for the warnings and concealment of the essence of all things, they would have been thoroughly scrutinized without any awareness. The Black Ox also raised its head solemnly to gaze at the sky. There were indeed sinister forces present, far from the idyllic beauty one might imagine. Old Bull, let us commence our tasks, Chen Xiong said with a faint smile. Now, they were capable of cultivating a single 120-year-old spiritual herb within a month. The Black Ox hastily set off towards the cave they had excavated at the base of the hill, its storage bag filled with a plethora of foundation-building spiritual herbs. They had previously daringly attempted to uproot a spiritual herb from the garden, and the Great Formation remained unresponsive. Changing the growth location was a perfectly normal occurrence, provided nothing was taken out or damaged. However, if the age of the spiritual herb was incorrect, that would fall under the purview of those who harvested herbs within the alchemy hall. The Great Formation did not possess the capability for such scrutiny. They had previously planted a few ordinary spiritual herbs, and the formation had shown no reaction, indicating that it only responded to registered spiritual herbs. They harbored countless secrets, necessitating utmost caution. Within the cave, Chen Xiong commenced the alchemical process, skillfully controlling the flame. This time, he refrained from combining all the herbs at once, instead distributing the medicinal liquid. The Black Ox continued to cultivate spiritual herbs nearby, occasionally checking books and reminding Chen Xiong of the times to avoid. As time passed alongside Chen Xiong's alchemical endeavors, each day, he tirelessly experimented. Depending on the potency of the medicinal liquids, the quality of the elixirs varied significantly. But they had yet to produce any elixirs bearing patterns like those they had previously encountered. Now, equipped with spiritual awareness, the success rate of their elixirs had surged, enabling precise control over the herbs within the alchemical furnace. In truth, his alchemical techniques and the enhancement of the flame had reached a remarkably formidable level. Chapter 74. The wealthy woman in Chen Xiong's eyes. More than half a year later, the Foundation Establishment pills were finally produced in the alchemy hall. Chen Xiong took the initiative to offer the Foundation Establishment pill to Ji Kuan, stating that they both hailed from the 9-Star Valley and wished to accompany him on his final journey. The elders had no objections. It was a simple favor to grant, and there was little benefit in delivering a Foundation Establishment pill to a casual cultivator, especially since most had failed in their attempts at Foundation Establishment, which had previously led to resentment within the sect. They entrusted Chen Xiong with a jade vial containing a glossy black Foundation Establishment pill. The 5-Elements sect was strict with its regulations, rigorously investigating any corruption. Should they discover that a Foundation Establishment pill had not reached the hands of a disciple, the offender would face punishment in the law enforcement hall, ranging from imprisonment to expulsion from the sect. If such practices continued, who would be willing to serve the sect, leading to a dire situation of having no successors? Not everyone could rely solely on talent to attain Foundation Establishment. Chen Xiong, accompanied by the large black cow, flew on his sword, having replaced the original pill with a white, unadorned foundation establishment pill, which he had disguised with a black liquid. They arrived at the familiar old house where Ji Kun awaited, his eyes sharp yet composed, patiently anticipating Chen Sun's arrival. With a whoosh, a beam of sword light descended from the distant sky. Ji Kun smiled, recognizing the dark figure approaching. It was undoubtedly his junior brother, the large black cow, who always preferred to linger behind Chen Sun. Eh? Chen Sun exclaimed, spotting him at the entrance, bursting into laughter. Chen Xiong. Ji Kun bowed deeply, his voice rich with emotion, filled with the weight of experience, acceptance, hope, and profound gratitude. We have come to deliver the foundation establishment pill. Moo moo. They descended, joy radiating from their eyes, as Chen Sun prepared a hand over the vial. However, Ji Kun remained bent, for the foundation establishment pill had become less significant to him. Even if he could not establish his foundation, having a friend like Chen Sun rendered this life fulfilling. Quickly, take it. Chen Sun lifted him with a surge of energy. But both he and the large black cow were taken aback, their eyes widening in shock. At that moment, tears streamed down Ji Kun's face, muffled sobs escaping him. The sheer beauty of the scene overwhelming Chen Sun and the large black cow, who struggled to maintain their composure. Remember, you still owe me 2,000 contribution points. Chen Sun said with a grin, pulling out a brocade pouch from his storage bag, instructing Ji Kun to open it only if he succeeded in establishing his foundation, after which he should destroy it. Yes, Chen Xiong. Ji Kun carefully accepted it without inquiring further, retrieving a magical item from his own storage bag. Chen Xiong, this is yours, but I will not forget the contribution points. What could we possibly use this magical item for in the Spirit Her Garden? Just return the contribution points when the time comes. Moo moo. Both Chen Sun and the large black cow shook their heads, indifferent to the matter. Ji Kun frowned. He felt compelled to return the magical item today. Yet before he could act, Chen Sun suddenly shouted, "Old cow, ascend the sword, we must retreat." Moo whoosh. A cloud of dust enveloped them, leaving Ji Kun choking on the dirt, standing in stunned silence as he watched Chen Sun and the black cow disappear into the horizon. Speechless at their swift and carefree departure. Hee, Chen Xiong, cow shitty, who exactly are you? Ji Kun mused, gazing at the sky with a gentle smile, warmth flooding his heart. Instead of returning to the Spirit Herb Garden, Chen Sun and the large black cow headed to the alchemy hall, having heard that senior sister Zhuo was present. She was an alchemy expert, responsible for many of the foundation establishment pills used by inner disciples. Old cow, be a bit more expressive. Yes, a little more sorrowful. Chen Sun adjusted the cow's head, and the large black cow drooped its head, sorrowful eyes glistening as it lowed softly. Perfect just like that. Chen Sun cleared his throat and immediately transformed his expression, entering the grand hall as if mourning a deceased cow. A somber, dejected atmosphere surrounded them, drawing startled glances from passing disciples. What has happened to the Xiong and his spirit beast? Upon hearing that Chen Sun sought an audience, Zhuo Ying was equally astonished at their appearance. Has the Spirit Herb Garden been destroyed? Yet, Chen Sun stated, Senior Sister Zhuo, this is truly an unfortunate matter. The techniques in the contribution hall are exceedingly expensive and not suited to my physique. I wonder if there are any commonplace foundation establishment techniques. Zhuo Ying, taken aback, found herself genuinely amused by Chen Sun's predicament. Her eyes sparkled like clear water, a graceful smile gracing her lips. I must admit, I overlooked this during your registration. There are very few with 5 elemental roots. Hence, the Sect's Grand Hall has not prepared such techniques. Chen Sun awkwardly clasped his hands, knowing full well that such techniques were too lowly to be presented in the Sect's Grand Hall. Wait a moment, shitty, Zhuo Ying said softly, and with a waft of fragrant air, she vanished in an instant. Chen Sun and the large black cow exchanged glances, their eyelids twitching at her swift movement. Is this the famed body technique? They longed to combine their strength and speed with foundation establishment spells, but had yet to discover a method. Before long, Zhuo Ying returned, holding a tome. Chen Sun shitty, I present you with this 100 refinements of the 5 elements. While foundation establishment techniques often come with unique spells, this one, though lacking in special features, possesses a minor body technique known as 5-element shadow escape. I believe it will suit someone like you, who cultivates spirit herbs. Although your combat abilities may be lacking, having a body technique for self-preservation upon leaving the mountain would be advantageous. With a wave of her hand, the tome floated gracefully into Chen Xiong's hands. Both he and the large black cow felt deeply moved, and he solemnly declared, "Thank you, Senior Sister Zhua, for your generous gift." Though women might impact their cultivation speed, a wealthy woman would only provide them with superior techniques. Moo, the large black cow, also bowed its head in gratitude, recognizing Zhui Ying's attentiveness as the deputy peak master. "This is what you deserve, and this technique is not precious. Go ahead." Zhui Ying smiled gently. Similar techniques were abundant, and 5 elemental root techniques were increasingly disregarded. With the evolution of the cultivation world, resources had been greatly depleted. It was no longer the era of several millennia ago, and many spirit herbs were now extinct. The upper echelons of the Qian kingdom had drawn similar conclusions. Widespread resource consumption stemmed from the abundance of 5 elemental mixed root cultivators, who were resource-intensive and numerous. From the numerous 5 elemental root cultivation techniques that had been passed down, their suspicions were certainly not unfounded. These techniques were not only common, but also rather ineffective. Yet, Chen Xiong and the large black cow felt as if they had found a treasure, frequently marveling at the kindness in the world, a gesture they would remember. "Old cow, do you see why we cannot become deputy peak masters while my senior sister can?" "Moo, because of charisma. Does the alchemy hall really need a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator? Only my senior sister can shoulder that responsibility. If there were a vote, I would be the first to cast my ballot for her." "Moo." The large black cow's eyes lit up, eagerly nudging Chen Xiong. "Wanted a vote for senior sister Zhua as well." "Ha ha!" Laughter echoed as they walked, a heavy burden lifting from their hearts as they finally resolved their concerns about the technique, stepping joyfully towards the spirit herb garden. Chapter 75. The Life of Cultivation in a Straight Line. As Chen Xiong was about to sing along the road, he was taken aback when the big black cow signaled its urgent need to relieve itself. Frowning, he pondered the meaning of this. He stood by the roadside, observing the distressed expression of the cow, which turned a deep shade of red from holding back. Chen Xiong narrowed his eyes, sensing something was amiss. He approached the big black cow, lifting its ear and softly singing, "Listen to me." "Moo." The cow trembled in shock, letting out a horrified cry as it finally released a thunderous flatulence. "Oh dear, damn it. Ugh, you old cow, perish." "Moo." The big black cow bolted, glancing back in terror, its pupils dilating as Chen Xiong, wielding a mountain axe, chased after it, a cloud of dust swirling ominously, filled with murderous intent. Countless disciples fled in panic, witnessing their master uncle in a state of torment, veins bulging on his forehead as he pursued the crazed cow. They only paused at the entrance to the spiritual herb garden, where Chen Xiong revealed a bloodthirsty smile, nodding to his 2 senior brothers before dragging the big black cow into the garden. From that day forth, the herb garden in Huiquan Stream was filled with wails akin to ghostly howls, accompanied by the agonized cries of the big black cow, as though it were enduring unimaginable torment. Life eventually settled into a tranquil rhythm, as Chen Xiong and the big black cow commenced their formal cultivation, consuming their peculiar foundational pills while absorbing the pure spiritual energy from the spiritual veins. Their cultivation progressed steadily, albeit slowly, yet promisingly, as they remained unperturbed, savoring every advancement in their practice, with the cow increasingly adept at writing through its material manipulation technique. With each foundational pill swallowed, the intervals between doses stretched to a month or even several months, showing no haste in chasing after the lifespan of the foundation stage. "Old cow, we have much to accomplish. Let us adhere to our training schedule and refrain from flustered actions." Moo seated upon the verdant grassland with their eyes gently closed. They emanated an enigmatic aura, exhibiting calmness and patience. The surrounding grass swayed rhythmically without the whisper of wind, Chen Xiong and the big black cow began their harmonious routine. Morning practices of techniques and meditation, for as Chen Xiong would say, the plan for the day lies in the morning, as the sun rises, bringing forth auspicious purple qi from the east. The big black cow wholeheartedly believed in Chen Xiong's words, sometimes rising even earlier, invigorated by its enhanced vitality post-foundation, its memory notably improved. They no longer slept as long as they once did. This novel experience left Chen Xiong in awe, marveling at the profound transformation of life, a truly terrifying phenomenon. In the afternoons, they practiced formations and talismans or engaged in reading, while evenings were devoted to refining physical techniques and the foundational 5-element escape arts. Occasionally tending to the spiritual herbs, meticulously filling their schedules. The wild boars and mountain chickens were left to thrive, as they had no intention of consuming them, turning the herb garden into a lively hub. Unsurprisingly, the big black cow became their leader, taking them out for exercise daily, sometimes bellowing in frustration, which brought hearty laughter to Chen Xiong. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 2.5 years had passed. Chen Xiong and the big black cow had invested all their longevity points into their magical prowess. Meanwhile, the order in the mortal realm of the Qian kingdom had finally stabilized, following the ascension of the new emperor, who diligently sought to restore peace by dispatching troops to quell lawlessness, resulting in numerous criminals meeting their demise in public executions. The conflict between the Wu and Qian kingdoms had also come to an end, with both sides retreating, leaving countless corpses strewn along the border, casting a pall of mourning over the land. However, the true clash between the two kingdoms was just beginning, transitioning from the mortal realm to the realm of cultivation. The 10 major sects of the Qian kingdom buzzed with activity, recalling many cultivators from afar, hinting at an unknown brewing storm. Within the Wuyun sect, there were frequent ascensions of golden core cultivators, soaring through the skies and vanishing into the horizon, as an air of impending turmoil enveloped the sect. Yet, amidst this atmosphere, good news also circulated. Figures like Ji Kuan and others had successfully established their foundations, adding formidable allies to the sect's core. Today, a man stood outside a cave dwelling, hands clasped behind his back. His features were strikingly chiseled, with thick, dark hair that appeared wild and unruly, yet his eyes held a fierce glint that commanded respect. Junior Brother Chen, Junior Brother Niu, I have successfully established my foundation. Should anyone in the sect dare to wrong you, Ji Kuan shall seek vengeance. Ji Kuan's presence radiated power, his gaze fierce, causing the ancient trees nearby to tremble, shedding countless leaves. Su Yetong, ha! Ji Kuan tilted his head slightly, a flicker of hatred crossing his eyes. He had secured a position among the external sect's stewards, yet that woman remained under the jurisdiction of a certain elder. Ji Kuan furrowed his brow. While killing her was easy, dealing with the aftermath without leaving any loose ends posed a challenge. Given the complex and formidable factions among the external sect's stewards, Junior Brother Chen once mentioned that after establishing my foundation, I should open this item. Ji Kuan solemnly retrieved a brocade pouch from his storage bag, revealing a piece of paper filled with writing. It read, "Congratulations on your successful foundation establishment, Brother Ji. However, it is better to resolve enmities than to entangle oneself in them. She is merely a Qi refinement stage female disciple. Why place yourself in peril? As a foundation stage cultivator, we should adhere to the sect's regulations." Upon reading this, Ji Kuan raised an eyebrow, recalling that Junior Brother Chen had not expressed such sentiments initially. Doubt began to creep into his heart. Was it truly time to let go of his hatred? He found himself caught in a conflict of conscience, yet he was reluctant to go against Chen Xiong's wishes, so he pressed on with the reading. That elder had merely been misled by the woman's slander. Brother Ji should prepare a gesture of goodwill to clarify the matter. Trust that after your foundation establishment, the elder will grant you this favor. We are all fellow disciples, part of the external sect's stewards, and there is no need to sour relationships when the journey ahead is long. Ji Kuan's heart tightened, his frown deepening. Aside from Su Yetong, he harbored the most profound hatred for this individual. Was he truly to seek reconciliation? However, Junior brother knew that Ji Kuen's pride was formidable, so regardless of what transpired, he must adopt a humble stance when visiting that elder's cave dwelling. Lastly, may brother Ji remain steadfast in his convictions, forging a path of brilliance on the road of cultivation. Haha. Ji Kuen read each word carefully, and as his heart calmed, his gaze grew increasingly profound. The words of junior brother Chen were imbued with warmth and wisdom, leaving no room for doubt, aligning perfectly with his character. Anyone who read the contents would find no fault, and Ji Kuen himself felt the weight of gratitude, given the immense favor he owed. Even if he were to set aside his hatred and endure some grievances, what would it matter? He promptly burned the paper and began preparing his gesture of goodwill. Chapter 76. The tragic and unexpected death of Su Yedong. 2 days later, Ji Kuen personally visited the cave residence of Elder Dai to offer an apology. Yet he stood outside for an entire hour before being allowed entry. A flicker of anger crossed his face, but recalling Chen Sun's words, he forced a smile. Inside the cave, a barrage of scolding echoed, and each time Ji Kuen felt the urge to retaliate, he was reminded of Chen Sun, which compelled him to smile and explain himself instead. Gradually, the scolding subsided, replaced by sporadic bursts of laughter. Elder Dai remarked that the matter was now in the past and acknowledged Ji Kuen's thoughtfulness, genuinely perceiving his sincerity. He decided to overlook the incident involving the female disciple in the qi refining stage, not wishing to harm his own reputation. He could guess Ji Kuen's intentions. However, Ji Kuen was unfazed, insisting that his visit was solely for the purpose of apology, with no ulterior motives or intent to harm fellow disciples, expressing that he had let go of his grievances. Elder Dai was greatly pleased with Ji Kuen's character, subtly revealing intentions to recruit him. This individual was truly a talent, adaptable and resilient, having just broken through to the foundation establishment stage, showcasing remarkable potential. Ji Kuen continued to chuckle, claiming that he needed to deliberate, as it was a matter of great importance concerning his future, yet he bore no intentions of confrontation. Elder Dai, understanding this, encouraged Ji Kuen to reflect thoroughly, promising numerous benefits, each word laced with appreciation. He stated that regardless of whom Ji Kuen chose in the future, based on today's visit, their grievances could be considered resolved, demonstrating the virtue of magnanimity. As Ji Kuen walked back, a deep contemplation washed over him as he recalled every word spoken by Chen Sun. He felt as though he had grasped something crucial, yet failed to fully comprehend it, muttering to himself, "In the end, adhere to your original intentions." That was now. His original intention must be to eliminate that woman and then align himself with Elder Li's faction, a powerful force among the outer sect stewards, unafraid of any repercussions. Yet, he realized that killing her was no longer a feasible option. Even Elder Dai could surmise his intentions. Days later, Ji Kuen officially announced his allegiance to Elder Li. Upon hearing this news, Elder Dai's blood pressure skyrocketed. He found himself unable to concentrate for several days, increasingly infuriated. In the ensuing days, Ji Kuen, a self-taught cultivator, exhibited a fierce tenacity and prowess that far surpassed that of ordinary disciples, earning notable accolades for the sect, much to Elder Li's delight. During gatherings of the outer sect stewards, Elder Li frequently praised Ji Kuen, asserting that such daring individuals were essential for the stewards' ranks, and the other elders nodded in agreement. Elder Dai's frustration only intensified, his thoughts becoming increasingly convoluted, lamenting internally that Ji Kuen should have been under his command. He recalled Ji Kuen's heartfelt apologies from that day, each word resonating with sincerity, and the past events indeed held many ambiguities. Even the sect's law enforcement hall had reached no definitive conclusions. Gradually, Elder Dai's ire turned towards Su Yetong, believing she had instigated discord and cost him a promising foundation establishment disciple. Meanwhile, Su Yetong was haunted nightly by nightmares, knowing that Ji Kuen had broken through to the foundation establishment stage, and it would be a trivial task for him to eliminate her, a mere 10th-layer qi refining disciple. Yet, Ji Kuen had never sought her out, which only amplified her fear. This was a matter of psychological torment. Her reputation among the outer sect's steward soared, And each day her anxiety deepened. She felt it would be kinder for him to simply end her life. Nevertheless, she had prepared a contingency plan. Should Ji Kun dare to come for her, she was ready to drag him down with her, confident that even in death, the sect would uncover his involvement. However, Ji Kun remained silent, and the relentless pressure of his rising status drove her to the brink of madness. At times, her hair disheveled. She would shriek even at the sight of a man. In her frenzy, she began to tell others that Ji Kun was out to kill her, ultimately seeking refuge with Elder Dai. Upon witnessing her erratic behavior, Elder Dai became incensed. Ji Kun had never regarded her with such disdain, and her outlandish antics were nothing short of repulsive. Subsequently, Elder Dai assigned her several perilous tasks, and Su Yedong ultimately met her demise in an unfortunate accident. Her body devoured by ferocious beasts, leaving no remains behind, a truly tragic end. This minor incident stirred no ripples. The death of a Qi refining disciple during a mission was far too commonplace. Ji Kun, meanwhile, had an impeccable alibi for his whereabouts during the incident. Upon returning to the sect, numerous sycophants congratulated Ji Kun, affirming that the demise of that woman was just. And many had long believed that Ji Kun had been wronged in the past. The uproar over her death further vindicated Ji Kun, as countless outer sect disciples derided Su Yetong, declaring that Ji Kun was no villain to be wronged by such a petty individual. Now, Ji Kun exuded an aura of coldness, his presence imbued with a fierce intensity, indifferent to the flattery surrounding him. He returned to his cave, where a profound turmoil surged within him, and his previously stoic demeanor finally revealed a glimmer of shock. He had witnessed Su Yedong's escalating madness, finding a perverse satisfaction in it, grateful that he had refrained from acting impulsively. If Brother Ji cannot return, I shall take care of this matter. And when she disappears without a trace, the sect will uncover no evidence. Congratulations, Brother Ji, on your successful foundation establishment. Yet it is wise to resolve enmities rather than create them. She is merely a Qi refining female disciple. Why place oneself in danger? As a foundation establishment cultivator, we ought to adhere to the sect's regulations. Ji Kun repeatedly echoed Chen Xiong's words in his mind, his astonishment intensifying, his pupils quivering with disbelief, his innocent junior brother, forever smiling as he led the Black Bull. Perhaps I have overthought this. Chen Xiong is too innocent. Ji Kun shook his head in resignation, berating himself for allowing his mind to wander. It seemed that his prolonged stay among the outer sect as stewards had distorted his perception of the most important person in his heart. With a resounding slap to his own face, he scolded himself, declaring that Chen Xiong was the last sanctuary in his heart, one that could not be tainted, not even by himself. However, witnessing her tragic fate, he exhaled a deep sigh of relief, feeling a sense of vindication. Now he had joined Elder Li's faction, relishing in causing discomfort for Elder Dai daily. Due to his sincere apologies and his indifference towards that woman, Elder Dai had never turned his ire towards him. Ji Kun couldn't help but feel that Chen Xiong's words rang increasingly true. Indeed, he had shed a considerable amount of trouble. Clutching a communication talisman, he made his way to the sect's spiritual herb garden. Today, Chen Xiong was absorbing the ethereal essence of the heavens and earth when the communication talisman suddenly flickered with a soft glow. Slowly opening his eyes, he smiled, realizing that Brother Ji had resolved all his troubles. He personally welcomed Ji Kun into the cave within the spiritual herb garden, where Ji Kun was awestruck by the enchanting scenery. Seeing Chen Xiong and the Black Bull living so harmoniously brought him great comfort. The two engaged in extensive conversation, sharing experiences from the past 6 months, deliberately omitting any mention of the woman. Observing the Black Bull with wide, astonished eyes, Ji Kun revealed the myriad dangers lurking beyond the sect, even the existence of malevolent cultivators. Chen Xiong, equally enthralled, erupted in laughter within the cave. Ji Kun, initially serious, found himself unable to contain his laughter, marveling at how such perilous matters transformed into jest in Chen Xiong's recounting. Questions like, do malevolent cultivators really consume the essence of cultivators? What do they look like? Do they eat spirit beasts? Are they always clad in black robes, cackling ominously? Flowed forth in a series of curious inquiries. The great black bull was utterly astonished, resting its head upon Chen Xiong, yet its eyes continuously conveyed a sense of curiosity, as if yearning to hear more. Subsequently, they ventured together to the Hall of Contributions, where both displayed no pretense, willingly exchanging their items for the formation for the great black bull. Had it not been for Chen Xiong's timely intervention, Ji Kuan would have exhausted all his contributions. Nevertheless, in the presence of outsiders, they adhered to the sect's customs, with Chen Xiong regarded as the elder brother and Ji Kuan as the younger, leaving no room for gossip. Yet, in Ji Kuan's heart, Chen Xiong and the great black bull would forever remain his younger brothers. They were not adept in the art of combat. Should any misfortune arise, he would stake his life to ensure their safety. Even during their expedition to South Dipper Mountain years ago, Ji Kuan always believed that their fortune was prosperous, not merely a result of martial prowess. Every 2 decades, the pilgrimage to South Dipper Mountain sees individuals of such caliber among the various sections. Chapter 77. The intent to kill as cold as the wind. Piercing to the bone in the days that followed, Ji Kuan made it a point to seek out Chen Xiong and the great black bull whenever he returned from executing tasks outside the sect. This place offered him unparalleled relaxation for both body and mind. Particularly, seeing them in good spirits filled him with an inexplicable sense of comfort, as if his struggles in the outside world were somehow eased. Chen Xiong and the great black bull were equally curious about the outside world. Each time Ji Kuan visited, they would listen with rapt attention, laughter echoing continuously. Occasionally, Ji Kuan would take the great black bull to the contribution hall, which prompted Chen Xiong to shake his head in exasperation, exclaiming, "Truly, a bull of such stature cannot be retained." Eventually, Ji Kuan discovered a significant issue. The great black bull had yet to establish its foundation. "How could this be?" he said with a stern expression. "Do not worry, my dear bull. I will strive for a future for you in the outer gate. A foundation establishment pill for spirit beasts requires not thousands of contributions. Brother Ji, we have it. We possess the foundation establishment pill." The great black bull mooed excitedly, while Chen Xiong and the bull hastily tried to stop Ji Kuan, fearing he was risking his life. It was only after they showed him the Spirit Beast Foundation establishment pill that he finally relaxed. Nevertheless, he declared, "Even if the foundation fails, it matters not. With me around, we shall seek another." Chen Xiong and the great black bull were deeply moved as they stood at the entrance of the Spirit Herb Garden, watching Ji Kuan depart. Hoping for his safe return each time, they then turned back to resume their cultivation plans. As time flowed like a song, the years slipped by unnoticed, and it marked the 10th year since Chen Xiong and the great black bull had arrived at the Spirit Herb Garden. Over these years, the Wuyun sect had mourned, having lost a great golden core cultivator, whose passing elicited countless lamentations. Even a lifespan of a millennium could not withstand the ravages of time. The sect was engulfed in a somber atmosphere, as one of its pillars had quietly fallen. Many were yet to recover from the profound sorrow. The tranquility of the Wuyun sect was but a facade, sustained by the sacrifices of its predecessors, whose invisible burdens provided each disciple with blessings and protection. Chen Xiong and the great black bull had performed rituals for the fallen elder, with Chen Xiong crafting a wooden coffin from the wood of a crane spirit tree. Together, they carried the coffin while sounding the suona and ringing bells, paying the highest respects in a humble village funeral. Despite lacking any personal connection, their gesture was heartfelt. Soon, a large pot was set up, water boiled, and the air filled with a profound melancholy. They had also infused their magic with 7 points of longevity, finally repaying the debts of the alchemy hall. Considering their base salary alongside the earnings from the Spirit Herb Garden, Chen Xiong calculated that they accrued nearly 1,000 contribution points each year, a true windfall. Relying solely on their own skills and the great black bull's nurturing techniques to support their household brought him immense peace. Last year, the great black bull successfully established its foundation and even registered its identity in the Spirit Beast Hall, now embodying a figure of distinction, striding with newfound confidence. It would often ride in the dirt, prompting Chen Xiong to call out, "Brother Bull." This delighted the great black bull, causing it to jump up and nuzzle Chen Xiong affectionately. Within the spirit herb garden, compared to the usual tranquility, today the atmosphere in the Huchuan stream was charged with tension, as if the very grass and trees bore arms. The great black bull appeared anxious, scanning the surroundings where numerous figures resembling Chen Xiong lurked, each wearing a bandit-esque mask and sneering. Some stood upon the water's surface, while others trod lightly upon blades of grass or massive rocks. The bull's consciousness spread outward, realizing that these Chen Xiong's were merely manifestations of gathered spirit energy and magic. They were mere illusions, incapable of movement, and the great black bull would not be deceived by such lowly tricks. With a furious moo, the great black bull unleashed a torrent of flames that surged skyward, the core of the blaze erupting in all directions under its mental command, emitting a terrifying howling sound as the magic within tore through the air. In an instant, each Chen Xiong was consumed by the flames, dissipating into countless wisps of blue smoke. The great black bull grinned. This was the power of the foundation establishment stage, and it hadn't even exerted its full strength yet. Suddenly, a resounding clang echoed as the great black bull felt its eyes narrow. Pushed back several steps by a forceful blow, its body enveloped in a protective barrier of five-colored magic that thwarted a surprise attack from a mountain-cleaving axe. This was the immense advantage of being at the foundation establishment stage. So long as there was magic within, the barrier could be activated to deflect fatal harm, unlike the flimsy shields of the Qi refinement stage, which barely held against the elements. The five elements escape technique had now perfectly integrated with their speed. Whereas before they often collided with trees while running in straight lines, the great black bull now moved with unparalleled agility, controlling its speed with precision. They even felt their movements rivaled those of the esteemed master by Shi from years past. The intent to kill was as cold as the wind, piercing to the bone. At that moment, sonic booms echoed around them, and after each illusion, a Chen Xiong would materialize. Yet, the great black bull remained unfazed, gradually calming itself. Recalling Chen Xiong's teachings about remaining composed during battle, for the words spoken in haste could not be taken back. With eyes aglow, the great black bull's consciousness detected the true Chen Xiong hiding beneath a spirit tree in the distance. In a flash, the great black bull transformed into a streak of light, dashing forward, leaving behind numerous afterimages and wooden avatars. In an instant, it reached Chen Xiong, launching a powerful kick. However, Chen Xiong wore a cruel smile. "Old bull, you've fallen into my trap." With a startled moo, the great black bull, eyes wide in disbelief, found its hoof striking nothing but an illusion. It crashed into the tree, leaving a massive hoof print. "Westgate black bull, perish!" Chen Xiong shouted, weaving through the myriad of afterimages, cackling maniacally. Fireball technique. Chen Xiong suddenly appeared a short distance behind the great black bull, forming a hand seal as a torrential rain of fire descended. The dark red fire dragon surged forth under his mental control, leaving the great black bull no chance to evade. In an instant, the fire dragon closed in on the great black bull, their collision imminent. Yet in that moment, the great black bull's body twisted inexplicably. With a mocking grin, it thought, "Who cannot employ the basic five-elements escape technique?" The fire dragon engulfed it, reducing it to a cloud of smoke. "Damn it!" Chen Xiong exclaimed, frustrated. The Westgate black bull was truly troublesome. His keen eyes surveyed the increasing number of great black bulls surrounding him. With another thunderous roar, the great black bull suddenly appeared on the water's surface, its booming voice reverberating as an indescribable aura began to rise. In an instant, 5 flags were positioned at the cardinal points. A fierce wind erupted, slicing through the area, and countless Chen Xiong's were swept away, revealing the great black bull's true form. "Old bull, you scoundrel! We agreed not to use formations." Chen Xiong shouted furiously, each word laced with anger. "How dare you deceive me?" The great black bull happily bounced, replying, "You taught me this. It's called the art of war, power that shakes the mountains, an aura that dominates the world." Moo! A piercing scream echoed as the formidable black bull was once again hurled into the water by Chen Xiong. In a swift An unexpected move, the bull retaliated, pulling Chen Xiong down into the depths. They engaged in a playful scuffle amidst the waves. Ultimately, Chen Xiong, armed with the privilege to speak, declared himself the victor. He erupted into maniacal laughter, splashing the black bull, exclaiming, "Shaman Black Bull, you are still too naive to play tricks with your brother's son." Chapter 78. The fantasies of creating unique techniques and spells moo this time. The great black bull was exasperated, snorting repeatedly. "Fine, you win, you win. Moo? Really? Come up quickly." Chen Xiong slowly ascended the shore, his magical energy evaporating the mountain stream water from his body, enveloping him in a veil of mist, rendering him instantly clean. The great black bull shook its head vigorously, disliking the idea of using magical power to dry off. It preferred basking in the sun, casually chewing on some grass. "Old bull, this basic 5 elements escape technique is truly extraordinary." Chen Xiong sat by the shore, taking a deep breath, astonished beyond their expectations. It was entirely different from what they had imagined. The great black bull nodded thoughtfully. The original spell was not one of soaring through the skies or traversing the earth. It was merely a minor technique for qi refinement, utilizing the essence of the 5 elements to transform into a small magical avatar, incapable of much, merely creating illusions to confuse enemies and facilitate escape. For instance, in water, it could transform using the spirit of water, or on land using the spirit of earth, etc. However, they had not yet employed their true strength. Their magical avatars were astonishingly authentic. Although immobile, they could split into hundreds, persisting until their magical energy was depleted, making it difficult to discern real from false. Yet if one were to touch the avatar, it would dissipate into spiritual energy, coupled with 5-element shadow escape. It was simply perfect, allowing them to traverse between avatars seamlessly, a foolproof method of retreat. Even the bull's magical shield was enhanced by their magical power and defenses. Chen Xiong had previously unleashed his full force against it, yet the shield remained unyielding, only staggering the bull backward a few steps. "Old bull, we must not underestimate these qi refinement techniques. Moo, can you create a technique that benefits so many in the cultivation realm? If you were to charge for copyrights, others would have already prospered." Moo moo. The great black bull was taken aback, realizing the truth in this. While it did not comprehend the concept of copyright, it understood that they could not create even simple spells like the fireball, let alone those that could benefit countless practitioners. Thus, it was imperative for them to delve deeper into various minor spells, as these are the crystallizations of the wisdom of countless predecessors, representing the true essence of enduring legacy. Chen Xiong solemnly stated that they lacked the fortunate circumstances to compete for superior techniques and spells. These minor spells were readily available for purchase and easy to cultivate, indicating some commonality therein. In fact, during their daily excursions, they had explored numerous cliffs, searching for so-called opportunities in desolate caves, yet found nothing, apart from a few aesthetically pleasing stones, which they deemed a worthwhile trip. The key was that both Chen Xiong and the great black bull were exceedingly pleased, feeling they had gained much. As for those so-called grand spells and techniques, they were merely the legacies of others, passed down only to disciples and not available for contributions to the sect. Only the remnants of cultivators from the Foundation establishment and Golden Core stages, who had perished without heirs, were available in the contribution hall for exchange, ensuring their legacies did not fade into obscurity. If one relied solely on oneself, one could only achieve great merit for the 5-element sect, as the sect was no charitable institution. They exchanged most of their contributions for books or minor spells and various low-grade materials, with no hopes of acquiring superior techniques or spells. Chen Xiong and the great black bull were unremarkable, merely ordinary members among countless Foundation establishment cultivators. Grand opportunities and benefits would not fall upon them. Moo? The great black bull nudged Chen Xiong, astonished. "Moo moo, integration and comprehension. Old bull, we must put in earnest effort with our limited talents." Chen Xiong smiled gently beside the great black bull. "Our defenses have withstood the last episode of meridian disorder. If we add more, we can begin to explore the operational pathways of spells and techniques. Moo! The great black bull exclaimed excitedly. You are absolutely right. We are no longer novices in the cultivation realm. To create unique techniques and spells, they would need to experiment with countless operational paths. A misstep could lead to mild madness or catastrophic consequences. It also wished to test numerous formations, which often clashed and backfired on it. Yet fortunately, the magical shield had shielded it from significant harm. It found it challenging to arrange even two small formations simultaneously, exhausting itself daily in research, lacking any shortcuts, relying solely on gradual accumulation of experience. Moo the great black bull grew increasingly anxious, its head nudging Chen Xiong. It retrieved the complete basics of formation techniques from its storage pouch, along with several formation books brought back by senior brother Ji. These treasures were cherished within the grand straw hat Chen Xiong had made for it. The great black bull's eyes widened, pointing at the books and mooing loudly, still at the very beginning of its journey. Rest assured, old bull, you are the most talented formation master I have ever encountered. You will surely succeed. Chen Xiong understood its intent, speaking with unwavering confidence. I will focus on techniques and spells while you delve into formations. Though they may not be powerful, we will certainly learn something, won't we? Moo! The great black bull gazed at him with wide eyes, nodding emphatically, recognizing Chen Xiong's brilliance. No one was smarter than him. However, this was not something that could be accomplished through mere words. It required the cultivation of countless minor spells and a significant investment of time to summarize. A luxury not easily afforded by cultivators. Yet, Chen Xiong's expression remained calm and composed. He paused, gazing at the great black bull, who returned the gaze steadily. What we lack the least is time. Moo they shared a profound connection, smiles gradually spreading across their faces, eventually engaging in a playful competition to see whose smile could contort the most. In the ensuing years, they visited the contribution hall annually to exchange for minor spells, such as Morning Breeze Technique, Ice Valley Technique, Five Leaves Technique, and more. The great black bull continuously exchanged materials for formations, which had become excessively worn. Chen Xiong also began refining weapons, as exchanging for materials was generally cheaper than acquiring finished products. They consistently utilized their contributions, leaving the elders of the contribution hall exasperated, who eventually gifted Chen Xiong several minor spells, wishing to no longer witness such wastefulness from their junior disciple. Little did they know, upon receiving them, Chen Xiong was overjoyed, expressing gratitude and promising to return next year, with the great black bull repeatedly bowing in appreciation, for there were always more kind souls in the sect. The elders of the contribution hall were left speechless. Chen Xiong and the great black bull plunged back into their busy routines, filling their days to the brim, especially as Chen Xiong increasingly recognized the potency of these minor spells, which were truly ingenious. Most importantly, possessing 5 elemental spiritual roots granted them the remarkable advantage of cultivating any spell without excessive taboos. Aside from the spells being slightly less powerful and requiring a bit more energy compared to others, there was little distinction. The great black bull diligently practiced formations, its mooing cries resonating daily. Once it had a goal, its existence took on greater significance. Chapter 79. When uncertainty arises, retreat is the best option. Time, an elusive force, slips away unnoticed, and in the blink of an eye, a decade has passed. They have accumulated longevity points in their magical abilities, reaching a total of 42. Most gratifyingly, they have not yet reached the threshold, rendering their spells increasingly formidable. However, the entire Qian Kingdom's celestial sect has fallen into a profound tranquility, devoid of even trivial disputes with the martial kingdom. Both sects are steeped in an atmosphere of extreme repression. The Wuyun sect, though slightly better off, remains preoccupied with its own affairs, far removed from the heights of the 10 great sects. Presently, the malevolent aura surrounding Ji Kuan has intensified. He has begun to grasp aspects of the dynamics between the two nations and reassured Chen Xiong that there are no immediate problems, albeit with limited knowledge. Chen Xiong has also requested Ji Kuan's assistance in seeking out body refinement techniques, as he has more connections outside, while such practices are non-existent within the Wuyin sect. Upon hearing this, Ji Kuan was taken aback and promptly advised Chen Xiong to focus on his cultivation, asserting that body refinement does not contribute to spiritual advancement, especially since Chen Xiong does not engage in combat. Despite his words, Ji Kuan agreed to keep an eye out during his missions over the years, though he only managed to bring back some mundane body refinement techniques from the mortal realm. Chen Xiong accepted them with earnestness, expressing no disappointment, merely requesting Ji Kuan to cease further searches, as these were sufficient. Today, two figures entered the Huaichuan Ravine's spiritual herb garden, both at the early stage of foundation establishment, their demeanor imbued with solemnity. Their robes were not the usual grayish hue, but a pale blue, signifying their status as direct disciples of a certain peak master. Their rank comparable to that of foundation elders, and their seniority considerably greater than that of Chen Xiong. Junior brother Chen Xiong, Black Bull, Liu Yuan and Shi Jing greeted with a smile, their eyes captivated by the enchanting scenery of the herb garden, gazing at the undulating grassy slopes interspersed with meandering streams. However, a flicker of surprise crossed their faces upon noticing the abundant piles of crane spirit tree lumber scattered about. Various vividly colored odd stones gleamed like they had been meticulously polished, displayed before a few distant caves. Initially, they had presumed that Chen Xiong led a life of elegance. But upon spotting the chicken coop and pig pen further away, they realized their assumptions were misguided. Junior brother Chen Xiong remained the same as in years past. A gentle breeze swept through, causing countless blades of grass to bow, framing the duo clad in straw hats, as Chen Xiong approached with a smile alongside the Black Bull. "Ah, sure, senior brother, Liu senior sister, is there something amiss?" Chen Xiong exclaimed with hearty laughter. Years ago, after they had established their foundations, they had visited him and the Black Bull, though their visit had been fleeting, merely lingering outside the herb garden. "We have come to bid farewell to junior brother Chen," Shi Jing replied, an unusual glimmer in his eyes, as if sensing Chen Xiong's distinct aura, imbued with an indescribable charm. "Farewell? Are you departing for a distant place?" Chen Xiong inquired, removing his straw hat, aware that many foundation stage cultivators sought opportunities outside the sect. "Yes, to the royal city of the Qian kingdom, to settle matters of the mortal realm." Shi Jing nodded gently, his demeanor markedly steadier now, yet beneath that handsome exterior an added allure emerged. "Sure, senior brother, and I hail from the royal city. Our families have ties to the Wuyin sect," Liu Yuan added with a hint of melancholy, unable to mask her emotions, much like the Black Bull. Chen Xiong and the Black Bull were taken aback, figures of significant stature in the mortal realm. The highest authority they had encountered was merely a local magistrate. "Sure, senior brother, Liu senior sister, this is splendid news. You shall have the chance to return home," Chen Xiong said with a calm smile, sensing their spirits were not as elevated as expected. "Per our master's decree, from now on, we must part from the mortal realm." They chorused, their eyes reflecting a struggle. "Junior brother Chen, must one truly sever all mortal attachments to embark on the path of cultivation?" Liu Yuan asked wistfully, her gaze fixed on Chen Xiong, thoughts of her mother creeping into her mind, knowing she was still alive. Shi Jing too looked to Chen Xiong, his eyes filled with anticipation, as they had recently established their foundations and were not entirely clear on their master's intentions. The Black Bull also turned to Chen Xiong, sensing the underlying reason for Chen Xiong's commitment to the path of cultivation, recalling that he had once relished his time in the mortal realm, finding joy even in the simplest tasks like forging. "Ah, how profound, how profound! I cannot claim to possess the wisdom of your master. Rest assured, she would never lead you astray," Chen Xiong replied with a smile, surprising them with his unexpected words. The two sighed softly, and Liu Yuan swiftly shifted the topic, saying, "Junior brother Chen, do you wish to accompany us to the royal city? The Qian kingdom's dynasty is vast." This was indeed their true purpose for visiting, an invitation for Chen Xiong and the Black Bull to embark on the journey with them. The Black Bull's eyes widened in astonishment. The royal city of the Qian kingdom was surely grander than the Pingning city. "Senior brother, senior sister, where is the royal city of the Qian kingdom?" Chen Xiong asked, equally wide-eyed, as he and the Black Bull had yet to venture into such grand locales. Moreover, the royal city of the Qian kingdom held a particular allure for him, as he had never even visited a capital in his previous life. It lies in Jinfeng Prefecture, 2 prefectures away from Ziyang Prefecture, a considerable distance. If junior brother accompanies us, you shall experience the local customs along the way, Shi Jing said, a glimmer of hope in his eyes, as he found Chen Xiong to be a remarkably interesting and kind individual, eager to share the journey. The Black Bull nudged Chen Xiong, still contemplating the offer. Sure, senior brother, Lu senior sister, it is not that I wish to decline your kind invitation, Chen Xiong said, his expression torn with regret. But the Black Bull and I have devised a training plan, and at present, we are unable to depart. We have already spent twice the time allotted for a single incense stick. The Black Bull nodded earnestly at the two, affirming the truth of Chen Xiong's words. There were indeed pressing matters to address, such as how to integrate the fireball technique with the iceball technique and the complexities of mastering the realms of ice and fire. Additionally, they needed to unravel why the various foundation stage techniques exhibited such stark differences in their internal workings, a significant challenge. The intricacies of these micro-formations and their combinations were equally daunting. Most importantly, if it would not be too much trouble, he kindly requested the two to bring back a map of the Qian kingdom. Chen Xiong cupped his hands, his tone imbued with earnestness, anticipation, and sincerity. Initially, the two were engrossed in his words, admiring his diligence, but they were suddenly jolted back to reality by his final request. Shi Jing, who had been momentarily lost in thought, awkwardly smiled. Junior brother Chen, you flatter us. We will certainly take care of the map for you. Junior brother Chen. Shi Jing senior brother holds a high status. Lu Yuan giggled, playfully hiding her face, always embodying that youthful charm. Truly splendid. I feared I would be imposing upon you. Chen Xiong sighed in relief, grateful for their generosity. However, should the opportunity arise in the future, we shall journey together. Then it is settled. Junior brother Chen, they replied in unison, with enthusiasm in their voices. Junior brother Chen, you have my word, and Black Bull, you heard as well. The Black Bull bellowed in agreement. Ha ha ha, Chen Xiong laughed heartily, taking a few strides closer. I wish you both a safe journey. However, as her elder, allow me to share a piece of advice. Please, junior brother, they urged earnestly, their gazes fixed upon him, brimming with anticipation. When faced with uncertainty, retreat is the wisest course of action, Chen Xiong declared, his voice steady, as he gazed heavenward at a 45-degree angle, imparting what he considered an invaluable life lesson. Shi Jing and Lu Yuan exchanged astonished glances, then shared a knowing smile, their eyes sparkling. Indeed, junior brother Chen. Subsequently, they bid farewell to Chen Xiong and Daoist Niu, embarking on their journey homeward to visit. Chen Xiong and Daoist Niu watched them depart, and after a while, they closed the barrier, causing the narrow path to gradually become shrouded in mystical fog. Chapter 80. While others strive for the moment, we observe the changing winds. They settled directly upon the grass, and Chen Xiong reclined, feeling the gentle breeze against his face, his mind lost in contemplation. Moo? The large black cow nudged Chen Xiong. Old bull, are you eager for my answer? Moo Chen Xiong continued. My thought is that when it comes to family and friends, there need not be a distinction between the mortal and the immortal. After all, in a century of mortal life, there are countless farewells. Yet do we not all find joy? Pain is but a fleeting moment, and even ordinary people do not dwell perpetually in the past. Moo the black cow nodded solemnly. They had witnessed the departure of many during their time in the small village, yet the loved ones of those who had passed continued to live well. However, with a foundational period of merely 400 years, excessive emotional turmoil could indeed concern their master, potentially hindering their cultivation. Chen Xiong smiled gently, gazing into the vastness of the sky, which was high and clear, with wisps of white clouds floating like sails upon the ocean. He murmured softly, to sever mortal ties. What is a mortal heart? Are we not all human? The world of cultivation is no different from the affairs of the mundane. How does it truly differ? Moo. The black cow pushed against Chen Xiong insistently, clearly yearning for something more. What now? Chen Xiong feigned annoyance, pretending to be oblivious. Moo! The black cow exhaled forcefully, nudging Chen Xiong once more. I still have a furnace of elixirs to refine. Westgate Black Bull, we shall meet again. With a bow, Chen Xiong vanished in an instant. Moo! The black cow growled in frustration, hastily pursuing him, while Chen Xiong continued to evade. In the distance, the pair engaged in a playful tussle, occasionally punctuated by exclamations. Old bull, we are not the same. We seek longevity. Shall we simply play with the mortals? Bidding farewell to one another daily, wallowing in despair like you? Am I to be idle and do nothing? Moo! The black cow roared, and Chen Xiong was sent soaring through the air with a playful shove. You rascal! Chen Xiong retorted. I know what you want to hear. Fine, I shall tell you. Moo moo! The black cow grinned widely, relishing the prospect of hearing a tale from Chen Xiong, and obediently stood beside him, ceasing its antics. Brother G's situation concerns life and death. Its nature is different. If handled well, it becomes a trivial matter without lasting impact. Chen Xiong, act on impulse. I have yet to reach the heights of a sage. I do not impose expectations upon friends, nor do I seek returns. Such notions apply to strangers. Even if Ji Kuan were to face misfortune, we would harbor no regrets, having done all we could without encroaching upon another's path. But when it comes to matters involving Sister Lu and Brother Shi, can I speak freely? My suggestion is to never offer life advice to others. Chen Xiong remarked, exasperated. We seek longevity. Can our mindset be the same as others? While they vie for fleeting moments, we neither compete nor covet. We inhabit different realms. If we indiscriminately dispense platitudes, what if we poison them? We must simply lead our own lives well, just as Le Fong does. Are we to force-feed him a foundational elixir? Moo Moo the black cow affectionately nudged Chen Xiong, as if understanding, yet expressed confusion regarding their platitudes. But they are not poisonous. Old bull, let us cultivate. In the future, we shall strive for the imperial city, and I shall procure fine fabric to craft you a garment. Moo, moo moo moo. Indeed, it is true. The imperial city, where the finest treasures of the world reside. We shall go and broaden our horizons. Ha ha. Moo. The black cow leapt for joy. For Chen Xiong was the master of clothing, and they resumed their cultivation plans together. As seasons changed from the depth of spring to the warmth of summer, then to the coolness of autumn, and finally to the cold of winter, the passage of time slipped away unnoticed in the depths of their cultivation. It had been 30 years since they bid farewell to Shi Jing and Lu Yuan. Initially, upon their return, they had felt sorrow, but Chen Xiong had comforted them with kind words and a hearty meal, after which they prepared to retreat for focused cultivation. Chen Xiong and the black cow had come to understand a profound truth. Cultivators often dedicate vast stretches of time to their practice and the pursuit of opportunities, potentially living lives less vibrant than a mere century of mortal existence. Meanwhile, over the years, a prodigious youth had emerged from the Wuyun sect, achieving late foundational stage in less than a century. Yet, few considered the possibility of a heavenly root, for the sect had publicly declared this individual to be a girl. However, this person was arrogant and disdainful, regarding peers with contempt. They even challenged elder cultivators, only to be soundly reprimanded by the peak masters, which tempered their behavior considerably. Yet, wherever they went, there was an uproar, with younger disciples eagerly pursuing them. This situation caused many foundational cultivators within Wuyun sect to furrow their brows in disapproval. But by observing the demeanor and tone of this individual, both Chen Xiong and the black cow perceived a childlike naivety, as if they had not yet faced the harsh realities of life. The disparity in worldly experience was indeed significant. Longevity did not equate to maturity. For instance, a child who remained motionless in cultivation for a millennium would likely possess an unchanged disposition and experience. However, this was a trivial matter to them. Chen Xiong was already acknowledged as the weakest in combat among foundational cultivators, and his spells were still at the qi refining stage. Moreover, their techniques were commonplace. Ordinary individuals were not targeted by geniuses or powerful figures. They merely carried out their duties quietly within the Wuyun sect. In these 30 years, Chen Xiong had initially intended to allocate all his longevity points to magical power, but upon reaching 51, he found that no further warmth coursed through his body. they discovered that even the foundational stage had its limitations. Thus, they allocated the remaining longevity points to defense, which was crucial for enhancing their techniques and spells, safeguarding their meridians. Their current longevity points stood at Strength 21, Speed 21, Essence of all things 20, Magical Power 51, Defense 32. Chen Xiong and the Black Cow had never considered themselves particularly strong or inclined to hone their skills through conflict, despite their spells having reached a formidable level. In their journey through the world, they embraced the ordinary, avoiding unnecessary conflicts, content with the ability to protect themselves, without the need to prove an invincible resolve. Their aspirations lay elsewhere. Today, within the herb garden, Chen Xiong maintained a tranquil demeanor as he stepped out of his cave dwelling. Behind him, ethereal ripples reverberated, and shadowy figures emerged, as if an invisible roar was rising. A gentle breeze stirred the grass, and in the blink of an eye, he had arrived at the entrance of the herb garden, seamlessly merging with the elements, traversing great distances with each step. Mu the Black Cow called softly, appearing silently beside Chen Xiong. Although swift, there is no longer the discordant sound of a rushing wind. "Old bull, let us proceed," Chen Xiong said with a gentle smile. Mu the Black Cow bit onto a rope, handing it to Chen Xiong. They felt a surge of immense magical power within, their spiritual awareness significantly heightened. They had now reached the mid-foundational stage. However, foundational elixirs no longer held any effect, and they could not continue to enhance their cultivation. Exchanging a glance, they sensed that their magical power was gradually diminishing, their realms slowly descending, their progress merely slightly beyond their initial breakthrough. As they walked along the path, Chen Xiong spoke. "Old bull, after years of reflection, I have finally determined a direction. Mu, one spell, one body refinement technique, one movement technique, one cultivation method, 3 axes for breaking ground. And a few exploration techniques will suffice for now." Chen Xiong's lips curled into a mysterious smile, embodying the notion that one cannot overindulge in a plethora of pursuits. For instance, starting from the fireball spell, he sought to infinitely enhance it. By merging various minor incantations, he endeavored to create new spells. Despite years of tireless experimentation yielding no hint of success, he had yet to attain such a realm. However, through diligent practice of numerous spells and exploration of their operational pathways, he managed to seize a glimmer of inspiration and had already commenced his practical application. Chapter 81. Sending Brother Lufeng to ascend. Mu the Great Black Bull let out a sound, and Chen Xiong spoke with reason. The realm of cultivation is vast, filled with myriad spells that one can never fully master. Yet, joy sparkled in the bull's eyes. It had recently embarked on the path of layered formations and had grasped a glimmer of inspiration. The two figures gradually receded into the distance, swiftly disappearing beyond the confines of the medicinal herb garden. The day was overcast, with a gentle drizzle falling, causing countless disciples to quicken their steps, their whispers diminishing considerably. Chen Xiong gently led the Great Black Bull past them. Raindrops pattered softly against the faint glow of their magical barrier, unable to breach its protection. "Old bull, by my reckoning, it is now late autumn," he mused. Mu they conversed softly, their eyes reflecting a serene composure as they strolled by, catching glimpses of nameless scenery in the mountains, where leaves had already begun to fall, bereft of the vitality of yesteryears. Uncertain how long they walked, Chen Xiong and the Great Black Bull arrived at the residence of the disciples of the law enforcement hall, where a wooden house was surrounded by a crowd, their spirits notably subdued. Lufeng had departed, quietly, akin to smoke dissipating in the wind, leaving no time for farewells. Although many disciples found Brother Lufeng excessively loquacious and meddlesome, upon his departure, countless individuals came to bid him farewell. "Old bull, though our acquaintances are few, Brother Lufeng was truly a remarkable individual," Chen Xiong remarked. Mu, he dedicated his life to pursuing his ideals and has now achieved fulfillment." Chen Xiong gazed at the heavily clouded sky, raising his hands in a gesture of respect. This is the path Brother Lufeng sought, not the so-called realm of cultivation. Mu the Great Black Bull also looked skyward, somewhat perplexed, yet pleased for Brother Lufeng. Whether in Jiuxing Valley or Wuyun Sect, countless souls pursued the ethereal realms and power. Only Lufeng seemed to chase after those who chased, urging his juniors to cherish their time, while he remained unfazed by the allure of longevity or profit. Chen Xiong and the Great Black Bull had encountered many of mediocre talent, who would willingly accept their fate, even the once rosy fat brother, while having come to terms with the situation, merely sought to enjoy life better in the mortal realm. Lufeng was merely an ordinary cultivator, performing trivial tasks within the sect, often thankless and sometimes the subject of ridicule and jest from his peers. Yet, Lufeng was destined to become a fleeting yet brilliant moment in the long journey of Chen Xiong and the Great Black Bull. They felt no sorrow, no grief. It was akin to quietly witnessing a meteor descending from the heavens, from splendor to demise, and ultimately to shattering. A smile graced Chen Xiong's lips, and a realization dawned upon him. Parting need not be solely painful, sorrowful, or regretful. There is no need for deliberate evasion. One must simply allow nature to take its course. Old bull, let us proceed. Seeing so many people here to bid farewell brings me peace. Brother Lufeng must surely find solace in this, for what he accomplished was meaningful. Moo, their eyes sparkled with mirth as they made their way toward the Hall of Contributions. Fleeting attachments weighed heavily, easily withering away, further burdened by the indifferent autumn rains. Gradually, the two figures faded into the misty drizzle, unnoticed by the countless onlookers, leaving behind no trace. However, as they passed a spirit tree, their steps halted and their breaths suddenly grew sharp. The mountain-splitting axe at Chen Xiong's waist trembled, and the bull's horns quivered. Their gaze was fixed, transfixed upon the spirit tree, and they suddenly bellowed. Crane's spirit tree. Old bull, what are you waiting for? Attack! Moo! A tremendous cloud of dust erupted as the two figures gradually departed, leaving only the incessant patter of rain against the fallen Crane's spirit tree, echoing with a series of sharp sounds. Within the Hall of Contributions, several elders were left with headaches. Why has this disciple brought the Black Bull spirit beast again? If not for the restoration of the scriptures, the sect's minor spells would have long been exhausted. The key issue was that this disciple seemed tireless, almost possessed, impervious to persuasion. What use were these minor spells to a foundational stage cultivator? However, today, Chen Xiong did not exchange for minor spells, but sought formulas for the qi refining stage, which relieved many elders. It appeared this disciple's interests had shifted. They had inquired and understood that this disciple managed the medicinal herb garden, and his peculiar personality was somewhat comprehensible. Yet, Chen Xiong's true aim was not to study those formulas, but to exchange for the formula of the three-element pill. This pill greatly benefited mid-foundation stage cultivators, but it was known for its potent toxicity, making excessive consumption inadvisable, something he had heard while assisting in the alchemy hall. However, this formula was exorbitantly priced at 10,000 contribution points. They were not in a hurry, for they wished to avoid attracting undue suspicion or trouble. As for the purported toxicity, Chen Xiong had researched it. The pills he concocted seemingly lacked this issue. They had merely cultivated a few seeds from each spirit herb in the garden and replanted herbs of the same age, the grand formation showing no reaction, having been thoroughly tested. Upon returning to the medicinal herb garden, the grass undulated continuously. Chen Xiong donned a new outfit and picked up a swana, while the Great Black Bull adorned itself with bells, and they lifted the coffin once more. Old bull, the sense of ritual in life is indispensable. Let us send Brother Lufeng off to ascend with the highest honors from our humble village. Moo. As the words fell, a haunting melody from the swana echoed, and the Great Black Bull vigorously rang the bells, commencing the rites. Their expressions were solemn, for such matters could not be taken lightly. The pair toiled for half the day. With the deer departed gone, it was time to partake in the feast. Chen Xiong, wielding his mountain-splitting axe, led the Great Black Bull into the wilds, a relief washing over the creatures within the medicinal herb garden. The mountains reverberated with thunderous sounds again, causing the disciples flying on swords to flinch, hastily taking a detour to avoid disturbing their uncle's logging. Deep within the forest, colossal trees lay fallen. Chen Xiong let out a cold laugh upon seeing the crane spirit tree. He abruptly turned and asked, Old bull, do you still possess merit? Moo. The great black bull was startled by Chen Xiong's inquiry, its hooves releasing a surge of power, instantly retrieving the merit ledger they had prepared over the years. In Chen Xiong's words, the great black bull had been too careless with its merits. They must be recorded. The bull's eyes widened in tension as it flipped through the ledger, beads of sweat appearing on its brow, as if recalling that the last time it performed rites for its golden core stage uncle, it had exhausted its reserves. Moo, the great black bull, emitted low sounds, gazing at Chen Xiong with hopeful eyes. Alas, it seems we are out, Chen Xiong sighed softly. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Old bull, we can only accrue debts of merit to heaven and the Buddha. Brother Lufeng's matter cannot be delayed. Moo. Of course, we can incur a debt, but it must be repaid later. We cannot accumulate merit within the sect now, and heaven and the Buddha will surely understand our plight. Moo. The great black bull stood up in excitement, confident that heaven and the Buddha would forgive it. Moo, old bull, let us commence the rites. In his next life, Brother Lufeng will undoubtedly possess an unparalleled celestial spirit root, reaching foundation in a day and golden core in a month, invincible in this world. Chen Xiong sat cross-legged on the ground, eyes slightly closed, murmuring incantations as his magical energy quietly emerged, surrounding him with swirling green smoke, growing increasingly professional. Moo. The large black bull exhaled vigorously, retrieving from its storage pouch a fragrant incense holder, flower petals, and several talismans. It trotted around Chen Xiong, mooing continuously, creating a lively atmosphere that was palpable. They spent half a day in the forest. Chen Xiong carried timber while the black bull bore the spoils of the hunt, both brimming with satisfaction as they returned to the herbal garden. The two guardians outside the garden found themselves increasingly puzzled by the scene. This junior disciple, Chen Xiong, bore none of the qualities of a cultivator, resembling an ordinary mortal instead. Furthermore, his black bull spirit beast was utterly absurd, lacking any semblance of a foundational spirit beast, appearing more like a rustic old ox. Chapter 82. Where in the world is home as the sun rises and sets, and the stars shift in their courses, time gently flows by, and both Chen Xiong and the great black bull find themselves increasingly content. Occasionally, the two senior brothers outside the medicinal garden cast envious glances their way. They truly excel in the art of living, appearing to have completely abandoned their aspirations for cultivation. With a gleam in their eyes, they would soar into the skies on their swords, emitting joyous cries that echoed across the horizon. They engaged in hunting and timbering, indulging in every pursuit. Strangely, they often returned with several beautiful stones, delighting their junior brother and spirit beast to the point where words failed them. Perhaps in the world of cultivation, relinquishing the pursuit of higher realms also means shedding one's burdens. As time passed and the years accumulated, it had been 2 decades since Lu Feng ascended to immortality. Each year, Chen Xiong and the great black bull would pay their respects at the incense offerings, for the sect had prepared a resting place for these disciples. It was a mountain peak standing tall with countless gravestones of generations of disciples, known as Xianin. They had invested their years of longevity points into defense and the essence of all things, leading to a tranquil existence. They remained uncontentious and amiable, never offending anyone, making it difficult for others to find a reason to trouble them. Currently, the longevity points stood at Strength 21, Speed 21, Essence of all things 22, Magic Power 51, Defense 50. Meanwhile, the collision between the cultivation realms of the Qian and Wu nations had suddenly come to a standstill, rumored to be preparing for a significant event. Yet the momentum on both sides remained formidable, each unwilling to yield, as formations began to emerge along the borders of the two nations. The secret realm of the southern Dipper Mountain officially announced its closure, to be reopened in 500 years, ensuring that spiritual herbs would not face extinction, a rule long established and understood by all. However, upon this announcement, cries of despair erupted from various sects, igniting a fervor for battle within them. What would they do without cultivation resources? The only course was to wage war against Wu. Some sects harbored even greater zeal than the top 10 sects, viewing this as a golden opportunity for their rise. Throughout the history of the cultivation world, the ascent of each sect and every grand cultivator was invariably linked to the contest for resources, regardless of one's innate talent for cultivation. It is a human trait to be unable to resist such temptations. Who would he wish to advance more swiftly in the limited span of life? The path of cultivation is endless. Chen Xiong learned of these matters during a meeting at the sect's council hall, where the sect leader remarked that a great battle between the two nations was inevitable, as this enmity was not new. He urged foundational cultivators within the sect to prepare, emphasizing that all actions should align with the directives of the top 10 sects. The warring realms of Qian and Wu would not spare anyone. As the news solidified, the major sects began their preparations. Some provided manpower, while others contributed spiritual stones. A tremendous upheaval was set to sweep across the cultivation realm of Qian. At that moment, Chen Xiong held a wooden cup filled with goji berries and precious herbs, enriched with 2 spiritual herbs for health. Though the essence of all things seemed to pose no adverse effects on the body after rest, the psychological scars were profound. They diligently cultivated spiritual herbs daily, prioritizing health, carrying their elixir wherever they went. Having studied medicine under Ning Si for many years, Chen Xiong was determined not to waste any of it, even fashioning a small wooden barrel to hang from the great black bull's head, equipped with a long straw for easy sipping. The great black bull was elated for several days, scribbling on the ground to express that it felt its cultivation had improved. Remarkably, after drinking, their emotional wounds began to heal gradually, proving quite effective. Chen Xiong, seated at the end of the gathering, had been attentively sipping his health tea when this news caused his cup to tremble, shock flashing in his eyes. The great black bull, squatting beside him, exchanged a deep glance with him. The resource battle between the two nations was finally about to commence. After the council concluded, Chen Xiong and the great black bull hurriedly began their preparations, ready to fight if they could, or to devise an escape route if they could not. Yet, both nations were still in a state of preparation. A grand battle in the cultivation world was not something that could be initiated with a mere shout. At Wuyun sect, in the Huichuan stream, within the medicinal garden, Chen Xiong unfurled a map of the Qian nation, a gift from Shijing. However, his brow furrowed deeply. The map, sprawling across the air, was vast, with Chen Xiong and the great black bull standing at opposite corners, their gazes traversing its expanse. To the north of Qian was Wu, and to the south lay the boundless, majestic mountain range, marked with notes of frequent encounters with powerful beasts. The other side remained a mystery. To the east were numerous nations and vast deserts, yet none matched the might of Qian or Wu. To the west lay unclaimed territory, featuring the endless Tian-Duan plains, where Shijing had mentioned the possibility of a superpower that far surpassed Qian. "Old bull, what do you think?" Chen Xiong murmured, his gaze growing profound. "Goodness, this world is truly vast." "Mu?" the great black bull inquired, always feeling a mix of excitement and anxiety when observing this map, pondering if they could ever traverse all these lands. "If we cannot withstand it, we must prepare a retreat. Beyond our capabilities, we must never overreach, old bull." Chen Xiong suddenly exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with unexplainable excitement. "Point out a direction for us to flee. As long as we are together, anywhere can be home." Mumu the great black bull rushed over, nuzzling Chen Xiong affectionately. "Ha ha! By heavens, old bull, quickly choose one." Chen Xiong embraced the great black bull tightly, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Their hearts raced, entranced by the map before them. Such a vast and magnificent world, perhaps eternal life, could indeed hold profound meaning, especially with a brother by one's side, supporting each other. Such a sentiment was beyond the grasp of ordinary folk. Mu, the great black bull, extended a hoof, pointing westward, then gazed at Chen Xiong expectantly. It reasoned that the north was not an option. The south was fraught with danger from formidable beasts, and the east was plagued with countless nations, as Chen Xiong had recounted tales of endless conflict. Only the west remained viable. If at the edge of the expansive plains lay a superpower, then stability and reason would surely prevail. "All right, old bull, should trouble arise, we shall head west without hesitation, and no one shall stand in our way. Whoever dares to pursue shall meet their end." Chen Xiong laughed heartily. Moo moo. The great black bull bellowed triumphantly, bolting forward to begin packing their belongings, ready to flee at Chen Xiong's command. Wait, old bull, what are you doing? Chen Xiong shouted. Moo, it's not the time yet. The two nations have yet to engage in battle. Why rush? If we cannot win, we will retreat. But we must also join the fray. Moo the great black bull grinned, momentarily overwhelmed by excitement before halting its advance. Chen Xiong shook his head with a smile, returning his focus to the map, which contained many blank areas likely indicating the locations of various sections. They needed to steer clear of these places to avoid unwarranted troubles. Now, the general layout of the 9 provinces of Qian was firmly etched in his mind. While lacking in minute details, he could discern the general directions. Chen Xiong carefully folded the map, treasuring the gift from another, as even a wooden carving represented goodwill. Chapter 83. Falling Stars in the Night. A portent of doom 2 days later, as the sun dipped below the horizon and twilight descended, a luminous moon gradually ascended, illuminating a tapestry of brilliant stars across the night sky. On the towering peaks of the Wuyun sect, figures emerged in droves, their gazes fixed upon the heavens, eyes reflecting a profound awe. The mountains loomed dark and imposing, resembling a vast ocean of iron, majestic in their grandeur, while countless disciples hovered mid-air on their swords. Disbelief etched across their faces. The atmosphere was devoid of clamor and ostentation, as the tranquil night harmonized with the gentle moonlight, enveloping everything in a serene silence. Suddenly, a meteor streaked across the stillness of the night, leaving a beautiful arc in its wake. Yet at that very moment, an increasing number of meteors appeared in the deep blue sky, cascading down like shimmering ribbons, illuminating the celestial expanse. Though fleeting, the meteors multiplied, painting the night in vibrant hues, as if the horizon itself was fracturing. The brilliant meteors darted across the sky with increasing speed, piercing the enveloping darkness, bathing the entire Yuzhu mountain range in light. Silence engulfed the mountains. The sound of a pin drop could be heard. The eerie atmosphere abruptly thickened, rendering the scene unnervingly still. Disciples scattered across the mountains stood frozen, their expressions a mix of shock and trepidation as they beheld this magnificent spectacle in the sky. A sudden uproar erupted, a cacophony of